Welcome, everybody, to the 2026 Pokemon International Championships for North America. Welcome here to New Orleans. We can already see a full crowd in front of us and people pouring into the event center. This is going to be a fun one. What's up, everybody? We are here going to be doing your countdown show, talking about all the games are represented. I'm here with Rosemary talking about VGC, Chip talking about TCG, and of course we got Caleb talking about Pokemon Go. I'm Zoinks, and I'm going to be talking about Pokemon UNITE. It's going to be a whole lot of fun this weekend. We have so many players, teams, and of course Pokemon trainers competing for that championship spot. So we're going to start with some major storylines that are going to be going on all weekend long. I'm going to kick things off with Pokemon UNITE, of course. We'll take the wheel on this one. Pokemon UNITE, this is the final stretch. The final world spot available in San Francisco later this year is going to be earned at this tournament. It is the only one left both in the east and the western parts of the world. So this is a very, very exciting moment. One more team will lock up their chance to fight for a world championship title here on the NAIC stage. How about you, Rosemary? What's going on in VGC?
I think that's the same vein for the rest of the games competing here this weekend. We only have a handful of slots left and a couple of championship points for our competitors to lock in their spots in the leaderboard to make it to the World Championships. And if you showed up this weekend and you don't have any championship points, or you're outside of that realm, then you could earn a direct invite by placing in the top 4 of your respective games. So those are also spots that our competitors are fighting for. But I think the biggest thing for the Pokemon video game is that this is the first international championship on Pokemon Champions, and that is so exciting. We're gonna have so many Mega Evolutions, so many new Pokemon, and I hope that the trainers are really going to get creative with what they bring to this final tournament of the season.
That's right, and speaking of first too, for Pokemon Go, this is the first season where we've had unique metas for every international. So this is actually a first time meta in overall for Pokemon Go as well, where you got Kecleon, Grumpig. Pokemon Go metas are already weird, and it's about to get a little bit weirder in this final tournament of the regular season.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, we've of course got a brand new expansion, Legal Chaos Rising. Certainly going to mix things up. Special red card, a brand new powerful trainer card added into the mix. Also Mega Greninja potentially floating around out there. Cannot wait to see what these players have brought for the event this weekend.
Interesting. All right, so we got Mega Evolutions, brand new metas, some really interesting decks, and even tech cards. There's a lot to look out for in a tournament, but of course, one major thing you got to be watching out for is these incredible players that have traveled from all around the world to be competing in this event. We got some really exciting ones picked out that we think you should all have an eye on to be watching over the weekend. Rosemary, why don't you start with some of our VGC players?
I would love to. I think this first player needs no introduction. Wolf Glick is the 2019 NAIC champion, also won the World Championships in 2016, and just got second at the Indianapolis Regional Championships, our first regional in Champions, with one of the most off-meta picks we could have expected, Mega Steelix. Definitely not on anyone's radar heading into that event. So can he make it to a second NAIC championship title? That's to be left question for this weekend. Federico Camporesi is also one of our competitors coming over from Europe that has a shot to win a second NAIC as well, being our reigning NAIC champion from 2025. He's coming back and hopefully able to show us what he's got for champions. And finally, last but not least, from Argentina, we've got Juan Salerno. He is the player that is at the top of the global championship point leaderboards right now. So really proving us this season that he's the best in the world. Hopefully he can get that IC title he's been really striving for.
All right, players from all around the world competing at NAIC too, a very international players to watch. Interesting. Now, you picked just 3. With Pokemon UNITE, I get to cheat a little bit. I have 15 players to watch, so buckle up, everybody. We did narrow it down to 3 teams, though, that are going to be competing at this event that I think everybody should have their eyes on. Root Dignitas, IX Gaming, and Deep Cross Gaming. Root Dignitas, out of that team of 5 players. 4 out of 5 of those players have won the NAIC title already. 1 player left on that roster looking to get that accolade added to their closet. But IX Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming are in a very interesting spot where they have not yet earned their World Championship invite. So these are 2 teams with a lot on the line that they are going to be playing for at this event. IX Gaming, in fact, was able to earn their world spot at this event last year.
That's right, and you know, this is what I love about internationals, because people come from all around the world. Even as a North America International, it is indeed an international, and that's no different for Pokemon Go as well. Leading it off, we have its Accent, a 2-time North America International Champion, the defending and reigning International Champion, as well as the World's 2023 World Champion. Definitely looking to repeat his success here, where his claim to fame really started. And of course, we got Beelzebub, the reigning world champion, coming from India. Already has his qualification locked for this year, but he's been traveling around the world competing. He got top 8 at EUIC this year as well, and looking to improve that finish in the final tournament before Worlds. And we have Potamon, one of the craziest stat line I've ever seen. So 2-time EUIC champion. He's gone on 5 championship Sundays in a row. I call him Mr. Grand Finals. It's 5 and counting. And he can extend that incredible stat line here this weekend too. And of course, we have so many other players that we can't even name, and these players to watch, to look out for.
Yeah, of course, tons of storylines in the trading card game as well. Nearly 4,000 players competing this weekend. Going to be incredible to see.
You can do 15 players to watch then.
Yeah,
If you have 4,000 players, you can do 15 players to
and
watch.
I could talk about them for a while, but we've narrowed it down to just 3 here for this pre-show. Pedro Pertusi leading this charge, the Latin America International Champion from earlier this season. Him and his testing group always seem to come up with a couple unique tech inclusions for whatever given metagame we approach, so I cannot wait to see what they've landed on for their 60 cards this weekend. Riley McKay from Canada, one of the breakout stories from last year's North American International Championships. He came in basically as an unknown player, made it all the way into Top Cut. He defeated Tord Reklev in Top 4, did lose in the finals, but then propelled that momentum into the World Championships, where he was able to take the World Champion title. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Riley has in store this weekend, how he can back up last season's incredible run. And then for the TCG, a man who needs no introduction, Tord Reklev, 5-time international champion. He won the Las Vegas Regionals earlier this season. One of the best players in the history of the game. Someone who, when there's a brand new card pool to work with, always seems to find something unique. Cannot wait to see what he's got in store.
All right. Yeah, the Tord Bag of Tricks is going to be real interesting to see what shows up. That's awesome. There's a lot of amazing players to watch, like we mentioned. But how about all of you watching, especially at home? We got a whole lot of rewards you can earn just by tuning into the stream. So if you want to link your account, you can earn a lot of really cool things for each of our individual games. So we'll start with VGC. Rosemary, what can people earn by watching your stream?
Well, after watching NAIC for only 60 minutes, you get to earn a special Blastoise and a Cherish Ball. There have been a couple of different Pokemon distributions for Pokemon Champions, including Charizard, so now you get to add a Blastoise to your collection, and this is going to be really fun. It can Mega Evolve, you can get a really powerful ability with a Mega Launcher, and hopefully someone gets to show us what Blastoise can do. If it's not at NAIC, maybe it's you next season.
Ooh, all right. Make sure to get in there and get some early distributions for champions. Exciting. For Pokemon Unite, we got some classic drops as well. We got a 2026 sticker you can add to your player card, as well as a Platinum Blastoise emblem. So make sure to be tuning in to NAIC to get those rewards for Pokemon Unite. How about Pokemon Go, Caleb?
A lot of great rewards for Pokemon Go. You can see Potamon, one of the players to watch. You can get his exclusive Seeking with Icy Wind exclusive move, which he used to win EUIC, but also it's relevant for this tournament and it's relevant in the Open Great League meta, where he just won in turn a couple of days ago. So really cool Pokemon to claim there. Of course, you get the Elite TM as well to get those very exclusive moves you can't regularly get with regular TMs, and then you get Rare Candy XLs, and of course a lot of fast and charged TM. So you get a little bit of everything to help build your perfect team for the next tournament.
And for the Pokemon trading card game, there are lots of incredible rewards in the Pokemon trading card game live. Watching for just 30 minutes gets you 4 booster packs from the newest expansion, Chaos Rising, legal this weekend. 45 minutes gets yourself some special illustration rare cards, the Mega Dragalge EX and Roxy's Performance cards that synergize well together. So if you're thinking of building a Mega Dragalge deck, these are 2 nice ways to pick up a couple cards for that. And then what I'm most excited about are those sweet cosmetics. We've got the Mega Blastoise deck box, Mega Blastoise card sleeves, the coin, and that avatar jacket. For tuning in for 60 minutes. I think I'm going to go backstage and make sure I have my laptop open so that I can collect these rewards myself this weekend.
Yeah, not a bad call. I mean, when there's that many really cool giveaways, you got to make sure to get in on it, and here is how you earn those Twitch drops. So follow these steps, make sure to link your account, and make sure you don't miss out on these really cool distributions for each one of the competitive games that are happening here live at NAIC. But we want to make sure people watching at home will also have something to earn for these awesome events that in person are truly so fun. I know people saw us on camera for a moment earlier on. We are dressing the part for this event today. Already a lot of festivities. Don't worry, the energy is going to turn up to 11 here very soon with the opening ceremonies. But with this countdown show, we get the chance to talk about our games a little bit before. We talked about players to watch. We make sure you all know what distributions you have in the game. But some of the major storylines, let's face it, we got some analysts on here. Let's get nerdy. Let's talk about some of the fun stuff that maybe people aren't expecting to see this weekend. A sleeper pick, a rogue deck maybe. What could be some fun stuff to look forward to? Rosemary and VGC, what's maybe a sleeper option in this Champions meta we can look forward to?
Well, I feel like I've got to set the stage a little bit in terms of what we've seen so far in the Pokemon Champions meta. And so if you haven't tuned in to Turin or Indianapolis, then this is definitely your primer for the weekend. Charizard Y, Mega Floette, those have been the 2 standout Mega Evolutions, and the rest of the meta has really centralized around those Pokemon. Basculegion, Kingambit, Sneasler, Incineroar. Those are all been some of the more popular Pokemon in Pokemon Champions. So when I think about sleeper picks that I'm really excited to see, definitely those underutilized Mega Evolutions. Seeing some Mega Crabominable out in the field, or maybe we get a chance to see another Mega Steelix. Just those Pokemon that I think just will stand out amongst that field when we have seen the meta be so top heavy.
All right, interesting. Some cool options. I personally am vouching for Mega Crabominable. That would be so much fun to see early success, especially at a tournament this big at NAIC. Pokemon UNITE is in an interesting spot when it comes to rogue picks, just due to the rapid release we have had of new Pokemon added to the game, and now finally being tournament available for the first time here at NAIC. Pokemon like Feraligatr and Typhlosion, even Articuno having its first tournament of competitive availability. There's some really interesting options that these competitive teams, when they're practicing, often in secret, with their own strategies, will be able to showcase on stage. So that will be really exciting. But if we want to get really in the weeds, there is some fun Pokemon that I think have maybe been asleep for too long. I'm always a huge fan of Mimikyu when it comes to these top tier events. Sometimes that on-stage environment that we have in Pokemon UNITE opens up to these high skill expression Pokemon that maybe aren't metagame defining, but sometimes a player is just that good while playing that Pokemon. So I could see some availability there. Would love to see that. Not exactly rogue, but it could be a really fun option. But how about Pokemon Go? You certainly have some spice in your game when it comes to these, creative team builders.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, this is the first time ever meta, maybe the only time ever meta for this tournament. So even though there are some theoretical meta to it, no one's ever seen any of it put into practice in an actual tournament. But there's a lot of top meta picks. However, there's a lot of sleeper picks as well that people have been trying in practice tournaments. And the real question is, will it really rise to the top, or is it, an actual, not performing well Pokemon? But Shadow Pidgeot is one that really stands out that a lot of players have really tapped into. We got Wailmer as well, Xatu. These are weird Pokemon, even for Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go already has a weird meta. And I'm very excited to see the creative spin that these players do, because usually some of the top players are really in the lab cooking something special, and it's really cool to see them play it on stage.
All right, Chip, you can't say Dragapult.
Yeah, well, it's going to be hard not to this weekend. It is the card that is the most powerful in the metagame. But when it comes to new cards from Chaos Rising, I'm really hoping to see a little bit of just Beedrill EX, a new card added into the mix, does more damage for each Beedrill you have in play, something that can ramp up very, very quickly. You can theoretically do 440 damage and KO literally whatever your opponent has in the active spot, so I would love to see some of that this weekend. But you do mention Dragapult. Our metagame has become pretty centralized around that card. It has separated itself as the most powerful attacking EX in the metagame. And usually when that's the case, even though it's a new expansion, there's kind of like a solid 55, 56 card framework that players are working with. Some of the players at the top end will make note of those things and find ways to exploit the way that people have ironed out their baseline deck list. Disruption, control options, always seem to be things that pop up at these largest events.
Okay, I like it. Some interesting picks across the board. Now, us as casters, sometimes we have to make these calls. Sometimes we have to make predictions about what will happen in our tournament. And a conversation at these ICs always is what region is gonna get the international championship, right? Let's earn our paycheck here a little bit. Rosemary, what region is winning the VGC title here?
Oh gosh, this is gonna be unpopular. I'm gonna say Europe.
All right, okay. I, in Unite, am gonna say Pokemon Unite will be won by a North American team. I'm going with the hometown crowd this time around. How about Pokemon Go?
I gotta go with the hometown crowd as well. A lot more North American players coming here, but there's some heavy hitters coming from outer region as well, so they definitely have to bring their A game to keep the title back on home soil.
Ever since 2022, this event has been won by a North American player, and I'm thinking that trend is going to continue this weekend. NA defends the home turf, takes it home once again.
All right, I like the home turf love. I mean, we are sporting the New Orleans festive spirit right now on this hometown stage, and I know a whole lot of people are, including this opening ceremonies that is going to be happening very soon. This stage is going to be a takeover, so it's about time we get out of here and set the stage for NAIC to begin. So thank you so much. We'll see you later.
DJ Solid Gold.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers and fans from around the world. Welcome to New Orleans. Before today's battle began, we start with a sound that represents the modern heartbeat of this city. I am DJ Solid Gold, blending my beats with past music from past events to set the tone for this weekend. Here we go. We now turn to the deep musical roots of Louisiana. Today, you'll experience the sound that defines the region, from smooth rhythms of jazz born right here in New Orleans, to the powerful spirit of gospel, to the vibrant tradition of Cajun music. This is the sound of Louisiana. Jazz was born here in New Orleans, and it remains one of the city's greatest gifts to the world. Please welcome one of its celebrated voices, Anais St. John, alongside her New Orleans Jazz Quartet.
Hello, Pokemon friends. My name is Anais. Are you ready for some jazz? Hit it, guys. A tisket, a tasket, a green and yellow basket. I wrote a letter to my mommy. On the way I dropped it. I dropped it, I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up. She put it in her pocket. She went to trucking on down the avenue without a single thing to do. She went pecking all around. Then she dropped it on the ground. She took it, she took it. She took my yellow basket. And if she doesn't give it back, I swear that I will cry. All right, y'all, I want you to put your hands together. Yeah! Here we go, here we go! I got a girl in Baltimore, Eliza Jane. Streetcar runs right by her door, Eliza Jane. I got a gal in New Orleans, Eliza Jane. Sweetest thing you ever seen, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Come on now. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Oh, Eliza, Eliza Jane. Thank you very much.
That's what I call a good time. Next, we turn to gospel music. Music of spirit, strength, community that thrives across Louisiana. Please welcome with me one of the city's most dynamic ensembles, the Joyful Gospel Choir.
I'ma tell you about the couple I learned the game. Every time I face, I learned the name. Nobody said it was easy going for the goal. Gotta take risks, gotta be bold. But I'm here to run a race, here to run for, here to make names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top, the best of the best. Yeah, I'll be walking victory road. I'll be walking victory road.
find me there with my finger
Pointing to the sky, I'll be a legend, and I'll never grow old here on Victory Road.
Yeah. On Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Would you meet me there? Pokemon Thoughts House. Yeah.
I'll be walking Victory Road. I'll be walking Victory Road.
I'ma walk the road of pride. Gonna hold my head up high. Gonna stop and stare till you find me there with my finger
Pointing to the sky.
I'll be a legend, and I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
I'll be a legend on Victory
That's right. As we keep walking down Victory Road, our journey continues with the sounds of Cajun heritage. The French Acadians brought this vibrant music tradition from Canada. It features a live fiddle and guitar rhythm. I want you to welcome with me fiddle prodigy Amanda Shaw and guitarist Tim Robertson.
One, two, three, four. Whoa, Santa Rosa, Grandmamu. Je les blondes, mais je les filles, mais je connais mes pas. Hey, hey, ha, ha. Hey, hey, Leon. Oh, maman, je m'entoure sans les Grandmamu. Why'd you go and leave me in Big Mamu? You left me for another, and you left me blue. Please come back. Shan, come on back. Come on back and love me here in Big Mamu.
As you can see, in New Orleans, rhythm starts early. Many say here, children learn to dance before they can walk. Rhythm lives on through its world-class drum lines in a city like this. And now, as our Pokemon trainers prepare to begin their journey, we send them forward the only way New Orleans knows how. Through rhythm, energy, and for unforgettable sound, please welcome the electrifying Black Magic Drumline. We hope you have enjoyed a taste of Louisiana music. We'd like to bring all our performers back to the stage to share with you something we only do in New Orleans. Pokemon fans, we gotta catch them all, and right now, I want you to catch this vibe with us. This is called a second line parade, so join Pikachu, join me, and we're gonna parade out of here. Here we go.
New Orleans has set the stage, and now it's time for our Pokemon trainers to do the same.
That's right, Joe. Trainers from around the world have come here with one goal today.
To prove they have what it takes to rise to the top.
I like that, rise to the top. Very good. Over the next few days, we'll witness strategy, skill, and unforgettable moments that you only see at a Pokemon International Championship.
Our trainers are competing for a prize pool of over $500,000, Pokemon TCG booster packs, and of course, a direct invite to the Pokemon World Championships and PXP in San Francisco this August.
That's why every match matters, every decision counts.
And it all starts right now. Welcome to the North America International Championship!
Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Its Axon battled tirelessly through the losers bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Race for its Axon, he is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporisi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporisi is your 2025 North America International Champion. Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokémon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to New Orleans NAIC 2026, and here for Pokemon Unite, the final stretch. One final team will qualify for what's the final stretch with one final team qualifying for Worlds here live in New Orleans. Hi, Jake, your resident content cowboy, E to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
Hello, cowboy. So excited to be back here in New Orleans. Last year didn't disappoint. This year is not going to be any exception to that. I can't wait to see these trainers battle.
Yeah, so many incredible teams here. A lot of teams that already have their Worlds invite. However, one team that is not going to Worlds is going to walk away with this thing very, very soon throughout our weekend. You're going to see groups on Friday. We're going to have our single elimination bracket on Saturday. And then finally, of course, championships Sunday. It is going to be incredible. Let's take a look at some of our Worlds qualified teams.
Yeah, I'm going to start on that left-hand column. Makes sense. Out of EU, we got BH3, Komai, Peps, and Volticons. Peps having that crazy run at EUIC. We'd love to see another team have one of those this weekend. We got New Gen, Peru Unite, and looking for Org. Big shout out to them. Looking for Org.
Love it.
Stamina Esports to round out that left column.
And I'm going to hit the left column again. You know what? No, I'll go right. We're going to talk about Fames, Force Gaming, Tuzi, all out of Brazil. From North America, Evil Geniuses, Lunex, Root Dig, all here in attendance, by the way, from NA. S8UL Esports out of India, and then Legends reappear out of OC.
I'm going to be honest with the cowboy. I'm having a hard time reading with these sunglasses on, but we press on.
But you're forced to wear them.
Yeah.
Said that right before we started, I said, put these on.
Yeah. Instead of starting at left top, I'm going to go bottom right and then across.
Amazing.
Zeta Division Reject Exist Fennel CC from Japan. Zora Tires Gaming, glad to see them back.
Yup.
T1 Team Nemesis, all times champion to start the bottom half of the left-hand column. Take it the rest of the way.
And now I'm going to move up that column. So we've got Tryhard, Team MYS, strong basketball player one, probably the best name
I love
ever
that
had.
so much.
So good. And Onyx Rise, a familiar face here. So many teams qualified. And again, what we are going to find out at the end of this weekend is what is that final team that is going to be heading to Worlds. It's going to be very interesting because you could have qualified teams win this thing, and then we start to see that Worlds invite trickle down, and we find out exactly who gets it by the end of this.
In some capacity, that actually takes some of the pressure off from some of these teams, right? Because you're good enough, and maybe you're like, well, we don't actually have to win. We just kind of have to finish in maybe the top 4, right? And hope that the other best teams around are doing what they need to do to rise to the top. But regardless, we're going to have some quality battles this weekend. We're going to have a quality team that we're adding to that list we just read through to represent themselves at the World Championships. And we've got people traveling pretty far to fight for this last spot.
Yeah, we have some really interesting squads here that do not yet have their Worlds invite, so I cannot wait to see how this shakes out. I know we've got our groups that we're going to be talking about here in a moment. We've got prizing coming up here in just a little bit. And hey, let's take a look at it. We've got our prizing right now. That is $50,000 that they are competing for this weekend. Obviously, if you've already got your World spot, that's all well and good, but you would love to get that $16,000 first place prize.
Money's great.
Yes, I keep saying this.
It's really, you know, what's the expression? Money can't buy happiness, but you've never seen a sad person on a jet ski.
Yeah, it's exactly
That's what
right.
they say.
No question about it. And they immediately said, get back on camera.
Like, you know what? Let's stop talking about money right here. But we do also have our groups to run through to kind of give us some texture for what our day one's going to look like, break it down, and do it in a preposterous order that makes no sense.
We're going to start with C, of course. Group C, Extinction out of North America doesn't yet have their spot. And then DCG Taiwan. This group is like, I cannot wait to see what happens here. Also, Fulcrum and Louisianimals.
That's a great name.
Right up there with some of the best we've ever had. And this group is really a group to watch. Where are you going to go next?
Gotta go to Group B, so we're going to go top right. We're going to go to the northeast here. We've got Evil Geniuses, Not Enough Tanks, No Sweat, Phantom 5, and the goofy
Goobers. Taking a look at Group A, where we maybe should have started. Root Dig, all in. What is this? Non-parametric statistics?
Statistics. The R is in there. So non-parametric statistics, and that is an old head throwback to some year one shenanigans out of that boy Muck.
I believe it. We've got MBM Fluffy Tail Bandits finishing out Group A. Now, 2 teams are going to walk away from all these groups. Tell me about Group D.
Lunex Gaming, Rush Hour, who are right there at the top and probably who you would expect to leave from that group, but trying to contend for that day 2 spot. Outrage and Mammo's Moving Company.
You gotta love Mammo's Moving Company. I mean, when a team has a name like this, I'm forced to root for them as we take a look at our final 2 teams. Group F here, IX Gaming, 2Z Esports for Fun, and Xianggao.
Oh, so you went F. I was reading E, and I was like, he's not saying any of these correctly.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if you noticed we've been bouncing around.
Not that thing I started. But DreamMax Aftermath out of Brazil, Citadel Gaming from NA, Manga Knights, got it, out of NA, and Pirates of the Sky Ruins, another quality team name.
Yeah, huge team names. The question are they going to be able to compete with some of these favorites that you see in these groups? You know, you think of a team like Rush Hour that came this close to getting their Worlds invite. They are right there once again. Can they make it through this bracket? Can they head to Worlds? So many good squads. I can't wait to see how this shakes out. Is a team that doesn't have an invite, are they going to make it all the way through to Championship Sunday, or are they going to win their spot tomorrow? I don't know.
I don't want to throw a bunch of bad energy to our top teams, but I really want 2 teams in the finals that are playing for that final spot, right? Like let's get something real on the line at the end of the day. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, and look, again, whoever wins on Sunday gets more money, and we've already talked about how that's important. It's one of the best things. But of course, I also want to see that match that really seals who is going to be heading to Worlds. That's the one I'm most excited about for sure.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like you said, a team like Rush Hour that fell just shy of qualifying themselves, they're showing back up. That's really what's on their mind the whole way through. And when you look at how far some of these teams have traveled, you know that they're fighting for that world spot because they spent the money to get here to try and fight for it.
No question about it. Take a look at our broadcast schedule here. And you know what? I can't imagine bouncing around this. I think it would just be absolutely insane. Let's talk about what's coming up first. Root Dignitas versus All In is going to be the first game of the day here. Now, of course, it says matchup subject to change. Doesn't say subject to change. And that is because we're going to try to bring you the absolute most important and best matches throughout the day, but there are also so many teams that you just have to see.
Exactly right. So we're trying to leverage the front end of the broadcast on those, kind of fan favorites, top teams. And then as the day continues, we're going to adjust and try to give you those elimination matches or those qualification of the next day matches, however that shakes out, because those aren't necessarily the same thing all the time.
So many good matchups here. IX and 2Z, I can't wait. DCG, Taiwan, and Extinction.
That's a very good one.
What a game. It's wild because Extinction, near the end of our regional league, it actually felt like they finally leveled up. They were the best form of Extinction that we have seen. And then bringing that to this competition could be incredible. You've got DCG Taiwan, notable player on this squad, Slash, who is your 2-time world champion from Luminosity Gaming, here to try to win that world's invite. Both Extinction and DCG do not have an invite yet. I mean, IX Gaming doesn't have an invite. So many big teams still looking for that last world spot.
Yeah, and just another fun thing that the world's contending teams. Okay, so I like this graphic. This is every team that is in this event that has not qualified for Worlds. So ideally, throughout the weekend, as we start eliminating these teams, we'll cross them off this list, maybe even shade them.
Art, were you there for this conversation?
What conversation?
What you were talking about right now is exactly what I pitched. I pitched this graphic.
This is terrific. Great job.
It's shocking to me that you're pitching the exact same thing to me right now.
Okay, well, that means it's
perfect.
Actually, is it that shocking that
no,
that
not
happened?
at all, actually. If this doesn't happen right now, I'm going to lose it because 2 people in that are kind of the same. both came up with this
One
idea.
and a half independent human beings have said that. So anyways, these are our world's contending teams. Throughout the weekend, we'd like to either eliminate them or at least shade them out. You know, let's have some respect for them. Let's just shade them out.
Yes.
So you can still see the name and know that they battled hard this weekend. And then we'll see that list and we can cross compare to who already has their world's invites, fighting for the money and the sick amount of cash that we said.
Yep.
And the team that is fighting for the world spot is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the big names here.
Confirmed, they will gray them out.
Ah, beautiful. We've
Love
got
that
Citadel, DCG, DreamMax, Aftermath, kind of a mashup team of some incredible players right there. IX Gaming, Rush Hour, a lot of teams that I think could still do very well in this competition. And again, depending on where your bracket shakes out, depending on who you face off against, depending on how it goes into the single elimination, a team that you might not expect could get that spot, especially through single elim.
Yeah, that's one of the most exciting factors of what we're looking at here at NAIC is that last world spot comes from this event, and then we will officially have every single team locked in for the World Championships, and that's a very exciting place to be as we head into August.
Yeah, cannot wait. Let's take a look at our format for this weekend. Take it away, Old Meat.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon UNITE at the 2026 Pokémon North American International Championships. Teams from around the world have entered this momentous event to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes, the final invite to this year's World Championships, and the ultimate title of Pokémon UNITE NAIC Champions. The competition spans 3 days. Day 1, teams compete in group stages in a best-of-3 round-robin format with only the top teams remaining. On day 2, those top teams compete in a single elimination bracket, battling in best-of-3 matches until the semifinals, which shifts to best-of-5. The final 2 teams will compete in a winner-takes-all best-of-5 series on Championship Sunday. Pokémon UNITE teams are bringing their all to the stage this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of NAIC champion. Now let's get this tournament started.
Thank you very much, me from the past. And now let's take a look at that brick. Let's take a look at whatever that was for a second right here. No, you know what?
I'd like to think it was
Can we go back to that stage? Can we go back to that
stage shot?
The stage shot. Is that possible? We didn't really get a good look at it. I'm hearing no. We can't go back to it. You know, no. We're being told we will go back to it. There we go, as we're getting set up on our big stage. Obviously, there's so much competition happening. We have our main stage out here where our players are getting set up, and we also have the Unite Hive where a ton of players are playing here in our group stage. You can see All In, your orange team, Root Dig on your purple side here to start our broadcast off as they are getting ready. You know, Dupesnack, something you and I have been talking about a lot, of course, are all of the new Pokemon that are going to be available this weekend, as well as some like big meta picks that are going to be relevant this weekend. I know something that really influences this game is the fact that it is a worldwide competition, and we just had the regional event where, you know, a lot of the big teams out of Japan qualified. I know that most regions are going to be watching them, taking notes, and deciding how they're going to implement their meta into their play for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that's what's exciting. You know, you're looking at a team like Root Dig that did get to go compete in ACL a few months back and get a flavor of what the East has been working on and seeing how they can implement then back in their own region, and we'll see if they've been able to level up and see if they can make another sick run, because I know Ender would like to hold another IC trophy up in the air.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are taking a look here, this is Reject versus Force Gaming, a Pokemon you wanted to talk about, and that attacker slot is going to be Espeon, Dupesnacks.
Yeah, it's a Pokemon that you and I have kind of been gassing up all year long. It really showed out well here in the late stages of the ACL competition. And just to try and put a little backstop to what we already felt, I reached out to Otter, and Otter, a player I respect, one of the most fun players to watch, one of the best attacker players going. If they're not support, they're certainly carrying another way. And Espeon is what came up. It's so strong early, it's incredibly oppressive early. early, it's hard to contend with it early. It can take early objectives and help the rest of the team snowball. So we'll see if that priority rises this weekend. On the other hand, and something Otter mentioned, if you are not banning Espeon or you're grabbing it early, you're really kind of opening the opportunity for the other team to get something along the lines of a Mew.
Yeah.
And that is also an incredibly powerful Pokemon. But I think it was worth revisiting Espeon because it's been around the block for a minute and it never really felt like it fell off. It just seemed like it fell out of favor.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And when you get that level of international competition, a bunch of metas colliding, you start to realize, oh, wait, we've actually been sleeping on a Pokemon like this. One that hasn't made its way to competition yet, but is available this weekend that I want to talk about is Typhlosion. Typhlosion is one of the most recent additions to the game, and I think it's a real powerhouse right now in that attacker slot. The question, of course, is, are you going to give up something like an Espeon or like a Mew that has incredible secure for the amazing amount of damage, mobility, and incredible Unite move that you get out of Typhlosion? When it dropped, I thought it was amazing, and it also got a recent buff to Eruption, giving itself more damage when it's hitting the target successive times right there. I think Typhlosion could be a big difference maker. The question is, are these teams ready to play such a new Pokemon?
Yeah, and don't forget, like, the cool mobility of Flame Wheel as well is just a great distance closing maneuver. It's super intense. It's tough to plan around, like, as an opposition. And it's just anytime you add mobility to a Pokemon's kit at the players at the level at which they play, it's just, like, night and day how they can use that to leverage and stress the map.
Yeah, you know, looking here, one thing that I think really does go that is not great for Typhlosion is this early Cyndaquil gameplay. You don't have a great secure, and that's one thing you would really love your attacker to have. Ember is just not an incredible secure, even though you can play around your opponents quite well and dish out some damage to multiple targets. This might hurt it a little, but one thing you were just talking about, once you hit that level 5, you do get access to the Flame Wheel, and it is a really powerful attack. The ability to reposition yourself, you pop yourself up into the air, then you're going to knock your opponents into the air if your Blaze gauge is full, plus giving you a massive shield allows this attacker to get into a pretty aggressive situation and decide whether or not you want to continue the push, continue the fight, and try to get a huge win, or give you the opportunity to peel away from that and not get punished for, you know, zoning your opponents with Eruption the entire time.
Yeah, the last pop of Flame Wheel, I think, is maybe the most important part of what that move does. Obviously, the mobility's great, closing a distance, retreating, we get all of that. But just that little pop stun that it provides, if you're able to hit 2 targets with that, like, that can just be curtains. I mean, the game really seems to center around properly executing and chaining CC, crowd control. And that is a move that can certainly help get the ball rolling for your squad.
Now, as we're looking here on the big stage, this is going to be a tough one for All In. They're facing off against one of the best teams in the world, coming in 3rd at ACL, winning LAIC, the #1 team out of North America, and that, of course, is Dignitas. Dignitas has the best record probably out of almost every team in the West, international competition-wise as well. They are one of the favorites heading towards the World Championships, and it's going to be a hard one to start your day with, but as I always say in a situation like this, if you can slay the giant early, if you can win a game against them early, imagine the momentum for All In.
Looks like we're entering our draft now of the first set here at NAIC. Root Dig on the left-hand side of your screen, All In on the right-hand side, and we're starting with the Rayquaza map.
Yeah, Rayquaza is going to be the starting map all weekend, but then we can bounce around to Groudon, Kyogre. Do we have a set schedule, or do they pick, right? I don't know now.
It's Rayquaza. Starting on Rayquaza's map.
And then whatever happens after that, we'll know.
Let's take a look at these bands. Psyduck, Comfey, Snorlax, Zacian, Mew, Machamp. And now we'll see if that Espeon comes into play and it's a first pick. The priority is there. And Otter, thank goodness you're on screen first and made me look like a genius, because all I did was regurgitate half the information you gave me.
Yeah, I mean, you just talked about it. I think it's a great call out, and you can see All In targeting Otter there with that Mew. They know how good Otter's Mew is. They take that away from him, and then Dignitas recognizes, okay, well, we need to play something in place of this here. With the Zacian also banned out, kind of a targeted ban towards Zealot right there. We have two legendary birds making their way to the battlefield for Root Dignitas as Zugra grabs the Articuno and Zealot on the Moltres.
So Zealot on the Moltres is really interesting, because I think the Moltres, and now brand new added to the game as well, Feraligatr, both play in a very similar way. I think there's more feast or famine that you've mentioned before when we were talking off to the side yesterday with Feraligatr, but Moltres has that just consistent. And that's exactly what Root Dig does. They don't want to build surprises into what they're doing. They want everybody to be able to execute their plan, and they're rounding out with a Greninja and a Blissey. Love seeing Ender on that Blissey.
Yeah, I mean, Ender on Blissey, I think, is an incredible pick, especially when you have two Pokemon that I think are great targets for this Unite move, Bliss Assistance. You've got Toon, obviously, on Greninja. And then Zealot is going to be in the mix a lot on this Moltres. And if you can keep it around longer, give it the ability to get those healing heat waves off, I think it's going to be really difficult to shut down. All In, with their final pick, Anon, a Pokemon that, you know, they're definitely known for, the Zoroark right here. This is a strong pick, but a pick that a lot of teams don't run without Comfey, and as you can see, Dignitas banning that away. They're still gonna play the Zoroark. I've seen this go very well and very poorly. I would be a little worried for All In. One thing that I love to see is Zapdos from All In. I think this Pokemon is brutal, especially in the early game.
Here's the thing, All In, you know, they might not be Root Dig, but All In, those are all familiar names.
Yep.
You know, Tie-Dye, Big Mac, Azmat, Elo, and Anon are all players that have been in this competitive scene for quite some time, so nothing's free out here.
No, this is a legit team for Dignitas to deal with. Now, speaking of legit teams, they are going against Root Dignitas here, one of the best in the world to start our broadcast. We had to start out with something pretty exciting here as you're taking a look at, of course, our battlefield. Thea, Sky, Ruins. Our teams are getting into it right now. Root Dignitas, your purple team. All In, your orange team. The first match here at NAIC.
Let's get into it. Now, you talked about Zoroark and how that's going to be able to survive here. Everything on Root Dig, save the Greninja, has an incredible early game. It's pretty darn strong, which this is going to make it difficult for Anon to not only get online, but get ahead, which is where it wants to be, because it's not going to be battling with the Comfey right now. That was banned out.
And you can see we have Tie-Dye in here trying to slow down this Moltres, not able to get that here, but it's something Zealot is going to have to deal with right now. A lot of damage. Zealot still only level 4. Ooh, big time Barry. Are they going to be able to actually take this KO right here?
Oh,
and they need to back away. Massive invade.
Huge invade. Great work out of Tie-Dye, and that Hoopa first pick paying dividends already. Big Mac, Azmat, that's going to be a tough one for us, at least for me, in that bottom path. Seem to having to retreat because guess what? The Espeon's taken over.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. They're just leaving Otter in that bottom path all by themselves as we have 5 members of All In, quite literally all inning in the top path.
Right into the back line is Anon, looking for Zealot, tons of damage. Buzzwole closes the door, but they get knocked out back the other way by the Froakie. Toon looking to evolve here. Anon does catch a reset. All In, not looking too bad there in that engage.
Yeah, that was a great engagement for them, but they left everything to Otter in the bottom path. Now Otter, level 6 right here. You can see that one combination into Zapdos almost taking it down immediately. So while they had a good fight in the top path, they are just letting this Espeon get stronger and stronger and stronger. It's going to be the biggest thing on the map.
I now think that that prices All In into going all in on moving as a team of 5 and hope that Root isn't rotating to match. Decent invade here between Big Mac and Tie-Dye. Now Otter has to step up in the face of 2 tons of damage on Big Mac. Ice Fang reposition, and now Otter's trying to get to the bush. They can't. They get knocked out on the backside. Zugrug's getting beat up by Elo, Poppy, Big Mac's there, and the team all in is rolling together. I said that might be their way to find success, and it's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it looks fantastic as they're continuing this push right here. The Safeguard helping the Moltres get out, but once again, the Zoroark continues pushing forward. All in, not afraid to scrap with Dignitas at all, trying to take every fight they can, and what a massive start for them.
I'll tell you what, the patience from Anon right now to not completely collapse on Ender and get back with the team shows that this team is playing intelligently. Right into the back line is Big Mac, tons of damage down. Tie-Dye darts back through with the trick Phantom Force. Big Mac does go down, All In makes it back to pad. I actually think Root Dig got the better exchange there. They're better on experience right now, despite seeing All In take some good team fights.
Yeah, All In's had some great fights, but you know, there's an important metric that these teams are looking for. It's not just the score line here. Of course, that's how you win. You want to be the strongest thing on the map, and that's what Dignitas is focusing on. Yes, they lost a couple of fights, but look at what they're doing here.
I mean, yeah, Anon is level 8 right now. There's 3 level 8s on the other side, one of which is Toon. Big Mac taking tons of damage.
Wow.
Toon can't close that out, and the big combo by Anon does a lot of damage, and Zug can't close the door on them. Nice little maneuver by Tie-Dye to get Anon out of danger.
I mean, I got to say, I love how this is going for both of these squads. You can see it feels like Root Dignitas completely composed, even though All In is stressing them throughout this entire match. We now have Azmat level 7. That's going to give them both of their moves there on Zapdos. A miss there. Woo! A miss from Otter, and then you can see that big-time Electro Ball doing some damage.
Yeah, downstairs, though, Zealot and Ender working hand in hand to beat up on that goal zone. And you see Zealot's Unite move was used, and that circle above the rim there on that goal zone means the Moltres is engaged. Tons of damage back down on Big Mac, who is struggling to evolve to Mamoswine. That's a problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem, and this is what Dignitas has been trying to do all game, right, is keep this level advantage. Now the Greninja's 10, the Moltres is 10. We have the Espeon very, very close. They're out-leveling the side of All In. Now they're outscoring them, even though All In has had some great fights. Dignitas still in control of the match.
Both teams doing a great job getting their wild Pokemon experience off the map, which is going to be important here at the next skirmish. I'm taking a look at Unite moves, and we do have pretty much full up on Root Dig, only a couple on the side of All In. It's going to make it tough to battle.
Yeah, no Hoopa Unite yet. They are still level 8. No Zapdos Unite. They are still level 8. And Root Dignitas, we already have a level 11 on their side in the Moltres, and they're continuing to score in the bottom path. Here comes an All In push.
Yeah, we've got Zugrug who can use their Unite move to protect the goal zone. That's exactly what they do. That Iceberg gets set. Tons of damage down. Iceberg is gone, but they are buying time. Here comes Ender. Greninja catches the Bliss Assistance and they're putting in damage. That giant Shuriken goes down. The chase begins. Hazmat taking a ton of damage. They have the eject button into the bush. It's not going to be enough. They're knocked out. The rest of All In is on pad, but Root Dig is taking control.
Yeah, beautiful play there from Dig. We talked about this Bliss Assistance, and you saw the advantage of it right there. The Hoopa is 9. The rings are unbound. Greninja goes down, and here comes All In.
Oh, nice engage. Earthquake. Ice Fang reposition gets Otter put down. Now the rest of the team has to turtle up around this goal zone. No, they actually just peel away. Give the Regieleki to All In. Great use out of the rings unbound. Hoopa Unite move gets the whole team through, and honestly, credit to Big Mac. That's a heck of a Mamoswine play.
Yeah, that was a great play there, and you can see just the aggression still here from All In. Yes, they are losing a support or defender in some of these plays, but they are not letting Root Dignitas have a comfortable match here. They are continuing to pressure them, continuing to put a lot of energy towards their central area, making sure it's harder and harder for them to get the experience they need. Meanwhile, wow, I don't know what that was right there on Zell. I cannot believe they get out. Beautiful play there from Ender with the Safeguard.
Yeah, Safeguard helping hand, helping Zealot get out, and I think the young upstart is trying to do a bit too much there. Nice Unite move out of Articuno, right in the face of 4 players. Going straight into that objective is the rest of Root Dig. A big Unite move out of Greninja. That thing's almost always on cooldown. Buzzwole tries to go for theirs, but they get knocked out in the process.
Wow, I mean, a double KO there from the Moltres. They also secure the objective. Great stuff from Zealot. We have Anon right here. Just handed some experience over to the side of Root Dig, really.
Not a fan of that, Cowboy. I've liked almost every engagement All In has selected, and that might be the first misstep, but you can see how quickly the dominoes fall once you give yourself up and you're that far behind on experience.
Yeah, it is a really tricky spot for them to be in right here. Looking for a KO on Zugrug. You can imagine that one probably going their way if they just could have caught them with their move there. Zug now heading back to base. 195, 111, but I really do think the thing to look at here is the level lead that we have on the side of Root Dignitas. That is a level 14 Moltres. However, All-In's had some great plays, some big catches, and if they can make that happen here soon, they could still win this thing. It is not, oh, wow, Otter. It is not far off for them.
Nice engage. I mean, Zealot, that's an easy knockout for a Moltres in that position. Big Mac, you know, did get some vision. They'll be back in time. They've got their Unite move still in the tank. However, this Regielect is marching, and it's going straight towards the goal zones of All In.
Now, All In right here is ready for this fight. They have extremely aggressive positioning. They could look for a full rip here on the Rayquaza, but if they catch someone, here comes Zugrug. This could be trouble.
Oh, put up, put down, Buzzwole right in the middle, forcing out the Articuno Unite move, goes straight for the rip into the middle. Rings are unbound, we're in the middle. The Anon is looking for somebody to hit, but they're gonna get buckled. Rayquaza's there, it's on the Razor's Edge, it's taken by Root Dig, and everything in the kitchen sink thrown at that big objective. All In just happened to be in the way.
Yeah, All In really went for it right there, but what a patient, well-executed, beautiful fight from Dignitas. Ready for the secure, looking for the KOs. It does feel like they weren't stressed at all about the play that All In was making, and this is an absolute massive victory for them here in Game 1 at Ray, especially without this buff being transferred. Even with a minute and a half left, I can't imagine a scenario where Root Dignitas could lose this now.
Nope, they're just going to get those last dinky points in, right? Pockets are pretty light. And Root Dig, again, firmly in control as we've got 1 minute. If I'm All In, I'm hanging out, I'm maybe pressing buttons, but really what I'm doing is talking about Game 2. Yeah. What are we going to do? How are we going to adjust? Because what we just cooked up didn't work.
You know, I got to say, I really do think All In had some great moments. They played a good game, and they could be a team that could beat Dignitas right here, but I felt like even though they were constantly stressing the map, putting pressure on Dig, I don't know if they ever really felt it. It seemed like Dig was completely calm, cool, collected, in control of that match.
I'm trying to think. I don't think there was a particular moment, right? I think All In was finding quality opportunities. This only exception being when Anon went in like real late at like that 3-minute mark or 3:15, whatever it was. That was like the first time it felt like they weren't on the same page, right? I feel like they were playing really well, understanding that they were behind on experience, but finding quality opportunities to claw themselves back in the game. But that one specifically felt particularly egregious, and the moment Root Dig got Anon down, they flooded the central area and then grabbed all their wild Pokemon as a team. And all of a sudden, what turned into be an engagement that didn't quite work out ended up developing into something way worse.
Yeah, there you have it. Root Dig here. Massive victory to start their day up on the main stage. It's one of those interesting things when you're a team like Root Dignitas. It's kind of expected, right? You're that good, but they put on a show. There's that Bliss assistance into Greninja. Greninja chasing down the KOs there.
Yeah, I mean, that Articuno Unite buying just enough time to give Ender and Toon the opportunity to step up and put some pressure back the other way, and they found success here as we are going straight into our Rayquaza. Our Articuno was caught, uses their Unite move, and Anon was trying to get in the middle. You see them use their Unite move there, go over the wall towards Tie-Dye, get back into the middle, but when they finally converge into the middle, it almost lined up everybody to just get nuked by Root Dig because they were still playing on the perimeter.
Player of the game here, we have Toon from Root Dignitas. You know, honestly, I think it could have been anyone on their squad there. Otter had the incredible snipes throughout that game. Zealot, I thought, was playing out of his mind there on Moltres. And then Ender had so many hero plays. Same thing with Zugrug, really protecting the team there. Just an incredible one for Root Dig. 6 KOs, only going down 2 times, 8 assists for Toon.
One thing that stood out to me there, Cowboy, is Anon. 2 knockouts, 4 times they got knocked out back the other way. Oh, like, obviously that's why they pay us for this deep analysis here.
Yeah.
Not ideal. If you're going to be the carry, you want those numbers at the very least flip-flop. 4 knockouts, 2 times you got knocked out yourself. They need to think about that.
Yeah, I just think Zoroark is one of those Pokemon that obviously they had some nice moments with it, no question. Sure. But it's one of those Pokemon that feels like if it has a Comfey in the hands of the right player, it's a 10 out of 10. And if it doesn't, man, it needs a massive level lead, right? But even with it, it's good. I wonder if they have something else, another pick. I just don't think it's it in a situation like this, as we're seeing Toon about as happy as I've ever seen him.
the person to smile ratio between Toon and Zugrug in the floor.
Yeah, if you look at their smile ratio, their frown ratio is through the roof. Like those two guys, I mean, they could frown you for days. But I've actually seen, I'll tell you, on Route Dignitas, I feel like I've seen Zugrug come alive more than I've ever seen him, obviously playing with some of his best friends, people he came into this game with, right? It's a real treat for me to watch this squad because this is one of the, it's a makeup of some of the first competitive Unite players that I ever saw in this game, right when Unite started. So it's really cool to see them back together and doing this well.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. You know, we poke fun, and it's only because we feel like we can because we've known these guys for so long, and we've had the pleasure to watch them so long. And there's a reason they're still here. It's because they're so good.
They're that good, yeah. And we're going to see what All In can do about it. This is a squad of, again, known players in North America. They had a great match into Dignitas. I can tell you there are a lot of teams that would not have played into them that well. We're going to see how they want to handle Game 2. We talk a lot about how you're going to shift things up in the draft. I do think you want something else besides Zoroark, but I don't know if they're as comfortable on anything else. It might just be this is their best pick and it's what they're going to go with. As we're getting ready here, our bands, Moltres, Blissey, Mew, some targeted ones for sure. Root Dignitas on the other side, banning out the Espeon, Comfey once again, Snorlax, and now that first pick to All In, they could consider this Machamp.
Yeah, the thing they banned in Game 1, right? Big Mac grabbing the Machamp here. We'll see if that switches later. We've got Zacian and Ender eyeing up that Hoopa, are going to be able to cut off Tie-Dye from their Hoopa play, which was very sound in that first game.
Yeah, no question about it. I think their Hoopa was incredible. Ender's is incredible, but they decided to go with another power pick. You know, we're in an interesting meta right now, Doomsnacks, because it really doesn't feel like you can go too wrong with a lot of the stuff you're bringing into these matches here. Obviously, Zealot doesn't get Moltres, snatches up Zacian. If this was Japan, it would be the other way around. You know, we could have a Duraludon making their way. This is a Pokemon that has gotten some buffs. We'll see if they end up picking it. Wow, the little gentleman, Sableye picked up.
This.
I love it.
I love a good Sableye. Tie-Dye certainly fits the cut of that jib. Meanwhile, Otter hovering Latios, switching off. Toon going through the Rolodex here. We'll see where they end up. I can't believe I didn't say Pokedex. I can't believe I said Rolodex instead of Pokedex.
Is that where they got it from? Probably not.
Gotta be, right?
I don't know.
What's older, the Pokedex or a Rolodex?
Yeah, production, can you figure out if the Rolodex existed before 1999?
Excuse me, stats team? Can you go ahead and tell us when the Rolodex was invented? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Duraludon, we did it.
We got the Duraludon and we got a Dodrio. This team from All In truly is, I mean, it's in your face. It's wild. It has a crazy amount of range damage in Duraludon. It has one of the most annoying Pokemon in the entire game in Sableye. An absolute monster of a disruptor in Machamp. Not a defender to be seen. I cannot wait. As we have our final pick for Dignitas, they're bringing out that Metagross.
I am so excited about this team that All In brought. A lot of times you look at that and go, are they just kind of throwing here? Maybe. But it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and maybe, right? But there is something to be said about playing Pokemon that your opponents don't practice against too much, and about having a strategy that's just really frustrating to deal with. That Sableye is going to be so annoying. It has a Score Shield on it, so it can make some massive plays. It also has a Float Stone, which leads me to believe it'll probably be in the central area of Route Dignitas, and it is a frustrating thing to shut down in there. Meanwhile, you've got Dodrio with the drive-by throughout the match, right? Just having to try attacks, jumping in, jumping out. This could be a match where All In doesn't really want to engage in big fights. They kind of want to engage in annoying skirmishes throughout. We're going to see how Dignitas deals with that as we get ready for our Groudon map here. Of course, Thea Sky Ruins once again our battlefield. All in, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. Game number 2 here.
Zugrug going across the way here, and they're going to bump into the little gentleman. Tie-Dye quickly switching gears and running downstairs as Zugrug keeps their path across. Production, please put the statistic of the Rolodex on screen for us, because if I say it, they won't believe it.
Yeah, here we go. Nice big-time KO. Machamp using the eject button right there. It's still Machop, of course, to make sure that it could get that berry and survive before getting taken down by Ender. We have an attempt at a secure right there. Ender with a nice final hit.
Yeah, exactly what you'd expect out of a player of that caliber. Anon trying to reset here, just a little Doduo. Zugrug putting a lot of pressure on. Elo Poppy getting pressured as well, and they're knocked out. The K opener going to all in. Good response from Root Dig.
Yeah, nice stuff from Root Dig right here. Obviously, they were, they tried to get punished a little bit. I think the Sableye noticed immediately, oh, it's Zacian in the center. I don't think I'm going to be able to out-secure that thing. It's going to rip through me. So they make their way to the bottom path here. I love to see the play as we have Otter trying to peel back right here. A big miss there for Tie-Dye.
That's going to be all right, though, because Tie-Dye's going to walk away. No, walks right into a death knell there from Root Dig. Zugrug collapsing on top of their head. Now, All In has quite a few Stage 2 Pokemon going here. And by be quite a few, I mean one. Way to go, Kirk. But the fact that it's still a Machop is tough, because that's essentially slotting in their tank role.
Yeah, and 1 is more than 0. That's quite a few if you're comparing it to nothing, right? As we have, yeah, no problem. I always got your back, buddy. As we have the Zacian here taking all of the experience they can from the side of All In. Zugrug has just been pestering that central area, something we expected, of course, out of the Sableye, and it looks like the Articuno is doing that job very well. Here to the top path, Tie-Dye disrupting them a little bit. The Captain Pikachu not able to shut them down.
Between Elo and I think it's Big Mac on the Machamp, they are having, obviously that's going to be their support core, right? They're trying to get themselves opportunities for this Duraludon Dodrio to really get in and put work, but it hasn't quite materialized yet. All In moving pretty disjointed despite how well they moved together in Game 1.
Look at Zealot right here. Biggest thing on the map, looking for their secure, getting picked off there. That's the kind of plays we were talking about, though, early. If they can continue to make those skirmish plays, move in, huge amounts of damage, shut down, and then peel away, that could be big for All In. However, Root Dig handling them so far in this match.
Yeah, a pretty decent look. Zugrug and Otter going to be scoring this bottom path. Here comes Ender to put in just a couple more. Note they're going to let Toon score. Good job. Plus 23 on that goal zone.
And now we're heading to the bottom path here. Easy, simple objective for Dignitas. No one from All In anywhere near it, as we have 3 members of All In. The top path, they are looking for that Regieleki, and they are going to take it.
Zugrug now pressuring Big Mac, who's in the central, trying to get to their final evolution, get those extra 2 arms going, and become a Machampion here. As the rest of Root Dig is stressing the goal zones, despite the fact that the Sableye with the goal getter, with the score shield, is on All In.
And now we have the Sableye Dodrio running to the bottom path right here. They're going to try to make something happen.
Good Mewtwo Unite.
Yeah, good Mewtwo Unite. If only it caught the Dodrio as well, but you know what? It didn't matter. Compute and Crash picks up that KO for Root Dignitas. They are marching towards this Tier 2, but they also can peel towards the still available Tier 1 on the side of All In. Machamp, not on the battlefield yet. It's a Machoke, and it's going down.
So All In, obviously, we kind of see the thought process behind their strategy, right? When they got the knockout on Zealot, the Zacian in the top path, but they haven't been able to replicate that since, and now they're just kind of losing bodies left and right because they're so small they can't contend. Tie-Dye just trying to get vision, but realizing that's going to be an absolute blender. Zugrug with that big Articuno wave around it is going to gobble up the Sableye pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, the Sableye really can't engage with it too well without entering that blizzard, as we have Sableye trying to make their way to the center, get some information for the team. All In, looking to take a fight here. They need to win.
Articuno, the fact that they just put the big iceberg down on the goal zone, just because they could. They're going to take a quick knockout on Dodrio. Zealot did go down the other way, and the Duraludon's trying to put pressure, but it's Zugrug taking over. I mean, you're just looking at this legendary bird. It's so oppressive.
It really is. They're using it so well on the side of Dig. You know, I was wondering how much of it we're going to see. This is the first time seeing it in competition here in the West, and it looks like Articuno, a powerful pick for Dignitas, and it really allows Zugrug to play a role that I don't see them on that much, which is a very aggressive take away experience and take away the map style of defender. Normally I see him on more playmaker defenders, you know, things like Crustal, things like Umbreon, but this is a really aggressive Zugrug. I love it.
Yeah, not only aggressive, but using their Unite move tactfully, right? They put the Iceberg down on that goal zone. We just saw it, and because of that, they're able to defend it 2v1 in the face of all in. Now, Root Dig getting some points back the other way. The pressure continues. Duraludon with that cannon just melting Root Dig, and that's a great exchange for them. An opportunity to score is on the table.
Yeah, this is really nice for all in, and we saw once again these plays that we talk about right here where they're able to disrupt them. Look how much time they were able to have the Duraludon riddle damage into that Articuno because of the disruption of the Sableye and the Pikachu. And that's what All-In's looking for. You pair that with Dodrio moving in for a big-time Tri-Attack boosted, and that's how they're picking up these KOs. But can they make it happen more?
The problem is, to me right now, is the Duraludon's only level 10. If it was a level 12 in that little foray, I mean, Articuno's gone. Zugrug gets absolutely pummeled, especially after the combination with the Pikachu and the Sableye. But because they're so far behind on levels, their plan is now not strong enough to actually get knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, right? The longer you can keep this Duraludon around doing damage, the better. But you're right, if this was a level 13 right now, it would be a lot easier as they're moving in the compute and crash looking for Dodrio here. And they do go down. Wow, once again, another player down. This is what they're looking for from All In. These huge plays. They're shutting them down with the Volt Tackle, and they're letting Azmat just, you know, destroy them with these flash cannons.
Yeah, they were able to flank Root Dig really well. The compute and crash went in, but what it actually did is isolated two players of Root Dig in between the sandwich. That was the Pikachu and the Duraludon. And when Duraludon was outside, Azmat was outside of that Rock Coliseum. That's almost free reign, and it was just shelling that damage in again with that cannon. Then Duraludon, you said it got a buff. It's looking pretty solid in these moments, and now that it's level 12, it's got a real opportunity to do some damage.
Yeah, it does. Between its Unite move, the shutdown from multiple members, the huge amount of stuns, the reposition from a champ, the Volt Tackle on Pikachu, you could see multiple members of Dig get leveled here. However, this is also the kind of Pokemon that wants to flip and rip our objective, which is going to be Groudon here in just 15 seconds. Root Dignitas in control, but this match very close here. Zugrug getting caught.
Tons of damage. They get suplex. They're on 0. They use their Unite move, get the shield back. The Revolving Ruin is down. Compute and crash as well. There goes Zugrug. 201 there. The Machamp is gone as well. The rip is going to start by Root Dig. They don't want to give the chance for All In. Here comes Elo Poppy. E-Ball's too late. Secured by Zealot. And now all of Root Dignitas is seeing the writing on the wall, and they're going to say, All In, too bad. Give me those chips.
Big play there from Root Dig. The thing I absolutely love about what they did is they took the fight, they got a KO, they see that they pushed All In away, and they recognize that All In could go for a rip, and they said, no, that's okay. We'll just rip it right here, right now, take it in front of your face. We know multiple members of your team had to peel back. The aggression from Dignitas right there to know that they can finish the game. Very impressive. It's why they're one of the best in the world.
And now, Root Dig calculating their opportunities here. We see the Articuno Glaciers are down on the 2-goal zone. It's going to make it even harder for All In to move forward and try and counter score here, despite being down 260 points, which is theoretically manageable. Big Zacian Unite move, and that's 4 players down, chopped down very quickly. Root Dignitas, well, it's all gas, no brakes today.
Yeah, big stuff from Root Dig here. Amazing first set of the day. I think All In performed extremely well. I'm impressed. You could see them heading to day 2, but of course it's going to be tricky. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be able to shut down Root Dignitas in this group stage, so it's not surprising to have a tough game against what could be a future world champion.
Yeah, All In, again, a good series of games, but it just shows that Root Dig, despite having moments where it's like, oh, the other team kind of has a chance here, they insulated themselves well. Like, even going into that final fight, if they were to lose Groudon, the fact that both exterior goal zones had that Articuno Glacier on them to put like an extra, an extra hurdle in front of All In to go score was worth its weight in gold, and probably would have bought them a reasonable amount of time to respawn back in and be able to defend pretty effectively the goal zones despite that. So Root Dig even building safety nets to the safety nets out here to make sure that they insulate themselves from any potential shenanigans. And look at them, 2-0, off to the races.
Yeah, great start for Dignitas. You know, it's going to be a long weekend. Of course, they're looking to win this entire thing. They're looking to prove once again that they are one of the best, if not the best team in the world here, taking down All In to start our day. I don't think All In, if I were them, I would not feel too bad about that matchup. Of course you want to win right there, but I thought they had some impressive plays, and we could absolutely see them in day 2.
I agree completely. You can kind of see how amicable both of those teams are. Again, these are players that have been around the block for a very long time. And this is that computing crash where the Duraludon and Pikachu got to sandwich everybody on Root Dig into their own Coliseum. And, you know, as I like to say, the Coliseum turned into a mausoleum real quick.
Yeah, and there we go. Big time Duraludon Unite move, but you can see with Machamp going down, Dignitas said, that's fine. We're going to take this right now. They know Dodrio was peeling away. They couldn't get back there in time. The Electro Ball doesn't hit. The Pikachu Unite move is too late and gets almost no value. I love when a team takes the win there. Big play from Dignitas. Impressive victory.
Yep, very well done. That's what you expect out of them. But you said it multiple times, and I will reiterate too, All In had a great game, and I think that's a pretty exciting place to start if I am on that side of the map. Otter, your player of the game.
Yeah, and we have 2 Pokemon that Otter couldn't pick up here, Mew and Espeon. Espeon banned out by Dignitas here. And still, got another option, Mewtwo. Why 10 knockouts from Otter? I gotta say, I saw Otter, I saw how much they were doing throughout this match. I did not recognize that they got 10 knockouts.
No, I think some of them came at the end there, but it just shows how well Mewtwo Y can just harass the other team and has great ability for chase down as well with those long shots that it provides. And Otter is the king of spacing, right? Almost seems to be right on the periphery, right out of danger, but always getting maximum value from their own moves.
Taking a look at the damage here on All In, you can see exactly what we talked about here. The Dodrio, 14,000. The Sableye actually more at 16,000. The Machamp at 14,000. They are not looking to take big fights. All of their damage really came when they're getting a single KO, or in these moments where they get one and they can move in, get more and more and more. Well, it wasn't enough to stop Root Dignitas, that is for sure, as we're taking a look at our heat map and stat distribution here. That's where Otter was living, and that's mostly where he does live, in that bottom path. And there might not be a better player in the world than Otter in that attacker spot at the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, of course, doing all the work on the side of Root Dig as all 5 players. I think you can give them all credit for delivering on their responsibilities. But right now, we've got an interview on stage. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Soup Snacks. Got an interview. It is, in fact, an interview, of course. I'm here with Root Dignitas' Inder after a very solid start to the tournament already, a big one. Inder, how good does it feel to be back on the NAIC stage? I know you've won here already. A lot of your team has. I think Toon, maybe the only one without a championship at NAIC. Does Toon really want this one?
Toon wants all of them, so yes, that's for sure.
Okay, got it. So making sure to add this trophy to that case as well. Seeing the metagame has been really exciting, right? Because we've had a little bit of a break from a lot of major competitions here in the West. We haven't seen a lot of new Pokemon releases that are competitively available now. Curious about your team's process for designing your own metagame. Is that all in your own team's practice, in your scrims, you're coming up with your own plans of attack, or is it a lot from watching other teams playing around the world?
Yeah, it's definitely a mix of both. What we like to do is we like to make tier lists of our individual players. Like, this is the Inder tier list, this is the Zealot tier list, so on and so forth. and then we come and combine those together. We use some references from the Eastern meta, watching our opponents. So it's a bit of a mix of everything, but we're obviously trying to innovate and stay ahead of the meta as well.
Okay, a lot of support to the top of the Ender tier list, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, it's been very cool to see you already play on stage, but Dignitas has had a big impact here at NAIC already. I mean, you got a booth upstairs, which is really, really cool. How much fun has it been to kind of see Dignitas and working with the Pokemon organization here at the event?
No, it's been a great experience. Shout out to Root, one of our big sponsors with Dignitas. And having a booth, being able to spread the love that is Pokemon UNITE esports is always a great joy, and Dignitas has been the forefront of that from the beginning of the season. Shout out to them.
Awesome. Well, you're an awesome team that is so fun to watch here live on stage. I know a lot of people are really excited to be watching you at home, so we'll see you later today. Good luck in the rest of the competition, Ender, and yeah, have a really fun NAIC. Thank you. All right, back to the booth.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Zoinks for the interview. Of course, if he's here, you got to get him on broadcast. Love Ender, love Dignitas. Great start to the day for them. They are already, I'm sure, eyeing day 2 and probably Championship Sunday. I mean, they're looking for those trophies, of course. That's all Zugrug can think about. And Toon, looking for that first championship win at NAIC.
Crazy volumes of shade out of Zoinks right there.
And is Toon the only one who loses?
And everybody wins here, but Toon, right? No, of course. With a team that's already qualified for Worlds like Root Dig, there is no other place to finish besides first. Get the trophies, get the money, and consider this season well wrapped and be able to prepare for the World Championships. Root Dig off to a great start, but all in, definitely a team I want to keep a finger on the pulse with, because I'm really impressed on how those 2 games went, and I think they're objectively closer than maybe the final score lines read.
Yeah, I totally agree. We have got more competition coming up. Do not go anywhere. We are going to take a short break, and when we're back, more Pokemon Unite here in our group stage at NAIC, the final stretch, baby.
Nice.
We'll be right back.
And we've only just begun here at the North American International Championship 2026. Pokemon Unite only now one game through. So many more games to go to see who our final team to qualify for Worlds in San Francisco will be. Here in New Orleans, I am here, Wonder Chef, with Soph, and I'm so glad we get to cast together again. It's been a while since it's offline.
It does. It was Worlds last year, but it was amazing. We got some banger matches then. We're going to have some banger matches today, and that is exactly what I'm looking forward to, because we're going to be matching right now Evil Geniuses. So if you're not aware, if you haven't watched really how the regional league did, right, Chef? We had Rudig, Evil Geniuses just dominating all throughout that regular season. So these two teams that have qualified for Worlds, they are already feeling super comfortable. But they are facing now no sweat. They have a very steep challenge ahead of them.
Yes, there's going to be a really interesting kind of like field of play, I feel, here at the NAIC this year, which is maybe one that we haven't really seen before, where there are always, of course, a lot of teams vying for those final spots at the final stretch. That's why we call it the final stretches. Of course, it's the last chance to qualify for Worlds. But there have never been this many Worlds qualified teams at one event. There also has never been a format that we've had in any other season that we had this season, right? So many teams we got a chance to see in the last chance qualifier put on some ridiculous work. They were so good, but that was really the only chance we got to see them the entire season, right? Yeah. And there are a few of these teams that we are going to get a chance to see over the course of this weekend. This No Sweat is a team that for sure has been playing as well in grassroots events, but again, I'm not quite as familiar with them. I do know there were a lot of like grassroots teams that kind of played or like mixed up some teams or some players, I should say. So we will get a chance to see kind of what they're bringing to the table, but we know a little bit more about Evil Geniuses.
Oh, we definitely do, and we know exactly that this team is just so powerful in so many regards, and of course being the team that throughout the season was rivaling against Root Dignitas in every single aspect, and considering that Root Dig was the LAAC champion, they did get that spot to ACL. They got 3rd or 4th place, if I'm not mistaken, at ACL finals, so they did do really well at that. And because Evil Geniuses throughout the season was rivaling just that, which we just watched with Root Dig versus All In, we can see that they are incredibly strong, of course, with their regular season record as well to match. But I'm so interested to see, because we have in this format Rayquaza first map always, and then we have loser picks the map on the side, right, like we had in regular season. So Rayquaza being the first map, Chef, do you think there's anything in particular that we're going to be seeing today in regards to strategy?
Well, I do feel like we are going to see some more chaotic first games, right? So in the last set that we just got a chance to see, we got to see, I'm getting all the names mixed up already, but the team that went up against Root Dig.
All In.
All In, thank you, yeah. Oh, all right, you're good at this. I'm not. I'll figure it out one day, you know. But yeah, All In, they went super chaotic in the first game, right? They played multiple Pokemon that were able to really just kind of try to find a pick and then try to turn the game into like a 5v4. They played some speedster play with the Zeraora. They played a lot of really aggressive invasion play. So especially with the fact that there are so many teams that I think are set in stone, they are set in stone as Worlds qualifiers already. I think that having Rayquaza as a first map is a good chance for a lot of these other teams that maybe people are not expecting to win to really try to throw those teams off balance, play some different comps, and we have such a wide meta right now, right? I mean, ACL, or not ACL, PJCS, the other Japanese tournament, was All-Star Draft, and we had great first picks the entire time through.
Yeah, right, because just the availability of Pokemon, not just in regards to them being available in the game, having been released, they're just very good all around. The pool is very wide. It's very deep, I would say, and very just variable. You can make such great choices with different compositions. Like you said, you could have something a little more aggressive, just going for dives. You could go full deny dives. The Articuno has been doing so well, and it's just amazing to get that control. We saw the 3 legendary counterbuds in one of the games that we watched from Dig and All In as well. And as you mentioned, with the idea of Rayquaza, right, for the first map, we saw with All In a pick, like you mentioned, with a Zoroark, a Buzzwole, just trying, and Mamoswine, just trying to displace people and just get them isolated to get that 5v4 that you were mentioning. And at the same time, it's hard to pull off these as well when you know you're facing such a just strong opponent like it was Dig, like it is Evil Geniuses right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's the attempts to do it, but they are, I mean, these players on some of these teams have been playing forever, right? They have been playing since season 1 of competitive, and so it's hard to sneak something in against them, you know? It's hard to find that moment where they're not paying attention because they're just basically always paying attention. But there are a lot of kind of big upset things happening here. Also, the fact that we very rarely have had an event where there are multiple new Pokemon available, right? And there are 3 new Pokemon available here, which is going to be Feraligatr, Typhlosion, and Articuno. And we haven't had a chance to see them since our last event. They were not legal. Some of them were out. There are even a few more Pokemon that are now out and not legal, which we should theoretically see at Worlds. But that's a pretty big meta shift, right? And like you said, we already saw Articuno. Do you think we're going to see any of the other 2 new Pokemon?
I would say so. I think Typhlosion has a really good spot here in this meta. I think from a couple of patches ago, I would say even like during the regular season, they made an effort to bring attackers in a more powerful way, and we saw them rising out pretty well. There was that point where we saw the Espeon pick just being so valuable. We've seen their first pick on purple side many a times, and I feel like Typhlosion could fit that as well in regards to being a ranged attacker and just having that extra bit of damage necessary to get the constant amount of damage in a team fight that sometimes is just what is needed when you're facing an opponent that can just manipulate the fight and strategize the fight so well because they know how to survive it, they know how to micromanage, how to position themselves. So if you can maintain that barrage of damage like constantly, and a Typhlosion does that really well, I would say it's something that could fit the meta in this tournament in particular.
Yeah, there are honestly quite a few different Pokemon that are really looking pretty good. I mean, there's the I'm not sure. Sorry, I think we were just told that we're going to be looking at one of them, but unfortunately I wasn't able to hear it. So we are going to be. I mean, we got a lot of stuff to look at basically from what these new. Oh, Feraligatr, exactly right there. Yeah. So you know, I was talking to Kel about Feraligatr earlier. I know Kel's been playing a lot of Feraligatr. Of course,
she loves the Chumpy boy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's a fun Pokemon, and this is the one that I mean, I could very much be wrong. Obviously, there's a lot to kind of see about the meta at the moment, but I kind of thought we were going to be seeing the most of Feraligatr out of the new Pokemon. Not in Articuno, not including that. Obviously, we're going to be seeing a ton of Articuno, but so far, we haven't had a chance to see Feraligatr. Have you been seeing anybody really play too much of this Pokemon, or have you had a chance to see it yourself? Because I haven't seen it as much. I mean, obviously, there hasn't been as much competitive that has allowed the new Pokemon. PJTS didn't allow the new Pokemon, and some of the regional finals I got a chance to see, and I did see a little bit of it, but it was only a few.
Yeah, it's a difficult timing, like you said, with the ban wide that you have for these Pokemon that have been released for a certain amount of time after they had been launched. So I would say, like, usually from my solo queue experience, it's just a Pokemon that can do really well, but it could be like a hit or miss as well, because you need to be so close and to actually like have that little bit of timing, and it can be read by the enemy as well when you're selecting the crunch and what are you going to choose, what's going to be your course of action in that team fight in particular, what's going to be the stance you choose to go for depending on the crunch you choose. So I feel like it's something that requires a good communication with your team to allow for that time to actually enable Feraligatr to do the damage that it does, and it does a lot of damage too.
Yeah, it does a ton. I mean, it's one of those Pokemon that when it pops off, it really pops off, and it's really fun to see. I actually kind of feel like that's the case with a lot of the new Pokemon that we've been getting. You know, just talking about Typhlosion as well, I kind of feel like a big pop-off Typhlosion is really fun because it really just kind of dives that back line and just explodes everything, which is a lot of fun. But yeah, this is one big job bite. We were just talking about that. That's that Unite move, and I do think that we might see some Feraligatr today. Honestly, I expect that all the new Pokemon we're going to be seeing. Articuno, like I said, probably the one that we will see the most. But I've been really enjoying a lot of these new releases. I think a lot of them have pretty fun play styles. I'm excited as well for the ones that we are going to get a chance to see a little bit later, like at Worlds. And I was warning this to Kello earlier. I keep saying Skeledirge and Typhlosion. I keep mixing up their names, even though I know which Pokemon is which. I know which moveset is which. And just because they're both fire starter Pokemon, I like constantly just say the wrong name. So broadcast, I'm already calling it out. The moment that I do it, you know that I already said I would.
We have advertised it. We have one.
Yes.
I have the same issue, but with Feraligatr because they're both crocodiles.
Okay, yeah.
That's my thought process. I'm like Feraligatr, Skelegator sounds actually very sick.
That is kind of cool. Maybe we'll get them both on a team and we could be like, yeah, that's the Skelegator comp that we've been looking for.
Yes! Oh, I love it. And I'm so looking forward to that gameplay as well because it's so up my alley. Having that snipe ult, ooh, it's just very satisfying.
And the play that we're going to see as well, like the meta, obviously we talk about the new Pokemon, but there are so many Pokemon that are really, really viable right now. We had a chance to see, even within the last game, I feel like there were not a lot of huge repeats. I do feel like some of the bans are getting a little bit more locked in at the moment, but especially when we get to a situation like this, I think there's going to be a lot of character, or I should say, sorry, player-specific bans to try to target that out. And when you're, that's another big advantage, I think. When you're a team, for example, like Evil Geniuses, right, that we're going to be seeing, you can see right here, woo, going up against No Sweat. Evil Geniuses, you know how they play, right? There's so much footage out there of about half the teams that we have here at NAIC. And the other half of the teams, there's very little. There's some, right? But definitely not the level of like, oh yeah, we can see how they play at NAIC, or sorry, UIC, we got to see how they play at LAIC, we get to see how they play the entire season, we get to see how they play it, some of them at, you know, ACL, like, it's just like, okay, yeah, anything that you want to know about their strategies, about their play styles, you can figure it out.
Yeah, no, definitely, and it's a case where when I was, you know, just getting that study in, having teams, 4 teams in a NAIC that have already qualified for Worlds, that is just like a different experience for them, and also an extra pressure for these teams that we have accounted for as we don't know that much about them. And that's the fun part about internationals anyway, because we're talking about an open tournament that can allow people to come in and just have that first experience, or just trying to consolidate their experience in general. So, and I would say that for these teams that have been established, like you said, there's a lot of footage. There is also like the second tier, I would say, of footage available, which would be the teams that have participated in LCQ, alongside the teams that have already participated as well in regionals. But LCQ is those teams that were like Rush Hour, for example, that we're going to be watching later. You know, these teams that have been proving that they have quite a lot in their tank, and a lot of good read of these very well-established teams as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for some of these teams coming up. Obviously, you just mentioned Rush Hour, you know, formerly known as Brave Birders, quite a while ago. But of course, you know, we're still setting up this first match. So if you're wondering why we're kind of yapping and waiting around, well, I'm sorry, I should say our second match, really. We're setting up the first game of our second set.
It is our first match.
Yes, ours, yes. I don't even know who the 2 guys before us casting were.
Who are those?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen them before.
Yeah, not very distinctive features like a mustache or something. They don't have anything like that.
Yeah, I mean their outfits are pretty plain.
Yeah, like very just blended in with the crowd.
Yeah. I'm not good at names or faces or anything. But, no, of course we'll be seeing them again today, and then after us, you're going to be getting a chance to see Zoinks and Kella, which are of course a great pair. So really excited to see the entire crew out here today. Like I was saying, I mean, we are still setting up this first match. This is going to be, too, I think, a lot of offline first experience, I guess you could say, for a lot of these teams. Where, again, I feel like we're going to be saying this a lot throughout the entire weekend. Is like some of these teams have played in person, I don't know, like 30 times, right? Evil Geniuses, all these players.
Worlds experiences, ICs experiences, so many of those LAN event experiences that are like the highest tier possible. ACL even is going to all the way to the east, and playing in Japan is just quite a lot in the tank. And it was such a pressure, right, for all in that played this first match with those casters that we don't really know that much about, but we know a little bit about Verdig, who won the series. So we have that as an example of a very strong team versus a team that is usually just trying to get that experience and trying to understand how to face things. And at the same time, we know as well that some of these teams, like we saw in LCQ, some of these teams, they have a very interesting like coach stuff. Like some of these teams that we talk, I think I had an interview on LCQ with a Latin American North team that had, it's completely new, just clean slate team.
That's cool.
In roster, but the coach just made them get to, they got the spot, right? Crazy feats, and I feel like that's what we're going to be getting here on NAIC. There have been so many cool upsets. I'm not sure if we have it available, production, but I know that we're, of course, still waiting for this first match to get started. I wonder if we have the ability to see all the qualified teams that we have so far. If not, it's cool, but I would just love to see that, because that really is kind of setting up the stage. Yeah, so hopefully we're going to get a chance to see that soon. Look at that, how quick they are. Shoutouts to production. We can see all the different teams now that are qualified for Worlds. That's going to be in San Francisco in about a month and a half, I think. I'm not good at math.
But we can see here, of course, EU with 4 spots, LATAM South with 2, LATAM North with 2, Brazil with 3, North America with 3, and they're all here today. India with 1, OC, Legends reappear. That was actually pretty cool one to watch as well. So there's I mean, of course, there's a few others. I believe there's 2 pages to this, but APAC teams we got a chance to see as well. We have 4 APAC West teams, 2 APAC East teams, 2 from Korea. Zora Tigers Gaming, I'm really excited for that one. And then Japan with basically infinite qualifying spots because they earned them all by earning 2 at ACL and then having their 3 from PJCS. So Fennel and Reject, kind of the teams to beat. But any teams you're really looking forward to?
Oh, for Worlds? Okay, so I would say, like I was mentioning, the LATAM North team I talked about, they are currently looking for org as name, so that is them. And I think that was super interesting to see them bringing through something so new. So having that going to the world stage is like the biggest pressure that it could be. I think I'm interested in that. A couple of other teams from Asia as well, like Zora Tigers and T1, I'm super excited to see. But speaking of Asia, we do have an Asian team in Deep Cross Gaming coming from Taiwan with our DS Lashcan.
Yeah, that is a team that I am very excited to see. They are, I mean, they've really had a rough path, I think you could say, throughout the whole season. They've been really close to qualifying, and they've been doing really well, but they've been just short. And it's some great players that we've seen before, and then, of course, Slash as well, who we should be pretty familiar with from previous seasons here in North America. But they've come all the way here to try to earn their final spot. There are a few other regions as well that have shown up to try and qualify. I mean, basically, well, I guess only one of the teams from any of the LATAM regions that can qualify, which is going to be DreamMax Aftermath. That's a nice little combo that they've got going on there, so they should be pretty exciting. We do have Tuzi as well, who is here just representing, which is always going to be really fun to see.
Oh yeah, and like you said, Tuzi not being in this graph, although playing in this event, because Tuzi is already a team that has qualified for Worlds, but they are going to be playing today as well. And like you said, it's, of course, being North America International Championships. We have mostly NA teams here, so very well established, and some of them coming through with something new. And considering that this meta, all of the competitive play that we have been building all throughout this regular season, LCQ, and just the environment that was created, because last year we didn't have map selection, we didn't have any of that. So this year, this is like super fun for these teams that sometimes don't, of course, because we had a league system, didn't qualify through the league, but still want to play. They still want to prove themselves. They still want to have the opportunity to be on stage and to have the experience of being in such a absolutely incredible competitive scene.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams within this list that have been putting in a lot of work in a lot of grassroots events, and some of them did really well in the Last Chance qualifier. Some teams that I'm looking at that I've seen around before, Fluffy Tail Bandits has some great players, and for fun, Goofy Goobers. IX Gaming, of course, was within the league and just short of making it. Citadel as well, that was a little bit earlier. Who else was I really looking at? Oh, Not Enough Tanks is a team that was, I believe, one of the higher-ups in the Last Chance qualifier that we have here representing today. So of all the teams that were maybe not in the league and only in the Last Chance qualifier, they're kind of the ones to look at, and I do feel like they have a chance to pull off maybe some upsets. I do think that they lost to 2 teams that are here when they were in the Last Chance qualifier. I think it was Extinction and I don't know.
Yeah.
There was a lot of matches that happened then, right?
Extinction, Lunax, maybe? That could have been the case.
Yeah, I think that may have ended up being it. And then, of course, Rush Hour, which is the last one that I want to talk about. Actually, no, I'm going to talk about non-parametric statistics. Yeah, I'm going to say that correctly. That's going to be Muck's team, so I'm really excited for that. Of course, everybody loves Muck, one of the most beloved members, I would say, of the community. So some great teams that we got a chance, or we're going to get a chance to see over the course of this weekend. And I would be surprised if there were no upsets. There's some great teams, but there's some great teams that I think people don't know quite as much about. And this is going to be a great time for them to all meet.
Oh, it will be. It will be. Like I said, with Rush Hour there, I'm very interested in the teams that were on region. For example, Citadel were on the regional league, played in the LCQ, and they're still trying to get that spot to Worlds, right? So that is very significant as well. With IX as well, some of these teams just really trying to make it through, and that's an extra, I would say, fuel in general for all of the teams that feel like they can take that upset. But it's always so dependent on the group stage, right? Because who did you get paired with? And like we saw with Rudig first game, and now Evil Geniuses, whoever is on those teams that have already on those groups that have teams that have already qualified for Worlds, it's just so much to face.
Yeah, I mean, there are some opportunities where you could potentially get a little bit far into the single elimination bracket and still qualify for Worlds because there's so many qualified teams. But we are going to see one of those playing up against a non-qualified team very soon. So while we continue to get that match set up, we're going to go to a very short break. So don't go anywhere, because if you're an Evil Geniuses fan, you're going to want to stick around for this.
to the North America International Championships as we're going to be going through our second series of the group stage of Pokémon UNITE in this 2026 International. I'm really interested, Chef, because we talked about quite a lot of things in regards to the environment of this tournament. But I feel like maybe we should dive into Pokemon-specific things now. And of course, thank you so much for sticking with us through our technical issues.
Yes, of course. Great way to, classic way to start off the weekend, if we're being honest. This is always how it goes, but we got to get them all out of the way. We got to get all the bad luck out of the way before we get to all the juicy matches later on. So hopefully this does get, patched up a little bit quickly, whatever's going on stage, because honestly, I'm not exactly sure. But we're all stuck together waiting in the meantime, so we're going to all have fun talking about really, like you were saying, the Pokemon specifics, right? Because there are going to be some very strong Pokemon in the current meta, but again, it's really wide, right? So we got a chance to see, for maybe people out there who haven't had a chance to watch as much Pokemon Unite recently, or don't get a chance to watch as much International Pokemon Unite, we got a chance to see Japan's finals recently, where they had a chance to play on All-Star Draft, which is a mode that is basically, if a Pokemon is being used, it can no longer be used in the rest of that set. And we do get some awesome replays from that right here. Reject versus Fennel, the top two of ACL and PJCS, don't get it confused. But this was a very long set that they got a chance to play in All-Star Draft, and you can see through every game of this set how strong the picks are. This is game 5, so many Pokemon are gone, right? But I mean, look how many strong Pokemon there still are.
Oh no, totally agreed. And I was going to mention like the Decidueye pick as well, that unfortunately just got completely obliterated by that pick with the side of Fennel. But I feel like that is one of the Pokemon specific that can be like niche but very useful because of those later updates that we got. I think at the beginning of the regular season where we had the attackers just getting that buff overall, and I feel like the Decidueye is in a good spot.
I do too. I mean, we all had a chance to talk a little bit before this, the casters, and we were talking about who we thought were interesting Pokemon that were pretty important in the meta. And Decidueye won, especially watching how a lot of the Asian regions play. Both this, and then we got a chance to see Ice's team win their regional, and Decidueye was a really key part of that. So really, I'm curious as to how we're going to see any of these kind of sniper Pokemon being used, or how teams are fighting it, because sometimes they just don't have a chance to ever fight back against it. But this, you can see right here, was kind of how things ended for that tournament. Reject once again getting second to Fennel, by the way. Again, very close set, exactly like ACL, but Reject has just not quite been able to close out either of those. So we'll be seeing both these teams in Worlds in San Francisco. Great teams. We've already had a chance to see a lot of them, and their rivalry will continue. However, 3 teams below them actually joining the Worlds roster because they were both. This is, by the way, one of the best pop-off moments.
That's amazing. I like this is just so much raw emotion. I love that. It's incredible. Oh, Fennel just giving us just the greatest performance then. Like you said, it was such a close series in general, game 5. And we saw that at the last few moments on final stretch. It wasn't just that it was close. The fact that we saw Reject getting Kyogre, getting a good push, and still not be enough because the lead that Fennel built was just that huge, considering that they had already 500 plus points. Fennel Reject was able to score around 300 more, but it didn't really quite close the gap.
One of the best sets probably in Pokemon Unite history, if anybody hasn't had a chance to watch that, is the PJCS Grand Finals that happened, I don't know, it was like 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. I don't know, time flies when you're watching Pokemon Unite. But great stuff. And realistically, that is a really good sign kind of what we're going to see today. Again, some of the newer Pokemon were not really in that tournament, but we do get a chance to see the rest of the Pokemon and how much any of them are used. And really, it makes it even more confusing, I think, for us as casters, right? In that last game, we got a chance to see Machamp, who was banned out in our previous event, first pick, or first ban, or within the first bans very quickly. We got the chance to see Psyduck, who was banned out a lot, and there was like Moltres, and I can't even remember because there's just so many. I mean, Decidueye was a pretty early pick, but that was game 5 of All-Star Draft. And they are that deep into their pools of Pokemon, and they are still getting picks like that. So we really are going to be in an interesting spot for today when we are not in All-Star Draft. Anything can be picked, and this pool is still I mean, not even just as wide, but wider, including the addition of some of these new Pokemon.
Totally agree, and like you mentioned, you have not just the pick of the Moltres. I would add as well, on top of that attacker we mentioned with the Decidueye, the Mew, always so frequent, the Espeon as well. So these attackers have been doing incredibly well, and in general, I feel like the compositions that can go around them, they can be very versatile. The Decidueye, a little bit more niche, a little more specific, because you really needed to defend this bird Pokemon, and I feel like it's just very frail, very fragile. You have to be very specific on how you go about these compositions, whereas with the Psyshock, with the Espeon, you have a little more liberty because you have a stun, you can create a little more space around you. The Mew literally can do anything. You have the Surf, you have the Teleport. You can do so much damage from such a big distance with the Solar Beam that you can just be safe on your own. So a lot of things that can be used on top of that. And you mentioned the Moltres as well. Is there anything in particular about this Pokemon that you feel like is the most impactful? Because like you said, it has been picked or banned all the time.
Yeah, Moltres, it can do so much damage as what is already considered kind of like a tanky brawler type Pokemon. So it really can fill a lot of different roles, and I think significantly over the course of this game's life, we've seen when Pokemon can kind of fill multiple roles. They can be, a little bit of a defender and attacker, aka Blastoise, so they can be a little bit more of like a support and an attacker at the same time, aka Mew. We're gonna just see a lot of them, and so far, this is exactly what we've been seeing from Moltres. Now, again, I did mention though that there are a few Pokemon that we're not gonna get a chance to see this weekend because there have just been so many Pokemon released all in a row. They are just on a tear right now. So we get a chance to look right now at Skeledirge, who is, I'm actually really sad is not legal because this is going to be a fun Pokemon to watch.
Oh, it's so weird. Like you see here, it's an attacker, and it's just such a fun Pokemon to play. I've been playing quite a lot of it as well. The playstyle here is more definitely like Glass Cannon. You're ranged, you have a lot of damage, and you really need to stay protected because you are very fragile, just like the Decidueye. You are not going to be able to survive that much, and of course, being a 3-tier evolution, you need to go through quite a lot of guaranteeing the XP and getting the EOS Pokemon, the EOS coins with the wild Pokemon, there we go, to guarantee that you get into a comfortable spot.
And in this trailer, I was like, hey, another one we're finally not going to be attacking Cramorant. And then they put in a second Pokemon to get hit from the AoE, and it was Cramorant. So, never really truly out of danger. Whoever made these trailers, one day I'm going to meet them. One day I'm going to talk to them and be like, why? Why do you bully Cramorant all the time? But yeah, so the biggest thing here, which I think we are going to see pretty soon, did we just see it? The Unite move. It's kind of hard to actually show off, though, where it's going to have the big global Unite, which is going to be a really, really fun move to watch. Something that we don't really have an opportunity to see as much as we kind of get a chance to see Mewtwo's with a global Unite, right? But the way that this one works, just being able to target is going to be really, really fun to see. So Skeledirge, I do hope that we get a chance to see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see that yet in this trailer. Whoa, wrong direction. But that's going to be honestly one of the most fun moves to watch. And I'm glad that, theoretically, again, it should be like legal for Worlds as far as just being within time to be able to play it.
Exactly. And I hope that it's not going to have any bugs so that we can have this Pokemon at Worlds, because we're going to see here in a little bit of gameplay. That Unite move is a global skill shot, and it's very fast. It travels super fast. It's very wide as well. And you can aim, just like the way you play it, I feel like it's very satisfying when you can just aim sometimes as you're going through the map in which direction you want to go. Like you look at the map and you see like, oh, where's the snipe going? And I feel like it's very, very good for defending from a distance. If you think about it, it could be like Skeledirge is pushing, but then you look at somebody going for a back cap and then you just fire that and they're going to be stopped and they're not going to be able to score, which is like super interesting as well, because you don't usually think of a Pokemon like that usually as a mage, that type of attacker, to be one that's good for map-wide defense.
Right. Yeah, and it's really interesting just because of the mechanics of Pokemon Unite, right? In other similar games, you could have a little bit more global thing, but you really are kind of looking for damage to be able to finish off a Pokemon, and that's something that's similar that we do see a lot being used with Mewtwo, but just because you do get to really target it and know exactly where it's going to hit, the way that you score in Pokemon Unite means that you can basically, theoretically, get a hit on somebody who is trying to score, right? And so it really kind of has this like double ability to be able to do things that you might not expect, or it can help, you know, clear out another path that somebody else is trying to push down if they need a little bit of assist. So I'm really excited to see that just on top of its kit in general, but not quite yet because again, we are here only at NAIC. It is just barely outside of that competitive quarantine.
I know. It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna have Worlds. Everything is gonna be all right, and everything is gonna be all right here as we are working through the technical issues. So once again, thank you so much for your patience and sticking with us here for the second series of the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series on the North America International Championships.
Yeah, we got a really good match, a really great team of evil geniuses coming up very soon, hopefully. Of course, we're all waiting long because we want to watch it as much as all of you do. Evil Geniuses, one of the teams, and we did get a chance to talk obviously about a lot of the teams, but it is really interesting how many teams that have already qualified for Worlds have shown up just because they want to continue their momentum, right? I mean, they want to obviously win some big prizes, but the true prize that I think most of the other teams are vying for has already been achieved by these teams. And you can see them right there, their cool little track jacket jerseys.
It does look pretty cool. I agree. It's a nice combo of colors, kind of similar to what you have now with the white and the blue. I like it a lot. Yeah.
No Sweat not wearing jackets because their name is No Sweat, so they got to make sure
that
not
they stay true.
Yeah,
yes, exactly.
If we see any sweat, one drip of sweat, which we've already seen on me today, we're already just starting the day and that's already happening, but we see one drip of sweat on these teams, or well, just on No Sweat, I should say, disqualified. I'm getting that official ruling from the judges right now.
Yeah, we're getting it through. It's patched. It's completely legal and official. Well, also terrible liars. So, moving on. I did notice, though, Chef, that No Sweat has plenty of Cyndaquil plushies on their table. So that could be an indication of that Typhlosion that we were talking about.
That would be very fun. I don't think it's going to be banned, but again, maybe there's some like some unique knowledge. And I mean, hey, if you bring plushies to the table, literally bring them to the table, you may end up kind of being like, hey, you want to ban this Pokemon? And we'll see if that ends up happening. Evil Geniuses, though, they're currently still just kind of, I think, discussing some of their strategies. And realistically, I don't think, especially, I mean, early on, unless you have like some really, really strong knowledge, I think a team like Evil Geniuses maybe doesn't have to go super targeted. They just kind of have to play their own game and prove, hey, we are here and already qualified for a reason. And you can see there's like confidence. It's pretty lighthearted up there, but I mean, this is some amazing players.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, in general, this situation for them and for the other three teams that have qualified for Worlds and are playing on NAIC this weekend, it's just a case of like it's a playing ground, a testing field. You're just trying to get maybe new things or establish even more the strategy that you have already cooked. So a couple of these are possible for the teams that have found themselves on top already. And again, that does open up space for No Sweat, and it opens up space for the first draft of this series. No Sweat on your purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange.
It's starting, finally, let's go. And of course, Rayquaza to start off every single set, so always something to truly keep in mind when we look at these picks and bans. Bans immediately off the bat. Umbreon Defender bans, I think, are going to be a pretty big deal throughout the course of this weekend as we look at maybe banning out the Snorlax as well. Articuno is going to be banned or probably picked pretty soon. On the other side, Moltres as well, which again can kind of play as a little bit more of that defensive play. Psyduck as well, a little bit more of like a tanky supporter, right? I mean, again, it's all about the multiple roles.
It is. It's all about the headache as well. And Psyduck is definitely one of the most prioritized supporters in the meta at the moment. It's either picked or banned. Looking at here, a Blastoise, however, for the side of No Sweat, which makes quite a lot of sense with the focus on defenders you have mentioned. Although, that Typhlosion that we mentioned, those plushies, they were legit.
First pick Typhlosion. Now, of course, I was expecting we were going to see some Typhlosion, but with how the meta currently is, first picks are really, really interesting. Oh gosh, I can't remember. I remember in the first set of today, our first match, we saw a pretty interesting first pick as well, and I cannot remember exactly what that was, but I'll go back and look at it. But so far, it's been pretty varied. Sometimes we run into metas that are a whole lot. Oh, that's right, it was Espeon. Thank you. Look at that. You're keeping track. I'm not keeping track. One day I'll learn how to do this job. But on the other side, speaking of Espeon, we do get the Espeon pick pretty late into the draft, I would say.
Ooh. Yes, I would consider that the case as well, especially with the Mewtwo. I would say Mew, comma, 2 also. But we have the Articuno here with a Typhlosion and a Mega Lucario for the side of No Sweat, with a final pick of a Vaporeon and also very interested to see this Pokemon in play because I feel like it's very powerful with the Aqua Ring and the healing. Meanwhile, Evo Genius is with a Zacian and a Hoopa, an Espeon and a Mamoswine, looking for good damage but also good control. So now I would say they're really lacking that attacker role exactly. Latios, very nice. How we have been seeing all throughout the recent patch, this Pokemon just doing really well with late game pressure. You stack so much that you get to final stretch, and if you are stacked up, you really burn down through the enemy lines.
And it is pretty interesting, I think, to see the Espeon and the Latios both together. Not that obviously any of them are not good or that these players can't play them extremely well, but to double up on a ranged attacker is not something that is always kind of like a meta pick. But Evil Geniuses, they have so much flexibility, and I do like this a lot. The burst damage on this team is out of this world. If you get hit by one Ice Fang, I mean, Zacian plus Espeon plus Latios, it's over for you. So you really have to position well if you are team No Sweat. And they've got some pretty aggressive comp as well. The thing there, though, is that they aren't going to have maybe, I mean, I guess it depends on what we do end up well, the Mew is kind of the interesting thing to me, right? So a lot of times you can kind of choose between playing a little bit more of a supporting Mew or a more damaging Mew, but in this case it does seem to be a little bit more of a damaging Mew. So if we can end up seeing it do a little bit more damage, kind of playing with its range, you maybe won't need to full dive quite as much. It's not that they can't dive at all, and obviously Typhlosion can certainly dive, but we'll see how they end up playing the comp. There's the flexibility to it for sure.
There definitely is. And we're getting into our first game of No Sweat versus Evil Geniuses in the group stage would be of NAIC. And like you said, there's a lot of diveability, but there's also quite a lot of protection and setup on the side of Evil Geniuses. Your orange team versus No Sweat, your purple team.
And already we're going to see an invade here. Ducky going in, trying to at least be annoying. And if there's anything that the Swinub can be, it is certainly annoying, despite, of course, the fact that you're not really at full power until you get that full evolution. This early game with it can be just obnoxious. And already, we get to see the steal on the blue buff. That is a great steal. We're going to see another steal from just one of the ball toys. So a lot of experience going to the way of Ducky. And this is going to be huge. I mean, you really need to get this Typhlosion online. Again, it's a triple evolution Pokemon. And can it even get anything?
Wow. Ducky stole every single buff here, so Evil Geniuses with a very strong start and really making that Cyndaquil starve. Meanwhile, here on the bot side, we know there's always pressure to get the level 4 already with the evolutions, just the same case that you have on the top side with Evil Geniuses. Now here, with Naldi having to go to the bot side, still trying to find that level 4 Dark Raptor, almost taken down, but before people push here on bot side from No Sweat.
Yeah, really figuring out how to play catch-up is going to be the big question mark of how No Sweat is actually going to do that. And so far, oh my goodness, we're going to see that evolution already. All that stolen experience. I mean, one of the highest level Pokemon in the game right now.
That dash through the wall was amazing, but Ducky's in danger now. But Shanti is also in danger. That Mew is almost taken down. The Cyndaquil, it is a confirmed death with that last auto from the Espeon. Now Evil Geniuses maintaining themselves in a good position on the team fights, and especially on the levels.
That was an interesting place for them to kind of team fight. I did not expect that was going to turn out into a fight, but right now, Evil Geniuses are not relenting on the pressure. So I mean, you can see, look at this, 3 to 4 members already kind of walking into the center area. And at this point, there's not even anything left to farm in there. They're just kind of asserting their dominance, making sure that nobody jumps on them. And now they're going to back up. They're going to take this 8-minute experience in the center as well. That's gone untouched because nobody was even that far east on the map. Things are looking a little bit tough for No Sweat. They can certainly make a comeback, but they're going to have to take their time and make sure that they don't really get any more of a deficit than this, because they have Pokemon that need to stay somewhat close in level.
They definitely do. Dark Raptor here takes a lot of damage on the top side. Christmas super healthy. Well, you have Zeta trying to help too, but with that Phantom Force, Roland is just doing really well in helping out and having even more space. But it's not a trick. Cooper this time around, a portal now getting Chris Smith into a good health position, but back into the fray. It's Zaid and Dark Raptor that's also doing pretty well with this Mega Lucario.
Now, well, actually, Christmas is pretty low to be moving forward right there, but definitely up in levels. We are going to be chasing down as well. Nice! What a catch! That was just barely on the edge. I thought maybe that they weren't going to have a chance to get that. Oh my goodness! Ducky is just living in this west side center area. I want to see the Ducky heat map at the end of this game production.
Just west.
Yes, yeah, with not even anywhere in any of the paths. It's just going to be in the center area of the enemy team. But I love that heat map, one of the best things we've ever added. We are going to be moving up to fight against this Regieleki, though, and it's being burned down pretty quickly. Regice on the bottom being taken by Espeon, and up here, the final hit. Looks like it might have gone to, oh, actually, the Vaporeon. Not what I thought.
Yeah, usually not what you would expect, but it is what is the case here. Now you're looking at finally now to getting into a much more comfortable spot on the level 8 compared to what you had previously. Evil Geniuses, though, still with the power spike of level 10 with this Luster Purge Latios on Kyrios. And that is just like we said, setting up for the perfect late game.
Right. I mean, this is kind of one of the tougher situations you can be in. We still don't see really a lot of the power spikes that we need to see. Oh my goodness. This Latios, by the way, is starting to get out of control. Its damage is getting ridiculous. For anybody who's not as familiar, Latios does scale. You get Eos energy, or not Eos energy, Eon energy. Too much energy in this game. I need some energy. But it scales really, really well into the late game, even for a Pokemon that doesn't evolve, and it does more and more damage.
Okay, so we actually had Shantu there using their Mystical Mirage, and they were close to the Hooper and the Latios, so there might have been a little encounter or skirmish in the central area that they had to pop their Unite move. But now with nothing, literally nothing on the block, as now finally the yellow spots are spawning. Bot side, there is another KO for Vin here on this Espeon, allowing for Evil Geniuses to push on this bot side, allowing them around, I think, a 20-point overdunk with the top side. Having that Hooper around bound will bring the rest of Evil Geniuses. Dark Raptor has to use their Unite move. They're so low in HP, they're able to get finished off. No, not yet. Just trying to get their Unite move with the Eon Blast, and they do. There for Kyrios, as now Evil Geniuses has control over this pad. Zaid, he's completely destroyed on pad as well. Typhlosion trying to get something here with Nadal, with that Mewtwo, but they are not going to do so because the portal was perfect by Evil Geniuses.
Kyrios is seriously getting out of control. I know I literally just said it, but he's just doing so much damage right now, and that is a Pokemon. That's why you choose it, right? It has some of the best late game scaling in the game, and the better you can do in early game, the better it's going to scale a little bit later. The more you get a chance to fight, use those moves, it just becomes a very tough situation to deal with. And honestly, that's kind of a situation with most of Evil Geniuses comp. Now, there are going to be some objective spawns. We'll see if they actually fight for them. Only 2 members up here for Evil Geniuses.
Okay, with that, Regieleki getting attacked, but it has reset, so it's going to be on a lot of HP thus far. Dark Raptor, though, with Feral there. They're trying to get into a good position to protect and have No Sweat. Maybe could like this one, but the Psychic Solaire is going to allow Evil Geniuses to be in a perfect position to continue pushing and take this Regieleki themselves. They have all control over here, but that is a Mega Lucario trying to get a steal, but it's still going to get confirmed by Evil Geniuses with a huge push on top side.
You have to respect the attempts, right? I mean, they're doing what they can. And honestly, I would say the positive side, which is disappearing as I say it, but the thing that No Sweat can look at is they're not behind by that many points, right? Once you start becoming behind by like 200, 300 points, that's when you see situations like we saw in that PJCS Grand Finals that we got a chance to watch replay of earlier. Right now, though, I think points are less of an issue than experience, right? Yeah. I mean, level 13 on the side of Evil Geniuses, and of course it's that hyper-scaling Kyrios.
It's very scary. It's scary. It's scary and scaling.
Scary, the scary carry. Scary scaling. This is just, it's an absolute tongue twister. I'm going to need you to start talking because I need to untie my tongue.
Just reset the brain. Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that for you. Right, Evil Geniuses at the 3-minute mark with the level 13 on the Latios, level 12 on the Espeon. They have all the damage necessary to continue a team fight successfully. Has always been so well set up by Ducky on this Mamoswine with such a great pressure from the get-go, allowing themselves to have that experience boost. But we're getting close to final stretch, and No Sweat is just trying to get the level 13 themselves for this Typhlosion. Although Shanti is getting completely just erased off the map, although there is enough HP on that bar to keep them standing. Now Evil Geniuses has isolated Dark Raptor here on the top side of the central area. Another knockout, make it 2 for Kyrios. But on the other side of the jungle, you have Chris Smith again with Ducky, just making sure that there's no buffs available, even to look at for No Sweat.
This is, I mean, you know, in old medieval stuff, when they like siege castles and you cut off the food that goes into the castle. It's like basically what's happening here, where it's just No Sweat is not allowed to get any sort of, I don't know, bags of wheat. I don't know what they ate back then, but they are just, I mean, they've got some levels. They need to make one huge engagement
Potatoes.
here. Potatoes, yes.
Potatoes, okay. We have Pharaoh having to pop that Unite move. They have enough to continue just for a little bit longer, but it's still going to be Typhlosion in a tight spot there. But they are going to get taken down. No, not yet though. Evil Geniuses is trying to isolate Mew's going to use their stuff with a Mystical Mirage to get some damage. They have to use the eject button to get away. Now Evil Geniuses is going to just hunt them down one by one. No Sweat, only has Mew standing, and 1 minute and 30 on the clock.
I don't even know where Mew, well, okay, I was about to say, I don't know where Mew is, but
yeah, we found
back at base. Yeah, 3 seconds after saying that. Rayquaza, of course, being the objective just means that this is going to be even more of, I would say, one-sided victory, almost certainly for Evil Geniuses. So a pretty solid showing from them is the, I feel like it's a little bit of an understatement. They really, truly controlled this entire game. And honestly, No Sweat did do a pretty good job of not allowing them to completely run them over, but they were just behind by maybe 1 to 1.5 to 2 levels the entire game. And when you're going up against a team like this and a comp like this, like Evil Geniuses comp, you are not going to be able to fight them when you're behind. So, I mean, 40 seconds left, but realistically at this point, we know who's won. It's more than a 500-point lead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just
well,
not even feasible.
Yes. I mean, hey, you know, maybe if Evil Geniuses gets up and walks away, they've already qualified for Worlds.
They all disconnect.
Yeah. Somebody spills water. Roland spills a 3-gallon jug of water onto the desk.
Exactly. So I was going to say, it's interesting how you mentioned that. It's the gap that was created by Evil Geniuses on, firstly, on experience, and then consequently on damage and how they were controlling across the map on points. And that is going to be the first game of this series. Evil Genius is 1-0 up in this best of 3. We know that No Sweat didn't just completely crumble. They had something that was working, but now they need to figure out, we need to shut down Ducky early game, because if they get those steals, that's not going to work. So they need something that has to evolve quick. They can't afford the Typhlosion right now with a 3-tier evolution on their central area.
The thing about the Pokemon Unite is that it's such a fast game, it's such an aggressive game, that it's so easy to get a snowball effect. So if you get something like Ducky taking away almost the entire enemy center area at the beginning of the game, that can just snowball into a lead throughout the rest of the game, right? Like the Typhlosion, certainly wasn't a bad pick, and it did put in some work, but it was not the level at all the entire game that it really wanted to be. I mean, it did end up being their highest level. You can see right here, level 13, but realistically, I mean, it should be, the entire team should be higher level. So it's just a tough situation to be in. Ducky did an incredible job of invading with the Pokemon that honestly we don't see invade all that much, but is extremely annoying to invade with. So big compliments there to Ducky, a great player. But like you said, you know, if they can figure out a different strategy, like maybe a defending center area, maybe choosing somebody in the center area that's a little bit, I don't know, tougher, like they can fight a little bit more, things could go a little bit better for them. But Curious will be our player of the game, one of the most player of the gamed players in UCS.
It's true, they are.
English.
That is absolutely correct English. I can say that because English is definitely, I'm winking, my first language. Now we have the stats for Curious on the screen with a 14, 0, and 5 KFA, almost 100,000 damage dealt, 181 points scored. So we know now that Evil Geniuses is completely capable and just very interested in running compositions that they can control late game. But they also said, I feel like they might be a bit weak, and they exploited that with the invades early game. So I feel like that is exactly what you would expect from a team of this caliber that has already qualified for Worlds. They just know how to control beginning to end, even if on the draft that composition would be late.
Yeah, it definitely could be depending on how it goes out, but I mean, the way it played was just so good. And one thing that I do want to point out about those comps, the last time we just got a chance to see them, one thing that can be a really big issue, which was what No Sweat picked, which was that the Lucario, right, the Mega Lucario. Now, obviously a great Pokemon, very, very powerful, but whenever you choose a Pokemon that really just choose to kind of one-on-one brawl with the opponent, if you get behind in levels, it becomes so, I mean, honestly, just kind of useless. And I'm a little bit harsh to say, but again, not a player issue. That's just how it is if you're playing that type of Pokemon and you are under level against something like, for example, a Zacian. Like, no, you're never going to be able to do anything in that fight. So you have to make sure that if you choose a comp that includes things like really just any of the brawlers, that you have some sort of early game strength as well to be able to uphold your early game.
Yeah, and then like we said, like that usual rotation that we have from central area going into the top side would be so necessary, not just for the Cyndaquil there, but also for that Mega Lucario, because then you can help out for the carry in that case, right? The early game Pokemon that can do well in that side to actually manage to do something more, but they just both buffs being stolen by Ducky was really great work by them.
Yeah, and the ball toy and just everything. Yeah. Really, the whole game stolen by Ducky.
They were.
Great players. I mean, some players on here. I believe Ducky is going to be their first time going to Worlds, playing Worlds. I think that's correct. Sorry if I'm wrong on that. I do think there's a couple players on here that's going to be the case. So, I mean, well deserved. I'm really loving how Evil Geniuses has kind of even like grown as a team over the course of this season. Obviously, they got put together as far as these players at the start of this season, but all very strong veteran players. Some of them a little bit more than the rest. So we are going to go back into this pick and ban. It looks like Groudon will be our second map picked, and already we're seeing some familiar bans. Although Hoopa out pretty quick.
It's true. I feel like it was a very good choice, and interesting as well to have the Portal plus the Phantom Force as well, so you have the displacement but also allowing for the damage that was out. I feel like that was key too, because sometimes you would see the Zacian actually almost taking them down, but also immediately almost getting taken down themselves. So the Hoopa was definitely super necessary there with Roland. Now we have a first pick here for the side of no sweat on the purple. That would make sense, of course, to go for the Psyduck that was not banned this time around.
Psyduck, the top carry in the game, the top support in the game, the top tank in the game. We should do everything. No, we've seen so many times where, specifically when Keller and I cast together, for some reason, Psyduck is just constantly taking the main objective all the time. We're getting like triple KOs. It's just quite good. But Espeon as well, extremely good. So we are going to be seeing some pretty similar, at least defensive choices already from the side of Evil Geniuses. This is a pretty great combo, by the way. We've seen them a Champ Espeon combo a lot, but Psyshock after an Ice Fang is pretty almost guaranteed one-hit KO. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just so good. Oh, Umbreon was also banned in the previous game, and No Sweat is going to pick it alongside that Psyduck. So very high priority picks alongside the Mew. So on paper, they have a very good composition thus far. So they would definitely need here a brawler, someone that is going to be getting the melee damage to actually sustain. Oh, interesting here, right? The Darkrai. Okay, it's been down in popularity for a while.
Yeah, the Darkrai is a really interesting pick. It's, again, a pretty flexible Pokemon on how you exactly want to play it. I was a big fan of kind of the support Darkrai playstyle for a while, and I mean, definitely I would assume based on this comp it's going to be a little more of a damage-dealing Darkrai, but maybe they're going to be trying to target out certain players. I mean, Kyrios, obviously, we had a pretty big carry game last time, and we still haven't seen what Kyrios is going to pick, so if it's a little bit more of a vulnerable Pokemon, Darkrai is going to have a good opportunity to try and solo it out with the Unite especially. They are going to have some pretty strong Secure as well on the team, but hey, that actually is a Pokemon that you can solo out pretty well, and I'm surprised this is going to be the last pick with the Cinderace.
Okay, so let's have a look at this the two compositions overall, right? Because I was mentioning they needed that melee damage. They have a Blaziken, pretty good. You have a good Secure with the Solar Beam, and the Overheat there. So those two things are good, but the response that we saw as well from Evil Geniuses, I like it a lot. Like the Mimikyu, I think is very interesting because the playstyle of the Mimikyu, we're going with the play with me and just being on someone specifically, you know, just still on the ground. Having the Alcremie there also makes a lot of sense, who needs to be with someone that is not going to move that much to stay away from the fluffy cream. I don't know, cake. Yeah. I forgot what it's called. But yeah, the Unite move for Alcremie.
Yeah, the Mimikyu pick I think is going to do really well here. I do think there's going to be a good opportunity for them to either use the Mimikyu to get rid of something like the Mew early or the Darkrai early, or if they do end up in more of a flip situation, you can Mimikyu Unite the Blaziken and maybe try to prevent it from even being a part of that Secure scenario where the Secure is going to be pretty strong already on No Sweat. So maybe it'll give them a chance for Cinderace Unite to be an option for that. We'll see. I think a big situation in this game, as we're going to be going into game number 2, is going to be how well can Kyrios survive? And I've said historically, I think Kyrios is one of the best players at being able to play independently and just space themselves so well so they don't need that much backup. I think Cinderace from Kyrgios is going to be great as we get here into game number 2. No sweat, no wins on board quite yet. Evil Geniuses just needs to win one more in this first group match stage.
They do to get that 2-0 sweep, but like you mentioned, we saw a pattern of Ducky going into invades. We saw a pattern of Kyrgios playing hyperscalers, but this time around, No Sweat is a little more prepared. They sent out the Mew into their center to help out the Torchic, and that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much as big of a difference as you could possibly want. So No Sweat has to be happy about that. Their defense worked perfectly, and obviously that did waste a little bit more time with some of those Pokemon, but in the meantime, I mean, this is going to be a very, very different early game, or theoretically should be already, with no quad buffs going to Evil Geniuses. We do see 2 right there, though, on Kyrgios already, and wow, they are going to, Ducky's going to get something at the start of the game. Maybe it'll be a KO, maybe it'll be a steal with the buffs, but it's always going to be something for Ducky.
Yes, it is. They still swine up, so a little different in regards to that growing curve, but with 850 here, a great push back there by Naldi to get the Swablu away from Evil Geniuses. And that is just so important overall because No Sweat struggled with the XP. Now they're trying to make up for it.
Ooh, I like that. Coming in a little bit late, but definitely trying to at least threaten and say, hey, I mean, if you remember last game, well, no, actually it was the 8-minute spawns, but of course it's going to be a little bit of a different situation. But they did get completely ignored because there was such an aggressive play from Evil Geniuses. However, this time around, No Sweat at least showing, hey, we're going to be able to get some challenges up in the center area. And of course, for those, again, who are maybe not as familiar, the Rayquaza map is very different as far as the wild Pokemon spawn as well. Stuff like Regidrago is going to be spawning now. There's just going to be a whole lot of different situations, so we will be seeing that pretty soon. In the meantime, though, a little bit more of a poke game. Certainly already a pretty hugely different pace than we saw in the first game.
Definitely is, and just like you said, Regidrago now getting targeted by No Sweat, but Ducky always there. A nice Ice Fang is going to get Zaid in a terrible position. They use the Shinichi Doll, and they are going to get away from this Regidrago push. No, they don't. Cannot believe Regidrago actually got that KO, but it's still continuing. Evil Genius is here with that backup. Roland is going to guarantee that Kyrgios is in the best position to get even more KOs as that Cinderace is already level 8.
Kyrgios is pretty good. I think this is the first time I'm seeing this. No, I'm just kidding. I've been saying that for, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years, I don't know, long time. Well, yeah, certainly it has been 4 years at this point. I think we're at time. We are going to see the spawns up top here, and there's really not going to be that much of a challenge already. We're going to be seeing this Mimikyu really starting to pop off. Even at the 1v2, they're going to eventually have to back up. I mean, we see like Kremi with the supports, but altogether, the fights are starting to look a little bit more like game number 1, and there's just not a real good challenge for No Sweat quite yet.
Oh, a very nice dodge there. Now Christmas is running that Trick Room, which is interesting too, but it's a 3v2 now. Maybe No Sweat could try to turn this around. If Roland is on low HP, they have to be careful about this. On the top side, you have that Regieleki, and Evil Geniuses does confirm the bottom Regirock. Now with a good push with a Psychic there by Dark Raptor, could be the position where they get themselves into control of a Regieleki. It is, and No Sweat guarantees that one on top side.
The secure again is going to be a really big deal. Until they actually group up together and try to find an option to deal with that level of secure, I think we are going to see No Sweat with a pretty decent situation as far as being able to take more objectives than they did in the last game. And I will say, though, too, Evil Genius has pushed out a lot of points already. 155, that's a 124-point lead, which is pretty quick for that. We're only at the 6-minute, 15-second left mark. Nice little Psychic right there is going to have no backup, but at least they're going to be able to figure out that somebody was in that tall grass. So we're just playing, again, a little bit more of the safe game. We are going to see Evil Geniuses take the spawns in the center once again. Still, again, you can say pretty consistently in control of the levels. Actually, again, 2 levels ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, in general, though there is that difference between, the pressure that there was in fights, as we're seeing here, good Psychic though, onto Chris Smith. They get a nice dodge with that Trick Room, and they're gonna be safe. Kyrgios is still in position there to get some damage in, but so is Shanti with the Mew. There's the Solar Beam. They're gonna go win on Chris Smith, but they are just surviving pretty quick because they have that dollop from Roland. Now we're using that Mystical Mirage with a nice Mammoth Mash coming from the side of Evil Geniuses. They are going to continue this fight in such a successful manner. They are just isolating everyone and just taking each one of them one at a time. Shanti is not able to cancel the 19 push, and now Chris Smith is going to score a 40 with a 36 over them.
little bit of a 1v1 on bottom as well that didn't go the favor of No Sweat either, but they didn't get KO'd, so it could be a lot worse. Okay, side up full is going to be pretty nice, actually. But again, they just don't really have the follow-up. And you can see they're hitting a little bit here and there. Actually, wait, hold on. Christmas could go down right here. They're going to spend everything that they possibly can to try to get away, and does finally go down.
Okay, pretty interesting, because that's a very high-level Pokemon on the side of Evil Geniuses. No Sweat has an opportunity to get the extra XP for themselves and allow for more space for them to farm. Now, on the top side, there's the Regieleki spawning. There's another Regirock here, and Evil Geniuses is going to target that immediately. Although Blaziken for No Sweat is around, they could try to steal this one, but they're not really aware of how many members of Evil Geniuses are on the bot side.
They're a little bit slow, I think, through this fight, and there's a chance that they could, okay, yeah, no, not even going to be able to be close, and they might pay the price for it too. Not a full commitment, and you know, half commitment can end up making you pay. And so, unfortunately, just another big KO for Evil Geniuses up top. A little bit of a contest, maybe, but Evil Geniuses, it kind of seems like they don't even care about Regieleki.
Yeah, at this point, they feel very comfortable with the way they have been rotating across the map, which was what I was going to mention. Now, although that Darkrai does go invincible, they are just caught between 3 members and a Regieleki on the side of Evil Geniuses, and it looks like Regieleki is just orange team now, as Curious is going to finish that buff off.
Yeah, they took their time getting there. They were like, you know, if we walk over there and we can get a KO and we can get Regieleki, that's cool. If not, whatever, you know, maybe we'll play cleanup. But, you know, they just got everything that they wanted anyway. It's just the Evil Geniuses way. And, you know, they're going for a little bit more of what they want, as they're already going to be cycling forward here into the center area.
Ooh. Oh, that side shot was nasty. But pushing once again Evil Geniuses into the enemy central, just getting again one by one the Fluffy Cream Supreme in the final moment that they could do it before the final stretch, so they can have that recharge of the Eos energy. The Regieleki hits bad. They get yet another gold, 328 to 54, but they could get capitalized here. Ducky is in a terrible position, and it's a 2 KO streak for the Darkrai. So Roland and Chris Smith, they need to get away.
That's actually some huge KOs for No Sweat. They got so much experience from that. You can see now they're only down by about a level, which was, I mean, considerably better than what it was a second ago. They're also probably going to get this Regidrago. Yeah, nobody's going to be challenging it. Most of Evil Genius is rotating down to that bottom Regi, and it does look like they might actually try to prioritize that before the final stretch. But that was huge for No Sweat. They are behind by, I mean, a huge amount of points, like 280-ish, which is a real issue. But they actually can maybe fight in this final. Yeah, actually, look, they're actually up ahead of levels. 2 level 13s on the side of No Sweat, because they took down such high-level Pokemon on Evil Genius' side.
Just capitalizing, and of course having that Regidrago as well, extra XP. But bot side, Evil Genius is now having the Regis going into final stretch. That could be a lead for them, but they are also just so relentless in how they play the team fights that now No Sweat has to be very strategic.
We're pretty, I don't know, we're playing pretty reserved, I think, on No Sweat's side. Maybe they're hoping that somebody's going to run into the tall grass, but it looks like they were found out on the bottom grass, just trying to get some positioning. Not going to get fully caught out and KO'd, which is pretty nice. It was, of course, a pretty good Pokemon to be caught out, but look how aggressive Evil Geniuses is. If they find one opportunity to jump in, they're going to do it. Darkrai just poking, I think, a little bit, trying to test the waters. We do see a potential back cap of top northeast, but no.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses is strong, and now forcing out that Mystical Mirage, that Mew is in a terrible position. They have to just get away from the fight. Now with another pick here, with the Mimikyu, they're able to take one member down from No Sweat, and it's the Darkrai, which makes a lot of difference. There is another KO on the Mew. No damage that you can find on the side of No Sweat, because Naldi is also getting engaged upon by Chris Smith. There's the Psybeam, 2 KO streak for Vin, and now Groudon is exposed.
Oh, it's getting pretty low. Not really going to even be a challenge for it. Now, this is only going to be Groudon, but you really wanted that buff. And look, we did get another KO on the Psyduck as well, just even off-screen barely as that happened. So all 5 members up with shields. Tons of Hundo Burgers going in. 1 minute left. 1 member up on No Sweat. And I don't think that Evil Geniuses is going to overextend here. They have such a huge lead. They do not want to give away these shields. I mean, hey, you know, actually, they're getting a little bit close. We do see at least 1 member back up. We'll see if they go for any more points. They don't have anything like a Hoopa, though, for any sort of quick resets, and this is a pretty common strategy, maybe potentially hiding in some of the tall grass, waiting to see the push and then counter push, just knowing that they don't know that you're there. We'll see what they do with the last 30 seconds, but this is going to be a tough ask for No Sweat.
Yes, it is. But I really appreciate the fact that Evil Genius is here. Although they are so ahead, they're not just backing out, we're not going to do anything. Let's be here, let's go for skirmish. If possible, they see an opening, they go for yet more points, almost getting themselves into that 1,000-point mark. 804 is the score they have. Dark Raptor goes down, and Evil Geniuses starting out group stage with a 2-0 against No Sweat, and I believe that was definitely a no sweat for EG.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, definitely some sweating on the other side with a little bit of a tough set, both games. Honestly though, definitely like a fighting chance there. We've seen some truly one-sided games. It just really comes down to especially those final fights where Evil Geniuses knows exactly how to take advantage of their comp and of their lead that they've held throughout the entire game. So not a weak showing by any means from No Sweat, but Evil Geniuses are a Worlds qualified team for a reason. Exactly all of the reasons that we got a chance to see so clearly in that set, and a great start for them, but really tough route for any team trying to make it all the way through NAIC this year. See Roland pretty happy right there.
Oh, and I feel like overall, the attitude, the approach from Evil Geniuses in game, it felt to me, very respectful of their enemy. They know that No Sweat is coming here a little bit raw, a little bit new, and they said, yeah, let's still play this like we value our opponent. And that's what they did. They didn't like overextend and make silly mistakes or just be like, yeah, let's play this for fun. No, they still had their strategy, they had great draft, and they made sure that they were going to be playing their strategy in a very conscious way, very deliberate way. And that's what No Sweat did too. And I feel like that's amazing for them. Like, such great experience for No Sweat to be playing against a Worlds qualifying team and not be completely stomped, because I don't feel like that's what we had on the screen. At one point, Chef, you mentioned how there were 3 level 13s on the side of No Sweat. So they were managing to get resources. It's just very hard when it comes to the team fights, because the positioning on EG, oof.
Curious, MVP once again, doing an incredible amount of everything all the time. But yeah, I'm going to continue talking about that match too. Just like you were saying, really, the Evil Geniuses did play with a great amount of respect in that match, and it made sense because the one they did was one opportunity in Game 2 that was the one that led to them getting those level 13s and jumping ahead, right? No Sweat. And the one time that Evil Geniuses, and I wouldn't even say that they overcommitted, they just valued getting that over 200-point lead over the potential of giving them experience. So they pushed down that tier 2, they got that huge lead, but then they got 3 KO'd, in return. And No Sweat took huge advantage of the one opportunity they were given. So if Evil Geniuses had given them any more opportunities, it would have potentially gone the other direction. And Evil Geniuses knew that, and playing with respect towards other teams, even if you're winning a lot, is huge. Because Pokemon UNITE has a big comeback factor.
Yes, there is, especially in the first game where we were playing Rayquaza. We know how the flip factor works, and that is exactly why I feel like I'm happy to see Evil Geniuses performing the way they have with this 2-0, because sometimes it just feels like, wow, it was a little one-sided. There was such a huge power difference in regards to experience between the two teams, but this felt like so par on par. I respect you. I want to play my best game against you. No Sweat was like, yup, we might be sweating, but we are taking that opportunity. We see a window, we will take it. And they were just gathering so many good resources where they could, with Reggie Alecki's, with those knockouts like we saw, having the opponent be at such high level that you get a lot of XP, getting Reggie Dragos. And all of it was very well utilized by No Sweat.
Oh yeah, they did a great job. But we're going to get a chance to talk to their opponents now, Evil Geniuses, up on stage, as we're going to get a chance to talk to one of the members. Whichever one we talk to, I think they're all awesome people. So let's see who it ends up being.
All right, that's right. Evil Geniuses starting out their day, of course, with an incredible victory. I'm here with Ducky. Congratulations. What a start, but I think kind of expected for your crew, right? How does it feel being up on the big stage again?
It feels great. It's been a couple months. Everyone, there's a little bit of nerves going into the first set of the tournament. So to be able to win 2-0, it feels really good.
I gotta ask, you're already qualified for Worlds, so I assume that your eyes are on the horizons a little further than this group stage. Obviously, you're looking to win here at NAIC. Is there a team you would love to see get that last World spot? Do you have any friends that are playing in the competition today?
Yeah, I'd probably say Extinction. We, as a team, we're definitely friends with them. We scrim with them sometimes, so yeah.
All right, so moving forward, San Francisco Worlds, you're obviously looking for a big win. You haven't had that huge international win yet. You got so close at EUIC. How do you think this tournament's going to prepare you for that?
I mean, just more LAN experience, I would say. This will only be our third LAN of the year, so. And playing on LAN is so much different than online, so just more practice for that is going to be great.
And I gotta ask, for your team, I feel like I've seen you guys really hot, and even when you're not winning all of your games, I think you guys are an extremely solid team. What do you think is the difference maker for Evil Geniuses? Like, what sets you apart from every other squad?
I would just say all 5 of our players are very mechanical. If we're playing together as a team, having good macro and stuff, we'll definitely just diff every single team mechanically.
Amazing. And who on your team throws the most besides Roll?
Low-key, probably me. I can't lie. But we don't throw that much, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's true. You guys do not throw that much. Great start to the day. Congratulations. I can't wait to see what the rest of the tournament looks like for you. And I hope to see you on Championship Sunday. Good job, dude. All right, we're going to send it back to the booth. Goodbye.
Collateral damage to Roland in that interview. Unbelievable after just winning the game. But no, great that we got a chance to talk to Ducky, who obviously was a pretty big part of those games going well, especially that game number 1. Yep. But again, also a player who is just getting more, like you said, in-person experience, getting a chance to get even more experience before they head into Worlds, and already is looking quite strong. So very impressive stuff from them, and we do, I think, have some off-stream updates.
Yes, we do. We have an updated group stage for NAIC and Pokémon UNITE. Group A, we have Root Dig. They have scored their second win of the day, 2-0 their score. All In have also won a game, so they're getting themselves into a 1-1 position alongside Fluffy Tail Bandits on 1-1. Now MBN unfortunately has lost 2 games. With the side of Group B, we have Goofy Goobers also on 2-0. NEG that is looking to get 2-0 pretty soon, but now have confirmed their first win. Not Enough Tanks and No Sweat plus Phantom 5 have all lost 3.
Now, one thing I gotta go back. Sorry, one group. We did see Deep Cross Gaming, of course, the Asian team actually lost their first match. Oh wow, you can actually go back. Goated. Thank you, production. Thank you, Noah, will say. I think that's who we have today. But yeah, look at that. It looks like they lost against Fulcrum, which is certainly an upset, I would say, in as far as everybody was expecting. Of course, that's a really difficult group. Now, especially, too, if we get the chance to see that Fulcrum is really a team to be wary of, that is looking like maybe one of the scariest groups, and also one of the only groups that has 4 people in it, so pretty big right there. Lunex, by the way, in Rush Hour, our grand finals of Last Chance qualifier are 1-1 right now, both win a piece, and then, of course, the last few stages. We go back to the second page. Thank you, production. Sorry, I had to point out the upset, because, honestly, I expected Deep Cross Gaming was going to maybe win out Pools, like,
me too.
Completely.
I agree. That is very interesting information that we have from Fulcrum there. And with the final 2 groups with E and F, we have DreamHack Aftermath, so my fellows from Brazil, 2-0 in that group. Sure. I mean, it's all our fellas. Citadel Gaming in 1-0. IX, well, Group F hasn't played yet, so Citadel and DreamHack Aftermath are doing pretty good in that Group E.
Yeah, nothing quite yet out of the last group, but of course we just started the day, so we are staggering them a little bit. That might be what we're going up against next. I actually don't remember what the next matchup is, so I'm going to pretend that I do, but I certainly don't. Oh, look at that!
Extinction and Fulcrum.
So that's actually cute.
Go.
So now that we just learned that Fulcrum defeated, our singular APAC team coming here, we now get a chance to see even more about them as they get to play against Extinction, who we just heard from the interview is friends with Evil Geniuses and is, of course, one of the best teams that we have seen. So we're going to see a lot of really interesting information already early in the day. We're only 2 sets in and already seeing some upsets, seeing some big plays. More to come right after this as we continue the first few matches of the day here at NAIC 2026.
are here at NAIC for the Pokemon Unite's final stretch. We're watching teams from all over the world competing for the final spot in the World Championships. And of course, here in North America, we got a hometown rivalry about to happen on our main stage. We're going to be seeing two incredible teams momentarily, but for now, you get to see us. What's up, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined with Kello, and this is going to be an awesome weekend. How you feeling so far after two great matches, Kello?
I think it's been a great start to the day. Some great matches, and I mean, it's not over. We are only heading into our third round here for this group stage, and I'm really excited to see what these teams bring, especially because we already had Fulcrum play their first game of the day. Would you like to update us?
Yeah, I would love to. This has been an interesting group stage already. I feel like the two main stage matches that happened sort of went as expected. We had two powerhouse teams playing, and they're already looking in great form. However, we did have an interesting group that we're about to be observing in Group C right now. Fulcrum, Extinction, Louisianimals, and Deep Cross Gaming from APAC East. Fulcrum was able to defeat DCG earlier on in the off-stream match. So Fulcrum is headed into this matchup 1-0 already. Extinction looking to tie that one up and actually send Fulcrum to 1-1. Still, with a team like DCG having a pretty high-profile storyline going into this tournament, surprised to see them take such an early loss. And right now, ironically, I think they have become Fulcrum's biggest fans. They would love to see that team beat Extinction to kind of set them up a little bit later on in the day to have a win against Extinction and still make it out of their group. But either way, really interesting results happening all over the place. Notable in Group B, Goofy Goobers actually at 2-0, a team that is playing in a lot of North America grassroots events currently. So exciting stuff. We'll probably get to see them on main stage a little bit later today.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Every game is very important when it comes to that group stage, wanting to get into that top 2 position. That way they can make it over through to day 2. But we're heading straight into draft here. We have Extinction there on that first pick position. Fulcrum in the second pick position, but we already have some bans coming on through. I feel like Mega Charizard, very, very warranted, especially with this Psyduck as well.
Yeah, I think Psyduck, Machamp, super common bans. One that's been surprising to me is this Feraligatr ban. From what we've been hearing from teams is that we have Feraligatr teams and we have teams that will never touch the Pokemon. Instead, always refer to the ban stage. Snorlax, on the other hand, a Pokemon that is receiving a ton of bans in our competition throughout this weekend. I think we can expect to see a ton of that. Probably the best defender in class right now, but there's some good stiff competition in Umbreon and even Articuno. JL is going to pick up that Umbreon, but it's a surprise to me. I actually expected a Hoopa pick out of this Extinction team, but locking up that Umbreon early.
Oh, well, mentioning Hoopa, we can actually see it being hovered over by Fulcrum, so maybe that's the play. Don't ban it away themselves, and that way, if they don't end up locking in that first pick position, they're then going to hinder them by selecting that themselves.
Yeah, I mean, BTB and Graven getting two just incredible picks in the Zacian and the Hoopa. Such strong Pokemon when it comes to macro. Zacian specifically, in just some small moments throughout the match, is so powerful. Extinction, though, they are not lacking for any kind of power options either. Reach locking in that Mew. Feels like Mew and Espeon, the two biggest attackers in the game right now that we are seeing pick priorities all over the place from. So Reach picking up that Mew. Let's see what Fulcrum decides to respond with. A couple of fire types currently being hovered, but let's, of course, last second switch to the water type. There's Blastoise, even countering my analyst predictions. That's wild work from the water type.
You got to balance out the fire, okay?
Right.
Water and fire, there is some balance there, but I think picking up that Blastoise there, especially because they didn't have a defender pick, locked on in, coming in, bringing in just some extra crowd control, some extra bulk over to their team. That way, they can go and protect that Typhlosion.
Yeah, well, if you want a Pokemon that's pretty solid at getting around some of that crowd control, Galarian Rapidash is actually an awesome choice. Love this speedster pick. It's one that we haven't seen from Trainer very often. You know, we've been looking at the stats, you and I go deep dives, but Trainer has, of course, a huge list of competitive Pokemon they love to play, but normally near the top of that is things like Pawmot or the Mimikyu. But when you have JL on Umbreon and less of kind of a pocket support style Pokemon, you might have to be a bit more self-sufficient. And I think that's where we are seeing the Galarian Rapidash come from in this draft composition. On the other hand, Fulcrum are rounding out their comp with a long-range attacker in the Inteleon. It's going to be pretty powerful. One of the only Pokemon that can kind of outdistance Mew in a lot of cases, not only in team fights for damage, but also for last hit secures on wild Pokemon.
I'm just curious though, is this Inteleon going to end up being Snipe Shot or Liquidation? Especially when we do have that Mega Lucario, the Mew, the Galarian Rapidash, which have some great maneuverability. I'm thinking potentially a Liquidation game might end up looking good here, but we'll have to wait and see once they end up getting that evolution, selecting that moveset in, which Inteleon we end up having for this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. So let's get into game number 1 between Extinction and Fulcrum. Reminder, both of these teams are not yet qualified for the World Championships. This is their chance to lock up that spot to San Francisco and forge ahead in the tournament. We're going to start with a pause.
Yes, we are going to start off with a pause there, which will give us a bit more time to go and break down these picks here. I guess in terms of one thing, I want to talk about this Hooper pick. Which Hooper do you think we're actually going to end up seeing paired on it? Are we going to end up having that hyperspace hole move where they're going to have that maneuverability in between those lanes? Or are we going to end up seeing a Trick Hooper?
I would love to see a Trick Hooper. I really would. I think when you're pairing it with a couple of Pokemon, specifically something like the Typhlosion, I think that could be really interesting. Obviously, Typhlosion is the attacker class Pokemon, which primarily play at distance. Typhlosion, kind of an exception to that rule. An attacker Pokemon that does love to get in the mix. You combine themselves with a tiny little teleport option to get in and out of danger. I think that could be a devastating combination if Fulcrum could pull it off. It's a tough pendulum to manage, but I think they could work it out.
So utilizing that flame wheel to get on in, and then once they've landed, done their damage, use that Trick Phantom Force to get on out and then just restart all over again?
That's what I got down on paper. That's the playbook. But we'll see. You know, obviously, they're going to have to make their move selections at the beginning of the match with how Pokemon Unite's operating. So you are going to be committing pretty hard to some of these game plans. We'll see if that is what actually ends up happening. We did get a little bit of information, by the way, between Fulcrum and Deep Cross in their matchup earlier today, kind of how the results ended up going. It did come down to final objectives in multiple matches in terms of Rayquaza in map 1 and then Groudon in game number 2. Both of these moments were, you know, up until the last second of the match, and then the tide's completely turning. So we'll see if Fulcrum can make that happen again against Extinction, or we'll see if Extinction in their first game or first match of the day could start off with a lot of tempo.
I guess in that instance, it's really going to be important for Extinction to get quite that point lead earlier on. That way they don't end up faltering to a rip and flip if that is what Fulcrum's game plan is.
Right. We've seen that one from Rayquaza a few times.
Yeah, especially when Rayquaza is going to be that first map of this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see what ends up happening in that kind of situation. It can be a tricky one, obviously. In terms of last hit secure, you got a few options on both sides, right? We talked about the Inteleon with the Liquidation, maybe not as much of an objective secure one. We see the Snipe Shot, obviously that'll be a huge weapon in that toolkit, but they are not lacking in a lot of other reasons for Fulcrum, right? You got the Zacian, who's such a powerful Pokemon at last hitting some of these major objectives. On the other side, though, a Mega Lucario and a Mew are two Pokemon that are notorious for securing last hits on some of these major objectives. So Extinction might be happy to see an endgame situation that gets really close around a Rayquaza or a Groudon. They could be at a distinct advantage.
Well, yeah, I guess it depends on those situations in that moment. While Mega Lucario and Mew are the threat, well, Fulcrum would likely be aware of that. So is that going to be their targets heading on into these major objectives? You've got to take care of that Mew ASAP, but, well, are they going to have that dive potential? Are they going to be able to pull off those combinations like we mentioned with that Flame Wheel Typhlosion to try and get into the back line, or even utilizing that Inteleon to try and get that lockdown? I mean, that's the thing. When you put pen to paper, we can say all of these things and, you know, plan ahead, but when it actually ends up coming to in that game, well, there's many more factors to to go and consider.
Exactly. When we're zooming in on the micro, there's some really interesting things that'll actually end up playing out. But that's also the case for the macro a bit, right? Kella, let's zoom out a bit. We talked about Fulcrum in their tournament storyline already having a nice win against a top team in Deep Cross Gaming, but Extinction, ooh, okay, hold on, let that energy. All right, fine, Pokemon, keep talking about you. I'm so sorry. But no, Extinction, I wanted to talk a little bit about their storyline headed this tournament as well. Like we mentioned, neither of these teams have yet qualified for the World Championship, so both these teams going to try to be the top-ranked team in this North America tournament. But Extinction also so close to qualifying in the North America Regional Leagues as well, falling just outside of that top 2 spot and not picking up their win. Extinction is a team that has come close quite a few times. They're going to need to put it all together to close out this one, starting with this game against Fulcrum.
Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing. I guess in terms of these two teams, throughout this season, we have become so familiar with Extinction via the regional leagues. As you mentioned, coming in a third, even then coming in that top 5 position for the last chance qualifiers. Whereas Fulcrum, well, we have a lot of players coming together. They only actually ended up getting together at the beginning of this month. But these players, they have been playing the game, participating in a lot of grassroots tournaments along with the last chance qualifiers. But that's the thing, coming together as this squad, we'll have to see how they end up making that magic happen out on the field.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, obviously, I'm so excited to see both these teams play. One, because anytime you see an Extinction match, you know it is going to be an exciting endeavor. They got certain players on there that are just electric to watch, right? You have Trainer on whatever Pokemon they decide to end up playing. Metallic has always been just a really exciting player. And Rex is one of our more dynamic defender players, I think, that we've seen in a lot of tournament play. But on the other side, seeing this Fulcrum team that was able to get a win against DCG earlier today, I cannot wait to see what they have in the tank. But we got a lot of really incredible teams at this tournament, right? We are in no shortage of powerhouse squads at NAIC. It always happens at these international championships. NAIC, though, is the strange one where we do really have a final stretch, a last chance qualifier for the World Championships, which brings out a ton of squads. We got teams from Brazil playing in this tournament as well, teams from North America, APAC, of course, a lot of representatives, and it does create some very interesting storylines about what region is really pulling ahead, especially with Worlds on the horizon.
Yeah, it's like we had the last chance qualifier. This is the last chance qualifier to try and land themselves that final spot to the World Championships in August. So, you know, that's the thing. We are already talking about how much is on the line, especially just going into day one. You just want to try and gather that momentum, get that advantage earlier on.
Right.
And I guess it's also just that boost to that morale earlier on, getting to do well. Like, are Fulcrum going to continue riding that wave of that first win of the day up against Deep Cross Gaming? Or, you know, coming on the stage, coming up into quite a well-known team. You know, you gotta not let these names, I guess, put that pressure on.
Yeah, or, I mean, some players, they do play a bit better with the pressure, at least they claim to, you know? It is such an interesting thing breaking down the differences between where Pokemon UNITE is primarily played, at least here in the West, in terms of competition for our league play, or even our qualifier tournaments, end up being online events, which can be a very different experience than playing not only in venue, but then another step playing on the main stage. That environment can be completely different. You got the communication of your team, of course, in your ears, but also the white noise of the event to block out the crowd. You're trying to focus on the game. There's action happening all over the place. It is a challenge for players who haven't experienced it too much. Thing is, though, Pokemon UNITE's been on the circuit for a minute now. A lot of players have had a chance to play on these huge stages, and so they do have some experience. So we do end up adding a little bit more credence to these teams who sort of cut their teeth, you know, on ICs and things like that in the past. But you mentioned group stage, kind of being that mental roller coaster. With the way our tournament structure works, right? We have group stage in day one, single elimination bracket in day two. If you were going to iron out any of that nervousness, any of these moments that you kind of need to regain your focus, now is the time to do so. You might have a little bit more allowances, but getting probably multiple losses is going to spell you not make it into day two. You got to iron out that mental immediately.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's a thing, you know, coming on into this tournament, when we're talking about Extinction, a lot of these players have already played on the stage. I mean, we already have Trainer LGC on Extinction that has that NAIC title to their name. Whereas, well, Fulcrum, they had that first win of the day. While it wasn't on that main stage, I think even then, out on the floor, there is still a lot happening. So clearly, you know, it's just they've got to lock in. Zone on in, block everything else out, and just focus on their own game. Which, I mean, we could see earlier on, you know, just closing your eyes, taking those deep breaths, and I think this is really going to give them that moment to get in the zone.
I can't
get
wait.
in the zone.
Now, I know you and I are excited. Obviously, these players are pumped to see the match start. A lot of people watching at home are also excited. So if you want to engage in socials whatsoever with this event, we would love to hear from you. And I believe we got a couple of interactions on Twitter from people watching the, and of course some organizations also involved. So rooting, obviously, NIC is almost here. Are we seeing you there? Celebrate the event. Zero and Root are joining us and hosting the ultimate hangout spot with merch, setups to play Unite, meet and greets, and more. Make sure to stop by. I know the Dignitas members, I was talking to them on stage a little bit, really excited to meet a lot of people who have been supporting them so much online and now at in-person events. So if you're here and you're fans of Team Dignitas, make sure to check out the booth. And if you ever want to throw a shout out towards us, hashtag Pokemon NAIC is where we'll have your post featured here on screen like we do now.
Yeah, and I think the exciting thing to see is Root Dignitas, while we have known them in the Unite scene, they've actually gone and branched on out into the TCG field, and we can see that post featuring two of those players that they have picked on up. Ooh, we have King Skitty here.
Interesting.
Doing in time for pre-NAIC Unite meta thoughts. I can see in that SS tier, we have two of the newest Johto starters, Typhlosion and Feraligatr up there, along with Moltres. Psyduck is still up there.
Yeah.
Listen,
Phalanx in D tier is unfortunate. Okay. I do think we have to accept it, but let's go ahead and jump into game number one between Extinction and Fulcrum. This is, of course, at our Group C. Fulcrum already with a match win. Extinction's first game of the day.
Heading on in, sending Trainer into that central area as that Galarian Ponyta to go and get those buffs. Otherwise, as we pivot up towards that top half, we have Zash and Hooper trying to just put the pressure on this little Eevee who does have to dash away.
Yeah, so far pretty successful, right? That is a ton of damage. Vaporeon's gonna have to return, of course, to the enemy central area. This Eevee in a tough spot. Phantom Force stun. It's gonna pave the way for the K opener. Gravy on the Zacian, gonna take down the first knockout.
Yes, we do have Fulcrum that does have the numbers advantage up here, which means Lucario does need to dash on out, but Metallic so low is able to get away. No, they don't! As we have that call coming on in and taking him out.
Yeah, nice work. That Ember having a pretty huge area of effect, hitting multiple targets. In the end, Trainer LGC will get the trade, but they go extremely low, and that stun from the Hydro Pump. Great cover from JL. Problem is, Skeleton from the Sobble is going to pick up the KO. Of course, trades happening back and forth. A very hectic top half to start the game. Extinction, the only members able to score so far, though. Metallic's attack weight getting stronger with each dunk.
Yeah, I think that despite Extinction landing themselves a few KOs over on their side, they actually came back, bounced back pretty well, secured a majority, I think if all of those birds, to go and get that experience, and now they're going to go and progress onto an invade.
Yeah, this is a pretty fantastic strategy. Rex going to take so much damage with that empowered Metal Claw. Going to be chasing them down. Snarl to try to boost themselves up a bit, and only by a little bit of time. Fulcrum defend against that invade quite well.
Yeah, defending against that invade, we do have that buffs split up between those two players. Metallic does have the double buffs over on their side, but we have no objectives for this map because it is that Rayquaza.
Right.
But Extinction are going to go and lock in those wild Pokemon in the middle themselves.
All right, our first sign of a Hoopa build so far. We do have the Trick being showcased from Hoopa right now, and of course, showcasing that extra button that Hoopa gets to play with Magician Berry Steel. JL, though, always quick on these Hydro Pumps, doing a great job of keeping the enemy squad away. Offering to heal up the team, and now Zacian has to try to make it away, but unstoppable. Not going to stop you from the close combat.
These are some great maneuvers by Extinction up in this top half, already reducing that down to 9 points. The Mewstood auto shoots across, but thanks to that HP regen and shielding, we do have that War Turtle able to survive and get themselves that berry.
Yeah, so a little too close for comfort for that poor War Turtle. But yeah, the extra shielding from that goal zone going to barely allow them to walk away from that one. And more clues to what movesets we're going to be seeing as Inteleon has locked in the Sniper Shot. Snipe Shot is available. Rex going to be on the business end of one of those already. Austin Goats gets in the mix, but great push with the Surf. Level 9 for Trainer already means they have access to that Unite move, trapping the Typhlosion, but the mean look is a little too early. Bora not able to close out that KO with the Solar Beam. A bit of a stop to that fight as both teams retreat.
Yeah, just trying to whittle away at this Regirock. Typhlosion has come back in the mix, but Umbreon's trying to zone them out, which means Regirock is just getting dealt with by this Mega Lucario. Otherwise, we do see that Regilucky getting taken up in the top half as we have Fulcrum, the Blastoise, to go and get the secure down here.
Really cool work from Fulcrum in that team fight. You see how Blastoise obviously gets the secure, but I actually think the Surf play was really inspired. Austin Goats lines that up, pushes away multiple targets from body blocking the Snipe Shot. So obviously, Snipe Shot, a very powerful high damage move. It does not go through enemy Pokemon though. So we do have oftentimes Extinction team members standing in the way around that objective to body block the Snipe Shots. Well, Blastoise just moves them out of the way and gives them an extra option to last hit secure that Regirock. Either way, they got it with the Hydro Pump. Didn't need the help of the Inteleon, but still a really cool setup from Fulcrum.
Yeah, it really does come down to that timing coordination between these squads, and even if it wasn't exactly demonstrated there, it still ended up going into Fulcrum's way. Meanwhile, we do have some members just getting up some more wild Pokemon, going in for another engage on these double defenders by Extinction.
All right, it's a scary spot. Fulcrum with a good start, but there's a ton of Unite moves available for Extinction, and they're going to start firing them off. We got the Blastoise Unite move. Everybody is unstoppable, at least who is still up in this fight, as Metallic will make it back towards their goal zone. Typhlosion and Inteleon chasing down this Vaporeon, but JL is on the mad dash away. Bora able to dodge out aside of that Snipe Shot, and JL is actually going to take this time to score. So a lot of Unite moves spent from the side of Fulcrum. Extinction holding on to a couple of key ones in terms of the Mew and the Galarian Rapidash, instead gaining value across the map. A showing face on the top side and then immediately split pushing to bottom tier 1.
Yeah, look at that. Because there was so much Eos energy down surrounding that tier 1 pad, JL was able to go and get in multiple stacks for their special attack specs there. So just going to give them a bit of a boost, especially as we do have that second lot of objectives coming on in.
Okay, Fulcrum actually got us setting up in a way we often see Hyperspace Hole Hoopa set up with a bit of a split push, but now they are going to use that Unite move, a very safe portal in the back line. Hoopa going to lead the charge with that Hyperspace Fury. Regieleki will be secured, but it will be Extinction picking up the Regice. That'll be Mew with the big secure trainer, taking down even that Hoopa unbound. And Telly on the next one to fall. 3 players left from Fulcrum, left to defend.
Yeah, it's 5 versus 3 down here on this pad as Mega Lucario is just throwing out these punches against this Blastoise. Now it's a 2v5 as JL is running away. They're able to go and heal themselves up and are still left standing.
Oh man, this Flame Wheel Eruption combo alongside that Trick Phantom Force is really showcasing a level of power at the moment of this Johto starter. So fantastic. They're able to stay up in that fight. Typhlosion, already a tricky Pokemon to get a lasting knockout on, but when you add this Trick Phantom Force combo, it is even tougher to shut down this player.
Oh, 100%, and I think despite being at the numbers disadvantage, the fact that Fulcrum were able to go and defend that tier 1 pad and stop that push despite Extinction having that Reg Ice buff, this is just going to allow them some breathing room to go and get whatever wild Pokemon is. We're going in with another engage between these defenders.
Yeah, exactly. Our water type defenders just trading like ships in the night sometimes. They got too much HP and too little damage to actually close out some of these KOs. They're going to need some help from the rest of their squad a bit later.
well, do have these birds coming on and trying to focus those down, but Rex is quite low, is going to utilize that wish. That way they don't end up getting taken on down. But I'm looking at this mini-map here. It has just been wiped clear of all of these wild Pokemon with 30 seconds left to go until we see that final objective, Rayquaza, come in on the map.
Yeah, these two teams so excited to watch. Very fight focus between these two squads. However, it feels like for the first time, we have a bit of breathing room between these two squads. Reminder, Extinction having a much higher points lead. That moment kind of in the middle of the match really helped them extend that lead and get a few very important stacks in, not only for the Mega Lucario, but also that Vaporeon. Extinction, probably from a stat side, feeling a lot better about this final fight. Metallic takes an early snipe shot. They're going to have to sit right next to JL to get that healing as soon as it's on cooldown, but Rex also taking some major hurt.
Yeah, that was a great timing on that wish, making sure that they don't end up getting knocked on out. Otherwise, Inteleon is going to lurk about, trying to find some more hits. But, well, JL, they're doing their job and just healing up whatever snipe shot lands their way.
Yeah, Extinction has access to 2 different healing moves, both from these evolutions, but that will be a serve to kind of start things off. Extinction has to Typhlosion, get right into range. Eruption, but they're trapped right now in that Galarian Rapidash Unite move. Mew does have the defensive Unite, and it actually combos it enough to take down that Blastoise. The fight is going back and forth, though, as Vaporeon goes down. Metallic gets to work, and that's 2 members down for Fulcrum and 2 down for Extinction, and now Galarian Rapidash is KO.
Yes, and now Fulcrum do have that numbers advantage. The thing is, they just have to be left standing as Hooper is going to survive with that trick. And now this is their chance to shred down the Rayquaza. But the thing is, there's still a Mew up on Extinction that they have to deal with. This is a threat.
Yeah, Mew's using a Solar Beam, knowing they're block the Slime Shot. That's a little bit early. The Unite move from Station will take it. His Slime Shot goes errant, but still, the big old sword will take down Rayquaza. Dragon Slayer Gravy on the way to Tier 2.
Yeah, going to go and getting that first Hundo Burger, the Inteleon is, and now Fulcrum have gone and taken the lead. Another Hundo Burger to just go and create a buffer for Fulcrum with less than 30 seconds left to go. And because they've broken both of those bottom tier 1 pads, they're going to go pivot towards the top.
Awesome target prioritization in that final fight for Fulcrum. Taking down the Umbreon and Vaporeon first meant that any hit from Inteleon or even Typhlosion was lasting damage. No more healing moves to work with in that final fight. Kind of left Extinction, up the creek without a paddle. And that will mean Fulcrum will take game number 1 and start with a lead in our series.
Wow, a way to see Fulcrum come together. Yes, they didn't exactly have the points advantage heading on into that final team fight, but I think just being able to keep cool, calm, and collected as a cool cat. They managed to go and get that Rayquaza, even if that Mew was lurking about. So yeah, securing that, just really tipping over the edge and taking the lead.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Fulcrum. I mean, this team, not a lot of us had them on their radar, but already we're starting to see why this team could get a win over DCG earlier on in the day. Extinction having a very solid early game, really having a big points lead at different moments, and then of course having a bit of a level gap as well. But problem is, with this Umbreon and Vaporeon, 2 Pokemon that are really solid in that early game, have some good end game moments, but it was a challenge to kind of scale into this final section of the match.
Yeah, we can see during that final stretch there, as we had, well, it was pretty much equal. The one down on either side going to 2, but then Fulcrum just coming on in. These snipe shots from this Inteleon were actually pretty incredible.
Yeah, so clean. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, didn't miss on that Rayquaza, but that's okay. You got stationed there with that Unite move, able to take down the Rayquaza, and of course, it will be Gravy our MVP. 6 KOs. They did go down 3 times. Again, this was a close battle on both ways. You look across both teams, going to be up there with the 2 to 4 faint range across the board. 6 assists. Either way, solid showing from this team. I think Gravy doing an awesome job last hitting, securing that Rayquaza. Very curious to see what map we go to in game number 2 to see, what the landscape will be as this match continues. But Fulcrum right now, the ones with the momentum.
Yeah, I think this is where things can change. Obviously, we had Rayquaza locked in first. Are we going to see Rayquaza again? Or is it going to be a Groudon or Kyogre? As we do have a look at these additional stats, 66k damage from Skeleton Pie on that Inteleon, but also 77k from that Typhlosion.
Yeah.
So just working really well to get in amongst the mix with that Flame Wheel, but also those eruptions to just land on down.
Yeah, if there was a Pokemon, I think it was kind of the linchpin of the strategy of this team. Well, honestly, everybody kind of stepped up to really get the work done this time around, but I do think that Typhlosion Hoopa combo worked out exactly as intended. You and I were talking about, this is how it should work on paper. We'll see how it does in game. Well, I mean, test, hypothesis, proven in this game number 1. Exactly. We saw Typhlosion utilizing a lot of those teleport effects for the Hoopa, not only from the Trick Phantom Force, but we actually saw a major moment where they were able to dodge away from the Mega Lucario via the Hoopa Unite move at a key moment in that final fight, which was really, really interesting. A lot of cool moments between this team, but Zacian kind of being a standout Pokemon. I am seeing, by the way, that we are going to be headed to the draft very soon. It will be on Groudon for map number 2. So we will be changing up the Thea Sky Ruins variant slightly. Let's get into it. Extinction, Fulcrum, draft for game number 2. We're going to start the same way we got into game number 1 with a Mega Charizard Y-Band and a Feraligatr band.
Yeah, and Extinction have gone into that first pick position as well. So only have that one pick. Are we going to end up seeing Umbreon being prioritized here?
Yeah.
Or do you think if Hoopa isn't actually banned on out, they end up opting for this Hoopa? But yeah, so far, same bans across the board for both teams.
Yeah, I do think you could consider a Hoopa first pick in this situation if you were Extinction. The other one is probably Typhlosion. I think we're going to be seeing the power level of that Pokemon more and more as the weekend goes on. However, Extinction feeling it was a bit more of a Game 1 nerve situation and are going to be locking up the same Pokemon for their composition. Fulcrum, very happy to take this step in turn. They will pick up the Hoopa and Zacian as well. Obviously, extremely excited about how game number 1 went for them. Why change it up now?
Yeah, why fix what isn't broken? It ended up working out well for them, but I can see some different picks being hovered by Extinction. Are we actually going to have an early lock-in Metagross? Or are we getting baited here?
I doubt the Metagross. I believe the Urshifu is kind of where I am landing on this one. Trainer does love that Urshifu pick. But give him a few options. Obviously going to be very moveset dependent on where we end up. We're going to choose neither of those. That's awesome. We're going to catch up a little bit in our draft with the Inteleon and Blastoise getting picked up yet again. And there it is. Extinction finding a chance to play the Zoroark and Comfey. Fulcrum, a very important choice for this last pick, in my opinion. Would love to see something like the Mimikyu in this location to shut down this Zoro-Comfey duo. But it looks like the hover is going to be that Urshifu. That's a lot of Pokemon with incredible play around final objectives, Kello. I think we could be looking at a Wicked Blow Urshifu. Not with that moveset, or they're changing some items. So we might end up seeing some Wicked Blow action for some last hit secure around major objectives. I could see it happening.
You reckon? I mean, I guess so in terms
Probably not with the Razor Claw. We're probably looking at Water Bear, but still.
I was going to say, especially considering there is, well, Mega Lucario, Mew, and that Zoroark, I feel like a Water Bear having that liquidation, just that rush to go and chase them down could potentially work out. But, you know, Wicked Blow, I mean, you do have that lockdown with that Unite move, the great securing tool. So we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we ended up having Zacian secure the Rayquaza last game, so maybe they don't need the extra secure.
Urshifu's also a really fun one, right? With that passive, that Unseen Fist, able to do that damage below shield into a Pokemon like Umbreon or potentially even the Mega Lucario, right? That can be self-shielding quite a bit. Have a chance that even in an endgame team fight where Unite moves are popping up, Buddy Barriers are flying around, you have a bit of a damage response. So we are headed to Thea Dry Ruins, as I like to dub it, with Groudon entering the map for game number 2. It'll be Extinction versus Fulcrum. Fulcrum with the 1-0 lead.
Yes, heading on into game number 2, we have that Comfey and Lucario heading up into that top half. Meanwhile, we have that Zorua heading on into that central area. Doesn't look like, according to the minimap, that we are actually going to have any invades onto that Kubfu for this round.
Yeah, I think JL kind of notorious for having constant invades on their support play. And even Rex, but I think this time around with a Comfey, a little bit more tricky to head into the opposite side of the map and get some steals. Rex thinking about it, but I think a little peek, seeing if the blue buff is there, realizing it's not, decides for an immediate retreat back to their side.
I mean, I guess knowledge is key. Seeing if it was there, maybe they wouldn't progress, but you know what? Instead, they're just going to go and assist Abora on this view. Just whittling down this Squirtle earlier on, but we already have those berries to go and replenish that HP.
Exactly. Now here with the first set of Natus, Trainer versus, of course, Accelerate. This is Accelerate. Okay, I see the name. It's great. Will be a fun matchup between the two to watch. I mean, obviously the Sorok's going to have a bit of help in the form of JL's Comfey. That is a scary duo between the two. I mean, they might both be on their most iconic Pokemon at this point. JL, a ton of these Comfey games in pocket. And of course, Trainer, maybe the most scary Zoroark player worldwide, potentially.
Yeah, Zoroark are definitely made of nightmares as they're going to go in, land themselves that KO on that Squirtle. Urshifu is trying to fight on back as Comfey's going to latch on back, and that is now a 2 KO streak, paving the way for them to go and empty out their Aeos energy in this bottom half.
Yeah, make it a 3 KO as well. Trainer getting some stacks in, but even getting greedy, they're going to remain in that central area. On the other hand, Gravy also getting outpaced by Metallic by about a full level right now. This is Mega Lucario at 6. That's for Zacian at level 5. You don't see a Zacian getting out-leveled in the early game too often. We'll see if they can change that around and kind of scale into the late game a bit more. But either way, a great start for Team Extinction at the moment. 77-0, really paving the way in this game number 2.
Well, I think this is an interesting call from Fulcrum here, knowing there is that middle objective. They're actually just going to take the chance to go in and get in some little dunks in this top half. But Extinction are quick to answer back, go and pick themselves up another KO onto that Hooper.
Yeah, Regidrago secured by Fulcrum though, so incremental gains across the map, just nothing in team fights quite yet. By the way, we do have confirmation that Accelerate is going with the Wicked Blow Urshifu, so that big old punch is going to be available. That is a lot of presence around some of these major objectives, the first of which are about to be spawning in about 5 seconds. Regis in both top and bottom paths are about to enter the fight. Fulcrum, a little desperate for EXP, means they're going to roam and find it wherever they can. Gravization going to take a full enemy central area clear instead of early presence around the Regis.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense considering Zoroark, they've already got their Unite move. They have that level 9. They're just going to prioritize these objectives.
Right.
Meaning that does end up going for free over to that Zacian, who has at least reached that level 8. Otherwise, it is going to be that 4v3 down in this bottom half as Zoroark's headed for the heels, being able to pick themselves up another 2 KO streak.
Jeez, this feint attack combo from Zoroark is so scary to see, and Trainer just kind of sets it up better than anybody else. The trigonometry that is going on inside Trainer LGC's brain at any given time is unfathomable. I love watching this player play. You can see these reset where that reset dash point goes to, and they line up multiple KOs. It feels like every time that combo pops off.
Oh yeah, not only using that math to try and capitalize on those goals, you got to get that trigonometry in there as well when you're playing that Zoroark. Regieleki has been shredded on down to 3/4 HP as Extinction's trying to look for another opening. Those birds end up getting shredded on up. Zacian trying to get some protection from this home base means neither of them end up getting taken on down just yet.
Yeah, I think we see Trainer go a little more aggressive in that team fight if they had access to that Unite move this time around. Just to get those resets off the cooldowns. But without that availability, right, exactly. Maybe just having a little too little in the tank. Mew Unite move to add that invisibility for Bora Reach, but it won't be enough to get the secure. Regieleki is going to be picked up. So Fulcrum now with a Regidrago and a Regieleki. However, the other one is sliding the other way as Regirock's buff will be fading. Austin goes with the jet button of the Blastoise, is going to get a ton of space. And now this Urshifu's got a lot of shields to work with. They were able to walk away from that Zoroark Unite move. Trainer LGC back up to about half HP, but not enough room to defend that tier 1.
that is actually incredible that Zoroark didn't get taken down there.
Yeah.
They got hit by 3 Unite moves. It ended up being the Blastoise, the Urshifu, along with that Zacian, but I guess thanks to that pocket Comfey, they are still left standing. Nonetheless, Fulcrum were able to get in more points on the board, now at 102 to 205 with Extinction now in the lead, and quite a great presence around this Regice.
Yeah, you can just see the commitment that Extinction plays to backing up Trainer on this hyper carry, right? I'm not sure that JL has used the left analog stick on their controller a single time so far. I believe the Comfey has been roaming and at least just popping off and then immediately jumping back on. That's Zoroark getting those flower stacks at any given time. That's why they got a level lead like they do. That is a little Tensation who is just being absolutely shredded. They got a bit of backup now, though. Zoroark trying to get this combo complete. Mega Lucario's there, but the Urshifu will finally take down the Zoroark.
Yes, a breathing room for Fulcrum to go and take down that absolute beast of that level 12 Zoroark is at least going to give them that experience their way. We already have Urshifu catching on up with these levels. So, I mean, despite the slow start from Fulcrum, things are at least starting to go their way.
Exactly. They have some momentum to work with, but it might be Extinction's chance to respond. A ton of Unite moves to work with. The only one vacant will be this Mega Lucario, so they will be absent of that Mega form. Rex takes a lot of damage, but again, that Wish is going to bring them back up to healthy. This is an early Unite move, just trying to get some space. Hoopa Unite move to work with as well. Hyperspace Fury won't get a single stun, but Wicked Blow is charged up and has a lot of room to work with. Ebon Fist chasing down Metallic, and they're already gone.
They're gone, but they do end up getting locked into that mean look, but they're just going to go pivot, finalize that KO onto Mew as Regieleki is marching towards that tier 2. And that is just going to give them a chance to go and retreat. Well, I guess no luck in retreating for that Zacian, though.
I think against a team as solid as Extinction, any successful offensive push will always come at a price. And I think Trainer making sure that is at the cost of more EXP for this Zoroark. They pick up kind of a staggered knockout in that fight, and were able to knock out the Regieleki before it lands. So important for Extinction. They hold Fulcrum to only 102 points so far. After one big successful push on the tier 1 on top side, they have not had much room to score elsewhere. You can see here, bottom tier 1 is still at a full 90 HP. Fulcrum has only had a chance to score once in this match. Extinction holding the defensive line everywhere else.
Oh, not only the defensive line, but they have this defensive buff with that Regirock now secure. Less than 5 seconds to go until Groudon appears, and now the game is on.
All right, space stolen by Extinction right now. They try to push Fulcrum away, but the problem is there is still a Blastoise who can earn a ton of room with that Hydro Typhoon. Bit of a skirmish on the top side. Will be Extinction retreating, though. Take a look at how much damage those Snipe Shots are doing, even through a Regirock buff. Ooh. That is absurd. The defense boost, though, for Extinction. Very happy about it at the moment. Blastoise going to have to give up a little bit of space. Again, their Unite move is so important in these team fights, and here it comes.
Oh, great Hydro Typhoon, but it doesn't end up hitting that Zoroark. Mega Lucario is protected, though, in that tall grass. As they're just trying to surf on back, we have Umbreon running away from the mix.
Oh, man, that Grass Knot shot out by the Comfey, not to be grabbing anybody right now. Mew, the only Pokemon that's kind of unhit. They are going to use their Unite move. As Groudon's down to about half HP, watch out for Accelerate's Wicked Blow Urshifu. They are right next to the Groudon Unite mobilization. That is so much commitment from Fulcrum, and they will pick up the Groudon and all 5 members of Extinction. Fulcrum have so much to work with. Groudon buffs and not a single defender happy and healthy up in this fight for Extinction.
Not only has Gravy on the Zacian done it once on the Rayquaza, they have now done it twice onto that Groudon, allowing Fulcrum to once again take that point lead, that point advantage. 30 seconds left to go. 205 to 536. I mean, it's not impossible for Extinction to catch on up, but time isn't exactly on their side.
Yeah, they're going to make one final push here, but that's exactly right. There's very little left on their side at this point. Kello, the clock is not included. They are going to try to push towards this tier number 1. If they could take a Groudon buff, maybe this one could turn around, but that Urshifu is going to be first and foremost in the line of Fulcrum's defense. They will fall with a backup for the Zacian. We'll make sure that Extinction doesn't even see that tier number 1. They hold the line.
Fulcrum 2-0 over Extinction.
Fulcrum going in, start of the day, being able to go and take down Deep Cross Gaming, but now they have gone and defeated Extinction from North America as well. This is why we don't underestimate teams like this that we don't know much information on. This is actually really exciting to see.
Oh yeah, I love it. I mean, I love an upset win on the main stage, but I don't know how much longer we can be calling it exactly that. Fulcrum will be 2-0 in the group stage now in a group of 4 teams, right? So this does set them up very likely to be one of the 2 teams making it out of the group stage. Just going to set up some really exciting matches for the rest of this Group C later on in the day. Specifically, I cannot wait to see Extinction versus Deep Cross Gaming. That could be a qualifying game later on between these 2 squads. Either way, for the moment, Fulcrum enjoy having a great start to NAIC 2026 with wins over 2 extremely high-profile teams.
Yeah, definitely some incredible plays. I feel like they're definitely those late gamers, right? Yes, they don't exactly prioritize getting in as much points earlier on. They did end up having some losses in terms of these team fights, but really it just comes down to this final stretch. The way they're able to come together, utilize this Hooper to try and get that maneuverability, but then just hone on in onto Extinction, land themselves those KOs, and then get that ground on.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at kind of what's going on in these final moments. Ooh, big stun from the Blastoise on the Mew. Slows things down. I think the Zorak was able to jump in, but yeah, Mew's attack not really being able to pop up. That was their one chance to maybe out-secure, but there were so many factors set up there in Fulcrum's favor. I mean, you have Urshifu set up to go. Unite move from Gravy, who is going to be our back-to-back MVP. I mean, major moments. The player that's stepping up, I do think you could consider that to be our most valuable on this team of Fulcrum. 5 KOs, 2 feints, and 6 assists, dealing out 42,000 damage.
Yeah, going and just taking a lot of that damage there up in that top path and dishing out the 51K. But I mean, even then, in terms of this squad, we only have a Blastoise fainting one time throughout that whole round.
Yeah, Osteos was doing a really good job of kind of pushing around with that big body, you know, making sure that they were landing those surfs to get that extra shield that Blastoise has access to when that push happens. You can see, though, they were still taking a decent amount of damage, also tanking around 40,000 damage. But that is the stat breakdown. What a great start from Fulcrum. Let's hear from this team, though, because I believe we have an interview on the main stage. Let's throw it there.
All right, thank you so much. I've got Accelerate here with me from Fulcrum. After such an incredible beginning to NAIC, you have beat 2 teams that we were thinking were going to be doing pretty well on group stage. Now tell me, who is Fulcrum?
Fulcrum is a group of my friends that we formed to go to NAIC. It was just a call. I was like, I can go NAIC, it's close, and then everyone else, they're further away, but they could make it, so we made it.
That's incredible. A round of applause for Fulcrum for really just performing absolutely incredible in their debut on an international as a group of friends. And you played Dark Bear Urshifu in this last game. You had a very, to me, solid composition both times in the series. The Zacian as well was also a highlight. Do you want to talk a little bit about how you guys were preparing for draft, for example?
Our main strategy is to get Zacian and Hoopa. Because when you have those 2 characters, the game becomes super easy as you have a winning top lane, and top lane's the snowball lane. So once you win that, you can roll the snowball wherever you want across the map.
That is such a professional mentality. These guys are really playing in the long run. And what is the expectation now in the group stage? You are 2-0. Do you feel a little more confident, more comfortable?
Taking the games off of Slash, taking the set off of Slash gave us so much confidence, and it just showed on stage.
It did. I totally agree. It showed on stage as you guys, and showed us watching in the casters definitely noticed. The crowd as well definitely felt that confidence. So do you have anything in particular of expectations for this NAIC? Because you said you came in as a group of friends, but now that you're stepping up and just really seeing the results, how do you feel?
We were all very competitive. We wanted to win NAIC and get that world spot, and now I'm very, very confident we can do it.
That is absolutely incredible. Congratulations, Accelerate and Fulcrum. I would like to ask you if you want to give any shout outs so we can take to the classes afterwards.
Before this game, before NAIC, I would die a lot. One person fixed that, Faith and Love. Shout out Faith and Love. Shout out Kirtan, they're watching this right now. Shout out my mom and my dad and my amazing girlfriend who's here so I can be here. If she wasn't here, I couldn't be here.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. I'm going to take it back to the classes after this lovely interview. Thank you so much, Accelerate.
All right, awesome to hear from Fulcrum, of course, and Accelerate, who brings a great analogy. Gonna be stealing that, the snowball lane, and then you can push that snowball anywhere you go. It makes my Canadian heart very, very happy to hear a snow analogy, so thank you so much for that. But, I mean, what an awesome team. You can hear that they are gaining confidence as this tournament goes on. A bit of a snowball effect of their own team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to pick up the first 2 game wins of the day and really just accelerate themselves up the top of that group stage so far. But you know what? We have plenty more exciting matches to come here at NAIC. But first up, we are going to take ourselves a quick break before we head on into DreamMax Aftermath up against Citadel Gaming. So definitely hang tight, folks.
You. Ooh.
Welcome back. Here we are live at NAIC in New Orleans, where at Pokémon UNITE, we have our final stretch. One last team to qualify for Worlds. $50,000 on the line. Pretty good. You got it. Hey, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy with the one and only Dupes next. Back in the booth. We got an exciting one.
We sure do. DreamMax, Citadel. But how exciting was watching Fulcrum?
Oh my gosh,
We were having so much fun in the back watching Fulcrum. A really just systematic team.
Yes.
They really impressed. A lot of these grassroots teams are already impressing us specifically this weekend. That's what NAIC is all about.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to watch a squad like that have an opportunity to push forward in this tournament. We're taking a look at our bracket right here. Root Dig, you saw them earlier today. Well, now they are 2-0 in their bracket, all in, going 1-1. Fluffy Tail Bandits 1-2, MBM 0-2 right now, and non-parametric statistics have yet to play their first game in Group A.
Well, that's good for us, because that is a garbled mess of syllables that we'll have to get through if we're actually casting them. Fulcrum, again, sitting on top of their group 2-0, taking down Deep Cross Gaming 2-0, and now Extinction 2-0. And you have to think they're in pole position for making day 2 after taking down what most people thought were the 2 guaranteed locks into day 2 out of that group.
Yeah, I think no question, right? I have to say, seeing Fulcrum take down Extinction there got me very excited, because there's a real possibility that the match later today between Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction will be a match to decide one of them moving forward and one of them being eliminated. And these are 2 teams that you could have reasonably said before this tournament could be walking away with their world spot. One of them looks to be leaving in groups as we head on over to our next couple of groups here. Group E, DreamMax, Aftermath, and Citadel right now undefeated in their group, and that's what we're about to watch. Tell me about Group F.
Let's talk about Group F. IX Gaming, 2Z Esports, 2 teams that are not allergic to the world stage themselves. IX Gaming punching a very late ticket last year to go to Anaheim, looking to have a repeat performance here in their last opportunity to get to the World Championships. And of course, 2Z.
Ready to go to Worlds, but of course ready to make a statement here in this tournament. I feel like they've had a bit of an up and down season, you know? Obviously a stellar finish securing their spot, but they were in the hardest region in the world, LATAM, this year, which was just unbelievably tough.
Yep.
So it's cool to see them here in New Orleans live. I'm excited to watch them play. And yeah, IX Gaming, such a hot start for their league, but we're not able to make it happen. The spot's heading over to Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, and now we are heading up to our big stage as our teams get ready here. I love watching, you know, we were just talking about it a moment ago, I love watching the climb of a team that you might not expect, like Fulcrum, make some real waves. We're going to have to see what this looks like here with 2 pretty known quantities, right? I mean, Citadel playing in the league, and then DreamMax Aftermath, a mashup of a couple of squads here.
Yeah, DreamMax Aftermath, don't forget, they are 2-0 in their group. Winning here means they are Galaxy locked for tomorrow, because they will have played all 3 rounds, going 3-0, sitting on top of the group. Citadel Gaming, on the other hand, can give themselves a real opportunity and sending DreamMax to 2-1, themselves to 2-1, and then they're in a really good spot for both of them to make it into day 2 here and avoiding that crazy tiebreaker math that sometimes occurs in our group stages.
Yeah, we've got ourselves an interesting match ahead for Citadel, obviously going into a team that's already 2-0. They are on quite a hot streak. Citadel is a wild squad. I feel like they have some great games and some really tough games. There are times where they look unbeatable. There are times where they look like they beat themselves in some of these matches. Some of their compositions seem inspired, and then at other times, I don't know, inspired in a bad way. Bad inspired.
Uninspired.
That's why you're here.
That is the only reason I'm here. DreamMax Aftermath, Citadel Gaming, I would love, just for their own self-esteem here, to get Citadel Gaming to have a good show-out performance against a solid team, get their morale up, get their momentum up, and then really give themselves a chance here in day 2, because that is the prize, that is the light at the end of the tunnel for these 5 players.
Yeah, and we have a real solid team with a lot of experience here, right, on the side of Citadel. They have been in a lot of these situations before. They have secured spots to Worlds in situations like this. We'll see if they can make it happen here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, when we talk about Citadel, formerly, you know, a lot of their members on YT really kind of cored down is where they, that's where their roots have taken hold. Rooting, but we're not talking about that, we're talking about Citadel and YT. YT is a unique team in the sense that, like you said, sometimes they're playing incredibly inspired. Sometimes the strategies they bring to the table raise a lot of eyebrows, but that doesn't mean they can't find success with it. Uniquely, they are the team that tends to find success with those off-the-wall strategies, and we'll see if that's the direction they're looking to go this weekend.
Yeah, they like playing things that are at times really powerful and at times feel like a throw, right? When we see something like Razorleaf Decidueye, you see stored power on Alolan Raichu. These are builds that can have great games. They've definitely made them work before, but they're also things that when you lose feel like a big mistake.
Yeah, and that's the tough part. But when we're looking here, we've got So Sad Sam and Akilo, again, 2 of those members from YT in days past, that this Citadel squad is going to have to look to make sure that they are anchored and ready to go and don't show up shaky, because they have had, like you said, a very tumultuous road this year, and that's why they're finding themselves at NAIC fighting for that last spot.
Both of these squads being undefeated, then walking up on the big stage. We're going to have to see how much it rattles these two, kind of as you were talking about briefly there. Citadel has a lot of experience with this. I feel like it's something that they could handle, but not every member of Citadel is completely locked in for a moment like this. Or we're going to have to see how locked in they are, because they just don't have the on-stage performance. Now we're heading in to our first draft here, DreamMax versus Citadel.
Egg Solo's picture sends me, brother. It's so good. There are some of these players. Another person is Waylord from IX Gaming. Her picture where she's taking the selfie from the picture is so good. But it's like just off kilter a little bit. Like, you caught me by surprise, but I kind of also knew what was going on. Terrific. Let's get through these bands. Zacian, Hoopa, Feraligatr, Espeon.
Yeah, a lot of what we would expect. You talked about Espeon earlier being such a factor here in the tournament, and it has been. It's been a ban or pick in most all of our games. Feraligatr seeing very little play. It has been banned out a lot, and then a few times it feels like teams just decided not to bring it into the match here. Zacian, a premier ban that a lot of these teams are going for. First pick over to Aftermath. A lot of powerful Pokemon.
Love that.
And they are going to take Moltres.
Yeah, I mean, shades of what we saw, right, to kick off our day from Root Dignitas. That Moltres was incredibly, incredibly strong in that first game. Across the way here, we have Citadel looking to respond. Akilo hovering. The Umbreon Machamp by Joey is selected. Okay. We'll see what Akilo decides to lock in.
I would not be shocked to, see this Umbreon. It feels like a staple pick for Citadel, and it's something that they are really familiar with. They set up tons of huge plays with Mean Look Umbreon, so I'm not shocked to see it. This could mean that we're going to see Sam play something, well, we will see Sam play something with range. That's how Sam plays. Wow!
All 3 legendary birds. Zapdos, like you said, at the very start of the day, pretty impressive. Articuno had a great run in back-to-back games in the hands of Zugrug, and DreamMax is not looking to switch it up, using the Kanto legendary birds to get it done.
I mean, they're recent additions to the game. They're all very powerful in their own way. Articuno is a really interesting one. It just is a really tanky Pokemon. It's difficult to deal with, and it's in your face the entire time. The Clefable pick is kind of wild to me, because you know they're going to be running a few curse items on the side of DreamMax. At least you have to assume. Yeah. So we'll see how much they can affect that healing. Final couple of picks. We've got the Mew, and we have the Empoleon.
4 of the 5 players on the side of DreamMax were carrying at that moment until the switch up cursed items. So they definitely had that Clefable on the radar here. So Sad Sam gets the gutter pick, goes Greninja.
Interesting. You know, I was expecting something from Sam that was going to play at longer range. That's what I was thinking. Not that Greninja isn't a ranged Pokemon, and Sam is going to be taking them a ride on, actually. I was going to say, not that it isn't ranged, but, you know, I'm thinking this could be an opportunity for a good Gardevoir game or something like that, something that they are known for sure.
There's a special spot in our hearts for So Sad Sam's Gardevoir.
Yeah.
It's just so much fun to watch. They seem to hit another gear with it. And that's always a matchup between player and Pokemon that I love to see. Just somebody that is so good on one Pokemon that it just becomes a show regardless of the texture of the rest of the draft. It's just like, you know, you're going to have a performance here to watch.
Yeah, I always love to see that. I always love when a player has one of those pocket picks that's so powerful, so difficult to deal with that your opponents have to kind of respond to. Another pick that was previously on YT and Citadel, Alolan Ninetales. I love when a player has a Pokemon. It isn't particularly meta in quotes, but it is meta for them. It is extremely strong as we are getting ready for this first game. I think we're going to learn a lot here in this first one as we are heading down to Thea Sky Ruins, your battlefield here in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Rayquaza is our starting map for our entire series this weekend. DreamMax versus Citadel. It looks like we're taking a quick pause up on the big stage.
Pause for the cause on the big stage, which means you and I get to talk just a little bit more. What do you think about this Empoleon? Talk to me.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those Pokemon that I honestly can't seem to pin down. At times I feel like it's very solid, and other times I think it's just outclassed by a lot of what's out there. I'm not that impressed by it. And then every once in a while, it hits its big combo. You know, it jumps into that whirlpool. The healing looks pretty good. I don't know. I honestly have a really difficult time with this one. You don't see it a lot, especially competitively.
One thing that it looks like DreamMax Aftermath is they've really put every single character on their side into a self-sustaining, self-survival mode. You're not really going to be depending on your teammates to try and keep you fighting longer, right? Mew being the exception, but Mew as well has great self-survivability, and we know that. Empoleon, I think, also kind of hits the cut of that jib, being able to sustain itself in prolonged fights. So really, across the way, Citadel Gaming is going to have to be very much so in lockstep, because while everybody on DreamMax can theoretically fight by themselves, Citadel Gaming needs to be together to execute a good team fight.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's how Citadel plays, too. I feel like when they're playing their best, it really does feel like they're humming with these strategies. Just like a super simple, like, setup, punch, a mean look, into the damage from afar, Machamp then coming in, picking them up and setting them down. Probably enough time has passed where that Pokemon's either gone or another mean look is available. And when they're like that, just that rinse and repeat, I feel like they're extremely impressive.
My big concern here looking at Citadel, and it almost feels like this is the same conversation we have with this team specifically over and over again, is DreamMax's early game is pristine. Citadel Gaming can really lose sight of the finish line quickly if they don't scale quickly.
Yeah.
Because DreamMax doesn't have to clear those hurdles. They're just powerful off rip and get in there. Citadel Gaming is going to have a slower start. How they mitigate that, and we talk about this a lot, how close can you keep the game until you hit that final gear is going to be critical for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Our players now are just taking a moment here. Obviously, if we have any type of technical issue, any problem, we need to make sure that everyone is in the game before we restart it. So just trying to figure out what is happening up on the stage. Could be a device issue. Could be that they all just want to take a quick break. Hear what we have to say about Zapdos. We're going to find out.
Yeah, well, you know, we keep asking for quick breaks. You know, it's what allows us to proceed through our day. And unfortunately, they say stop asking for breaks.
Stop asking for breaks.
So I sent an email to all of DreamMax, and I said, give us a break. And they said, we're kind of ready to play. We said, we need a break. He said, okay, we'll do it for you, Snacks. I said, I appreciate you.
Yeah. And I'm hearing that we've got something we're going to throw up on the screen here. We're going to take a look at some tweets here from the community. Thanks, Pokemon Center at NAIC, snagging some Ascended heroes.
It's a nice looking full art jamming tower, but my eyes are on Team Rocket's Honchkrow. Why? Because that card is pretty sick. It does 60 times the amount of supporters you discard, and I believe it's for 2 energy, right? And you can use Team Rocket's energy to fulfill the darkness requirement in that. Deals a lot of damage pretty quickly. Definitely chucks haymakers.
You don't got to tell me twice. You got to tell me 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4
really
times?
Let it sink in, yeah.
So Team Rocket's Honchkrow. It does 60 times the amount of supporters you discard as part of that attack. So it can deal a lot of damage. You're playing a lot of supporters in that deck.
The word is the card in the center there has a pretty hefty price tag on it as well, so they got a great pull out of their set. I don't know if they want me to say the price. They said a price, but I'm thinking, am I saying a price here?
Yeah, is this what we're doing? Meanwhile, first time ever seeing the NAIC Pokemon Center from the inside. So many incredible options to choose from. Thanks, Rosie, for allowing me to join the reservation today. The main event begins tomorrow.
Yeah, it's hype, dude.
It is so
The
sick.
first time I saw the Pokemon Center, I couldn't believe it. It's very cool. You're a kid in a candy shop. It's so exciting. There's so many fun things to uncover, too, you know, because you don't know exactly what's going to be in there. At least that's been my experience. You show up to the event like, I don't know what plush they have in there. I don't know what the new merch is for the event. It is very exciting.
Can I tell you something I picked up when we got to go through the Pokemon Center?
Yes.
A 4XL NAIC crew sweatshirt crop top. I'm
Fun.
excited to wear that.
Love it. Pokemon Center. This is Steph.
We
Steph of
talked to
Anime.
Steph yesterday.
Yeah.
Right before she went into the Pokemon Center, believe it or not.
Spent the morning admiring all the Pokemon Center stuff at NAIC. Thanks so much to @Spraggles for the free access. I don't remember giving that to her.
Now what's that? We're fired? Perfect.
Great.
Pokemon is responsible for the free access.
Pokemon with the free access.
Actually, we recommend people, and they say, we're revoking your access.
Don't
Please
you
stop.
dare. You better stop it, they say to us. Steph is pretty incredible. Love Steph. And yeah, it's always fun to get to go through there. Maybe we snuck through there a little earlier as well. I don't know if we should say we snuck in.
Yeah,
no. But we were
allowed in. We were provided
allowed in.
access by Pokemon. Again, thank you, Pokemon, for allowing to get in there legally. And not through nefarious
We didn't sneak in.
means.
Snuck in is just a way of saying, tell me about this Honchkrow.
Yeah, Team Rocket's Honchkrow. 60 times damage.
Whoa.
The amount of supporters you discard.
Yeah.
And I believe that's for a darkness and a colorless is the cost of that attack. Then you play Team Rocket's energy, something like that. And it provides the darkness requirement there and the colors requirement, because that can be anything. So you just, and then deal big damage to the opposing Pokemon.
Exciting. Exciting times. We have a Pokemon like that in Pocket. I say we as if I have anything to do with it, but I play a lot of Pocket. And there's a Pokemon that does something very similar. It's not Honchkrow, but it does.
What is it?
I think Chandelure. Shandy.
Ooh, so it's a stage 2.
Yeah.
It's
good.
Let's talk
I
about
like it.
birds.
Let's talk about birds.
Let's
sure.
talk about birds.
Yeah.
Honchkrow, terrific Pokemon. I'm
Yes,
a fan.
Very cool.
I don't know if you guys know this at home. I'm a bird guy. I like birds. All my favorite animals are birds.
Keep going. Yeah. No, that's great.
That's kind of where I was going to stop. I thought you were going to be like, my favorite animal
My
is...
favorite animal is, well, you know, lately I've been vibing on giraffes. I do think they're cool, but it's not my favorite animal, okay?
Favorite animal.
I think it would be a sea turtle, which the Squirtle thing really tied in there.
That's well done. That's well done.
Yeah.
Pelipper is my favorite Pokemon. Pelicans, my favorite animal.
Do we got a good giraffe? I mean, we got Farigiraf, right?
Farigiraf, yeah.
What's Ampharos? It's like
Is
a
it giraffe
sheep
or
that
egg?
grows up, right?
Wait, what'd you say?
A sheep that grows up, Ampharos.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of a sheep, and then it starts growing up into a big stand-up
Giraffe sheep.
Giraffe sheep, basically.
Yeah, we're going to need the Pokedex entry on Ampharos real quick to make sure that that is all above board, because clearly we know our things. Now, if you're wondering, what were they talking about round 1 with the Pokedex and then the Rolodex?
Yeah.
The Rolodex, what's the year again, production? Maybe we could put it on screen.
Yeah, let's find out
We did
with the
request that
Rolodex.
3 rounds ago, so we thought maybe that graphic would be ready by now.
Sure. Whenever you're ready about the year the Rolodex was invented. We were wondering what came first.
I want you to know, production did tell me the year in my ear, but I refuse to provide that information to those of you at home until they make it a graphic that pops up on the screen.
Being told from production and for us, I want this on screen, by the way. I don't want to do, it's a bipedal ovine. What am I going to do with that? You got to put it on screen. What's an ovine?
It's a bovine
It's a
without the
bovine
B?
without the B.
Yeah, fair enough.
Didn't get all the way there, I guess. Hey, we're waiting for the match too. I just want to say this. We're also waiting for the match.
Yeah, let the record show. It's not like it's going on.
Yeah.
And they're just, this is awesome.
Oh, what's it, Ray? They got it.
It's like this content's clearly so good. We don't want it. We don't dare show you the game that's happening right now. And trust me, nobody is missing this game more than you at home than us right here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're desperate for it, it feels like. We are desperate for this match. At this point, the production is whispering animals to us. That's where we're at.
Your favorite animal?
Yep, favorite animal, Garen.
Penguin.
Okay.
Bird guy alert.
Hey. Hashtag bird guy in the chat.
Hashtag
Obviously, you can win some
bird
friends.
guy.
That's all you can get from that. But you can find out who also likes birds. Birds
are awesome. Objectively, they are a cool subspecies of animals.
Stole it right out of my mouth. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was also going to say a lot of cool Pokemon. I feel like they've nailed a ton of the birds. I think they do great with it. Obviously, Decidueye is very rad and cool. Dodrio, now that it's in Unite, like I have a special place in my heart for Dodrio kind of forever, and Cramorant too. 2 birds that I cared nothing for before Unite, honestly.
Yeah, and now they're in there. Talonflame, very cool in the game.
Talonflame rocks. It obviously
does well. Cool. They did, you know what? They do
good
well
birds. They do good birds.
What's a Pokemon bird that isn't in the game that you'd like the game? I won't say Pelipper. I'll let you answer though.
Oh, okay. Does Corviknight would count, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I know.
It's like literally a taxi in like the show.
I think it's cool. I think it's very cool. I always thought it would be a cool defender. My thought would be it could move people, or you could all move with it or something. Maybe at that point you're the only targetable thing. It's kind of like a transport almost. But you get like a huge shield or something like that. Write this down, Timmy. Yeah. You get a huge shield. You move your allies around. They can target it, but only it. And then you kind of like drop them all out. And it's time to fight.
I love that. Yeah. I also love the concept of like the family-based Pokemon as well. So like Mousehold would be a cool one. Was it Plusle and Minoon? Like, I think that's a cool thing. I once heard somebody pitch Nidoran male and female, and that's just what they are, like the whole game.
Oh, yeah.
And it's just those two, and you get to like cycle between.
Oh,
which
that
I
would
think
be
is
so
is
fun.
a pretty neat
Very
concept.
Ice Climber situation.
Exactly right.
I would love something like that. There are just so many unique Pokemon that they can do cool things with. For the longest time, I wanted Ditto in the game. I always thought Ditto would be a really awesome add, because what you could do is basically you could have it mimic any of the other 9 Pokemon that are on the board, and maybe there's like a timer, like you can only be this one for so long, and then you have to bounce to something else. I think that would be quite fun.
That would be fun. That would be fun. We were talking about yesterday how I thought Miltank would be a cool add to the game.
It would. Got a lot of fans, it feels like, you know?
Yeah, or I think...
Well, it's got some very specific fans. That's what I'll say.
What was it? It was Whitney's Miltank that kind of like ruined everybody's career in their first playthrough because it was just so powerful. So love it or hate it, I think Miltank would be a cool ad.
I think Miltank would be a cool ad. I wouldn't mind seeing...
I agree.
Solgaleo, Reshiram, Yveltal, things like that.
Yeah, those
would all be cool.
Is it Yveltal, Eviltal?
I think it's Eviltal, right?
Production figured that out. Also, in our ear, production said Skarmory would be a cool ad.
Skarmory would be cool. I think Skarmory also does rock.
Shout out.
Another metal bird. They like the bird's metal over there.
Mandibuzz would be a sick ad.
Yeah.
I think that's cool. I think it's pretty popular in Go, or used to be. You know.
Go is always such a weird format. We can see him right across the way. Go is always such a weird format, and I do love that every game has this, where you'll talk to TCG and then be like, Dragon Bolt's like a whole thing. and you'll talk to VGC, and they'll be like, Incineroar's a whole thing. And then you talk to Go, it's always something weird where it's like,
yeah, Charger Bug.
Shadow Poliwag's nuts right now. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, whatever, Go.
Yeah, okay, Go.
Okay, so let's talk about, I'm going to get us on track here. And I'm going to be the responsible one.
To what?
Let's talk about Feraligatr, which is the latest ad that can be played this weekend. We've seen it banned a little bit. It has some pretty darn cool moves with Waterfall and Crunch.
Yeah.
And then specifically the bites on Crunch, which was a whole conversation you and Zoinks were having earlier. Talk to us a little bit about that. Is that? I got you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You never know if it's a sparkle or if it's just some food. Yeah, Zoinks and I earlier were talking about Crunch because Crunch has, oh my gosh, are we seeing some gameplay of it right now? Crunch has a pretty strong ability to do 3 different effects on its bite. There's the one that removes defenses, which also has the biggest pop because of that. I think it's strongest Crunch, and I apologize, I don't remember the names of Crunch.
No, one's Gluttonous Crunch.
One's Gluttonous Crunch. I think that one is the Lifesteal. And then one is, it's like Clamping Crunch.
Clamping Crunch, yeah, that's the slowing.
Something, yeah, with the
And
slow.
so the one you're talking about is the one we didn't quite get
It's
to.
like disaster. It's bad when it happens. It's that kind of crunch. And it is bad. We'll find the name here in 1 second. Yeah, I think it's quite strong. This Pokemon, to me, actually plays like a really bulky assassin at times. All right, here's a Crunch. What do we got?
Destructive Fangs.
Yeah, see, pretty close.
Gluttonous Fangs, Clamping Fangs. We got the other two. Destructive. What'd you say? Dangerous?
Yeah, something.
You're very close.
I felt like I was extremely close. I knew I wasn't dead on, though. A lot of damage from it. I think the big thing with this Pokemon is really moving into a fight, of course, with Waterfall, getting
so
a
good.
Crunch, and then you kind of decide how deep you're going to go. Because you could continue with your auto attacks, wait for your next Crunch to be ready for another huge burst of damage. You also can Unite in that moment, give yourself some more damage on your opponent, the amount of crunches you've hit on them. But with how much damage you do, you really can get 2 stacks of crunch on an enemy at a time max before you just finish them with your Unite move, which does extra damage based on those crunches. It's pretty solid to burst down, like you're going against Mew right here, to burst down an attacker or speedster on the other side and then start to move through your opponents. I think that's what it's best for.
Yeah, the fact that also the Unite move has a pretty low cooldown comparatively to some of the other options, which means, if you've scaled well, Feraligatr is always there to scrap, right? It's always ready to go, which is why it's really that feast or famine type Pokemon that we were talking about at the very beginning of the day when we were watching Root Dig. It's because Feraligatr does play... Oh, we're in the game!
It looks like we're heading back into our game right here up on the big stage. Dream Max Aftermath. Everyone in the chat, no! Talk more about birds that can come to the game. Dream Max Aftermath, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. Let's get this thing underway.
Let's do it. Into the top path, Immortals and Joey. We've got the Machamp and the Umbreon. Well, I guess future Machamp, future Umbreon, squaring off against Mew and what is eventually going to be the Empoleon. Right now, just a little Piplup.
Here we go in the bottom path, having to deal with 2 of these legendaries. And yeah, they do go down. I know you're looking for those early stacks on your Clefairy there, but it's going to be tough into Zap.
Yeah, I mean, having all the way up to 6 energy, you usually want to be at 2 or 4 in that first foray to get that first stack in there, and that didn't quite happen. Piplup with a quick knockout. Revenant going to get credit for that one, as now Citadel Gaming is putting a little bit of pressure on. Can they get a target down? Yes, they at least take down the Moltres, but Revenant is not willing to give up.
Yeah, peeling forward here. Comfey Egirl looking for the KO right now, not able to make it happen with the Frogadier. We're going to see if they can get any of this experience. Big Electro Ball there. They are going to get pushed out here before these birds. Enough of it heading over to the side of Citadel that 2 of them evolve.
Just in time, Aquilo with that Moonlight going to help stymie the pressure that this Piplup is trying to put on them. Stepping forward to Kexola, and they, right now, as the Mew are caught in the mean look, getting pressed down by Immortals.
Huh. I mean, really going for these stacks on Clefable, just being very aggressive. And look, it's very powerful. You need them to get a lot of healing right there. The Electro Ball doesn't pick up the KO. Joey now, however, is online. They will have submission.
Citadel Gaming has responded very quickly to, despite was a pretty rough start, and there's Revenant with another knockout.
Big stuff here. Joey in some trouble right now, picking him up, setting him down. From our production team, I tried to make a Rolodex joke, but I couldn't find the right angle, so I kept turning it over. Anyway, I think it's at 1956. I hope they figured that joke out one day.
Yeah,
I'd love to find it.
We are not strangers to bad jokes. Because production puts a bunch of them on our screen all the time.
Hey-o.
Hey-o, zinger.
Unless we really want them, am I right?
Yeah, buddy.
Here we go.
42-7 is our score line. Not much to write home about yet. So sad, Sam. Looking to get in there with a charge beam. Immediately cut off from their own pad by the legendary birds. And here comes the rest of Dream Max Aftermath putting the points in.
Yeah, points going into this bottom goal zone here. We have the Moltres stacking up. This is just a really difficult path for them to deal with on the side of Citadel. I mean, Zapdos and Articuno together, that was rough.
It really, really was. Revenant now is the Empoleon. A lot of pressure on Immortals. Here comes Lucky using that Blizzard to try and buffer everybody out, and they're able to get the knockout regardless. It doesn't really feel like Dream Max Aftermath is struggling.
No, it doesn't, but here comes Citadel. We have Greninja. It is only level 8, though, so no Unite move online. However, they are going to pick up one. Looking for the Regieleki, and no, secured there by Dream Max.
Nice little suplex. Can they convert that into a knockout? Lucky's at half HP. Joey has to get out of dodge. Empoleon in the Whirlpool, right in the middle, doing tons of damage. Can they mitigate that? Anyways, the Moonlight is good enough. Good follow me out of a kilo, and that opens up the door for a knockout back the other way. Here comes the Zapdos. Pressure on. Nobody on Citadel Gaming down. Yes, there goes the Umbreon, and guess what? That Regieleki hits.
Yeah, Regieleki hits. Beautiful score there
Nice
for Dream Max as well. Yeah, obviously leaving it at 4 sets up a big play. Zap could look for this with the 35. They also could leave this and just get a lot of experience between this path still.
Something pretty fun in the fact that EMP is the person playing Zapdos. Pretty sure the EMP is a fun, static, given thing, ruining electronics around them. That goes hand in hand. The Zapdos pick makes sense.
Very, very good. Do something with that production.
Yeah. Do some EMP Zapdos shenanigans, please. A lot of pressure on Revenant again, finding themselves caught in the blender. Follow me is enough to lock them down. Charge Beam deals the last blow.
And here we go, another big mean look. Can they convert on it?
Good
EMP
Unite.
in some trouble. Here comes the Rhino Unite, right into the Greninja Unite, looking for another KO. Moltres going down. That is a double KO here for the Greninja. Comfey E-Girl on the side of Citadel, and the goal is broken.
That was incredibly well done by Immortals, getting super deep, using the Unite move. Clutch, mean look, awesome Greninja follow-up Unite. Follow me, heals, and then all of a sudden, you have yourself a goal zone gone. Citadel Gaming catching up in experience now, and the score line is getting close as well.
Yeah, here we go. Going down, Immortals just in a little bit of trouble right there, being caught by the 3 birds as they head down to this objective. Should be a good one for DreamHack, but we do have Citadel. They're going to decide if they want to contest this or not. Regirockety extremely low. Here comes the Shuriken, and no, it is Zapdos that gets it. Even the Machamp Unite can't secure it.
Yeah, they're all peeling back. Nice little suplex. Can they convert on Lucky? Forces out the Unite move. That's a knockout on Machamp. Now the rest of DreamHack is pushing. Right on top of everybody is a Kilo, trying to make sure their HP is good. Great reposition back the other way by the Muse Surf, and that's going to be good for 2 more knockouts. And now it's just Comfey E-Girl that was trying to hold it down, but they get dispatched up pretty quickly.
Here we go, 193, 129. DreamHack in control of this match, especially with experience. They've got a couple level 12, only one on the side of Citadel. However, Machamp and Miraidon not too far behind. That fight went very well for DreamHack. However, we're going to have to see what Citadel can do in some of these moments. Just like we saw earlier, a catch from Immortals with that mean look, Umbreon could make a huge play for Citadel. We're just going to see if they can make it happen in some of these big moments. Sam, 11 and a half now. Everyone actually has a decent amount of experience considering where we are in the map. 4 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Comfey E-Girl is level 13, so they're going to have to fight well around them. Good follow me on the backside from Akilo. Going to allow Citadel Gaming to have a good opportunity, but not a good enough one. as the Mew secures, despite the fact that all of Citadel was surrounding. There's going to be a big push forward. Tons of damage by the Zapdos. Is it going to be enough to take this fight? They're looking for it. We've got dialed in, suplex down. Follow me, follow me. No, EMP is still standing, taken care of by Greninja finally. Nice little block rolled by Clefable, isolating down 2-3 players from DreamMax, and that is a way to counterpunch. Good roll of the dice on the Clefable Unite move. The block allows them to get some KO.
Yeah, big stuff there for Citadel, and while they didn't get the objective, that was stolen away. They won that fight in a massive way, taking huge KOs in the top half, as now they're going to try to position themselves around this objective. With the Tier 1 goal zone from DreamMax, this is going to be pretty tricky for Citadel. They're very deep. Massive Ice Beam catches 3.
They have to step back now. They're trying to. Moltres' pressure is there. Registeel walks towards the purple side. Big charge beam into the heart of DreamMax, and here comes the rest of Citadel. Great counterpunch caught in a blender as DreamMax, and Registeel is taken by Citadel. A great buff for them going into the first Rayquaza of this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, like you just talked about here, just being caught in that blender, it's Citadel Gaming is running a Jamba Juice out here, because that is what they do. If they can get you in that mean look, the combination they have picks up KO after KO after KO, and DreamMax is going to need to be careful here. That is a level 15 Greninja right now. If they can catch it, great. However, if they get put right back in the blender, I think Citadel's taking this one.
So yeah, follow me into mean look, into charge beam is enough to get it done.
Here we go. Looking for their moment right here. Nice big play from Zap. That's going to mean Citadel has to peel back here. They're going to need some HP as we have DreamMax continuing their positioning. We could split a line right down the middle of the map, and these teams are basically equidistant from each other here as we see Mew pushing them away, big boosted, no one wanting to make the decision. Citadel looking for someone there, Joey having to peel back.
Listen, they're biding time. You need to calculate when this Moonlight is down and then engage as soon. Tons of damage, watch the Moonlight, and that's the follow-up. We've got the Whirlpool down in the middle, and Empoleon goes deep into the engage. We're going back the other way. Machamp is there, Articuno Unite repositioned with the eject button, but we're looking to scrap. 3 players down, DreamMax gets leashed in, gets caught, gets buckled, and you want to talk about easy as 1, 2, 3. Those legendary birds can't sniff what Citadel Gaming just put together.
Beautiful play there. That is a quadra KO from the Greninja on the side of Citadel. Not a single member of Citadel goes down in that fight. It was a huge dive from Machamp, right? Looking for their moment right there, hitting the Unite move. Then the follow-up from Citadel picks up another KO here. 243, 329. They are now ahead. Articuno has to peel away as Citadel is looking to put some more points on the board with only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, not even 100 points separate these teams. So one misstep here by Citadel could be a quick score back the other way, especially with that T1 open. But they're going to look for bodies here. Citadel Gaming, sit-down pad, 3 players down, and now it's easy peasy. Citadel Gaming winning game 1.
Beautiful stuff there, Citadel. Only 10 seconds left. That is going to be game number 1. You know, it felt like they had some real rocky moments throughout that. DreamMax had some very strong plays, especially early with those birds. But when they all got together, as we talked about, Citadel really could put on a show.
You know, despite the cursed incense, the cursed items that we saw out of DreamMax, really difficult to overcome a fully stacked Clefable Moonlight heal. Yep. Especially because I don't think DreamMax was timing their engagements very well around when Moonlight was on cooldown. Right? And that's why I actually thought the Empoleon engage at Rayquaza was probably their best window, but no one followed. I mean, Empoleon went deep, Revenant went deep and had a really good chance here, and nobody was there in support, which really just put them out on an island and easy to knock out from that point forward.
Here were some of those big plays they make. You know, they catch him with the submission Machamp. They can use the mean look after that. They also can hit the Greninja Unite perfectly, which they did multiple times. We're getting ready to show moments of that final fight right here. Big time charge beam, obviously, always doing insane damage. Reggie's steel buff, I'm sure, helped a lot here. Getting to peel back. There's the Empoleon, but I think the Machamp Unite move here, pushing 3 back. What a massive counterplay there by Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Joey, right?
Yeah.
I mean, amazing call on that Machamp Unite, but I can't imagine that would be as successful if all of DreamHack jumped in at the same 19K. That is wild.
Wow.
I did not expect that number to be that high.
Comfey Girl, 19 KOs. You knew the Greninja was cooking, especially because it was level 15 sitting there at Rayquaza. But wow, just the setup and knockdown there from Citadel Gaming, allowing their Greninja to get stronger and stronger and stronger. But 20 KOs is quite a game. I have to say, watching the match, I did not notice that this was a 20 KO Greninja game. I saw Comfey Girl having huge plays, but I did not see 20 KOs.
No, they balled out of control. That was definitely a surprise. 134,000 damage healed. That is the bar in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And keep in mind, this is in the face of at least 3 cursed items that we saw get loaded into the map here. And eventually it becomes just too much to overcome. And that was definitely a point of success here for Citadel Gaming.
Insane. I mean, the curse was one thing, but what would that number have been otherwise? 150, 160,000 or something like that? Just incredible stuff. We talked about how Citadel likes to play. They're together. They are in these moments together. They are in these fights together. They have this rinse and repeat through their fights. The submission with the catch, the mean look with the catch, into the damage from the side of Citadel. And then all the while, if their opponents don't take them down, they peel back to a kilo for absurd amounts of heals.
Yeah, and I really want to say, I think it was a little tough to see the forest through the trees here, but the follow me was very strong this game.
Yeah.
I mean, those birds were constantly on top of each other for DreamHack, the 3 legendary birds, and one follow me clipping into all of them really allowed a lockdown situation to happen, right? You can mean look one, but you can follow me multiple. And the fact that those follow me's were always followed up by So Sad Sam with a fully powered charge beam was just shellacking damage and making these team fights very hard for DreamHack.
Yeah, when they were together, Citadel just felt like they could not be stopped. And again, you have to give a huge shout out to Comfey Girl here with 19 knockouts. That is extremely impressive in a competitive match like this.
19 knockouts, almost 90K damage. So, you know, sometimes we see 19 knockouts with like 45, 50,000 damage because they're really just kind of cleaning up the trash,
yeah,
right?
They're just farming level 4 Pokemon that never evolved. Yeah.
Exactly. Or, you know, or you have your Charge Beam Miraidon have like at 110K and they're just coming in dealing the final blow to get credit for that knockout. But here, it was really just full control out of Comfey.
All right, well, here we go. Citadel now with the first pick here. DreamHack is going to be taking the second pick. Gives them an opportunity to counter. We're seeing some of the bans right here. Zeraora targeted for Alligator. Espeon. What an interesting ban setup from Citadel.
Clearly have a read on something, right? There's like, I think for Alligator makes sense. Zeraora has to be targeted. Espeon is going to be more and more common, I think, as the weekend goes along. Back the other way, they're trying to limit a kilo a little bit, but you can't really slow him down at this point. Immortal's going to the first pick, Snorlax.
Well, I'm kind of shocked to see Snorlax there. I thought they maybe even would take, you know, the Machamp, maybe the Umbreon or something like that. They would go with the first pick on Snorlax. Next pick's over here to DreamHack. Maybe they recognize that they're going to be taking something like Articuno no matter what, as we have our second couple of picks to Citadel.
I will say, though, Block Snorlax is really good into all 3 birds.
Yep.
I mean, just a heavy slam, you just throw up a wall, and none of them can use any of their toolkit to actually get into your backline. And quickly, we go Blissey into the Greninja, a combination we saw to start off our day as well.
Yeah, I mean, Greninja, when it gets 19 KOs in a game, I think you bring it back, unless your opponents stop you. But once you're carrying that hard, I think you have to bring that back. We are seeing an Urshifu. We are seing an Eldegoss. Eldegoss is always good.
Agreed.
Just always a good choice.
It's incredibly strong, without a doubt. Deusebum bringing in the Urshifu. Are we going to see, you think, the Rapid Strike or Single Strike variety?
We're going to have to see who sits on this Pokemon at the end of our draft here, but if it's them, that is a Rapid Strike. It's got the full heal, so no eject button for the Wicked Blow plays. It also is going to be in combat, so you're going to need that full heal. It's got the Excel Bracers, so you have a little better cooldown for your Pokemon, as well as more damage the more KOs you're getting. Final pick over here to DreamHack. you can take the Umbreon. I'm shocked Citadel didn't take it. I feel like it's like a signature Pokemon for them.
Allowing Blastoise to get through is very interesting. We're going to have to see how we scrap. Joey grabbing the Buzzwole this time around, a Pokemon that seems to just always slip through the cracks, and then sometimes you'll just have a game it's like, how is not everyone playing this? We'll see if Joey's all tuned up, ready to go, and make a statement here with the Buzzboy.
Yeah, Sam on Mewtwo. Why feels like a pretty decent counter to seeing Machamp on the other side. You know, with Teleport, you could get away from it as it's trying to move in and grab you for some of those really powerful submission plays. Joey on the Buzzwole, I think, is going to be a fun one to see. But, of course, after game number 1, I think I've got to have my eyes on Comfey Girl here.
Yeah, I mean, especially bringing the Greninja back, you're going to have that Blissey support. Most importantly, on deep engagements with the Bliss assistance is what I'll be looking for, right? Big, explosive plays from that character.
Yeah. 19 KOs. Nothing to sneeze at as we get ready for game number 2. Groudon is going to be our final objective here on Thea Sky Ruins. You can see us take a little tour through it. Regidrago moving through the center right there. Citadel 1 game away from handing a loss to DreamMax here, who currently is undefeated in their groups. Citadel Gaming, your purple team. DreamMax Aftermath, your orange team.
Let's get into it. Again, DreamMax 2-0 in this group. Citadel Gaming could improve their record as well, give themselves a clear shot into day 2 as the day moves forward. DreamMax, though, has the opportunity to punch their ticket right now and guarantee them this thing by going 2-1 in this match, 3-0 through their bracket and into that day 2 action.
Citadel right now is heading towards the center of DreamMax. They sent 2 players, but they were stopped by multiple players on the side of DreamMax. They want to make sure that that Urshifu can evolve on the side of DreamMax, which can be difficult to do. They finally do get it, and it is walking to the top path right now, ready to do some quick punches and kicks.
That is, in fact, what an Urshifu does. It is the Rapid Strike Urshifu, the Blue Bear, going to be ready to schmoove through Citadel Gaming and hope to make a difference here. Straight on top of So Sad Sam quickly, tons of damage, and a knocked out by the Chansey, evolving into Blissey, and now they're about that action. Nice little stun on EMP, and that's another knockout, and Comfey Eagle's coming alive. Give them credit. Everybody's getting a knockout. Everybody's getting a piece of the action here. Everybody eats on Citadel Gaming.
Citadel Gaming with an amazing start here in game number 2, 44-0, absolutely dominating them right now, looking for another KO as they are just punishing DreamMax. We're going to see if they overextend themselves, but it looks like no. Revenant now in some trouble, needs to eject just to get away.
I mean, everything feels like a mess for DreamMax. At least Deusebom was able to go across the map and start farming the central of Citadel Gaming, but they're collapsing. Immortals and Comfey Eagle are on the chase. We're watching So Sad Sam level themselves up. Lucky's stuck at level 5, so is EMP. So Sad Sam, for some reason, still level 5, but feels so much further ahead.
You know, I got to say, the thing I love about what Citadel did right there is they also didn't give anything up. Like, a little experience in their center as the Urshifu chases to the other side, but they didn't give up any KOs in a moment like that. You could see a lot of teams get too greedy right there, but I think they played that phenomenally well, holding their lead after that moment. Now 49-0. Greninja almost level 8.
Suplex down is Snorlax, but really those Immortals putting their body in the way so that So Sad Sam could keep pressing Deusebom as they're getting back right now. Knocked out is Revenant. Tons of damage. Comfey Eagle steps up and gets one. Looking for the Zapdos. Now it's Kikesola that's going to go down. KO Shrika 2, they want the third. Big strike from the Mewtwo. They get credit for that. Comfey Eagle, I mean, they are on fire.
Wow. I mean, a quadra to start our match right here from the Greninja. Incredible stuff from Comfey Eagle. This is just devastating for DreamMax. 2-0 in their group. They had a good first game, but they are just getting handled in game 2.
I mean, these NA teams are balling out of control. They don't care what your sponsor is. We coming for you. Citadel Gaming putting their mark down. Big Greninja Unite. That converts to a knockout on Zapdos. Meanwhile, everybody behind Comfey E-Girl is scoring, and Comfey E-Girl's doing it alone. There's the Bliss assistance. Are we going to push even further? No. That's just to get them out of trouble.
I think there was a moment where they consider, like, are we sliding on them right now? Are we doing this? And once again, I gotta give it up to Citadel. They did not take the bait, you know? They did not take the easy, let's just sit in their central area, let's look cool right now, because they know that some of these teams can punish you.
Here comes Joey on this puzzle. Kaizola going down. Yes, So Sad Sam is moving so well around this map right now with this Mega Mewtwo. Why? Nice little suplex there. Is there enough in the tank to get rid of it? Safeguard is down. Here comes Deus Boom. That's a great knockout if they can get it. They pop their Unite move. They try to save them. Stunned back the other way, blocked into the wall, and at least they took care of the Urshifu on its way out.
Yeah, they took care of the Urshifu. I mean, you got to give it up to DreamHack. They needed to get that Greninja, but some real fancy footwork, incredible support play from Citadel, and an amazing start once again to game number 2 here. Sam almost level 11, just ticking over. Greninja at level 11 right here as well. We finally do have Machamp online for DreamHack. We're going to see if that can be a difference maker in some of these fights.
Machamp and Urshifu on the hunt here. Good little tandem they can work in. Block is up. So Sad Sam is ready to go. Meanwhile, we got Joey on a mission in the bottom path. Regieleki's getting work done.
Here we go. We're going to see if they can make something happen. The side strike onto the Blastoise. 5 members of DreamHack hiding in the tall grass here, Doob Snacks. They hit with Zapdos. Regieleki getting very, very low. A Surf for the ages and an easy secure.
Immortals goes in for the heavy slam, gets plucked by the submission very quickly, right into the power nap, into the bushes. Here comes Comfey E-Girl after the Bliss assistant. They can do a ton of damage here. Nice little suplex again, separation on a Kilo. We're going for him. Revenant is down and make it 2. There goes Kaizola, EMP, Deus Boom, and Lucky are peeling back. Immortals is low. They get another little slam down. 2 players down the other way. Hydro Typhoon from Lucky kicks up just in time, and that's enough to force Comfey E-Girl to retreat. Can they get away from Lucky? Lucky says, yes, I'll let you off the hook. I'm going for points.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking to score right here. The Unite move from the Mewtwo helps set up the KO. Greninja moving back in. That's going to be a double. Using the birds to move through, they can just straight surf through them right here. Getting all of those resets. Enough of them on the side of DreamMax as well. 202, 128, and I think Comfey E-Girl is looking to break their record from game 1 here. Let's see if they can get more than 19 KOs this time.
I mean, there is no other mission on the mind of a Kilo besides being in the pocket of this Greninja. Comfey E-Girl is the key to success in game 1, going to be the key to success in game 2. What I'm impressed by here in game 2 is everybody else seems to have woken up on the squad, and they're playing pretty darn well. This is a great opportunity for DreamHack. They're looking to push forward, secured by a Kilo. Hydro Typhoon does kick up Comfey E-Girl. They get knocked out. A Kilo lost sight of what their job was. They get knocked down. Here comes Deus Boom. Hits of 12 on their Unite move. Suplex there. Nice block for cover to save So Sad Sam.
Yeah, here we have Buzzwole staying in the top path during all of that. They are now at level 13, kind of a quietly level 13 on the side of Citadel, where Greninja is being very loud about being level 13. 1 minute left to go until Groudon hits the map. Citadel Gaming still way up in this exchange. Things are going better, however, for DreamMax on the experience part of our scoreboard.
Without a doubt. Deus Boom moving to the middle. A Kilo getting some vision. We've got a little pause here for the cause. And I'm very happy that if this was going to be a pause, it's happening in this moment right now, where these teams aren't near each other. We're not in a critical strategic moment. So hopefully we get this resolved and we can get back into it. But this is another game for the ages out of Citadel. And this is a team, like we said, the pendulum has swung, and right now it's swinging to the side of victory for them. Can they hold on to it?
Yeah, it's the question, right? I mean, they have a very, very strong start. I mean, we're almost to the end of this match. Citadel with huge plays from Greninja early. Comfey E-Girl just setting up moment after moment to pick up massive KO strings against DreamHack. If anything like that obviously happens at Groudon, it is all over basically for DreamHack. They're going to need to shut this Greninja down, but Citadel has a lot of options to keep it around, a lot of ways to help it, right? Snorlax with the heavy slam block, the repositioning there, and of course Blissey, which has used some incredible Bliss assistances on Greninja so far.
Without a doubt. Like I said, you know, game one, it's really tough to not see how well Comfey Egirl did, especially when we saw the stat screen. But right now, all of Citadel Gaming seems to have shown up here in this second chapter of the story that is this match, and they are looking solid. How will DreamHack respond? They're behind a little bit on levels. They're down about 100 on the scoreboard, and with only 47 seconds until our Groudon populates, how will they adjust?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The Machamp is a playmaker. At any moment, if they could really catch someone with that Machamp, we could have something for the side of DreamHack. As we're now heading back into our match, Doopsnacks. Again, 40 seconds now until Groudon hits the map. We have DreamHack positioned pretty aggressively around this top objective, but I don't know that they're that interested in it. They would just like to make sure that Citadel does not grab it and also keep some strong positioning here.
Exactly. Revenant going back. Machamp, like you mentioned, going to be the facilitator in this fight for DreamHack, so they're going to have to get a good engage, a deep submission, and a popular Unite move to let Deoseboom on that Rapid Strike Urshifu take over.
It's just 15 seconds now until Groudon, as we have DreamHack kind of positioned all around this top L bush right here, looking for members of Citadel. If they can grab just one player with Machamp, they can make a huge play, as they are now looking directly on Groudon. The rip is happening.
Straight in the middle. Groudon's already at half. We're going to have to throw everything in the kitchen sink. We're going straight for Big Greninja Unite, secured by Zapdos. So Sad Sam wasn't in the stratosphere of that Groudon, and DreamHack's Aftermath making a call for the ages. A heavy rip. Throw everything in the kitchen sink, secure yourselves a game 2, and for you and I, going to a game 3.
Wow, wow, that was so fast, so aggressive, and Citadel really didn't have an answer for it at all. Like you mentioned, we had a player not even at the fight yet. I think they did not expect DreamHack to just take the series from them like that. It's not over, however, Doopsnacks. The minute 20 on the clock and the entirety of Citadel up, they are going to look for a fight. However, those Groudon buffs give DreamHack an insane amount of damage in this moment. They do have one Unite move on the Snorlax. That's going to have to be a game-changing Unite.
Oh, caught out of the heavy slam with the submission. Moving forward, though, Immortal's looking for a chance. Heavy slam is there, block for separation into the power nap. Didn't quite use the block yet. They are done and dealt with. What can the rest of the team do? Citadel is trying to shell in damage. Greninja with good spacing. Hydro Typhoon just in time. That cuts off another player. The fight rages on, but it's not going to be enough. Greninja pops their Unite move. They are dealt with. Deuseboom flipping the script on them. So Sad Sam might be a Mega Mewtwo. Why? But they're asking themselves, why did you even dare to step to us? DreamHack Aftermath winning game number 2.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from DreamHack. What a fight from them, and what a decision, really, to rip in that moment. It was pretty dang incredible for them. I do think it's almost like a little bit of a game of chicken that was played right there, and I think Citadel thought there was no way they were going to make that play in that moment. Well, unfortunately for them, they did, and they're going to take the game.
So, if you're taking a look at the composition of either team here, not a lot of great secure either way, which is what leads you into a false sense of security that the other team definitely won't rip because they don't have a good secure tool. Meanwhile, neither does the other team. Citadel Gaming and DreamHack Aftermath were both sitting there with less than ideal secure options. So going for it there makes sense to me, especially because they caught Citadel Gaming napping at the wheel.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Trying to take a look at some of these moments in our match here. Obviously, DreamHack felt like they were quite a bit behind, and a lot of this they just recognized that they needed to make a play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a nice little push here by Citadel Gaming, which is just a successful team fight out of them. Nice little Hydro Typhoon back from Lucky, and that was signs of life that DreamHack weren't looking to give up just yet. Registeel secure Hydro Typhoon out of the Blastoise allows DreamHack Aftermath to get a deep breath and ready, and here we go, right into the rip. no questions asked. Cotton Cloud crashed right in the middle of the team. We're slowing it down. The submission is out. This is our Greninja's Shuriken's way too early, and the Zapdos secures with the Hydro Typhoon providing cover.
Yeah, it's just tough when you just see Mewtwo kind of walking towards that. There wasn't a lot the Mewtwo could do in that moment, but it definitely could have put some damage onto the side of DreamHack, maybe picked up a KO, helped the team with that. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could have done with how fast that rip was. It really was just up in the air at that moment. Dale Spoom, our player of the game, 7 knockouts, went down 5 times themselves, 12 assists, looking a little better than game 1. They didn't give, 19 KOs over to the Greninja this time, but really just took the match there at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. The Zapdos being the one to secure EMP again on the Zapdos. There's a joke in there somewhere. Great work out of DreamHack, great call. Like I said, not great secure on either side there, Cowboy. Not like your historically powerful secure tools. And in the face of that, DreamHack just kind of going for it and taking initiative does give yourself the best opportunity in that weighted flip. They had their moves well timed out. Great Hydro Typhoon by Lucky to break up any close proximity attempts to secure by Citadel. And then everybody else just hucking their moves right to the middle.
Yeah, and just looking to see if they could get it. We saw the Greninja Unite move. Obviously, Zapdos with the final hit there, securing it. There isn't a lot of secure anywhere in this match. Maybe your best tool is going to be, honestly, Greninja Surf or something like that. So I think DreamHack felt very confident in that if they get this, they win. And I think Citadel's not going to expect them to be that aggressive in this moment, as evidenced by Mewtwo not even being.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what. I guess we can take a look right here. You start talking, I'm going to check something real quick.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at the heat map here and the stat distribution. Obviously this Water Bear is all over the map. They're always looking for a lot of great fights, a lot of different ways to engage, taking more damage than they even gave out in that moment. So a huge playmaker for the side of DreamHack, but really it all just came down to DreamHack's call to take the objective.
Okay, so I was just taking a quick look to see why maybe they're sending the Mewtwo on a mission. It was level 12, didn't have its Unite move going into the last 17 seconds, but it wasn't that far away, and I think it might have naturally ticked up, so maybe they were scrapping for the level 13. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I just think they really didn't expect DreamHack to do that, right? And I think part of the mind game there is knowing that if DreamHack loses that one game, this series is done. And I think a lot of teams wouldn't have the guts to do it. And maybe Citadel thought, rip it, they're basically taking the end of this match here and leaving it up to a coin toss. As we call it a flip for a reason, right? It's just a coin flip. They're just going to try to take the objective. However, as you mentioned, something that I heavily believe in, I just think when you are the ones taking the chance, when you're the ones pushing forward, you have a much better shot than just a 50-50 because you're not caught off guard. You know what's happening. You're not panicking. You're not throwing a Unite move. You don't need to. You are fully committing to this rip. And I think because of that, because of how they caught Citadel on the back foot there, that was a really sharp play, even though it does come down to a level of luck.
It does. I mean, we don't want to say that it is all luck.
No, it's not. But there's an element. I don't know what the numbers are, but maybe 35% of the time, Citadel get that, right?
Well, right, and that's, we talk about a coin flip, a pure 50-50 is what that naturally represents. But that's why we like to use the term weighted flip, right? Taking agency, being the one to make the call, and naturally having your team on the same page because you've taken that initiative adds 5, maybe even 10 percentage points to that, 15, heck. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a 65-35 or a 60-40, and you're like, well, with our tournament life on the line, and we're behind in experience, and these team fights aren't going our way, that's our chance.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, not only that, I think there is a a big mind game element to it too. If your opponents don't think that something like that is happening, the weighted flip, I think, just becomes better and better and better for you. You know, it's a concept that comes from other card games, like a game like poker. We were talking about all in earlier, give me all the chips and things like that. If you push all your chips in the middle, your opponent has an opportunity to fold. And in Unite, I feel like the equivalent to that is not committing to a big fight, because you just don't even recognize that your opponent's actually going for it.
Exactly right. First pick out of Brazil, DreamHack's Aftermath is going to be that Moltres. Real quick, these bands, Hoopa, Greninja, Zacian, Zapdos, Feraligatr, Espeon, and first pick is that Machamp by Joey the other way. Immortals back in the Snorlax tank.
You gotta love seeing Greninja banned.
Yeah,
that's how you know that you've made it, when you get your Greninja banned. Well, we're going to see what else Comfey Girl has in the tank here. Next couple of picks over to Citadel. I like the Char Y. I think people are like, they bounced off this thing too early. I think Char Y is still extremely.
Well, Kaisola believes in you. We've got a Typhlosion Hover from Comfey Girl. Okay. And Lucky, with this Mamoswine, we've already seen some great Mamoswine play throughout the weekend so far.
Yeah, here we go. Typhlosion. I love to see it. We got 3 Charizards for DreamHack. All right.
3 Legendary Birds game 1.
And now it's 3 Charizards. Here we go.
I heard you like Charizards. All right,
man.
Let's do it. Let's see where Sosad Sam ends up with this gutter pick. Goes Mew. Is that going to have a big of a nuclear impact against 3 Charizards?
Well, here's the thing. If they get it in one of their 3 different Seismic Slam Unite moves, you would be able to move around the battlefield, invincible for a moment with your own Unite.
Sure.
So there's a counter to it right there. When I look at Citadel, I just feel like, how are you going to do enough damage into DreamHack? Like, where is your damage right now? I love Typhlosion, but how do you do enough damage? I don't know. This is going to be really interesting. If Citadel wins this, obviously hats off to him. If DreamHack wins this with 3 Charizards and a Moltres, which is kind of a Charizard impression, let's face it. This is a wild composition.
Kind of both ways, right?
Yes, both ways.
The one thing that Citadel Gaming does have, if they elect to go for that weighted flip, they've got Mew, which is one of the best secure options in the game between E-Ball or even Solar Beam. So they've got themselves a chance here as we head into game number 3.
That's right. Game number 3, all tied up here. DreamHack and Citadel. Obviously, both of these teams undefeated right now in their group. That is about to change. DreamHack Aftermath, your purple team. Citadel, your orange team.
I love seeing the 3 Charmanders scamper out into the Thea Sky Ruins here, as Sosad Sam is going to try and level up the Cyndaquil as quickly as possible. Immortals and Aquilo going on a mission because they assume one of the 3 Charmanders is going to be there, and they're going to be surprised by a Moltres as they both look and go, okay, I guess we got to try and do some work against this thing now.
Yeah, you would assume one of the Charizards would be there, right? It's a more difficult Pokemon to level up. Well, here comes one of the Charizards with an EXP share on its head.
I heard you wanted that smoke. Well, here's some fire for you. Kaisola coming through. Deosiboom putting tons of pressure on Aquilo. Sosad Sam stepping up. Gonna try and get in there. Bang! That's a quality knockout for them. The K opener to Citadel.
Yeah, and there you go. Moltres is actually doing great here. However, taken down. We're just trading right now. The Snorlax from Immortals heading to the top path.
Right there, meeting up with Joey. 850 is going to hit the clock. The birds are going to populate, and who are they going to go to? We need an Evo here out of this Machop. That's going to be critical. Both level 4s the other way. 4 players in the face of 2. Citadel Gaming trying to play the numbers average here in their favor.
Yeah, we're going to see if Machamp can get online right here. They need this secure. Yes, they do have it. 2 Charmanders do not have a strong secure tool. They can rip things pretty fast. They just don't have a way to actually get that last hit.
Yeah, that central has kind of been abandoned, and now the Moltres finally going back to clean that up as So Sad Sam is working through their central with the Typhlosion. Finally a Charmeleon for Revenant. We've got a Charmeleon downstairs, and we still got a Charmander struggle.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going to see which one can get online first. I mean, that'd be fun to find out which Charizard actually makes it to Charizard first. Big time heavy slam. This Charmeleon is in trouble, and they do go down. We have the Pillow-Swine going to have to get pushed back here. No, still a Swin'em. Sorry about that with a big time Flame Charge.
I must say, the passive of Snorlax to run faster towards berries actually allowed them to catch up and get that knockout there. Pretty fun to see that come to play. Boom in the middle of 3. Now stepping back away after kind of like a wing attack, engage, disengage sequence.
Here we go, Charmeleon getting caught right there. Big time slam with the eject button as we have now Pillow-Swine online in this bottom pack.
Everybody's trying to score there. So Sad Sam rolls forward with that flame wheel that you talked about at the start of the day. Love to see Typhlosion get a lot of representation here. I think it's pretty darn strong.
Yeah, it's really strong. It's interesting because to me, it has shades of a few different Pokemon. This does feel a little bit like Sylveon to me in ways. The Eruption feeling a little bit like a Mystical Fire without a dash, but then you have the dash on you with this wheel that also gives you a shield. It's a really fun one, and I'm excited to see it here in competitive.
You know, it's pretty funny the way you talk about the damage for Citadel Gaming, which is something that is lacking and they'll have to figure out. Probably by being bigger. On the other side, though, DreamMax grabbing 3 Charizards, they're probably looking for a way to shut down some sort of crazy speedster that they assumed Comfey Egro would go to. And the fact that they went So Sad Sam, Typhlosion, Comfey Egro on Mew, you almost isolate completely the ability of those 3 Charizards to do their job.
Here we go. 3 Charizards making their way towards the middle right here. Is there anything they can do to Citadel? Citadel's looking for a KO, and they grapple.
Nice little solar beam there, good follow-up. So Sad Sam going to put pressure on these Swablu and Altarians, and they're going to keep leveling up. Listen, doesn't matter how much damage your characters do, if you're 3 levels above the other team, you're in pretty good shape. So Citadel Gaming is going to try to put the screws to DreamMax Aftermath and really cement themselves in this experience.
Joey looking to be a playmaker here on the Machamp. They could move in at any moment with this submission and get one of the Charizards, get the Moltres, get something fire flying, that's for sure.
Yeah, like that. Joey looking nice. Cross chop eject, lockdown knockout. What a setup. What a knockdown by Citadel. Now it's going to be 4 in the face of 4, and they're deciding to retreat here, which I think is a pretty strong move since they don't have Immortals, their tank, to put the pressure on and play the front line.
One of the things I've been most impressed with in Citadel is their ability to not give up a win. They've set up a bunch of big moments. They go and they pick up a KO, and then they actually accurately can assess whether or not they can make something happen right there. Lucky with a big-time catch, trying to rival the Machamp in the sky now. The Bliss assist the other way, the triple seismic slam!
Well, if you got 3, use all 3, why not? What's crazy to me is the Machamp is still standing, and this goal zone is too. Immortals pulls up for the smoke, and that's gonna be enough to stymie the push of DreamMax Aftermath. So not a lot of damage out of Citadel, but a lot of stalky individuals on that side using all their resources and stymieing the push of DreamMax.
Wow, I mean, it's no matter what, I'm just glad I got to see that.
Yeah.
3 seismic slams all in a row from these Charizards. It was fun to watch, that is for sure. Mew putting some points in right now. They're going to get this goal as low as they possibly can, and now it's time for Joey to break it. 82-214. They are up. By they, I mean Citadel Gaming, as we now have Snorlax trying to make their way back to pad or to a berry. They can't do it in time.
Is Aquilo going to step up? No. Lucky going for the interference here into the central area. Hiding out as the Mew, they go up and roll away from where DreamMax actually is.
Here we go. Members of DreamMax looking for another play. Another big catch on Mew, and look at the combination there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Mew is its getaway tools are part of its Unite move. If you don't have that up or you're not willing to expend it, it is a knockout. There is a seismic slam on the Machamp. They run away pretty darn quickly. And now the points are going to go in here A little late back into the fray is Joey as they get seismic slammed again. There's a Bliss assistance into the Machamp Unite. Tons of damage, 2 players down. Moltres is down, Charizard is down. Seismic slam number 3. Finally, Joey goes down. But on the backside, the Typhlosion isn't enough. It's the Mega Charizard X that's getting it done.
I mean, the real question is, how many seismic slams does it take to KO a Machamp? It turns out it is 3 consecutive seismic slams in a fight like that. It's pretty hilarious to watch. Must be frustrating to deal with if you're Joey.
Absolutely. 3 seismic slams in a row and Moltres cover fire to get that Machamp finally knocked out. But what I'm impressed by was that Mega Charizard X in the back line and the work they were able to do to give that window of opportunity to the rest of the team.
Here we go. 5 seconds till our top objective. We're going to find out what Reggie we have spawning up here. Citadel ready to take this. Oh, Reggie Alecki in the top back.
Kilo going to score, and that's really just to draw attention. Immortal's going to cover the bottom path as it looks like DreamMax is going to surround that basement Reggie. Everybody on Citadel Gaming, they need to frame up and get ready for their opportunity of attack here because we've got 10 seconds until our Rayquaza.
Well, Citadel getting extremely aggressive. I'm not sure what they're going for, but here come all 5 members of DreamMax. They're looking for a fight. That is one of the best solar beams I've ever seen, hitting every single member, and they're going for it right now.
Straight into the rip here. It is a close battle indeed. Into the backline, Fire Punch. They're trying to lure them in. Rayquaza's at half. Seismic Slam into the middle. We do have a Bliss Assist for cover. Machamp is still standing there with those eggs around them. We've got some Unite moves to use. Rayquaza's so low. Nobody's paying attention. Heavy Slammer in the middle. Power Nap is there. Secured by DreamMax, I believe. And everybody but Immortals is down. No, making everyone. Jack 10 Jack Queen King Ace, that's what I'm looking for. Citadel Gaming is dispatched.
DreamMax going for it again. Not afraid to go for the objective. They're just moving in, so impressive. A wild fight, and again, you know, they just decide to end the match. They decide to really put Citadel Gaming to it in that moment. Can you stop us? Is there any way you could stop us? And if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you. And then if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you. And if you try to, we're going to seismic slam you.
I think that whole fight is different if Immortals doesn't get a why. I don't even know why they were there.
I don't know either. It was a really odd call.
Okay, down by 200. They've got an opportunity here. They need to get a knockout. They did get one. Immortals is there. The block is up. Confe Ugro, tons of damage. Look at those shields, though, still hanging out on DreamMax. We're going for the back cap action here right behind them. Immortals trying to get some points and not going to be enough. 296, 431. Just the Snorlax left standing. DreamMax Aftermath is streaking towards that home goal zone, and that is all they wrote.
Yeah, great fight, great finish for DreamMax. A really scary one, obviously, for Citadel. Things did not go well for them as soon as they lost the Snorlax. DreamMax said, we're going to take it all right here. I mean, to be fair to DreamMax as well, when you look to the other side, they've only got one Pokemon that I feel like has any solid secure at all, and that's going to be the Mew. So they just thought, hey, we've got the advantage here. If you move in, we'll fight you. If you don't, we're going for red.
You want to talk about a moment I want to see. You start chatting, I'm going to find this right now.
Doobsnack's now looking for a moment here on our telestrator that we've got in the booth. Yeah, it was a very exciting fight there. And I think DreamMax, just like we saw in game number 2, they are not afraid at all to take the fight, to really go for it in the moment. When they had the player advantage, they took it. That's going to make them 3-0 in their group, ready to move on to day 2. Guarantee. Doomstack's now just watching the play back here. We'll have to get the telestrator up on broadcast here in just a minute. But right now we got replay up on the screen. You might see some of the moments you're looking for. Big time Bliss assistance there. The 3 seismic slams from the side of DreamMax.
I mean, and if you can believe it, the Machamp didn't actually go down. Joey's still standing after that. Here comes the 3 consecutive seismic slams that were successful. Good Bliss assistance, Machamp Unite, but that becomes the beginning of the end as they get seismic slam for that 3rd time and burn down.
And here we go, looking for Rayquaza. Again, not great secure on the side of Citadel. They're in trouble. They're being chased down. We've got the Charizards in the air. Who got the secure on the side of DreamHack? Was it the Charizard?
It had to be, right? Was it Fire Blast?
It could have been the auto there. I'm not sure.
Come on.
I mean, 3 seismic slams, hard to deal with. I'm with you. It is funny.
Yeah.
It is funny. It's a funny idea, and it worked.
It worked. It worked. They got a lot of help from the other side of the map, just throwing the game in the trash can. I am not happy.
I can tell
with what just happened to close out Citadel at game. Because I mean, they not only that, they got completely flustered once DreamHack immediately just pivoted to the middle. They got so disjointed they couldn't help each other anymore. So, like you said, all credit in the world to DreamHack's Aftermath for seeing the opportunity and seizing it and not letting Citadel Gaming collect themselves.
Yeah, really nice stuff here as we're taking a look at some of the stats in that game. Big time damage out of the Typhlosion there, hitting 67K. Highest of the match, however, is going to be the Moltres right here, our MVP. And it looks like our telestrator is ready here. We're going to pull that up on screen. Doob Snacks, go ahead and take it away. What's the moment we're looking at here, brother?
So this is, again, 18 seconds. We've got DreamHack who are clearly surrounding that basement objective. You can see here, right on your mini-map, right about there, is exactly where Lucky, the tank player for DreamHack, is hiding out, because they're just trying to get vision, right? Here comes Citadel Gaming. Watch that mini-map. There's the Snorlax. Right on top. I know we're watching the rip, but right on top, they walk right into Lucky for no real reason there. And at the moment that they see them, they pivot immediately and just go straight towards Immortals, which means they came back. Typhlosion steps up, Ice Fang reposition, dumps them into the team, and then all So Sad Sam can do is run away. Why they were there to begin with is the most frustrating spot, because I think they would have been much better off going towards the central and setting up a trap, because at that point, they at least have a clear idea from the direction of where they believe DreamHack Aftermath would be coming from. And putting one person out there to try and get vision, you don't actually gain anything. You would have been better off in the choke point that we're watching DreamHack Aftermath walk through right now.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, we're going to find out more about what was going through DreamHack Aftermath's head as we have an interview ready up on the main stage. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Fraggles. I have EMP here with me from DreamHack Aftermath after such an intense match. Honestly, we need to address the elephant in the room. 3 Charizards. Tell me about it.
We play these compositions against our screen partner, Tusi, and we trained so hard with this composition, and I think it's something that the team have fun, especially with our support playing Mega Star with XP Share. I think it's a thing that people is sleeping on, and I think it's also broken. Charizard is broken. I think it's one of our best compositions we have.
That is incredible, and you had to break that, that secret box and say, okay, we need to use our secret composition now because this is a game 3, so everything was on the stakes. And speaking of, you have guaranteed day 2. So how does it feel? Is there anything you're looking forward to tomorrow?
I think day 2 for us means a lot because we went through some issues in the year, not qualifying through LCQ. And I think going to day 2, we want to prove something that we can earn that the last spot for Worlds.
Yeah, you're definitely one step closer to that EMP. And of course, I would love to know a little bit more of how does the dynamic now, considering that you were, DreamHack plus Aftermath Brazil. How is that? Tell me a little bit about it.
Bro, I'm gonna say something like, especially thanks to Theory, he's really supportive with the team, and DreamHack 2 is really supportive. Theory's Aftermath owner. I respect a lot Aftermath. I coached Aftermath in A. It didn't go well as we think it, but he's supporting the theme in Brazil. I think it's a really good thing because we are here because of Aftermath and we are here because of DreamHack, and I think it's a good collaboration with both organizations.
It is wonderful to see that come together in such a fruitful way as well. But I want to know too, how is the environment between you guys merging together to play? How is the dynamic?
We have fun. We joke a lot with all of the members. It's a really good environment. We never had a fight on the team. Like, we never yell to each other. The environment is really healthy. I love the team. I love my team. I think it's one of the best teams I've been on. I think it's really good. I think, yeah, for sure.
Love it, EMP. All right, so do you have any final words, any shout outs you want to give? Because you have confirmed day 2, so you definitely have a lot of gratefulness in your heart.
Yeah, I'm going to say something like, fear the aftermath. Just that.
Okay, fear aftermath. Is that it?
It's not a me on the community, but I think we need to show some respect to Aftermath and DreamHack. I love both organizations. I feel in home like with the DreamHack players, with the organization support and all of that. I think it's a really good thing that happened, this collaboration. It's crazy because I was like, oh, I'm not going to play Unite anymore. And Kaishola messaged me, well, bro, we need to go to NAIC. I start thinking, oh, it's a really good last chance. So we're here. We are proving something.
You definitely are. Thank you so much, MP. Congratulations for making it to day 2 of 2026 NAIC. I'm going to throw it back to the booth.
All right, an incredible match there. DreamHack's Aftermath really taking the opportunity to win both of their games. They saw it there in game number 3. As soon as they catch out that defender, they are going for the victory, and they were able to pick it up. 3 Charizards. Looks like a little better than the 3 Legendary Birds, apparently.
Yes. Yes, let's take a look at our groups here. Root Dig 3-0, they're on to day 2. Non-parametric statistics, my boy Muck and company, they're 2-0, and they're pretty darn guaranteed at this point, I think, depending on their tiebreakers with All In, which would be the team they'd have to play. Let's talk about Group B. You say words now.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses and Goofy Goobers looking pretty incredible here. 2-0 for both of these squads. We saw EG earlier in the day, and they looked fantastic as well. Group C, for me, the talk of the tournament. We've got Fulcrum 2-0, Extinction 1-1, Deep Cross 1-1. These two will face off, and the winner of that is going to decide which one of them will head through to day 2. What an insane matchup that is going to be as we continue to move through our bracket. Both Lunex and Rush Hour, the teams were a lot of people expecting to move out of Group D, are 1-0 so far.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the last 2 groups. DreamHack's Aftermath, we just watched that. They're 3-0. Citadel Gaming 1-1. Their run isn't over. They win their next one, they're pretty much locked down. And then in Group F, IX, Tuesday, both 2-0, looking great.
Yeah, a lot of teams you would expect moving forward, and then a few wild card. The Fulcrum situation is incredible in Group C. It's probably what I'm most excited about as we are taking a look at our teams still looking for their world spots here at Doob Snacks. An idea that you had in a dream that somehow became a reality. Take a look at this. All of these teams that are not grayed out are still in the hunt. The other teams have been eliminated from the tournament already.
I love that they're grayed out. I love that we can still read the names too. Credit to them for showing up and competing here at NAIC. That's what makes this event so special, is all the folks that show up to actually game. I'm not going to read all those names.
Nope.
So we're on camera. That's what they just said. There's like, oh, you're not going to read anything?
You're not going to read them.
You're not going to read anything, then just go on camera.
It's the thing that both of you really wanted, but if you're not going to read it, go back on camera. We are ready for our break. We have more incredible matches. That screen is going to get updated more and more as our day goes on. Some teams will stay in the hunt for that last spot to Worlds. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series at the North America International Championships. We're going to be seeing now a matchup that we have seen already on Last Chance Qualifier. Lunex Gaming versus Rush Hour.
I have a lot of personal stakes in this match. Rush Hour, of course, formerly known as Brave Birders many moons ago. And Brave Birders Sweep has been my slogan for now, what, like 3 seasons of UCS. And here they are giving an amazing showing, honestly, in the Last Chance Qualifier. Obviously, against this other team they're playing against, Lunex, who did qualify out of the Last Chance Qualifier. So they have also picked up my good friend Flareon, who I was actually just talking to, so it's going to be very difficult for me to decide which of these teams I want to see win.
Yeah, it's valid. We all have a bias. I personally don't have any bias, especially towards like any country or like nationality that is related to me. That is like completely untrue. But I would say that in your case, of course, you are unbiased. You're a very fair caster. And tell me more about this addition of Flareons. Do you feel like this change in particular, how does that perform?
I mean, it looked like it was really good when we got a chance to see it in the Last Chance Qualifier. So Flareon's famously kind of, a very young player, right? But has really started playing kind of at like the minimum age, and then went through some really strong teams like Orange Juicers and just a bunch of like potentially really strong teams, but a lot of teams also that didn't really quite hit the mark. Citadel Gaming that we had a chance to just see play against Triple Charizard.
Charizard.
Yeah, that's who Flareon was with
dreams.
In the league, right? So moving out of that team that didn't qualify to the league, and then immediately going qualifying, we get a chance to see Flareons. It's really cool to see, but we still have to see how Lunex is kind of playing with this new addition, and they've been looking great, but again, this is a rematch of the Last Chance Qualifier Grand Finals.
It is, and like you mentioned, with a little bit of a spoiler, if you haven't been catching up with the regular season, Lunex did qualify. They won against Rush Hour, and that got them to be one of the 4 teams at NAIC this year for Pokemon UNITE that are already qualified for Worlds.
The interesting thing, too, is that both of these teams obviously played online, right? But these are 2 teams that are very, very storied in playing in offline environment. Rush Hour, and I have to stop myself from calling them Brave Birders all the time, but Rush Hour, they've been coming to NAIC. I mean, they qualified for top 8 of NAIC when it was like just NAIC, and then they qualified some other way when it was like regionals. They've been to a lot of in-person events. And then, of course, everybody that's on, pretty much everybody, I gotta think about it, that's on Lunex has had a lot of experience too. I remember I did an interview with Celeste, who, when was that? That was like 3 years ago, something like that, on stage. So just a lot of really storied experience of not only playing in person, but also playing in person at this event.
Oh yeah, and that feels like it gives some people, I would say anybody, if you go to a place where you've been before, you've had some experience, you just feel like home. That's usually my place at LAIC. I already feel like LAIC is my home. I'm sure NAIC feels like your home as well. So I'm just starting to, get in, have some tea, have some biscuits as well, and just getting welcomed into this beautiful home that is the North American International Championships. And I'm pretty sure that these teams also feel incredibly comfortable, like you said. I want to see, personally, after what we just saw, I don't think we're going to see immediate results from the Triple Charizard in this match. But tomorrow, we will. But still, it just gives me that little, like, oh my god.
Yeah. So, little bit of literally behind the scenes here. When teams are going to play next, obviously they get kind of ready before the next match ends, right? So I was walking back before coming over here to cast, and both these teams that we're seeing right now were watching the end of the last game, and I walked up and I was like, so Triple Charizard, right? And not a single person there like also understood exactly what was going on. I think it was as much of a confusing choice to them, but hey, it was a winning choice, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, there's still so much that can be done in this game, in this meta. It's so wide, especially once we've seen All-Star Draft, we can just see there's so many different strategies.
I know, I was just gonna say, I was like, All-Star, give me All-Star. It's okay, we don't have All-Star in NAIC. Who knows, maybe in the future we might have it as well, just like the East has had on ACL. But, well, although the Triple Charizard, it's not going to have that much effect right now. People are still like trying to process what it is. Let's go back to the things that have been working, of course, because we haven't seen quite a lot of defenders that I just usually like repeated. You still have Umbreon bans. You still have Vaporeon doing really well. Snorlax always really, really good. and especially like going for supporters, like the side up pick. It's just, I'm not going to say inevitable, but it's just like so present all the time.
Yes, yes. Psyduck has been really dominant now for so many of the events that we've casted. It's just so good at doing everything. It's great at getting the initiates with Psychic, or really kind of however you want to play it, but it's great at initiating, it's great at surviving, it's great at supporting, it's great at just doing damage in general. We've seen so many Psyduck games that are like 80,000 damage, 70,000 damage, and it's like, hold on, you're supposed to be a support. Yeah. But these teams in particular, just having had a chance to see them for a lot of years and over the course of this season, we know that they've got some pretty unique styles, right? So we'd see Lunex, they had a relatively weak early season, and then they realized that they wanted to play way more aggressively, and exactly how to play more aggressively. And they play off the back of Celeste a lot, who is kind of like a well-known, like kind of assassin speedster player, plays a lot of Zoroark, and they really are able to just be hyper-aggressive. But on the other side, we see the Rush Hour, keep trying to call them Brave Birders. They do play a lot of speedsters, right? Colin Tang ends up playing the Talonflame quite a bit. There's some other options too. There was one match I'll always remember where Colin Tang went. It wasn't Zoroark. It was, because it wasn't a mirror. It was a speedster matchup against Overlord, and won the speedster matchup. Like, was just winning the fights, which was so impressive because, obviously Overlord is Overlord. So two really aggressive teams, and I assume we're probably going to see some speedster play on both of them.
Yeah, I was going to say that definitely indicates a play style that is focused in early game as well, to try to get the rotates as quickly as possible and guarantee more pressure across the map. And of course, the speedsters, that is their role, that's how they play. So I would say, in that regard, having that pressure in the early game is going to mean that every single wild Pokemon matters. Every single farm that you can get and last hit for the, not just the air percentage, but especially for the levels, it means so much, because levels, they not only mean more damage and scaling overall, but also like unlocking those plus moves, unlocking those evolutions, and that means so much to these compositions.
I mean, there's so many different directions they can go with the draft right now. And the other big thing is that obviously we haven't seen these teams since Last Chance Qualifier. So there have been some meta changes. There have been some new releases. I actually specifically feel like a lot of the new picks, like maybe Typhlosion or, if we end up seeing for Alligator, not banned for once, I feel like both of those Pokemon would go really well into Lunex's style. Maybe. They're very aggressive. They do play a lot of brawlers. I feel like maybe, especially like Oblivion might end up playing one of those. We'll see, though. There's some flexibility for sure with both teams, and we're going to get in the draft. Again, reminder, Rayquaza game 1 every set. We'll see what they end up picking.
Lunex, your purple team here. And Rush Hour already picking out that for Alligator you mentioned, plus that Moltres into the bench with Zapdos, Slowbro, and a potential child. Okay, I said that might have been no effect immediately, but that kind of feels like it did.
And we do see the Zapdos ban. That's a pretty interesting ban. I do think Rush Hour was using Zapdos a bit in their matches in the Last Chance Qualifier, so this is most likely going to be an already targeted ban. And again, they had a pretty intense set, and I believe they actually had 2 sets maybe in the Last Chance Qualifier, so these teams, even just from that alone, know some strengths and some weaknesses. It does look like we are going to be starting off with the Hoopa pick, which has been really important, I think, actually, for a lot of the matches so far today. But to see a first pick, we've seen a lot of different first picks today.
We have, from the Psyduck to the Espeon to the Hoopa, absolutely, I agree. Even sometimes the Snorlax too. Right, on the side of Rush Hour, they go for a hyper-scaling brawler there on the Garchomp plus a Mew, so that heavy artillery from a ranged position. Meanwhile, Lunex here has a lot of options, I would say. For example, if you're not going for a Snorlax that has been hinted here, you could go, I was going to say Mamoswine, but yes, Blastoise is always very reliable, and the Espeon pick that had been going to purple P1, as I've been trying to establish. It's a purple first pick, so it's P1. It's going to be the Espeon there for Lunex.
And this is a nice pick for Flareon. Flareon has suffered for a while of, sometimes the meta just doesn't really fit his playstyle, I think. Really likes skill shots, a really strong player when you can kind of express that skill, stuff like, sniping Inteleon or Mew, but Espeon as well can have some really, really huge impact on the game. I think he's a lot less happy when there's maybe some more just auto attacking or some more passive Pokemon, but that should be, I think, a good fit. We are going to finish that up with one of the Charizards and the Blaziken. So a little bit, I said that maybe some speedsters, but we are going to have some dive potential, just not with speedsters.
True, very valid, very valid. And as we just saw represented in that game 3 of last series, the Seismic Slam is a very powerful ability in that Charizard kit. And in this case, the Charizard X, it's Charizard White, the Mega. Charizard White is off the table. That Metagross is an interesting pick here, just really showing that Rush Hour wants to have that close quarters kind of engagement. At the same time, the Mew always so reliable and just being a tool for any situation.
Right, yeah, Mew also is a pick that, I mean, theoretically, Flareon's could use, right? Obviously, Flareon's already picked, but it's one that just showing that you can use as well is going to be a nice little deterrent, I think. So we are going to have a chance to see actually a lot less Speedster play, I think, than I expected. We ended up seeing the Metagross, which is going to be an interesting pick, and I do think maybe that being the last pick was a little bit of a mind game. Also, my note, a Pokemon that we've seen used a pretty decent amount, I would say, from Lunex. So a lot of potential overlap as we get into this set. I mean, we are still at 0-0. It's still going to be 2 out of 3. We're still in all the day 1 matches. And there's already, I'd say, some altogether mind games, so good to see it. I'm a big fan, like I said, of honestly both these teams and what they've been doing the rest of this season, and excited.
So excited. Lunex Gaming versus Rush Hour, your rematch of of Last Chance Qualifier, as we go immediately into a quick tech pause, as it should be sorted out pretty quickly, Chef. And this is just so exciting overall, having the rematch, having these teams, like you mentioned, haven't played in, you know, like an actual UCS tournament since the LCQ. This is a big moment. Lunex in this case having already qualified for Worlds, and in Rush Hour just trying to get their revenge back and potentially qualify. Of course, that requires them getting into day 2, getting into Championship Sunday, and of course finishing up with winning a grand final. So there's a lot that they need to do, and all of these teams are definitely just focusing on. I love that blush so much.
You know, I was talking obviously about how Flareon's was added to the team, but we didn't really get a chance. You know, I keep expecting that we're going to see like sort of a team graphic, but it's like, no, this is an open bracket. This is not online where we know who's going to be playing. But of course, Lunex also added Frank, who came over from LatAm, which is wow, great timing, camera people. That was awesome. Let's see if we can do that again.
That is beautiful.
Let's just say a name of a player and see if it goes to them. But that was another huge addition, right? A very successful player from LatAm, and then adding Flareon's on top of this core that has already been doing so well throughout this season. So definitely a team to be reckoned with, and that also does add a little layer of mystery. If any of these teams go back and look at Lunex in the actual season, it's going to be a very different team than how they're playing now. So it makes it a little bit harder to find all the dirt on how to counterpick them and stuff like that.
True, and I love that you pointed out Frank there. Of course, we were talking about Flareon's too, but this Frank pick is just so interesting to me because I feel like they were one of the most reliable players on CACM, and that is just, to me, showing that Lunex is not just adapting, but choosing very key, good opponents. Not opponents, pieces. I was looking for another word, but components. That's the one. Good job, me. Components. To this mix, and I really want to see how this is going to perform here for them in the LAN stage.
It's really cool too, because it does give a little bit of a sign of some stuff that happens behind the scenes, and that's one thing that we've talked to a lot of the, especially like a lot of the Latin North teams, like a lot of the Mexico teams. There were actually a pretty decent amount of teams that like primarily came from Mexico, right? And a lot of them play. They've said a lot more with some of the North American teams. You know, obviously the border's right there. Like for example, me personally, my connection to a Mexican team would probably be better than my connection to an East Coast team on the East Coast of North America. So they live very, very close to any of the teams that play from the West Coast or from the South or really just North America in general. So the fact that we know that some of those teams play and scrim and practice and talk and are friends with these North American teams, and then a player like Frank would be willing to go, and I mean, obviously I don't know what the situation is. Obviously he's in North America now for whatever reason, for how long, but the fact that he's willing to play as well with the North American team, the North American teams are saying like, yeah, we've played with you plenty of times, we know you're good, we've scrimmed together, so we would love to have you on our team. It's really cool to see that there is this sort of like inter-region friendship that happens a lot, and a lot of inter-region practice.
it's wonderful. I feel like it just makes so much sense because these, of course, considering all the different formats that we've had throughout UCS history, going from finals, like monthly finals, into regionals, and then point system, championship points, into our league format, into where we are now, which is the final stretch at NAIC, the last opportunity for a team to qualify for Worlds San Francisco. So it's just so meaningful, right? That this moment where we had the league format all throughout the season that was really just putting things in boxes, players learning how to play against people from their own region, but now Lunax representing the fusion between these two regions, and now in an international to showcase that is very nice.
Yeah, I do quite like seeing that. It's so rare that we get a chance to see like how teams from different regions do get to interact, but it's been a lot more than one would expect. I do think that certainly this season has given a little bit of a light to that, for anybody who has been watching any of the Asian regions. Well, I mean, I guess it's pretty pertinent, but Slash, of course, going over, playing in the Asian region after playing in North America. Overlord going and playing, and now he's a reject. He's going to be qualifying for Worlds already. He's actually technically like twice qualified for Worlds, or I should say reject is. But there have been a pretty decent amount of shifts, some EU North American shifts as well. That one's a little bit more common, but this is one of the first LATAM to North American shifts that I've seen. Don't think we've seen any of the other direction around either, but just in general, you can tell, so that these teams, even though you never really get a chance to see them play against each other except for at events like this or AOS Cup or Worlds, they do certainly exist in the same ecosystem, and there are friendships, there are trading partners that can really go pretty long distance, I would say.
Yeah, just literally and figuratively for sure. and Chef, if you think about it as well, this is the same topic that I was kind of approaching with EMP from DreamHack's Aftermath, because that's what they were, right? It's DreamHack that fused with Aftermath Brazil, a team that was created for the LCQ in Brazil with Aftermath that is a NA org. So all of that, the fusion of these regions, even if the players are still Brazilian in those teams, it's just so interesting to see that this moment really just culminated into more than one team saying like, yeah, let's unify. Let's say, like, feel like you're one of the best in your region. Let's make ourselves the best to go to Worlds, right?
Yeah, it's really awesome to see, and I mean, hey, this is going to be another opportunity for them to show off. But in the meantime, I'm told that we are being forced to show off our Pokemon skills as production is decided to torture us with a game. No, I'm just kidding. Who is that Pokemon?
Is it from Unite? Because it could be Ninetales, or no, it's Alola Ninetales just because you have the
it has the floof,
the hair, the floofy
so
hair.
It's definitely Alola Ninetales.
It's Alola Ninetales.
Hey, look at that!
It's beautiful. I love Alola Ninetales. Matches my dress.
Alola Ninetales, I would like to see some Alola Ninetales. We're actually talking about that with the other casters, yeah.
Alola Ninetales, to me, if you pair that with an Articuno build, yeah, give me that immediately. I love the playstyle of Alola Ninetales. I love the freeze. Like any game that I enjoy, if it has freeze, I'm down. I love it.
Pretty much every Pokemon that can freeze in Pokemon Unite has like really scary crowd control.
Yeah, we've been seeing Mamoswine galore.
Yes, Mamoswine, Articuno, the Alola Ninetales. Okay, we're going to another one. Now this one, I'm going to throw to Zoinks. Zoinks, can you yell really loud from the green room? No, he can't. Okay, but it is the Zoinks. I think it's Zoinks' favorite Pokemon, actually.
Oh, is it?
Banette. Yeah, got a very cool Mega recently. I
had no idea it's his favorite.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Love that. Give me more.
This one's not in Unite, though. So we now know that there's a chance that these won't be in Unite.
Oh, okay. Is this a hint? Who knows? Maybe production is giving us a hint.
Oh, production's telling us that it was actually picked because it is Zoinks' favorite. So,
cute. We love you, Zoinks.
Yeah. Wait. Why didn't I ask for our favorite Pokemon?
I think mine is pretty obvious. Put that on the screen right now. That's not it.
All right. Do you want to guess this one? I know it.
I do know what it is, but I forgot the name.
It is Camerupt.
Yeah, that's the one. Exactly.
I'm doing pretty good at these somehow.
Yeah, good job. It's a good little guy. I love him.
I know more of these out of Unite Pokemon, apparently, than I can say the names of actual Unite Pokemon when we're in-game. Every single time that we get to, like, Dartrix, I'm like, it's Rowlet's evolution.
I always forget Dartrix.
I know.
Yeah, Dartrix is one of,
And the funny thing is, I remembered it this time when I made the joke
Good
about
job.
it. Yeah, so I just had to
It's
make a
the
joke about it
low-pressure
every time.
environment, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm on a roll. You know, I'm getting all these so far
Yeah,
correct.
just throw more. Give us
Yeah.
more. Shove us on a roll.
I'm waiting to see if they've
He's
got
on a
any
spree.
troll ones for us. I do expect that. Okay, this is another. This is a newer Pokemon.
Newer.
Yeah. Do you want me to take this one?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
All right,
go
this
continue
is-
your streak.
This is shoutouts to Attica. This is Glamora, who is a really cool new Pokemon. I'm actually quite a big fan of this. We've been seeing it a pretty decent amount after its release. So it's a cool Pokemon. It like opens up. It's like a flower. It's like a backwards flower. It's a really interesting Pokemon. So I'm a big fan of that one. And like I said, shoutouts to Attica. Attica's maybe favorite Pokemon. I don't know. Been a big fan of it recently, I should say.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
Love
Come on.
that.
Do they have any more? Can they
Is there?
challenge?
Ooh.
Just kidding. How do you actually? I feel like I'm gonna say this name wrong.
Like butcher the name, right?
Yeah. Should I try?
You should.
All right. Cophagrigus? Is that right? I feel like that's totally wrong. I feel like I'm saying it incorrectly. Do I get?
No, I do.
No. Oh, it's Runer. Oh, it's.
Runaricus.
All right. That was a little bit of a troll. That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah, I got that one wrong.
No, that's you were close. You were close.
I'm fired.
No,
That's how
no,
it
you're.
goes. They're pulling out some pretty deep cuts here. They're starting to.
I agree. I'm falling behind. I'm definitely falling behind here. I'm still waiting on my favorite because it's obvious if you don't know production. Like, what are you doing? Do you even know me?
All right, they said last one for now, maybe because I got one wrong, and so they're gonna kick me out of the booth.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, but
Yeah,
we'll
just
see.
put your
if we-
shoes back on.
Hey, nobody knows. Nobody knows that. We actually have like cool little standing mats down
We
here.
do. It's soft.
But it is pretty hot behind these lights. But maybe I'm just sweating from the pressure. I had a pretty undefeated record, and now it's like, okay, I can't look bad on camera.
I know.
Of course, the reason why we are playing this very silly game, just so everybody knows, is because we do have a pause that we are fixing the tech issue on stage. Of course, they got the draft done. They just got it started, and right when I was about to get excited, some little thing happens. But that's how it goes, unfortunately.
It does,
and,
technology.
It'll be there. Who's that Pokemon? It's an orb. There we go.
Which of the orbs it is? Is it just Voltorb?
I'll guess Electrode, if you want to guess Voltorb.
Okay, I'll do Voltorb then. Oh, it's Solosis. Okay.
You know what's actually funny is our stats person, Icarus, I think showed this to us once, or to me at least.
Oh,
this troll one for Who's That Pokemon, and I forgot. All right, that's good. You got
No,
us.
Solosis is good. It's
Production's literally laughing at us in our ear right now. It does look like
I mean,
maybe.
I'm not gonna spoil to the audience or anything, but they're not laughing at me.
Oh, sorry, they're laughing at me. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
I don't have anyone laughing on my ear, Chef.
Well,
it feels bad for you.
I know. I had a pretty good record, and then I just lost 2 in a row. But they're going to switch me out with somebody who actually knows Pokemon, so we're going to be taking a really short break while we do that, and you're going to have a real caster when you come back right after this.
EUIC 2026 hosted
Billy.
Pokemon Unite's AOS Cup. The title of international champion and the first spot at Worlds was on the line. Day one's group stage was packed with teams from the UCS regional leagues, but all eyes were on Root Dignitas, Evil Geniuses, Team Peps, and CACM. The competition's metagame was defined by water-type Pokemon. Mega Gyarados, Psyduck, and Blastoise proved to be powerhouses. But rogue picks like Meowth, Zeraora, and even Wigglytuff also made some appearances. Day 2 began the single elimination bracket. With the pressure turned up to 11, the matches followed suit. Multiple matches in the round of 8 concluded with last-second dashes to score and margins of victory as small as 6 points. 2 teams forged their way through this gauntlet to the finals, Team Peps and Evil Geniuses. Looking to keep the EUIC title in EU was Team Peps. On the back of their powerful double defender compositions, they were able to defeat an incredible lineup of teams, including the defending world champs, Peru Unite. Evil Geniuses, on the other hand, cruised through Day 2, winning convincingly round after round. Championship Sunday was a battle of rivals, EU versus NA, a clash of styles, and all for the first spot at the World Championships. The battle raged back and forth all set long until Game 5, when Team Peps captured the energy the crowd was sending and defeated Evil Geniuses. Team Peps earned EU their first international competition title and punched their ticket to the World Championships in San Francisco. To make sure you never miss a moment of exciting Pokemon competition, head over to Pokemon.com/compete.
Unfortunately, production looked through the entire venue, could not find a real Unite caster. So I'm back, and we are getting closer to this match. Lunex and Rush Hour. It seems like we're pretty close to getting this whole thing all solved out. So hopefully we get a chance to start this game pretty soon. And I think we might be out of Pokemon to guess. But we can guess kind of what Pokemon we are going... well, no, we don't have to guess anymore. I do assume that the draft is going to stay correct.
Correct. I would say so. It does make sense because we had some interesting things. Let's remember because it's been a while.
Yeah. So we had the Metagross. I remember.
We had Mega Charizard Y.
Yes. We
no,
had...
no, X.
Oh,
Mega
that's right.
Charizard
It was X. Yeah. At this point, it's hard to remember because we've seen them all in one game. So I don't know. I think we're going to be reeling from the Triple Charizard game for the whole weekend at least.
Yes, please. Give me that again. I also just love how DreamHack's Aftermath was like, yeah, we kind of had to spoil the secret. Right, so we'd love to have a confirmation here if the draft is going to be redone exactly as it was, or if we had technical issues during the draft and it has to be done differently.
It looks like they're redrafting because they're drafting in a really weird order right now. Or, you know what? This isn't even draft. This is straight pick. This is just normal
It's just straight pick, yeah, because there's no bans either.
I didn't actually know our graphic could do that, so kudos
That
again
is
to
pretty
production.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never seen this not in draft.
Right.
But yeah, so they're picking what they were picking before. So my assumption is,
Yeah,
we are just going to stick with this. So yeah, okay. Hey, we asked for a refresher on exactly what the draft was, but yeah, big notes to me. Flareon's getting that Espeon. Espeon feels like it's been really contested so far this weekend, and it's been doing a really good job. But a lot of really good support options on the side of Rush Hour that are going to really have to, I think, depend a lot on their main 2 damage dealers to kind of carry their entire team.
Yeah, it's so true. And I want to see exactly just how the Metagross is going to fit into this one because, of course, you have Dragon Rush. Some things make sense to bring people closer to Metagross and allow for that Computing Crush to, you know, have extra effects, create that arena around them and have even more damage there for the Metagross to apply. But of course, the most versatile of Pokemon that you have with the Mew being the attacker option for Rush Hour, also very impactful. As we are finally, thank you so much for your patience, going into this game 1 of the series, Lunax Gaming on your purple side versus Rush Hour on your orange.
Let's go. We're in. And we are going to see an interesting thing here with the Blaziken in center path. Now, that's something that we don't see all that often. It used to be a lot more common, I want to say like 2 years ago, but I think I'm just getting old. But it does really do quite well in there. It levels up pretty quick. It has a pretty decent clear. And then once it gets to that level 5, it's quite good at assisting a path. It gets that Blaze Kick, can pull everything along, can pull along a lot of the wild Pokemon as well, if you do manage to get there in time. So I do like seeing this. There's just oftentimes a lot of higher value targets to get the experience to.
Very, very valid. At the same time, you also have that Metang right on the other side for Rush Hour, also pivoting here for the top side with that level 5 on Colin Tang. As they are, of course, just trying to gauge what is the exact moment they're going to go in, because it's still 10 seconds for the Altair Swablues to spawn. Though there is a big rotation here with Johnny coming to the top side that actually makes for Espeon to go to the bot side with that Combusking, so Rush Hour definitely going to priority here.
And I have to say it, Colin Metang. Every time that we get it, I gotta say it.
Colin Metang, exactly.
Colin Metang, which is honestly doing a pretty good job up top. It's going to be a 4v2 up top, which does, of course, mean that bottom path is going to be a lot less defended inside of Rush Hour. Ooh, I did not think they were going to be able to pick that up. That was instant.
It really was, and they got another one too. So it's both the Hooper and the... Who was it? Was it the Charmander? Yeah,
yes.
It went down exactly. And they continue going to the central area too with another knockout there for the Mew with that Electro Ball, but also retaliated back by 2 KO streak here from Flareons on this Espeon.
Oh, that was a chain of KOs from top path to bottom path. That was like 6 KOs in a row. We're about to get maybe a 7th. This is already a very violent game. There's a lot of just battles happening all over the place, and I didn't quite expect that it was going to be quite that aggressive early on, but I suppose the early game for Rush Hour is pretty strong.
We have a difference here where the level 7 allows for that Blaziken to transform already, while Colin Metang is still a Colin Metang. As they are rotating here for the top side, they take quite a bunch of damage from Flareons there with that poke and, of course, that Psy Shock. But it's a 4-person rotation from both teams here around this top area of the map. Of course, a reminder as well that because it's Rayquaza first map, we don't have Regidrago to fight in central. We're still waiting for the Regis to spawn on top and bottom. Asha! That's crazy.
That was it was a really nice pullback.
Wasn't it just?
It was like a frame perfect. So again, lots of KOs being found throughout the entirety of this game, but I wouldn't even say really fights. It's just a lot of like singular like 1v1s or 2v1 engagements where somebody just doesn't really stand a chance. And so we've seen a lot of KOs. However, these teams have not even grouped up together. The biggest thing might be down on bottom where we're seeing some aggression from Rush Hour. They want to push forward, maybe try to break that goal zone. They weren't going to be able to, but they're on Registeel.
Yeah, and Metagross is already online here on level 9, so that could be a big difference, making it create even more space. It is not going to be stolen by Frank there on the hookup. Good Psychic Select to get Flareons out of the picture, but they use the eject button to get away to safety to that berry. So now Rush Hour is not going to overextend themselves after they got the objective. That Umbreon also has to be careful. They use that, that wish, but there's an insect and a flank come now by Celeste too. That forces out plenty of Unite moves. That is still going to be a victory for this moment, or actually a 1-for-1 trade that became a 2-for-1 trade for Rush Hour themselves. They could get Flareons here, and they are going to be able to do so with a 2 KO streak for the Garchomp.
Some pretty huge KOs in that fight. That was looking like Rush Hour wasn't going to get a lot off of taking that objective, but then they pushed forward, they backed up, and then they pushed back forward again. So really good kind of positioning in general, some good like macro choices as far as being able to bait and back up and signal that they think, to try and make them think you're retreating. And they got some really good experiences off of it. They got like a goal zone off of it. They still have this goal zone up top, relatively weak. Lots of points being scored in general throughout this game. We're not quite at the halfway mark. We've almost got 300 on board. I promise I can do math, not 500.
Yeah, 300 across the map here. Rush Hour is going to take initiative for Regieleki. There's a Blastoise with a Hydro Typhoon as well, but the Limited Outrage does get people away from objectives, so Rush Hour will confirm that one for themselves as it is pushing towards Go Asha, though it's almost one auto attack away from getting taken down, but they are not going to. with Celeste in a bit of a trouble position. That Solar Beam will finish them off with Livian, though, trying to stand up front line. Good Hydro Pump, but still going to get sniped there by Johnny. Wow, that's going to be such a huge overdunk. There you go, 36 overdunk to a total of 212 for Rushour.
And maybe even more importantly now, both Tier 1 goal zones are gone for Lunex. And a team that likes to play aggressively, they love having Tier 1s to be able to move back to get a little bit more vision. But you're kind of playing in the dark now, which is very scary when you do want to play like that. They're going to have some pretty strong late game. They've got some really strong secure on the side of Lunex. I mean, some great secure ribbon flip on both sides. And they're almost all gathering here on bottom.
Indeed, with Lunex starting out this Regi, some poke coming from Rushour. Of course, having a mute is something that you can afford to do. That's Frank with the okay. Lunex Gaming does confirm the objective, so just forcing out Rushour away from this point. And of course, because of that Hooper Unbound, they have all 5 members here on bot side, so Rushour has to be really careful about how they proceed about this.
Honestly, Rushour, they've been like testing the waters really well. Every single time that it seems to them like they, is that hitting somebody? Okay, it is going to hit the place again.
Wow.
Yeah, off screen, and it will be able to at least get one Pokemon, but just so many Unites being popped.
It really is, and it was so close as well to the both of them on that 1v1 to get taken down. But it's a 2-for-1 for Rushour as they are still fighting out here. There's the Hooper that goes down as well for Colin Tang. Flarion's getting chased and cornered here. 4 members of Lunex Gaming that got taken down, getting Rushour into a level 12 power spike for both the Metagross and Garchomp.
You talked so perfectly about how Mew was such an important Pokemon and was going to be important in this matchup as well. And Mew is really doing a lot of work, so much damage. Yeah, I was a little bit worried that there was a chance that they weren't going to be able to get as much damage online as they wanted to on the side of Rushour. You know, Mew can obviously do a lot of damage, but it can also be a little bit more supporty based on kind of what level it ends up being and how the rest of the team works. Metagross as well can be a little bit more like tanky rather than just like high damage. Obviously, Garchomp can do a lot of damage, but also has to get in. So they definitely made their comp work really, really well. They're doing a ton of damage with everybody. I mean, I guess it's nice that the damage from Psyduck and stuff as well are going to be pretty nice to add on to whatever else you're doing. Who knows, Psyduck might be highest damage in the game, but they're looking really strong. It definitely seems to me like they've got an advantage going into pretty close to the final stretch, but honestly, the last fight, there's a chance that it could end up here on bottom.
It's a possibility. Lunier was chasing now for that level 13 for this Mega Charizard rather, but they're not able to do so. Meanwhile, Rushour with 2 level 13s is forcing Lunex to go for this Registeel. They have a lot of secures. There's not going to be a snipe. It is a overheat secure by the side of Lunex Gaming with 10 seconds for the... This is game 1. Rayquaza. Too small.
So they are going to just be very safe. Again, Rushour has been super safe. They have not overextended maybe a single moment of this game. And whoa, wait, are we going to go for the ribbon flip? This is already getting pretty low.
Whoa, okay, Asher goes over the wall with the Livid Outrage as well. It's going to go on to Frank that gets forced out to use the eject button away. There's the Hydro Typhoon that gets Asher into the air, but it's going to be 1 knockout for the side of Lunex Gaming, make it 2 as they are in the great position here. Now Colin Tang has to be careful there, Asher as well. God, what a nice engage by that Mega Charizard, but got to be just so close for that Machamp, or actually the Garchomp rather, to take them down. But Lunex Gaming isolated everybody. Colin Tang trying to seal it. It's not going to be the case. Lunex Gaming takes the Rayquaza and 100 points behind are going to turn it around.
Of course, having the Rayquaza buff is the biggest advantage here, rather than, of course, any of the other maps that we could have had. That is going to pretty much secure that they're going to be able to take the lead at minimum, which is exactly what happened on another Hundo Burger up top. We got the chance to see the pip there. So a 305-point lead at this point. Not insurmountable. There is a minute left, so we're still going to watch on this. But again, the fact that it is Rayquaza means that they're not able to steal away any of the buffs from the main objective. We also do see this attempt maybe to back up from this Blastoise that it looks like they did end up getting caught, and pretty much everybody is converging on them. We'll see if they can end up escaping, but if they get caught right there, that would have been a big opportunity to make a comeback. Still 400 now and 5 points to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's quite a lot of points there. Seismic Slammer onto that Umbreon 2. It's going to get just immediately taken down. Live it outrage just to try to get some more damage. But of course, we know that with this difference of points, it's just quite a very big lead to be surmounted. Although they have been able to take them down. Frank, although Hooper Unbound, they are going to take a lot of damage with that full power Sai. It's going to need 400 points. So it's 400 burgers. Nice Psychic Select here on the defense for Lunex Gaming. They don't have time to score. Colin Tang is going to take that side shock to the face with a side beam as well. And Lunex Gaming will secure the first game of this series.
Honestly, a strong attempt for the counter push at the end, though. They got a lot of KOs. That was on the verge of potentially happening, and you can actually see, I think Lunex maybe not quite happy at exactly how close that maybe could have been. They obviously are locked in and they just want to win the match, but there were some moments right there where it did seem like they did lose control even after it ended, and I do have to say again, I felt like Rush Hour was in control of the match the majority of the time. They were winning a lot of team fights. They were really, I mean, they were getting so much mileage out of that Mew. They were in control of the points. They were in control of all the goal zones. But in the end, I mean, Lunex, they for sure clutched it out. A lot due to the Charizard. So honestly, this might be the weekend of Charizard.
Well, it was just a memory unlocked by DreamHack Aftermath. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Let's play that. Let's use it. And they, yeah. The plays there, especially with the, of course, being Mega Charizard X, having that punch as well, right? Just having that little bit of a hindrance on to enable even more chain SCC is just something that really works out well for them in this last moment. Celeste on the 2-4 and 8 KFA is your player of the game. 169 points scored. And it was, I feel like, in this game in particular, you know how sometimes you're like, yeah, this play was really a standout. I feel like Lunex, the way they played late game, was such a collective effort that I can't really pinpoint. Like, of course, yeah, the Mega Charizard X was, it was really nice in one specific play that stood out, but it was such a group effort.
Yeah, it was definitely everybody all at once. You can actually see their damage is relatively close. All across the board, even the Hoopa with 40,000 damage, Frank doing a lot of damage and getting a 2 KO streak, I believe, at the end of the game, right in that final fight. So it was certainly a really well-coordinated full team fight, which is what we've been seeing win a lot of the games today. When we got to see, I can't even remember, Fulcrum? Is it their name?
Fulcrum, yeah.
Yes, okay. See, they're such a new team, but they're already one of my favorite teams.
Right?
But yeah, we got to see them play.
They are new Brave Birders.
Well, I still got my old Brave Birders.
You still have Rush Hour, okay.
They're down a game, so I have to at least hope that this goes to game 3.
That would be awesome.
Yes. That
because like you said, Chef, we saw Rush Hour doing really well early game. Like, it wasn't a case of, yes, it was close in score, but the both teams were just positioning really well, having like these pick-off moments where basically if you saw a window, they were going for it. They were really aggressive. And I feel like it's interesting how both teams were matching and mirroring that in some way. So in this case, with Lunex having the upper hand in the final moment, I feel like it's also very dependent of the fact that it was a Rayquaza map too.
Yes, yeah. And you can see that, I think, maybe in part of that draft. When we saw the last draft, we're going to go into this draft, which is going to be probably pretty different, but in the last draft, we got a chance to see both teams with some pretty significant rip ability, which is usually just kind of consistent damage, right? Auto attackers, or I mean, maybe like not long cooldown, like move attackers, I guess is one you could say. That would sound weird. But then also strong secure was on both teams. So we had a chance to see that. We are going to see a really interesting ban. And I do want to point this out, the Slowbro, or the Slowpoke, that being a ban means that they're like, okay, now Rush Hour thinks we're going to play Charizard. We're going to probably be countering it by banning the counter to Charizard.
Yeah, exactly. And at this point, you still have 2 more Charizards on the table. And that is what happened the last time around. It was a ban on Mega Charizard. Why? They got Mega Charizard X instead. Lunex, for this game, they are countering here by taking the Garchomp away from Rush Hour. That was very, very impactful, I would say. But at the same time, I wonder if Mew, yes, it was going to be immediately confirmed, or if there was going to be a chance for Lunex. No, Rush Hour knows that it can't be something that he give away alongside with his head.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like it was just purely like a steal away either. I mean, if you look directly to the left of the Garchomp picture, you can see another small Garchomp, because that is a favorite Pokemon there. Yes, of that player. So that's going to be just a strong pick to have in general. We're going to Kyogre for one of the first times today, by the way. I just noticed that for the first time. But back to allowing Flareons to have Espeon. I feel like it's very dangerous.
It is, it really is. And the combination overall, I feel like Live It Outrage with the Hydro Typhoon that they have, pretty interesting. I see your face, I see it now. It's a roulette for the side of Rush Hour. We haven't seen it in a very long time in a dominant manner, but I feel like in a certain way, it does close out the gap for that melee heavy damage option. But Lunax coming through with a Zero Aura plus a Mr. Mime.
Two interesting picks that I would not have expected either to show up in this exact moment. Zero Aura has had some pretty good success in the past, but choosing it now is an interesting choice. Oh, and there we go. Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting for it. The Talonflame, Colin Tang, Talonflame.
Colin Flame, Talon Tang?
Sure.
Yeah, I like that.
That worked.
It did ring. Okay. That's nice. It did make my brain go brrr. It was nice. It was good. But yeah, let's go over this Zero Aura and Mr. Mime pick. Is I would say a lot of disruption, right, with the Side Shock from Espeon, with the Blastoise, and then you add that with the light screens as well from the Mr. Mime. But the Zero Aura also means early game, a lot of pressure early game. So how are we going to see them fight against that? Because they do have early game on the side of Rush Hour, but it is closer to Mew and Psyduck than it is to the rest of the players.
Well, last time that you and I casted a Zero Aura match, which I think was 10 months ago, I would say it went pretty well.
Oh, bro, yes. Let's give you guys a little bit of a trip down memory lane. That was Aegis Flames versus 8th Division 2025 Worlds, where Mats just got the biggest Zero Aura play ever, drawing a Clefable from mid-central area into left side central area. It was crazy good. Let's see how we're going to be, evaluating the Zero Aura plays from today.
Oh yeah, I feel like I haven't seen Celeste play Zero Aura as much, but I feel like I might have seen it in the past. I could be wrong on that. Memory getting a little bit foggy at this point in my life, but I'm confident that a technical player like Celeste will be able to do stuff like the pull, and I'm excited to see it. But so far, no invades. We haven't been seeing too much aggression. This is definitely, as well, Rush Hour has a vulnerability to invasions, choosing the Char Cadet. It's a little bit slower, can be, but still just playing a little bit patient on the side of Lunax.
Yeah, and at the same time, I feel like the choice of the Psyduck as well for Rush Hour makes sense, because if you already have someone that can protect you on your central because of the Char Cadet vulnerability, they could have used that. They didn't need to, but they're rotating here towards the top side, even really, really early with this Ledge.
It's extremely early. There's also Mew rotating up through the center area, so it looks like we're going to see an attempt for Rush Hour to crash top, and I believe that's what they did last time, was the four-person up top. Yeah, so the strategy that they like. However, we're going to counter in kind this time.
They do. It's a mirror push here on the top side, but they are just so close to getting taken down. First one will be that fledgling. And it's 2 KOs actually confirmed for the side of Lunax on that trade, although everybody was really close to getting taken down. It's a 2 KO streak for the Espeon, and that is just the power of these Pokemon together, and honestly, Lunax just wiped the board.
That is nearly 100% opposite of what happened in the game number 1 first fight. So
the goal is almost gone.
It is almost gone. That would be
crazy.
A very early goal break. But when you have 4 people pushing top, including, of course, the center area Pokemon, take out their center area Pokemon, things can get pretty wily pretty quickly. But yeah, so clearly Lunax has learned from how Rush Hour decided to play in game number 1, and they were like, we know exactly what you're going to do again because it worked. This time, we're going to stop you.
Yep, well, and that water there with the Espeon just took down the Snorlax too, and Lunax is just outperforming in every single level. 8 there for Zero Aura, and it's just exactly showing that they can confidently go for Regidrago, although with the Fletchling in the deck, they could try to steal it. It's not going to be the case. Just the raw damage that this Zero Aura has right now.
The big problem is you really need it to become Talonflame, and you really need the first interaction, I think, a lot of the time with Talonflame to go pretty well, or I should say before it evolves to Talonflame, right? Wherever you choose to go in a lane, in a path, it should go pretty well. Right now, we're just seeing a Snorlax being bullied down, no real chance of losing there, but it just didn't happen that way. So things are starting to snowball out of control. We got to see the comeback from Rush Hour. They've got to find that experience somewhere.
Yeah, and they're doing so well, Lunex, and shutting any opportunity for Rush Hour to do that. 5 seconds for Regis to spawn, and that is the moment that Rush Hour has to make a decision on what they're going to do, because they are 75 points down, and Lunex has full control over bot Reggie, although Rush Hour is just trying to clean up the wild Pokemon around 8 for Colin Tang, but Reggie is already on half HP. Good zoning that can be done there. Not going to be a steal, but maybe it could be a fight win for Rush Hour. Celeste is not going to go down. The amount of shielding on this Jit charge is just illegal.
One thing I got to say, too, that we've been seeing so far in both games is this Espeon Secure has been really significant. Has been on the bottom path a lot, which has been the same Reggie. So just being able to get so many objectives with it, I believe also maybe being the one to get Rayquaza last time. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I can't remember. But it's just really important to have that Secure. And Espeon can do so many things. Wow, I can't believe they melted that quickly.
That play was good. That play was really nice, Luna, there. Just going for the Dragon Rage, what?
Dragon?
No, Dragon Rage. What was it called?
Dragon Rush?
Rush, yeah.
Well, there's
completely
outrage,
escaped me.
right? There's outrage for Dragonite,
yeah, exactly.
and then Dragon Rush.
Yeah, here we are. Right, we have a fly, Colin Tang, Talonflame as well. Colin Flame, Talon Tang. I'm trying. My brain cells are dying.
We're just doing tongue twisters on broadcast for the rest of the day, actually, is what's happening. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. Yeah. Actually, that is really the classic Colin Tang way, which is extremely tilting. They're obviously no longer Brave Birders, but only like one time I've ever seen Colin Tang play Brave Bird, which is actually pretty typical. Flies being used, I would say, 80% of the time at least in competitive games. That might even be an understatement. Flies are so good.
It is. And right now, Lunex has accumulated an 115-point lead with now Snorlax. I don't know, it just feels kind of sad in some ways because the Snorlax alongside with the Psyduck trying to create some space for the Mew to do something, and the Mew gets in range and it just completely nuked immediately because the range on the Psyshock is already really, really good, and the immobility that is created by the light screens with Frank on that Mr. Mime is also just a great setup.
And of course the level difference is really significant right now. That's a really tough situation. You really, again, you need to find some experience on the side of Rush Hour. This is a much different game than we saw in game number 1. However, we did see Lunex make the comeback in game number 1, so maybe Rush Hour can make the comeback in game number 2.
Very possible. Ooh, that block doesn't actually hit anybody. Going to the backline though. Oblivion is going to get taken down, no, but not before popping out that Hydro Typhoon, and it's going to be the Psyduck instead. Hit on that wall. The Flame Sweep doesn't connect, but is it a steal? No, Lunex Gaming has it every single time. And now, unfortunately, that is the final moment that they could use that block, but unfortunately the Snorlax was not able to help the fight as much. Now Luna gets caught up into the air, and they're really trying to put up a good defense here in Rush Hour, and they're doing so far because the rest of the teammates have arrived really back. And now with the Livid Outrage though, it becomes a little bit of a one-sided kind of body.
Yeah, this is now kind of Rush Hour just walking free EXP into Lunex Gaming one at a time. There we go. There's maybe the dessert, maybe the last bit of that meal.
He's cake. Have the cake.
It's a berry. He's a berry.
Is it berry? Okay.
Yeah, berry cake. If Russell was here, it would be the cake for sure. But definitely,
true.
Definitely a large dessert there.
Oh, now creamy.
Oh yeah, that's a lot more literal.
An actual cake.
Yes, which we did see actually doing quite well earlier. But Lunex continuing to hold on to a dominating lead. There was actually a decent amount of experience gained within that fight for specifically Colin Tang's Talonflame. But unfortunately, that alone is not going to be enough. We'll see if they can get a steal here. They are going to pop up that fly. That should maybe get it. I think. Oh wow. It's Espeon every single time. Yeah,
it's a priority for a very specific reason. The Psyshock is just that powerful, and if you are ahead, as they have been so far, he just does all the work on his own. Asha trying to connect something, not even able to take Celeste down. It's still a 2-KO streak for Flareon's, just showing that Lunex has things just written down, and it's just trying to write a history for day 2.
The real question here now is, what do you do to make a comeback? Rush Hour. First of all, of course, there's 40 seconds left. They've got to try to find at least a level 13, ideally 2 level 13s. But even then, tough task, as we already see level 14 Garchomp on the other side. Crazy. And this is really interesting positioning, really far forward. We're going to see some points going in. I think they maybe want to try to get an ambush if they could, but we are going to see Rush Hour once again kind of get a good sense of map knowledge and give up that basement Reggie for free as they attempt to score top. So not a bunch of huge advantages. They did manage to get 2 level 13s, but there's 3 13s and a 14 on Lunex's side. Wow.
It's impressive how much they have accumulated of resources thus far. With Kyogre being your map as well, extra berries across the central area that could help out. Maybe Rush Hour turn this around, but 275 points is where Lunex is as they are starting out that rip with Delivered Outrage as well. Going over the wall, it's still going to get confirmed by the Zero Aura, and it's going to be Lunex Gaming to try and continue this fight into a win. They are 200 points ahead. They have clean 3 members, and they are going to go for those Hundoburgers.
Celeste just failing the pull because the Mew got KO'd before it could happen. But wow, what a great strategy from Lunex. They realized that Rush Hour was playing a little bit too safe, a little bit too spread out, and their rip and flip was so incredibly powerful that they could just control the narrative themselves before anybody could get there. That's another big downside of Fly, is that it is secure, but it's a really long setup secure. You have to kind of know things are happening, and they just unfortunately weren't able to get into the right position in time. So a really nice secure take. There's a minute left, and this is a scarier situation, obviously, because you can conceal away the buffs, but there's already 3 more members down on the side of Rush Hour, and I gotta say, Lunex, they look like they are certainly wrapping this one up. 600 points lead.
Yeah, I feel super comfortable for them right now, and Celeste confirmed too with the Zero Aura was pretty huge, although Colintang trying to go there, pushing them into their base, it's not going to be too that much fruition. There's knock up on 3 members of Rush Hour, or actually of Lunex Gaming, but it's such a difficult position for the Snorlax to be in because they don't have enough damage to back it up. They can't really break through the defenses of Lunex Gaming, and they almost accumulated 100, or actually 1,000 points, and 25 seconds to go. There's no way back for Rush Hour.
Yeah, there was a nice little back cap from the Psyduck, but we are hitting the 4-digit mark here for the side of Lunex Gaming, and there's no physical possible way to make this comeback. So Lunex Gaming once again taking out Rush Hour. Game number 2, a considerably more dominant fashion, but they are looking like they found their footing, and they will be moving forward in this group. A very important match, I think, to help decide who is going to come out of this group into the next single elimination bracket that will be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, it's such an just incredibly exciting moment because single limits 1 chance and 1 chance only in its best of 3s until we get to semifinals and the grand finals on that best of 5. So Lunex showing that they are here for, hey, hi Flareon. They're here for a reason, and the reason is they have confirmed worlds already, but they want to practice. They want to be on their A game. They want to bring out all of the good strategy to prepare for every possibility. Love that for them. It was such a dominant game 2, but for Rush Hour, that game 1, Chef, it was so par on par.
It was. Rush Hour, they had such a strong lead in basically every point of the game, and then it was just, unfortunately, the final moments that really led to them losing that big team fight. But Lunex, they know exactly how to make that comeback, and they showed that they cannot be given a single chance, or this is what happens. So, like I said, these 2 teams have played against each other a decent amount now, and the result remains the same. Neither of these teams out quite yet, just because, of course, we are still in this group stage. So, well, I should say we are not going to see Rush Hour out quite yet, as they've still got some more chances to play. But lots of strong opponents throughout the course of this tournament, as we are going to see some of the matches, or some of the moments that happened within this set that kind of led to this really dominant ending, I would say, that didn't seem like it started as dominantly.
I know, and it's so crazy because if you look at the end game, you're like, wait, what? 1,100 damage? What is, not damage, points? Hello?
Emotional damage. It's 1,000 points of emotional damage.
It was points of emotional damage for sure. That was crazy because it was just building and building, like 100 points lead, 200 points lead, and all of the objectives again being confirmed by Flareons on this Espeon. The Side Shock is just so powerful, and if it doesn't get picked, it will get banned, and it's for a reason. great plays as well, coming from the Garchomp and that live our rage. But of course, your player of the game, Flareons, with 11 knockouts, 1 feint, and 9 assists.
I mean, this is the best way possible. I've had a really unfortunate record casting and interviewing Flareon, so I'm really glad to cast the game where Flareon wins. He can no longer be mad at me. But truly, I would say one of the overall biggest reasons why they did end up taking this set 2-0. And honestly, when there's a Pokemon like Espeon that not only, I mean, as the other casters have talked about a lot today, is one of the most important Pokemon of the entire current meta, when you have a player that's so good at that type of Pokemon and at that Pokemon, enjoys that, you cannot just keep letting it go to the other side. That certainly was a big issue. There were so many strong secures, so many strong KOs, so much utility in general out of the Espeon. We're gonna see some great slow-mos there again, by the way. Huge shout-outs to Bob doing the observing as usual.
Let's go.
But yeah, that I think is the one thing I could say. I wish Rush Hour had done something about the Espeon.
I know, because I was just double-checking. He had the bands that he had for both games, and it was the Moltres, the Feraligatr, and the Mimikyu. They feel, aside from the Feraligatr and the Moltres, the Mimikyu feels very targeted. But I feel like that spot would have been much better utilized if it was a targeted ban towards that Espeon for Flareons.
Yes, I do fully agree. Some great moments in there, but Lunex coming out on top for sure. And you were mentioning this before too. They obviously are already qualified. They would love to prove even more how strong they are, but they also need to take this time to really kind of even practice more together as a team. They are, I want to say, one of the world's qualified teams, maybe the world's qualified team that has had the most changes most recently, right?
Yes.
Because they are one of the last chance qualifier teams that qualified. So having almost half the team be completely shifted right before that happens is a big deal. They've got to practice, and we'll see what they have to say about playing with their new roster in person with a player on stage.
Hello everybody, Dupesnacks here alongside Oblivion from Lunex Gaming, now 2-0 in their group. Quick thoughts, how you feeling? Off to a great start.
We feel pretty good. I mean, we came into this tournament feeling pretty confident overall as a team.
Well, confidence is the key. You are qualified for Worlds, of course. Now you're fighting for money and trophies. I know Flareons is definitely hungry for theirs. But let's talk about Flareons. Let's talk about Frank. 2 players that you kind of added to the late stage of the game here to your all's collection. How did this team form up, and how's the team feel about where they're at now?
Well, we wanted Flareons early in the season, but he went a different way. So I'm glad to finally have him on the team. Frank, Celestial's been wanting to play with Frank for a while from LATAM, so we actually made it work. So he got a way to come to the NA, and he's here now. And he's been doing a great job with us.
Yeah, I love that mind pick in that second game. It's always inspiring when you get to see a little Mr. Crime out there in the Thea Sky Ruins. All right, Oblivion, you're going into good position for day 2. You are 2-0 in your group. You feel confident against the last team you have left. So let's talk about tomorrow a little bit. 12 teams, single elimination. Is Lunex built for that action?
I think we're ready. I think last year we did really well. We got second. We qualified to Worlds through this tournament. We took a game off LG. We almost took the whole set. So I think we can definitely do it.
The eye is on the prize. The sights are to Championship Sunday. Oblivion, congratulations again on your big win on stage. We'll see more from you and Lunex tomorrow. Back to you in the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Dupesnacks and Oblivion. It just feels like the gameplay that we watched, Chef, it just really translates with how Oblivion was saying, we're confident. Didn't seem nervous, this is what we do. And I was very glad to hear as well a little bit more about the Frank and Flareons edition. The fact that they already wanted to have those players on the team for a while and finally came into that full circle.
Right, and on top of that, getting a chance to talk to Celeste specifically a lot. For whatever reason, I guess they were winning a lot, so I did a ton of interviews over the course of the season with Celeste.
That's true.
Celeste was saying that they felt like as the season went on, they were just getting more and more comfortable, and it seems like it's just continued. Like, changing players to be more comfortable, changing their play style to be more comfortable. So they've been one of the teams that's been on the most up and up over the course of the season until they've reached, obviously this point that they're at now, qualifying for Worlds. And really the only question is how high up can they get? Because they're, they haven't quite been able to topple, well, I guess they kind of did in the season, but they haven't been able to topple the current rosters when there's a lot on the line of the top NA teams, and that's really what's coming up next for them.
Exactly, because that's what day 2 is all about. Right now, with that group stage, it's a little bit different, but we're going to get things ready for our next series of the day. That will be IX Gaming versus 2Z Esports. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon Unite action at NAIC 2026.
at the North America International Championships for Pokemon UNITE. I do hope everybody that is tuning in here at the venue, or whether from home, is having a lovely day. I know I'm having a lovely day, but I'm Telesaurus. We have Zoinks. Are you having a lovely day today?
I would describe it as lovely. Yes, I think that is the perfect way to describe what is happening here at this event. So many exciting matches, a lot of fun moments already, and yeah, it's kind of bizarre to think we are already after the halfway point of today's coverage in day number 1's group stage.
Yes, it has been a really exciting day here today. We've seen a mixture of teams coming up, playing on that main stage. And, well, up next, we have 2 other squads taking the stage. IX Gaming up against Tuzi.
Yeah, if anybody has been watching our competitions during the season in our regional leagues, you'll be very familiar with these 2 squads, as are you going to be with a lot of the teams here in our group stage. You see Group A, Dignitas at 3-0, but also non-Parameta Statistics also doing extremely well. Very fun to see our Trius return to competitive Pokemon Unite on that team at 2-0. Goofy Goobers absolutely crushing it at 3-0 as well in Group B. Fulcrum and Extinction leading the way in Group C, and then Lunex Gaming and Rush Hour, which we just got to watch, leading the way in Group D.
Yeah, so finalizing that for those groups. Otherwise, for Group E, we have DreamMax Aftermath there with the 3 wins, 0 losses. So leading that group, especially with a diabolical comp that they ended up having with those 3 Charizards. But yes, we are going to hone in on Group F now, where we have IX Gaming up against Tuzi Esports, one of the other teams that have flown over to North America from Brazil.
Right, this squad is already qualified for the World Championships, so you won't see them on this graphic, but IX Gaming is. You see the top of that middle column. One of the squads left in the tournament, still having a chance at taking up that World Championship spot. Any team in grayed out has been eliminated from the tournament at this point. Will be ending their tournament run in day number 1. So already some exciting stuff. IX Gaming have a lot to play for, but with already a flawless result in group stage, this match between IX Gaming and Tuzi will very likely be who makes it out of the group in the 1st seed position and who will make it out in 2nd.
Yeah, and I think in the end, while they have secured that day 2 positioning, we do know that seeding is important because, well, it determines who you're going to go up against into day number 2. But we are going to head on into our first draft here for this match. Once again, reminding y'all folks that we do have Rayquaza map for that first game, but Vance, we already have... We don't get Feraligatr. One thing I'm hoping we get to see is Feraligatr on the map, but no, unfortunately it is going to land itself on the ban table alongside Blissey, Umbreon, Articuno, Moltres, and Machamp.
All right, but with Umbreon and Articuno both being banned away, it's no surprise that a first pick priority will be put towards one of those defenders, these tank Pokemon. Smuglax picking up the Snorlax, a great iconic combo there, but the response from Tuzi Esports pretty strong. This Hoopa already having an amazing win rate in the tournament today, adding Typhlosion to the mix, one of our newest Pokemon competitively viable.
Yeah, I know we don't end up getting the Water Johto first partner Pokemon there, but at least we do get some Typhlosion gaming coming on through. Otherwise, they are going to pair that up with Hoopa, Buzzwole, and a Mamoswine. I feel like we've seen a fair bit of Mamoswine selected here today. I know we've had some invades here and there, but definitely proving to be one of those top choice defenders.
Yeah, I'm really curious what option Riker decides to lock in for IX Gaming. Currently, they're hovering a Speedster. A Pokemon that would function more like an attacker could be interesting with very little movement abilities at a Tuzi Esports outside of Typhlosion's Fire Spin. But no, they are going to go with a heavy Speedster focus, maybe anticipating this final pick from Tuzi Esports to be more in that long-range division. And it will be locked up. Inteleon going to be picking up for 2 games. We might see some player swaps in terms of who's rocking what Pokemon. IX Gaming, on the other hand, though, have a lot of powerhouses that have been so good, especially in this North American region. Mew, Psyduck, Snorlax, even Zacian, all fantastic picks, and honestly have been defining the metagame for a few months now.
Oh yeah, 100%. I feel like in terms of their encounter weight, it would definitely be up there in terms of this season. I suppose one that isn't up there, though, would be Buzzwole. I feel like we don't really see this all-rounder being selected as often as, well, we used to see previous seasons ago. I mean, I guess in terms of its kit, it is somewhat susceptible to a lot of crowd control, which Snorlax and Psyduck are going to be bringing.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenging Pokemon to play. However, if we're going to trust any player to pilot that Pokemon well, it's going to be Baby Maza.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of games they have on that Pokemon are just truly absurd. Let's get into this game number 1, though, Kella. We are going to have IX Gaming still looking for their World Championship spot, and 2Z Esports looking for their first NAIC title in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they have secured themselves that day 2 position, in the end, you know, you got to get that title. It's great momentum headed on into day number 2. But as we gear off into this map, we are going to have that Galarian Ponyta hit the central area along with a Cyndaquil. And I can see on the mini-map that we have a Snorlax potentially headed on over. But no, they're actually just going to focus on the Indeedee.
Yeah, all right. I love that I get to talk about that Cyndaquil actually leashing 2 wild Pokemon with that maximum distance Ember, a really fun attacker Pokemon in that central area that is able to hit multiple targets and clear a lot of the wild Pokemon. Earlier on, there was an invade that kind of shut down the fun of that one, but Ricardo showcasing some cool operations with this Cyndaquil that can be utilized in the early game. We got a quick pause. We'll be jumping back into the game as soon as our players are set up. We got the equipment operating on stage. We'll be back very shortly, do not worry. But so far, a pretty easy clear for both these teams in that central area. No signs of invades yet so far. We'll likely be getting some very easy level 5 evolutions and some big flanks to kind of start our team fights.
Yeah, 100%. It's so important to try and maximize and get the quickest clear possible. That way they can go and assist whichever path they need to earlier on and try to gain that advantage. But I don't know, so far, I feel like we have Cyndaquil and Galarian Ponyta on parity there in terms of their clear.
Yeah, it is who's going to have the stronger engage in some of these major fights. Obviously, that Typhlosion getting access to Fire Spin early is going to be pretty scary to deal with. And as we jump back into the game, we're going to see the after effects of a Buzzwole KOing a Psyduck. So we were talking about Buzzwole's early game. Well, Mazo is the master of exactly that. Gets some damage done to the Zacian as well, but no KO'd up to follow that one.
No, instead they are just going to back on away, considering Hooper is below half HP, and that Galarian Rapidash is just trying to burst them down with that Dazzling Gleam. But it looks like Zacian ends up getting caught on out and knocked on down as Mew is going to come and join the top half.
Yeah, big follow-up by that Quilava from Ricardo. The eject button Fire Spin combo to get that knockout. It's a huge swing in the early game, right? Zacian was supposed to be one of those Pokemon that could snowball that top path, get off to an early lead, and stay ahead the whole time. But now with Buzzwole already this high, having that trick to back them up, this is going to be really difficult for IX Gaming to bounce back, at least in this early game.
Yeah, and look, you can see this aggression from Mazo as well, utilizing that hit to go and take those wild Pokemon away, get the secure for themselves, just further slowing this Zacian from getting online because they're still at that level 4.
Yeah, this is a problem. I mean, Scarf is knocking on the door of level 5, but still needing access to a few more of those moves. Mazo, on the other hand, is just lurking, being this evil villain in the Hollow Air Sporting. Alrighty, Typhlosion getting a bit of an engage, but Riker not too worried. Big stun with the Smart Strike to follow up the Dazzling Gleam, and Zacian finally going to get a KO on the board. It's just a support and Hoopa, but still a bit of momentum in favor of IX Gaming.
Oh, 100%. Without that supporter there means they can go and target down this Quilava. But thankfully, because of the pad, they are able to go and survive that fight. As we can see on the minimap, the Galarian Rapidash and Psyduck have decided to retreat from this bottom path and head up towards the top.
And we're likely going to see a lot of those kind of moments from IX Gaming and their composition, right? They do have some big team fight unite moves, but the long party is a lot of skirmishing, but Mew is just full comboed. Those stuns too challenging for them to deal with, and Tharos sets all of that up with a nice Ice Fang. IX Gaming going to lose a lot of ground in this bottom path now as 2Z Esports are going to stack up the points.
Yeah, going to leave this bottom goal on those 3 points, but also this is just going to give them that opportunity to go and whittle down that basement Reggie. Meanwhile, we do have Reggie Alecki that has spawned up here in the top half, and we can already see that Piloswine is looking to join the party.
Yeah, a slow flank out of the top for this defender, but they are going to be joining the crew. No Hoopa Unite move for kind of a quick transfer to the opposite side, and Smuglax is actually going to take advantage of that. Has a bit more space to get a few scores in of their own, but notice all of this space being bought by the purple team. IX Gaming taking this fight this far forward allows the Zacian to hit and knock out their Regieleki all on their lonesome.
Well, this goal is left on 9 points, so Tuesday Esports are going to let that one in. That way, they aren't going to get a massive overcap. Otherwise, Liquidation has locked onto Wailord, knocking down that side arc. But Tuesday Esports, they're actually deciding to go and chase down the Zacian instead of pressuring that tier 1.
Yeah, interesting. Kind of suspected the Buzzwole and Inteleon will be able to have enough firepower to get the job done, and also getting a knockout on Scarf will put them even farther behind. That's target priority number 1. But on the top side, Buzzwole is able to take down Smuglax, but at what cost? You can see even with that Regirock buff, giving the defense towards the entire squad, as a lot of damage done, they are going to have to recall or at least pivot out of that fight.
Yeah, gotta go recall, get whatever wild Pokemon has spawned on in over on the sidelines. Otherwise, Hoopa is getting chased down by the Zacian, are able to get a boost from that trick, meaning that there's just no KOs just yet, and getting ever so closer to getting that Unite move.
Yeah, and IX Gaming are actually doing a pretty good job of roaming and keeping up in score. We talked about how tough that early game was for them, but Riker on that Galarian Rapidash kind of taking a ton of damage early, but immediately pivots to the opposite side of the map. Great play by them, and big engage now on the Typhlosion.
Oh, the Typhlosion has been locked down into that Galarian Rapidash. Unite are trying to utilize that Unstoppable, but unfortunately, is it enough? Mamoswine coming on here, trying to make IX Gaming into mashed potato, but no success just yet.
Oh, Antharos cannot land the combo onto the Zacian, who is going to jump back to the fight. Scarf wants to make sure they get that defender down. Big KO for them. There will be a recall of the Galarian Rapidash. That speedster will be right back in. Psychic from Wailord pulls the Buzzwole, but the Trick Hoopa going to pull them the other way. Battle of tug-of-war between these two supports as Smuglax paves the way with the Snorlax block, cutting off half this map in terms of the team fight, and Mew is able to take down the Hoopa before it can reach level 9. Mazo does land a full combo into the other side, and Tuesday Esports are now up in a 4v1 advantage, including a Registeel buff. Mazo's Buzzwole absolutely fires in to the opposite side of the team fight and wins it for Tuesday.
Yeah, that was a great team fight from Tuesday Esports to just pressure IX Gaming back, go and secure themselves that Registeel buff, but also take down that tier 1. They now have the lead at 185 points to 103, and we can already see Hoopa has decided to utilize their Unite move to try and bring the squad up here, but, well, I guess in the middle, wherever that ended up spawning as Regieleki is still getting dealt with by Tuesday Esports, though.
Yeah, you can see IX Gaming's game plan again for a bit of a split push. I think the secret, not so safe anymore, though, is finally the Tuesday Esports gets some vision and all's in on that Regieleki. We'll be walking all the way towards that tier 2, and with Psyduck just coming off a respawn, it might be a tricky push in. Problem is, that means there are very few Pokemon to defend the central area, and that allows Tuesday Esports to get a lot of real estate. Ricardo able to recall just in time as Wailord waddles into the tall grass. Too little, too late.
Yeah, being able to secure these objectives, but also go and steal away these wild Pokemon from IX Gaming means that we already have Typhlosion at that level 13. So having both of those plus moves on hand, but also having Inteleon and Buzzwole not too far behind at level 12. Meanwhile, IX Gaming, they haven't reached those benchmarks just yet for Galarian Rapidash or Mew.
Yeah, it's an extremely close game, but you're right. These level differences, as minute as they are in terms of number, they could not be bigger in terms of the grand scheme of things, but that's a way to fight for parity as a Typhlosion gets taken down. Mew now up at level 13, and Riker maybe even looking for a bit more. If that Smart Strike bounces off the Buzzwole, you could translate it into a KO, but right now Antharos doing a really good job of absorbing a lot of that offensive pressure from IX Gaming with their big body Mamoswine.
I guess that's the brilliance of that Smart Strike Dazzling Gleam combination. Just getting that lockdown, popping that Dazzling Gleam, and whittling Tuesday Esports bit by bit. Meaning they have to go and retreat and end up giving a Registeel buff 15 seconds until we have Rayquaza spawning. So Tuesday Esports, they definitely have to play this cautiously though, but they're diving straight on in and take out Psyduck.
All right, so Wailord does try to check that tall grass, but 2Z Esports trap was lying in wait. The respawn time is going to be a bit after 2 minutes, but take a look at this Smuglax injection into the team fight. Snorlax jumps right in and blocks away the Buzzwole. Liquidation and Talion on the opposite side. The power nap is there, but the Hoopa is knocked out even in the unbound form. 2 games on the Inteleon is extremely low, and it's Snorlax chasing them down. Liko tries to get the translation, but the Inteleon takes on the KO. There's a full HP Typhlosion still in this fight, as Wailord on the side finally rejoins the squad, but it's just the support core for IX Gaming, and 2Z Esports got 2 damage dealers focusing on Ray.
Oh, the question is, do they have enough damage to secure this Rayquaza? Will it down before the rest come in, spawn on in, block to go, and push back 2Z Esports, but even then, with that delay, it just wasn't enough unless Psyduck can get it secure. No, we have that Rayquaza going over to 2Z Esports.
All right, so 182 to 200. It's a lot of Rayquaza shields to work with, right? 2Z has all 5 members with full points in pocket and Ray shields. They're not transferable buffs on this map, and Hoopa will score the 98 and a Hundo Burger from Baby Mazo's Buzzwole to follow. This is going to be really difficult for IX Gaming. Not enough time on the clock. They're going to try to defend their home goal zone. Right now, they are waiting for 2Z Esports to take a misstep. First Pokemon out of the way could be this Typhlosion, but it is such a difficult KO utilizing that Fire Spin.
Oh, absolutely love to see that move being utilized, not to get that jump over the wall, get that unstoppable. That way they can get out of the way into the back line. Wait for some more backup as we have Rings Unbound, Hoopa coming on in, allowing some points into that home goal.
Yeah, 2Z Esports able to kind of set a nice trap. They don't get that Registeel buff in the final moments. However, they take that time where IX Gaming has no vision over the central area to take presence in multiple areas around the Rayquaza spawn. Taking moments in tall grass where you will be invisible to set up a major moment. Wailord Psyduck going down is huge. Smuglax tries to set up a play with the Snorlax. However, at that point, 2Z Esports just all over IX as they will go up 1-0 in our series.
I guess that is the risk with taking a basement Reggie so close to that final stretch, is you're giving away that vision of where your team is. And you know, we ended up seeing that Psyduck get picked on out, take on out instantly, meaning that 2Z Esports, they had the numbers advantage to just go and snowball. So incredible first game from 2Z there. Big smiles across the board.
Yeah, obviously they are pretty psyched about the results of that game number 1. On the other hand, IX Gaming are going to be needing to lock in. They would love that first seed headed into day number 2, but boy, they got a lot of things to try to shut down. I think Ricardo's Typhlosion was looking great, but Baby Mazo's Buzzwole looks like it's in top metagame form. I mean, it looks like we're back at the studio with the stairs back in LA talking about Buzzwole at this stage of the game. That is how strong it looks in the hands of Baby Mazo.
That is a throwback and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely still making...
a lot of Buzzwole back there.
Yeah, Buzzwole still look good as an all-rounder, especially in the right hands. Really close from Wailord on that Psyduck to try and get the secure, but it was just no match for 2Z Esports. Ricardo on Typhlosion there, receiving that MVP with a 7-2-12 KFA.
Wow, incredible. I like that a lot. 41,000 damage taken, 85,000 damage dealt. Ricardo is a firepower monster on this Typhlosion. Would not be surprised to see IX Gaming address this in the draft phase in game number 2, if not a ban, potentially a pick of their own. However, I think banning Umbreon, picking Snorlax is still a pretty phenomenal idea. Obviously, Hoopa, another one of those priority picks to consider. It always feels like these first picks in these tournaments end up surrounding supports, at least pretty often.
I wonder if we're going to end up seeing maybe Feraligatr get released out.
Wow,
So
that's a lot
swap
to
that
ask
over
for,
the
Kella, but we'll
Typhlosion.
see.
Surely we can't see both Typhlosion and Feraligatr banned on out in this next game.
Please, though.
No.
We're begging. We are truly begging. But either way, Ricardo looking awesome in terms of the stat line. Not only their heat map, but average EXP per minute. Playing that central area at 1661. I like to say my benchmark is anything 1550 and above. You are going to be leveling up extremely quickly. Ricardo is doing a great job of not only joining team fights, adding huge impact play with their damage, but also making sure they are never falling a step behind when it comes to leveling up and knocking out wild Pokemon.
Yeah, 100%. And you can definitely see that demonstrated as they were the first player on the field to reach that level 13 benchmark as well. And it's definitely just so tricky to deal with that extra plus movement buffs. I mean, it was just raining down damage literally with fireballs.
Yeah, that's a tough source of rain. A really, really scary forecast. Ricardo, not afraid of it, seemingly, though. Actually enjoys being in the middle of that fray. But so far, I think this Tuesday team has been really fun to watch. Signs of life for sure from IX Gaming. However, we're seeing, I don't know, a little bit of a lack of awareness potentially in that final situation. It's a tough spot, right? You don't expect Tuesday to kind of be laid out in that tire path. You see that walk in. We might need to look into other options for checking that tall grass, though. You know, a potential move thrown into that tall grass to kind of create some space, find out if there are enemy Pokemon there in the first place. But, oh well, at the end of the day, that's Tuesday Esports taking an advantage that was in front of them and running it all the way to the bank. That bank being a 1-0 lead in our best of 3.
Yes, but they cannot check out just yet because they still need to win one more game in order to take this set. But we will shortly head on into draft. I believe we have a Kyogre map selection this time around as well.
All right, so we're not seeing this map selected as often. I think that by far, at least you and I, in terms of commentary, have been commentating a lot of Game 2 Groudon games, but instead it will be the Kyogre and IX Gaming with their first ban of the game. Looks like they already want to be spoil sports for Kello and I, and that will be Feraligatr and Blissey banned away. Machamp going to be banned from Tuesday Esports, along with that Moltres.
Yes, taking away that Firebird. They do not want to go and deal with it. Otherwise, IX Gaming once again hovering over this Umbreon, but no, they're actually going to go and pivot to this Snorlax.
Interesting. So potentially threatening a pick of Umbreon themselves, but I was actually going to say I would love a Hoopa first pick from IX Gaming in this situation. But a great response from Tuesday. They kind of read the room. Does IX Gaming want to play the Umbreon? If not, I'm sure Tuesday would be happy to pick it up, but forcing an Umbreon first pick feels a little strong. There's the address, though. IX Gaming also have a Typhlosion player. Liko going to pick up one of our newest available attackers.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart move, especially considering how pivotal Typhlosion was in that last game for Tuesday Esports. If it's not banned, you've got to go and lock that one in for yourselves. Wondering what Tuesday Esports are going to answer back with, though. Looks like it's going to be Articuno and Eldegoss. I feel like Eldegoss, we haven't really seen much of the supporter. I don't think, if anything, here today.
Yeah, not often at all. This is going to be an extremely bulky team. And reminder, we are playing on Kyogre map, which has a lot more access to healing and things like that. So playing into bulk and high HP pools is a pretty common strategy on this map. So we could see that, but the response from IX Gaming, I think, makes sense here. Zacian specifically, one of the better Pokemon at ripping down HP bars. Buzzwole, apparently when Maz was playing it, one of the better Pokemon known at taking down Zacians.
Oh, okay, there we go. I would guess the Mosquito going in on that. The Sword Dog, we'll have to wait and see how that ends up faring up in that top path. But even then, you were talking about Pokemon that check tall grass in the Kyogre map. We have a lot more tall grass.
Even more,
What are we going to see from IX Gaming to try and handle this situation? But no, it looks like we have Galarian Rapidash locked on in once again for Raikou. And this time around, we have Clefable to go and provide those heals. Are we going to end up seeing a double healing build here with Vaporeon also going in with that Aqua Ring?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. At first, I would say no. I would rather see something like Flip or Muddy Water, but when you're running specs, I kind of have to assume this Vaporeon's going to be going healing mode. So we have extremely bulky compositions on either side, which I actually think really inspires this final pick of Tuesday Esports with that Mega Charizard X, a Pokemon that loves to get in the mix in Brawl, enjoys when the enemy team is kind of grouped up together, but of course really leans into things like critical hit damage and burn effects that are going to be so strong against a healing-focused AoE comp.
Well, you know what? At least IX Gaming only have to deal with one Seismic Slam this time round.
Brazil has showcased the ability to pick 3 Charizards.
That was nightmare worthy.
They were all also wearing, I don't know if anybody saw the Unite Esports tweet about it. It was so funny. They were also sporting the same Holoware, which I think was bizarre. We saw 3 Charizards all dressed up for fall. It was truly wonderful. Either way, we're not going to be seeing that this time. Just one Charizard who will turn black and blue sometimes.
Yes, when it does end up getting that level 9, being able to have access to that Unite move, It's just a matter of, well, who are they going to use that Unite move on, and whether that fire is going to be enough, especially as we are heading on into the, well, you say the dry ruins for Groudon. Is this the wet ruins?
I don't know. I don't like saying wet ruins. Let's
you
do
know
this.
what?
Game
We're going
number
into game number 2.
Game 2 between 2Z Esports and IX Gaming. Again, a 1-0 advantage for 2Z Esports, who are a Worlds qualified team already. But reminder, IX Gaming competed in last year's World Championships as well. So 2Z Esports playing against Worlds quality teams is going to be great practice before San Francisco. IX Gaming hoping they can treat it the same as they are looking for that qualification ticket.
Oh, 100%. I think it's great practice all around for these squads, but also it's just that one step closer towards getting that title of NAIC champion. But obviously, there's still a long way to go. Still 2 more days to go for that one. We got to focus in on this match right here.
Exactly. I think that's a great mentality to a lot of these things. You can have goals, you can have aspirations, but when it comes down to it, in terms of locking in, the next moment in front of you is going to be the most important. So here in this Kyogre map, we are going to see a lot of battles happen in the middle of the map, of course, but right now in this pathing phase, it is going to be a contest between Scarf and Mazo, who can get leveled up more. Bottom path, though, is going to be the home of this first flank from our Central Area Pokemon, and Eldegoss is going to take the K-opener as Leozen strikes first.
Yeah, this is massive for 2Z Esports to go and win this bottom path, leaving this goal on 33 points. So putting a lot of trust into Mazo as that Buzzwole to just hold ground up in that top path, and I suppose they probably could do that considering it's only Clefable up there.
Exactly. You got a bit more room to work with now if you are that Buzzwole. Thoros, on the other hand, is going to be holding down the opposite side of the map on the Articuno, looking for its Unite move in a bit. Scarf on a bit of a incognito mission on the opposite side of the map. Not so secret, though, as 2Z discovers where this Zacian is and is able to take them down. Good job by Baby Mazo on the Buzzwole to communicate that someone's missing. On Thoros chasing out Smuglax. Big push with the Hydro Pump is actually going to give them just enough space, and somehow the Vaporeon makes it back to Tier 1.
Yes, definitely great use of that Hydro Pump to get that spacing, and thankfully there was a berry for them to go and replenish that HP. Otherwise, we have a push from 2Z Esports already picking up 1 KO, and there's the second KO from Baby Mazo. So also leaving this top goal on 33 points, but now there's so much AOS energy for these players to go and get in the much needed stacks they need.
Exactly, and I think just there a moment ago, we're starting to see the difference in just a level or two in terms of difference between these top path Pokemon, Buzzwole and Zacian, of course. Obviously, it was a 3-on-1 for the Zacian, but you can see that initial push got a ton of damage, but Buzzwole just being a little bit higher adds to those stats, allows them to kind of out-muscle the enemy squad. On Thoros using the Unite move to try to create that ice pillar on top of the goal zone to defend it, but it will be IX Gaming with their forward pressure enough to break that as well. Articuno with so much damage, not having access to Unite move to break that icy pillar, but instead just defensive blizzards around it. So far, working out quite well.
Looks like IX Gaming are going all in for this bottom path. Now having that 6th member being that Regieleki to assist them along their way. Some dunks are going on in, but Regieleki does not walk in just yet. And now we have Mazo for some additional backup.
Yeah, this is real scary. Even without that Super Swole Slam Unite move, Buzzwole is a scary Pokemon to see defending a goal zone. That is just too tough. You get pulled into the enemy flux zone, it could be curtains. It is a Gravity Clefable going to be trying to run back towards this goal zone, but now it's Mega Charizard X getting in the mix. Obviously, those fire punches will be tough to navigate around the gravity, but so far, Ricardo has found easy ways into the enemy backline.
Smuglax trying to just defend this pad, as we also have Typhlosion coming on in. We have Charizard locked on down, meaning they now get knocked on out, but despite 2Z losing 1 member, they still come out on top and are able to go and get a 35 overdunk on this bottom tier 1 pad at 170 point lead to 47 now.
Okay, big swing from 2Z Esports. Scoreline, experience, all really going fantastic for them. I don't hate this position for IX Gaming, though, or at least their response they make. They are clearly behind in basically every fashion you can be. Zacian doesn't even try to join that goal zone defense, knows it is likely going to be a foregone conclusion, and actually steals the enemy central area Pokemon. So Scarf, understanding they are so far behind, plays for a different way to catch up, and
also just blocks that Mew boosted auto with the Metal Claw, by the way. Absolutely love some of these interactions that Metal Claw gives access to these players. But either way, they actually take that, and now they are caught up with Mazo on EXP.
Yeah, at that level 10, otherwise Charizard's trying to make a move, but because that gravity and pad are there, they're not able to go and pressure that any further. Instead, they're just going to focus further on back and wait for a play from Mazo.
All right, yeah, Mazo going to set up a lot of these, even with that Clefable gravity out of Wailord. Mazo is still able to navigate these difficult waters and pick up some huge knockouts. This is going to be a very easy objective. Regice is going to get shut down. Charizard picks it up. And now it'll be up to IX Gaming to see if they can make a big swing on the Regieleki. Last time, they were able to secure it, but it didn't even break that Tier 1.
Well, interesting play from IX Gaming to just go and give up that top Tier 1 pad, instead prioritizing this Regieleki once again. Otherwise, Tuzi Esports trying to defend with all their might as we have Mega Charizard coming on out, trying to throw those punches, but they end up getting locked on down by Galarian Rapidash. Nonetheless, they still manage to pick up 4 KOs, and it's only the Vaporeon left standing, but they're quickly fleeing away from this Mosquito.
Man, Tuzi Esports just playing this composition extremely well. They are a difficult team to push into in any variety. Mega Charizard X, of course, like I mentioned before, welcomes the brawl in any form. An Eldegoss Unite move and Articuno Unite move are such great options when the enemy team is grouping up together and charging at you. So Tuzi Esports utilize both of those resources extremely well, and that Tier 1 stays well defended.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Tuzi Esports still have both of their Tier 1s available with 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go. IX Gaming, they don't have that extra protection going on into this final stretch. And especially this makes it susceptible for invade. So they're going to quickly clear up a lot of those wild Pokemon for themselves, as now we have the birds. But look at this. We have no one from IX Gaming here to defend this Tier 1, Tier 2 pad.
Yeah, we had Smuglax rotating down at first, but instead it just kind of elects to play with the rest of the team. They are playing pretty far from behind, so potentially getting one Pokemon down at any point in this series of the match could be fatal. So instead, they want to group up with the rest of the team and make sure they're giving themselves the best chance of success. Problem is that split rotate doesn't get them a lot of value anywhere, as Wailord kind of wary of a second push by this enemy Tuzi squad. And reminder, IX Gaming is playing so far from behind, and Kyogre is not one of the easier buffs to steal away and add to your team in a big comeback moment. If Tuzi Esports can carry this lead into a Kyogre secure, IX Gaming's path is going to become even more difficult.
I think it's a really interesting play from IX Gaming, maybe just to potentially get vision up in that top path, realizing there was no way they would make a push, but now they are able to clear up some space in this bottom path by deleting that Tier 1 pad. 10 seconds left to go until Kyogre comes on in. Some minimal engages just here, but we do have healers on either side to replenish that HP.
Yeah, you can see Leozen tossing out those Pollen Puffs. Now that it's the plus value, going to give damage reduction to any Pokemon that it is holding onto as well. So Ontharos very happy to tank some damage while holding that Pollen Puff, but even utilizing some of these Blizzards are going to do just the same. Mazo tries to engage on Smuglax, but pushed back by that Hydro Pump. Currently though, Tuzi Esports are only interested in locking down the location, and they have isolated IX Gaming and pushed them completely out of the zone.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just need to buy some time here, especially because they have the points lead, but there's still 1 minute 30 left to go. I can see on that mini-map that Galarian Rapidash, they're just soloing down some birds down in this bottom path, waiting to make an engage, I guess trying to get... Well, they have their Unite moves. They have their level 13, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's not too much to wait for at this point in time. Smuglax is going to flip turn engage onto the Eldegoss. It is a Mega Charizard in the mix right now, trying to get a shutdown. Wailord does use the Unite move from the Clefable, is trying to heal up the team as quickly as they can. They're extremely low. They do trade. Mew down for 30 seconds. Great KO from Liko, but that Galarian Rapidash is chased down. Ricardo going to take down Riker, and that is a major source of damage gone for IX Gaming, and there go the heals.
Yes, and now the dominoes are going to continue falling as Typhlosion and Zacian are there to join the rest of the party in Nurse Joy's office. Kyogre's now getting shredded on down by Tuzi Esports, and 4 members are still down for IX Gaming. 24 seconds left to go. Time is not on their side, even if they get some KOs and get some buffs.
Yeah, this one is all but over. 2Z Esports with 465. Looks like they're going to hold IX Gaming to 2 digits in game number 2 and walk away from this one not only 2-0 in the match, but also 3-0 into the group stage. Great look for 2Z Esports, traveling over to NAIC, dispatching IX Gaming.
Yes, definitely making a statement here on that main stage. Not only did they defeat the first 2 opponents of their groups 2-0, they go and get a clean sweep up against IX Gaming. So an incredible performance here from 2Z Esports, which we will see over in the top 12 for day 2. But you know what? It's not over for IX Gaming because thankfully it is top 2 from each group to make it there.
Yeah, they are very likely going to be moving ahead into the day 2 of competition already with their group stage results, but 2Z Esports are going to be headed into day 2 with their heads held just a little bit higher after that one, I think. About as close to a flawless game 2 as I think you can get from start to finish, having a lead in the top path early on, bottom path going great as well, and then never losing this bottom path until I think 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, 2Z Esports, a dominant game in all sense of the word, and then really playing with ice in the veins in these final moments. You can see Kyogre barely even receiving any attention as 2Z Esports instead just play for defensive positioning. With that big of a points lead, they do not want to give IX Gaming any outs in this game, and instead just play until they have 4 enemy Pokemon down, and then picking up the Kyogre.
There we go. We have Ricardo once again picking up the MVP for this game. This time round on the Mega Charizard X, we have 5, 1, and 14 KSA. That is a lot of assists for Mega Charizard, and I guess just goes to show how many of those team fights they were present for.
Yeah, exactly. Any damage over time Pokemon is often going to be jumping up pretty high there, but shout out to Leozen on the Eldegoss, also with 19 assists in that game. Also, a story of healing between these 2 teams, by the way. Waylord with 65,000 recovery, but 74,000 recovery for this Eldegoss. Those Unite moves just really unchecked sometimes in these big team fights. Multiple Pokemon getting healed up. That's a ton of HP. But we got 2Z Esports forging ahead of the tournament with a 2-0 victory. So let's hear from some members of 2Z Esports on our main stage.
Hello, everybody. We are here with who else but Mazo from 2Z. Congratulations on your win. And my first question I have to ask, everybody backstage was talking about it. What happened to the beautiful, beautiful hair? You're still looking great, by the way, but we just have to know.
Oh, thanks for that. But like, I've been looking like having a long hair for 5 years now. Figured out it's time for a change. Am I going to start going forward? I'm reaching my 30s now. It's time to like let go of being baby Mazo and maybe turn into adult Mazo for some time at least.
All right, well, I'm already 35, so you got to hold on to being young a little bit longer so I feel better. But no, I mean, great win, huge win. Of course, the team's doing great. You've already qualified, so I got to ask, what are your goals here, obviously, aside from just winning prizes? What were your main goals as far as, like, traveling out here to compete?
Yeah, well, specifically this team now, we changed 2 players from the team we played in UIC, and we managed to qualify to Worlds with these new players. However, one of them doesn't really have experience in the World stage, and like on stage and everything. So it's very good for him to get practice. It's good for us to be back on stage as well and don't be like so far away from one stage event to another one. And it's also really good to practice in high stakes because we're playing against the best teams in the not Asian in the West. So so it feels good to be able to play here. Always great to play with a crowd. Always great to have a lot of pressure going into games. So that's always a lot of fun.
All right, so the future is on the horizon right here. Looking forward even past this, which is great. Now, just a little bit more of a meta question. We've now seen 2 teams with Brazilian players choose and do really well with Charizard and Charizard X in particular. Is that kind of like a regional thing that y'all have figured out? Because I feel like we haven't seen it nearly as much in any of the other regions.
Honestly, we saw people playing in Japan. We're like, okay, that should be good since they're playing it. And then we play it, and like my jungler really likes the pick. Like, just works out. Like, I guess for DreamX, their top laner also really likes the pick, and then he also saw them playing in Japan. Like, okay, let's just try it out.
For DreamHack, I think they just all like the pick, the entire team, yeah. But no, of course, congratulations, big win. And I've always got to give you a chance, to talk to any of the fans out there, anybody who's been supporting you in the team.
Beleza, então, galera, ganhamos dessa vez, passamos em primeiro do grupo, já faz 4 anos que isso não acontece, mas dessa vez vamos, nossa bracket fica bem melhor amanhã por conta disso. Mas é isso, agora é estudar contra quem a gente vai jogar amanhã, ter o melhor resultado possível e vamos ver se a gente consegue emplacar um dia 3 nesse campeonato.
Got it. Sorry. All right, well, congratulations as usual. We're going to see much more of you over the weekend, and we'll send it back to the casters.
I've got to say, it's always wonderful to hear from Marzo, and well, I guess adult Marzo. As they say, as you get older, you get wiser. But even then, I feel like Marzo has always been quite wise when it comes to this game.
Yeah, I mean, showcasing a whole lot of brain power in that last game, I could say. So yeah, age looking real good on Marzo. But yeah, we can drop the baby. That's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know if I love it, but we'll go with it for now. Group stage, though, we want to give everybody an update with what we are looking at. Reminder: top 2 teams out of every single group will be making it into day 2 of competition. Look out for that Group C, a really interesting one with Extinction and Deep Cross Gaming fighting to make it out of Group C. But in Group D, we got Lunex Gaming and Rush Hour kind of making their way up, but Lunex Gaming is going to be going up against Outrage very soon, where Outrage is 1-1.
Yeah, and so far we have DreamMax Aftermath locking in their day 2 position with the 3-0 losses there. Citadel Gaming, they are on that 1-1 piece there, so currently in that 2nd position. But yeah, as we just saw that set, 2Z Esports finalizing that 1st seeding position with the 3 wins, 0 losses to go and end day 1 for that group.
Yeah, that's fantastic. IX Gaming right behind them, but 2-1 they should be going into day number 2. But we still got more day number 1 matches to happen. There's so much exciting action here at NAIC. You don't want to miss any of it, so don't go anywhere. We're going to jump to a very short break.
at NAIC for the final stretch of Pokemon Unite. One final team that will qualify for the World Championships. Dupes next. We've got some exciting games coming up here. We've seen some incredible ones throughout the day. Some pretty wild upsets. I am ready to see how our bracket is going to break down tomorrow, for sure.
It's going to be definitely exciting. We've got a lot of teams scrapping for that top spot in their group. Two teams that we won't get to see that are scrapping out is, of course, Root Dignitas 3-0. We started our show. And non-parametric statistics, there it is, we got there, are also 3-0, 6-0 in their group. And that is going to be a fun decider to see who wins that group. But ahead of us right now is another match.
That's right, another match coming up.
And I would have said the teams, but I forgot them.
I believe it's Lunex and Outrage is what is coming up next. Let's go ahead and take a look if we can.
Hold on.
Hold on.
They finally gave us a Telestrator pen. I'm not going to lie to you, I complained a lot.
He told me he was going to steal a pen from one of the other broadcasts.
I didn't steal
I said,
it.
go ahead, steal the pen.
I just asked instead, but I thought that it was absolute hogwash that TCG's analyst and replay had a pen, and their game doesn't move on the screen.
It's not hard to track what's going on in TCG. It's pretty set.
I'm sitting here trying to circle the mini-map on the Telestrator with my fat finger, and it's not working. You guys saw it. There's proof. It went out there to broadcast.
Let's see the replay.
Can we get the replay of me trying to do the replay?
Let's take a look at that bracket.
Why don't we go ahead and feed that? or the bracket.
Hey!
Yeah, whatever.
Here we are at our group stage. As we talked about earlier, I don't think this bracket's updated. Can we draw on it? Hold on. Let Doomsex draw on the bracket right now. Okay, technically we can
make a clip.
Make a clip
here we
of
go.
it.
Mark in.
Yep.
Pen's not working.
Pen's not working, guys.
Guys. I am furious.
Listen.
Right now.
Let's talk about our bracket here. Root Dig and non-parametric statistics. You were just talking about it. They are both 3-0. We've got to get our stats team on this. I know they're working extra hard this weekend. As a joke, we have very few stats this weekend for a number of reasons. But they are both 3-0, and one of them is going to emerge as the #1 seed out of that group. Evil Geniuses and Goofy Goobers right now both undefeated in their group. That's not right either, is it?
Hold on. First off, thumbs down for two reasons. One, because production said thumbs up or thumbs down if I want to do Telestrator. Thumbs down, I do not, because we really need to get this graphic sorted out quickly.
What? Is this bracket, how updated is this bracket? On a scale of not to yes.
Terrible scale. Just put us back on screen because I don't like this being on screen anymore. Please just take that down.
I hear there's a chance it's not updated. Well, you know what? I think it's pretty high likelihood.
It's high likelihood because I was talking to players on non-parametric statistics 2 matches ago where they had confirmed to us they were 3-0, 6-0, which is why I said it 2 minutes ago when we were talking about how fun Group A was shaping up to be.
All right, bring up the Telestrator. Your pen doesn't work.
But the finger does. This is...
Yep. Bring up the Telestration segment, please. Hello, computer. Hello, computer. I don't know what it's going to do. We're going to find out.
The fact that the pen isn't working...
All right, hold on.
Make sure you made a clip of what?
We don't know.
This is not going to work.
We don't know.
Please do not go to the
not.
Telestrator.
I want to see it still, but fine.
But the fact that what's on screen... Confirm.
I want to point out
Just put what I have there on screen.
I want to point out that there's a conversation happening.
There we go.
Hey! We figured it out. Okay. So as best...
Hold on. Pen?
Yep. You can see that the pen doesn't work. As best we can figure it out, non-parametric statistics right there is actually 3.
What would have been great is a pen to be able to...
A pen would be excellent
do that.
right here.
That would have
so
been
they're
terrific.
actually 3, which means one of these other teams, I'm thinking all in, would be a 2 right here. So that would be a 2, okay? I believe Evil Geniuses lost a game. That's what I was told. So right here, this would be A 1. Hard to do a 1, let me tell you. It doesn't even look like
So EG lost to Goofy Goobers.
Is that correct that EG lost it? Correct. Which makes
So we
them...
should put a check mark.
We'll put a check mark.
You got it?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is all right, yeah? Oh no, this can't be right. Fulcrum 3. We're okay. This is a 3. All right. Extinction, are they 2-1?
You know what? Here we go. Let's go ahead and get the updated bracket or group stages on the screen now.
Very
Because this
nice.
is getting pretty miserable.
This is looking pretty good.
I disagree completely. There we go. Let's take a look now.
Hey, they got it. Not bad.
Not bad. We did not bad. Okay,
Not
Goofy
too bad.
Goobers 4-0, EG 2-1, Fulcrum 3-0, Extinction 1-1. We still got some work to do in that group. Extinction Deep Cross Gaming is going to be on stage here in the next couple matches. Lunex Rush Hour sitting on top there, and Lunex squaring off against Outrage. So obviously Rush Hour would like to see Lunex win.
Of course.
To give them the opportunity to have the destiny in their own hands. Let's get to the next page, which we should have somehow gotten to minutes ago, but we've just been goofing around.
Let's take a look at our next slide here.
You got 2 more
Computer.
groups.
Yeah, DreamHack
Compute,
just going 3-0. Citadel here 2-1. They did lose to DreamMax, however, they did pretty well in the rest of their group, and there it goes. It's the end of that.
It's the end of that because we are in the game, I believe. Let's take a look. Draft
All right,
stage.
here we go. Lunex Gaming versus Outrage. Now, we talked about this here. Lunex could go 3-0 in this group, put Outrage down 1-2. There are some other teams that would love to see that happen, but if Outrage wants to stay in this with a shot, they've got to take down Lunex here.
They have to. They have to. That gives them the chance, and then it has them battle out against that second place team, which they would have the tiebreaker advantage to because Lunex already beat Rush Hour. So this is a big game for Outrage here.
Yeah, it's a big game for Outrage as we're starting to see the bans come in. All 3, nope, sorry, 2 of the elemental birds are banned. Those legendary birds, Articuno, Moltres, Zapdos, not yet banned. As once again, Feraligatr, a Pokemon I really wanted to see this weekend, on the chopping block and banned out.
We might see through the texture this weekend, though, it stop being banned and start entering play. You've seen a lot of tournaments that go over 3 days have kind of their own metagame develop. We like to talk about that. So right now, it's the anti-Feraligatr meta, but we might end up to a spot where it's actually let through and eventually drafted.
Yeah, it absolutely can happen, and we do see that. You know, eventually at some point, you're working on other bans. It makes its way through. Maybe it doesn't have a stellar game, and then it's kind of open again for play. Machamp is the first pick here for Outrage. We actually had Lunex decide to first pick Garchomp. To me, that feels like a counter pick, right? You're picking it because you can play it, but also you know someone on Outrage desperately wants this Pokemon. Zapdos is here with Machamp on the side of Outrage. Now Lunex for the next couple of picks. We got the Delmons.
Love that. Kind of popularized, almost put on the map by Overlord at ACL. And ironically enough, there was a couple games where it didn't look that good, but there was enough in that performance to have people go, let's figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to have a nice little spot in our metagame. Counter picks from Outrage here are Snorlax and Blissey. So they've got themselves a really strong support core. We'll see how Lunex reacts.
Yeah, I want to see what these final couple of picks are. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough one for Outrage. Anytime you can get Celestial on a Zoroark with a Comfey, that is going to be very, very scary for the other side. We have seen some teams ban just Comfey to make sure that something like this can't happen. We've seen Celestial play this Pokemon regardless, right? Just play Zoroark no matter what. We'll see what they're going to go ahead and do here for their final pick. Pawmot on the side of Outrage. So we have some crazy amount of sustain in a Pokemon like Pawmot. The question is, can Lunex burst it down fast enough so that it won't be able to get all of that recovery and keep fighting on and on and on? If Celestial, the Zoroark, gets a high level lead, it's going to be tough for Pawmot. That's for sure. The burst damage will be incredibly high.
Yeah, and you're taking a look a lot of times to isolate down a Zoroark that's carrying the Comfey. You kind of get a BOGO deal when you have those single target isolating moves, right? They banned the Slowbro, but I'm also thinking of maybe something like a Zarina, right? When that is not in the mix, they're going to have to find a different way to contain that Zoroark specifically, and I don't see a bunch of options on the side of Outrage to do so.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is going to be a tricky one for them as we are heading into our first game here. Thea Sky Ruins, our battlefield. We can see one of our observers there on the Magnemite. Just taking a look at what is happening as our teams are getting ready. Lunex looking to walk out of their group with a perfect record. They already have their spot to Worlds, but you know, it would be nice to win this entire tournament, really prove a point before we get heading into all the action in San Francisco. Here we go. Group D, Lunex Gaming, your purple team. Outrage, your orange team.
Slowly working through, of course, we've got the Zorua in the central area for Lunex, and we've got the Chansey and Snorlax crossing the map, going on a mission here. Yuzu and Rev going to try and put the pressure onto Celestial. That Selgor is there, quick secure by Rev. And honestly, Snorlax's secure is so good here.
It's amazing. It's so difficult to deal with. You can see Snorlax and Chansey in the central area of Lunex just absolutely taking over.
Here's the thing, though. Lunex adjusting well. This is something we saw a lot in ACL and something I'm surprised teams haven't started doing. If you're getting invaded, bail. Go into path, get value somewhere else, and you'll see that Celestial still managed to get to level 4 and has some opportunity here with the Wild Farm in the bottom path, with the player advantage to try and get caught back up.
You know, if there's a Pokemon you're going to leave alone in that early path phase, I think Zapdos is not too bad of an option. It really does well. It plays at extreme range right there. I think it's a really good start for Outrage in this bottom path as we are taking a look here. Frank already level 5, by the way, on a Comfey.
Yeah, you know, they're putting in good work. Lunier going to be moving forward, but also downstairs, Celestial did hit that Zoroark, and we do get a knockout. Flareon's getting credit for that. And Lunex Gaming, yeah, the invade happened, it worked, but they adjusted well, and they're right back on track.
Yeah, and that's really what you have to do. You have to decide exactly what you're going to give up to stop an invade, right? And Lunex just decided, all right, fine, you can go ahead and do this. We're going to run down here, and we're going to try to get value elsewhere on the map. In fact, we're going to try to get value directly in the path that you left behind. Now we have the Blissey heading to the top path here. Machamp far behind. They just hit their Machoke now at level 5, and we see the Gabite on the other side already level 6.
So the double invade actually cost Outrage a lot of production in the early stages here. Moving forward with that Thunderbolt, Zapdos taking out Celestial. Great collapse by Outrage. Getting 2, make it 3. Good engage by Palmont, surf back. Flareon's is one of the best on Mew to ever do it, and they just showed it there with that survivability.
Yeah, just a very scary moment for Lunex. They almost lost 2 right there. As you can see, Oblivion, the Delmise moving up to try to create a little space for that Mew, but the big catch, the Zoroark, did go down, and that's a nice one for Outrage.
Without a doubt, Celestial moving forward, gonna dash through the Snorlax, make sure they heavy slam to get a berry. That opens up the window for a quick stack for Celestial.
Here we go. All of this heading to the side of Lunex, but that's expected, right? Outrage has pivoted 4 Pokemon to the top path here, so clearly they had a plan. As we take a look here, we have Reggie spawning in the top path. It will not be the Alecki, so the Alecki is in the bottom path. Oh wait, no, sorry, this is, I forgot. We're on Rayquaza. It's always Reggie Alecki.
Yep, Rayquaza map is the one we're starting on this weekend here. Predictability with the Regieleki in the top path. They break, and they're going to walk it down here. Just Lunier. Now Garchomp is going to have to step up and see what they can do. Dragon Rush over the wall. Suplex. They got to pop their Unite move to be able to give themselves a chance. Get to the back line. They do get a knockout on the Blissey. Here comes Frank. Nice little grass knot there. Picks up on Lunier, who's fighting by themselves in the face of a bunch. Real low is Val. Knocked out is the Palmont, and good adjustment out of Lunex. Credit to Lunier.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lunier coming up there as a level 9. That was a perfect moment. I really did love the Palmont play, though. I don't know if you noticed that. So the Garchomp Live at Outrage is looking to take down multiple members of Outrage. And while this is happening, Palmont just walked over to the goal zone and scored 25. They thought, I can't fight them right now. They're dealing with members of my team. So they ended up scoring in the top path without even the Regieleki walking. I thought that was a real smart heads-up play, while at the same time, clearly, Lunier with a massive counterpunch.
Yeah, I mean, they overcommitted, so they got some value the way they could. Better to leave with something than nothing, so I'm with you on that good adjustment. Now, Lunier is back in the central. They're committing their resources. They're going to leave Celestial to level up, by taking bodies out from the other team. Right on top of the Snorlax there is where the engagement begins.
Yeah, Snorlax in some trouble right there, but ended up making it out. The hook just misses due to some repositioning there from the Snorlax back down to their pad. Machamp all alone in this top path as 3 members of Lunex move in.
Submission right into the Unite move. Tons of damage put down on top of that Machamp. Val trying to hold tight. Palmot engaged, but it's right in the middle of the iframes of the score, which means they didn't deal any damage. Dragon Rush, Bliss Assistance on top of the Palmot to keep this rush going. Getting back is Flareon's half HP. E-Ball half HP on Palmot. Nice pull by the anchor shot, and that's a knockout.
I mean, this Garchomp is just ripping through them here. Lunier playing absolutely amazing in game number 1, and also just setting up lots of opportunities for Celestial to move in with, you know, extreme precision on these Zoroark combos and get huge KOs. So far, Outrage is still in this match, but there's no question Lunex is in control of what is happening here. It feels like they're reacting to everything Outrage is throwing at them extremely well, and they're also making big plays of their own. Perhaps getting caught right here, looking for the Palmot, and this is something I talked about before the match, Dupesex. Is there any way this Palmot will be able to survive some of this burst damage? And so far, it has not been that effective.
No, but look, Celestial is such a force with Frank that they've been able to get the attention of all of Outrage. Meanwhile, I don't know if you noticed the volume of wild Pokemon that were on the side of the map of Lunex. That allowed Oblivion and Flareons to level themselves up, and now everybody on Lunex is huge.
Yeah, powerful. The points 280 to 107. Level-wise, every single member leading every single counterpart on the other side, which is exactly where you want to be. But Champ looking for a play here at about 350. One of the last opportunities for some of these Unite moves, they get caught by an anchor shot.
Nice pull, submission, almost putting themselves up, going straight into that action on the top side, though, is Celestial trying to get a knockout. Flareon steps up, and they're still fighting. Look at how resilient that Delmise is, and now everybody's getting drugged down to Davy Jones' locker because all of Outrage has been dispatched.
Unbelievable play there from Oblivion. The power shot providing an insane shield, fighting 4 members of Outrage. And you're right, take them down to Davy Jones' locker. That's what the anchor does here. Oof, a really tough fight for Outrage. You know they were looking for some value here with their Unite moves before Rayquaza.
Yeah, left side team has a huge lead indeed, and that's just not on the scoreboard, Cowboy. That is in the experience levels here, as we have a level 14 Garchomp, and there's no one on the other side that is even keeping pace with Frank, the Comfey.
I mean, look at this, a level 11 for Palmot, Zapdos, and Machamp. And yeah, on the other side, it's absolutely devastating for them. There's the burst damage. Nothing Palmot can do with that amount of burst damage. As I talked about before, if you let this Zoroark just take a lead like this, you can't stop it. It does too much damage in a single burst as a level 14 for some of these level 10s and 11s to survive at all. 15 seconds now until Rayquaza. We're going to need a miracle for Outrage here.
Definitely, they have to find their way in. They're not so far down on the scoreboard that they can't make some magic happen, but it's time to get the wands out because the magic needs to start happening now.
They're going to need to cast some sort of spell here on the side of Lunex. Big time anchor shot, grabs the Blissey. Blissey just absolutely rinsed. Wow.
Okay, Power Nap using Unite moves, let's get into it. Machamp as well, Power Shot comes back, drags them back, and the anchor's still scrapping. Meanwhile, Flareon's slope, those solar beams are finding target, cleansing them with a little bit of vitamin D, and Outrage has been completely wiped again. Just the Blissey stepping up, hitting the jump pad, and they're gonna be a day late, dollar short. Lunex Gaming humming.
Wow, I mean, day late, dollar short. I think they're behind on rent. I think it's more than $1. I don't think a payday loan can get them out of this, Duke Snacks. This was a brutal match for Outrage, an absolute clinic for Lunex. They are looking to cruise undefeated through their groups.
Oof, what a statement here. 7:22, 1:21. There's still a minute left on the clock, and the only way that Outrage can do anything now is to step out there and let this team do what they want. If I'm Outrage, I'm just hanging out in that home goal zone, and I am talking and saying, what can we do here in game 2? Because whatever that was ain't going to get it done.
Well, I know if you and I were on Outrage, I could tell you what we'd be doing. We'd be going, what is our team doing, dude? Yeah. Because I feel like when you and I play, we'd say a lot of that.
Yeah, we are not good at winning together.
Let me tell you, we've thrown a lot of games while we've been here at NAIC. A lot.
In some games, we've been up about this scoreline and still lost.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We've had our moments. Sure. Had one last night. Yeah. Absolutely crushed it.
Okay. While this game ends, Spraggle's literally said going into the 2-minute mark, if we lose this game, I am quitting and I am uninstalling.
No, I said if we lose this game, I'm booking a flight and going home. And then we
Ladies and
proceeded to lose.
We lost. We lost in spectacular fashion.
Okay. It's true. It's true. We basically play until we get too mad and go to bed. That's what we do.
I was checking our stats. I think we probably played like 12 games, 15 games.
Won
4.
Okay, 4. Better than I thought.
4, and that's including the one we won today, barely.
Ah, all right. We're doing all right. Well, doing better than I thought. Taking a look at some of these moments here. That was the palm-up play that I actually really enjoyed there. But, of course, the big story there was how Lunaire shows up at level 9 with a Unite move for the defense. That's something Garchomp can do. First off, because they did so well early. And then, of course, because of the absolute, ability to farm the map that Garchomp has.
I mean, you can just see Oblivion withstanding all the damage of those 4 players, given just enough time for Flareon, Celestial to come back, deal a crop of damage. Lunaire jumping into the mix as well. And this fight, I mean, just the anchor shot on the Blissey and eliminating it before they can even hit their Unite move is about as good as you can draw that anchor shot up.
I want to point out, because people at home cannot hear this, the director popped in my ear and said, every time I've played with you guys, I've lost.
That is,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how. I mean, sure, rub salt in the wound. I also want to point out our director Garen plays jungle, Alolan Ninetales. I am not kidding.
Let's talk about something else that we're not kidding about, and it's the amount of times Lunex Gaming got knocked out this game. Across all 5 players, 2.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, you don't expect them to go down, and the only time they got him is when they got the BOGO. They get Zoroark and Comfey, right? That's the only thing that they got. You just cannot let Celestial get a Comfey caller. You and I talked about this. We were talking about this before broadcast, I think, on our way here. I truly think Celestial is like one of the top players in our game. If you look at some of the best players in Unite, I think they're in this pro level of play. You have, the cream of the crop. Let's say they're better than 85, 90% of the players. But when you start to climb higher and higher and higher, there is a really small percentage of players, 1%, 0.5%, whatever it is. There's a small percent of players that are just absolutely unbelievable at this game. And I really do think Celestial is one of them. Mechanically, a godlike player at this game.
Yeah, incredibly good. Obviously has had success on this stage specifically.
We need a trio with him.
Yeah, that's what we need.
That's what we need.
Hey, Celestial, I know you're kind of working on something right now.
Hey, buddy, you want a trio with us?
But how about we wither down that win rate real quick? Lunex again going with the ban on the Slowbro, which means they're facilitating the opportunity for the Zoroark Comfey yet again. Typhlosion going to be banned, Articuno as well. Moltres, the other legendary bird. Zapdos did not get banned, but was picked very quickly by Outrage in Game 1. We'll see how that shakes out.
I'm shocked that they're not banning Comfey here. The only reason I say that is because I think you called it perfectly. That Slowbro ban says to me, we do not want you to slow beam us. If you do that, you kind of shut down a play that we have. To not ban Comfey, either you're picking it or you really don't find what they did to be that detrimental, but here we go, they pick Koopa anyway.
I want to point out that something we've talked about year in, year out with the Slowbro ban, it's usually indicative of a team that believes they're stronger than the other and don't want the slow beam, which is incredibly powerful, to be the way that the other team gets to kind of cheese their win out of a squad that's stronger. So you just get rid of it. Here, it also happens to facilitate home phase Zorark if you wanted to go there. But Frank leading with Hoopa leads me to believe maybe Lunex is going to go a bit a different direction.
Yeah, I think they are clearly. They already won with the strategy earlier. They're looking for something else. I think when you have an extremely high-skill player that also happens to end the match at like level 15 most of the time. You saw this with Luminosity and Overlord and things like that. They would look to ban Pokemon like this too, Slowbro, because you just have a shutdown of the highest level, highest skill player on the team, and it's probably good to not have that as an option. We're going to see the final picks here. Flareon's on the Inteleon, and it looks like our final Celestial will be a Lucario.
Base model Lucario.
I wonder if they're going to switch that with Lumiere, or they're just going to take it in the center.
It's going to be interesting. Celestial, of course, you know, we have the opportunity with the E-Speed Lucario, tons of mobility, right? That's not available if you do go with the Mega Lucario version. Espeon getting grabbed very late by Outrage.
Yeah, they get a late Espeon here. Flareon, I mean, he is on a comfort pick, right? I feel like there are a couple that he has. Inteleon, one of the Pokemon he is known for, as well as the Mew that we saw earlier. This looks like a strong composition here for Lunex, and it does look like Oblivion is playing a very mean build that I absolutely love, and I've seen him dominate on. This is that foul play Snarl build. You could go a few different directions, but that's exactly what it looks like. When you have the Resonant Guard, the Bell, and the Cookie here, you're just going to be in your opponent's face the entire time, creating so many moments where you're stunning them, repositioning them with foul play, and it's really hard to take Umbreon down with all of this HP and the recovery that you get in your kit.
Cerulege going to be where Outrage rounds out their draft. Outrage King is selecting that character. And looking across the board here, we're going to be scrapping at a pretty close range, except for Flareon's. And if Flareon's is playing Snipe Shot and Inteleon, they're going to be miles away from the action, just peppering in damage.
Well, here we go. Lunex and Outrage getting ready to play. Of course, this map will be the Groudon map. Lunex up one game, and they are your purple team. Outrage is your orange team. They want this victory here, Dupes. Next, even a 1-2 might put them in a position to move to tomorrow, but getting 2-0'd puts them in a very dangerous position. They could be knocked out of the bracket depending on what Rush Hour does.
Wraith Red here going to be the Espeon in that bottom path. And now you're dealing with Celestial working through that central area very quickly. And it's a double invade again. Frank pulling up for the support on Celestial. Tons of damage on Yuzu, and they're going to keep that pressure on. Can Celestial close the door? Yes! K-opener to Lunex.
Yeah, this is not good, right? You had a double invade, and not only did you not get anything, you also just kind of like wore the buffs down for Celestial and gave a KO. Again, because of the EXP share, this isn't the worst thing in the world, but you're disappointed. You missed both buffs on a double invade.
And now Lunex can funnel all of the experience needed into Inteleon, into Flareon's, so that they can get that online. Every time I've played with you, I've also lost. Coincidence? Just saying, you know what? Of all the stats that we haven't had on the screen, the fact that the one we did mention audibly getting thrown in our face is lunacy. Here we go. NAIC. Hoopa goes down. Frank is dispatched up, but you needed a three-player rotation to get it done.
And here we have Oblivion moving towards the center right here. And, you know, Cerulege farms very quickly, making their way to the bottom path, already level 6. A nice little boon for the side of Outrage, who has been behind in a lot of these games. But their Espeon looking pretty good, at parity with the Drizzile on the other side. And Cerulege heading back towards the central area. Not bad for Outrage.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the one benefit they got from sending the double invade, is it made Lunex not able to counter-invade the Charcadet, which has a really hard time getting out of the starting blocks. So getting that Cerulege online certainly is worth its weight in gold for Outrage right now, who otherwise has been fighting behind.
All right, we're going to see a nice little secure right here. No one looking for Drago. However, we have a fight, it looks like, in the top path as members of Outrage are pushing towards the side of Lunex. But now it does look like they've peeled away from it as we get ready for this Regidrago. Being ripped apart by Lunex, already at half HP. Is anyone going to try for a secure? They are not. Outrage, on the other hand, looks to be deciding whether or not they want to move towards this top goal zone. Lunex now pushing bottom.
Yeah, we need to go top and see where this action is because Outrage is making a play here. Tons of damage on Lumiere. Flareon shows up just in time, is able to get a quick knockout. Snipe shot goes wide, trying to pin down Outrage King. Big damage on Yuzu. Here comes Frank and Oblivion. Going to put pressure on and going to run into the face of Outrage. Another snipe shot, big on Yuzu. Not quite enough to get the knockout.
Yeah, I think Yuzu with a really intelligent body block of that snipe shot earlier. The other one just got hit by a snipe shot. But I really like the play there by Yuzu to take the damage. Regice getting pretty low right here. No Unite move for Ceruledge right here. The snipe shot misses, but it hits the target. It actually gets the skewer. I thought he was aiming for Outrage. No, he was aiming for the objective, Jake.
Well, listen, Oblivion went in with the snarl and then hit 3 players with the foul play stun, and that was able to allow Flareons to pivot from having to hit Outrage into securing the objective. They take that down. Everybody walks away standing for Lunex with another objective taken, and the lead continues to grow.
Now we have King here in the bottom path with a Unite move. This is a Ceruledge Unite. They're not the highest level, but they're ready to take this here. No one from Lunex can do much about it except for Celestial. Here comes the Unite, and he gets it. Unbelievable.
Big Unite with the Aura Cannon. Now Celestial is caught in the middle of a just absolute outrage scene here. They are knocked out, but tons of damage still existing on these players for Outrage. They're not able to get out. That's another knockout. Now we have the Unite move out of the Umbreon, the Moonlight Prance. They're going to go close this goal zone to remove the Flux zone to keep the pressure on. Frank gets credit for the next. Wraith is running away. Regieleki is marching towards that tier 2, and Frank is going to be able to dunk 30.
Yeah, Frank very good at finding these opportunities to score as we have the Zacian moving forward, looking for the KO, picks it up on the Espeon, and they are just absolutely decimating them on this tier 2 goal zone. It is gone. 216 to 22.
Now Celestial's literally going to tick over to level 12. Outrage King is level 10. The volume of damage they just took before they hit into the Phantom Force was crazy.
This is rough for Outrage. They're really far behind already. The fights are going very well for Lunex. A different look than game number 1, but you know, it's a mean look, none the different really. It's just a rough one for Outrage.
I mean, there's no fear now. Celestial's just in the back line, firing off the Unite move, using the E-Speed and Bone Club, Bone Rush to get through the entire team, along with the damage being just launched in from such a range from Flareons, makes it really tough for Outrage to contest here. Celestial does go down again, so there's a bit of a shining light for that. Ceruledge Unite secures. Can they do anything with this? That's a knockout.
Yeah, nice stuff. I mean, they get an objective here. They had to use a Unite move for it, and Lucario was mega'd at the time. They are going to try to score in this top path, which they do. The snipe shot goes wide. I don't think they're going to continue this push as Oblivion moves forward with the Umbreon, just to make sure there's not much they can do. Lucario getting pretty deep right here. This would be a great KO for them, and no, they're not able to secure.
So the thing with Celestial there is they actually split Outrage. King was on the backside getting knocked out, and Celestial drew 3 players' attention, which was just enough to allow them to use Rings Unbound and now siege another goal zone, 278 to 80 right now.
Here we go. Beautiful 23 points right there. Leaving this tier 1 up starves Outrage of some much needed experience. I think it's absolutely the right play here from Lunex. They're going to continue their level lead as we have Outrage desperately trying to make something happen at this bottom Regieleki.
King steps forward. Regieleki is there. Espeon Unite does try and trap Celestial. They pop their Unite move again. They're E-speeding through. They're looking for targets. Espeon is down. Celestial's still going. They finally get knocked out, and now Frank is in support of Flareons. They get stunned, almost take a bunch of damage. The Snarl foul play doesn't connect, but Flareon somehow is finding more knockouts.
Here we go. Nice big Unite move from Ceruledge. Hits a couple of them, but no one can follow up in this moment as we have Oblivion just pushing them away from this goal zone. 338 to 80. Level-wise, things looking fantastic for Lunex. The only bright spot on the side of Outrage really is the Ceruledge at level 13. Their Espeon, unfortunately, a lower level than the support on the side of Lunex Gaming, which is a horrible place to be in as one of your carry Pokemon that needs to do an insane amount of damage. Even if you hit your combination, it's just not that strong when you're down by multiple levels.
Exactly right. And you know, Lunex Gaming isn't doing anything special here with their draft. It's pretty much just straight up Pokemon Unite. You've got a kind of frontlining tank, good classic support, and then just a ton of damage dealers with range over the top. And if Outrage can't contend with this right now, I can't imagine it's going to get any easier for them moving forward.
Now we have 2:20 on the clock, and Celestial deciding to move forward right here, keeping the pressure on Outrage. Outrage making a mad dash to get away. We could see Lunex go for a straight rip if we don't see Outrage move towards the objective.
Oblivion has no fear. The passive there from the Eevee, protecting them from the heavy slam pop-up.
Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Groudon is going to hit the map. We're getting information from them. I think we've hit 4 snipe shots in a row. Make it 5. They just keep landing, raining into the side of Outrage. They're going to need to make a play, and that's 6 snipe shots, and here we go.
Oblivion's on the backside working on King. The Blissey tries to get some action in, but no, they go down. So Roulette Unite back the other way, but it's not going to be good enough. Snipe shot cleans out the trash. We're going to have 4 players down, just Snorlax standing. Secured by Lunex. Knocked out is Outrage. They don't even exist in this game anymore, and Lunex Gaming, cleanup job.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Lunex. Really tough games for Outrage. I mean, Lunex just had their number today. They were the stronger team. It didn't feel like there was much Outrage could do about it here. Lunex, one of those squads that's just, they are not only like the North America Giant Slayers, right, taking down both EG and Dignitas in their league throughout the season, but it really does feel like on any given day, they're one of the best out there. Such a strong squad.
Absolutely, and it is worth mentioning, this is a team that is qualified for Worlds competing this weekend, and you can kind of see what a Worlds qualified team can do because they have now gone 3-0 in their group and are going to be the top team in that group heading into Saturday.
Yeah, taking a look right here, just some of the final moments, just picking up some KOs, having some fun here. Outrage not out of this tournament necessarily. It's going to depend, I believe, on how Rush Hour does a little later in their set. They would have loved to at least taken a game off of Lunex here, but it was not in the cards.
No, not in the cards at all. So their fate is going to be up to the performance, as you mentioned, of Rush Hour and how those tiebreakers may or may not materialize here in the final stages of our group play in day 1.
Yep, and that's just all she wrote for Outrage versus Lunex. Lunex with a commanding 2-0 victory, looking fantastic there on the main stage. They've got more competition ahead of them, and you can see Flareon still in his sad boy. Flareon's oh, I can't believe something.
Yeah, he was probably seeing how much damage he did to see if it was high enough, and if he was going to break maybe the 100,000 K mark. We'll see who the player of the game is. I don't know, the whole team, they all look great.
Yeah, it just was an unbelievable series from them. It's one of those ones that's, it's going to give you, you know, a great feeling heading into day 2, right? To play that well on the main stage for your last games of the day.
Yep, absolutely. Lunaire having themselves a good crop of games as well, especially on the Garchomp in game 1. Zashi in game 2, not intentionally, but they were pretty quiet. And I think that's because there was so much work being done in front of them by Celestial and by Flareon's with the cover fire that it was almost hard for them to be a standout.
Yeah, I think that happens sometimes when a match is just going so well for a team. Wasn't that much for Zacian to do, just constant KOs picked up by Celestial jumping in after Flareon's hit. I honestly think it was maybe 7 snipe shots in a row right before this objective, which is really hard to out-heal in a moment like this. And of course, the secure, they take it down. As we see our teams GGing up on the big stage. A lot of respect for all these competitors that are up there competing. Our player of the game is going to be Celestial. 8 knockouts, went down 4 times. Maybe Flareons was looking for that MVP. To be fair, they went 13 with not a single time going down. Pretty impressive stuff.
Flareon's cough this game is going to be 25. That might be the biggest cough we've ever had. Production or stats team, can we get the highest cough we've ever had on broadcast, please? Because 25 has to be somewhere up there.
That's up there for sure. Very, very powerful game from Flareons. But it's Celestial just dancing around him. 100,000 damage as well. Flareons did 134,000. Those snipe shots were hitting.
They were hitting. I think the score, Celestial able to find the goal zone a little bit more consistently than Flareon's is what gave them the edge in the MVP race. But Flareon's and Celestial both having a very powerful and offensive game here. And the fact that they, between them both, got knocked out 4 times, thanks Celestial, says Flareon's, is nothing to scoff at either.
The word is, this is our best KFA of the season. That's what I was just told.
It's our best cough?
It's our best cough of the season from Flareon. So you know what? He should have got the MVP.
Yep, you know what? Give us the second screen we've been hearing about where we can have another player as well. Celestial, you did great. I'm proud of you. Let's get Flareon's on our screen when we have that opportunity and really show off that 25 cough.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible stat line here. They looked amazing as a squad. They're getting ready for day 2. There are a lot of teams getting ready for day 2, and unfortunately, a lot of teams' hopes of moving forward. Hey, we have it right here. Who's that MVP? You're the MVP, Flareon.
Yeah, look at the cough. 25 cough. Again, that's knockouts and assists divided by feints. And if it's 0, well, you just kind of assume it's 1, so we can get, you can't divide by 0. So, oh, and we have an interview with our caster selected player of the game, player of the match, Flareon. So up to the stage, take it away.
All right, we are here with our player of the match, Flareon's from Lunex Gaming. Now that you have come out of day 1 with a 3-0 sweep, how are the vibes? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. You know, I had a rough performance last LAN, so it feels good to bounce back and get the, go 6-0 in groups today, and feeling good about tomorrow.
Yes, you have had a pretty incredible performance here today. Now, obviously, you've just come to join Lunex Gaming recently. How do you feel like you're faring in within this group? Like, are you feeling comfortable? I mean, you're looking pretty comfortable.
It took a bit for me to adjust. I feel like just the play style of this team is much more aggressive than I'm used to, so kind of just trying to adjust with that. But I feel like finally I'm starting to get the hang of it, and I feel like I've started to perform a lot better than what I did with them at the start when I started playing with them, especially in LCQ, which I feel like I didn't play very good in, but I feel a lot better now.
Oh, that's good to hear. Definitely translated well with those snipe shots from Inteleon. But before heading on into day number 2, I guess, is there a team that you're most looking forward to going up against or hoping to go up against tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm hoping to play Root Dig. I gotta take him down.
All right, Root Dig, Flareon's is looking to take you down. But before we say goodbye to you and get you on your merry way, are there any thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give out to anybody here?
Yeah, shout out to my team. Shout out our manager, Gardenia. Shout out Wutano. He's a goated sub. And shout out my mom and my aunt. I love you guys.
Always got to thank the family and friends there, but thank you so much, Flareons, for coming to chat to us. Congratulations to you and Lunex Gaming once again. But let's throw it back to the caster booth.
Oh, that's us. Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, great stuff. Flareon's had an amazing game, and it is interesting. I know Flareon's was beating himself up about how they did in the LCQ. They did qualify for Worlds in that tournament, but I don't know if Flareon could secure an objective to save his life, and now he's out here hitting snipe shots 7 out of 7. Incredible stuff. I wanted to take a look not only at our groups, but possibly our graphic of the teams that are still in the hunt for Worlds. Here are our groups here. Again, an interesting one coming up. Evil Geniuses tied with Not Enough Tanks in their group. If they go down against Not Enough Tanks, I think that would mean Evil Geniuses knocked out in the group stage.
Yes, that is what that would mean. Similarly, we have Extinction and Deep Cross Gaming, the other match we have to broadcast to you today, and that one is to see who leaves the group. Extinction, a team that you could say would be Worlds qualified. Deep Cross Gaming traveling across the globe to compete for this last slot. EG on their way to bubble out. At least they're already qualified for Worlds, so they can rest their laurels on that. But Not Enough Tanks with an opportunity to become legends today.
And it looks like Group D here, Rush Hour is 2-1, which would move them on to day 2 with Lunex Gaming in the #1 spot for Group D. Heading over to Group E, DreamMax already qualified for day 2. Citadel Gaming qualified for day 2. And it looks like our Group F is also sorted out here, right, Doomstacks? We got 2Z3O, IX 2-1. So we know a lot of what day 2 is going to look like. Hopefully we can get a bracket or a look at what that might be near the end of our broadcast. But I want to take a look at the teams still in the hunt for their world's spot right here. And as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, a lot of competitors here, if they are grayed out, they put on a valiant effort, but they are not able to get that world spot. We still have quite a few in the hunt. Citadel Gaming and Extinction are both in the hunt for their spot still. And man, sorry, not Citadel, I apologize. Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction still in the hunt. And they are going to be going up against each other very soon. Where's Extinction? Am I blind? I must be.
It's not in alphabetical order, which is crazy to me.
I've got to just be missing it. Am I nuts? Where's Extinction?
What we
Bring up the Telestrator.
What we do know is Mammo's Moving Company also not making it here into our day number 2, and I believe they should be grayed out as we have the Telestrator up. I don't know if we're actually going to use that.
I don't know if we can.
Didn't go great last time. Anyways, long story short, a lot of great teams contending for Worlds. This went completely off the rails, and who would have thought that?
You know, a lot of what we've done in this little chunk here has gone completely off the rails, I want to say. I don't think we've been the most helpful. I think we've straight up been adversarial to it going well. But at the same time, you know, we didn't create the graphic. We just asked for it. That's all.
That's also true. I'm sure we've got time to kill, right? Can we get the groups up again? At this point, I'm super confused as to where we are.
You want to see?
Doesn't matter. Nope, doesn't matter. Can we go to break, production? Should we go to break?
That is the question, is whether or not we're going to a break. And I know that up next, this is going to be one of the matches of the day. We've been talking about it. Extinction versus Deep Cross Gaming. One of these two teams you could easily see going to Worlds. One of them cannot, because whoever wins this moves on to day 2. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't even move your face.
for a huge stakes match. We don't always get stakes this high on day number 1, but Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction, two teams that were looked at to potentially be, our qualifying teams are now facing elimination on day number 1, both being upset very early in this bracket. And of course, I am Wonder Chef, joined by Soph once again, and we are very lucky to be able to bring this match.
I'm so excited about it, Chef, because honestly, this, like you mentioned, it's the fact that both these teams are 1-1 in that group, and that group only has 4 teams. Therefore, it's a 3-series type of qualification.
Right.
So the first place is already 3-0. These two teams, one is going to end up 2-1, the other one 1-2.
And no chance for a tie in this group, which can definitely happen in 4-person groups or other groups. But this time, we know the stakes 100%. And once again, both these teams were looked at. I think when people looked at the groups, obviously, we kind of got the groups pretty early today or late last night. But looking at it, everybody was like, okay, well, for sure, it's going to be Deep Cross Gaming, our only Asian representative team, and Extinction making it out of this pool pretty much for free. Now, they ran into the biggest upset team that we've had in quite a while. And I keep feeling like I'm going to get their name wrong.
Fulcrum.
Fulcrum. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm messing that up. It's so
I don't know,
weird.
in my head as well, I did say Fulcrum at one point, like kind of like vulture, like I don't know. Fulcrum
Well, at least
is
one
the
of us
team.
can say it, right?
Exactly. At one point we get it right.
Yeah.
We're almost at the end of day 1 of NAIC for Pokémon UNITE 2026, and honestly, we learned. We learned, and it's Fulcrum. They are 3-0 in this group, so it's now or never for Extinction, and we know that these two teams, especially for Deep Cross Gaming, coming from all the way from Taiwan to North America to play this, the stakes couldn't be higher. I mean, it could if it was Worlds, but yeah, my dude.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of the stakes of this kind of are the stakes of Worlds, right? In its own way, because whatever team loses this match guaranteed cannot make it to Worlds. So theoretically, it is eliminating their chance of the entire Worlds trip, the entire Worlds winning potential, everything. Everything's gone. Yes, the dream is they go to a dreamless sleep of, unfortunately, they just
Darkrai kind of sleep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nightmares.
Definitely would be a nightmare to get eliminated this early. But the wild thing is, again, these are really skilled teams. Both of these teams were like this close to qualifying in their regions, and one of them going home pretty early. So we'll see which one is kind of on top of their game. We got a chance to see the matches where Extinction lost, and it looked really like it didn't look like they were playing super bad. They were just kind of getting outplayed, it felt like to me.
What?
Yeah, it was like a solid game, right?
It was. I feel like solid is a great word, Chef, because that's what it felt to me. Like, it doesn't mean that because Extinction lost that they made like huge mistakes or that they were off their A game. It's just the fact that maybe everybody was thrown off by Fulcrum, because honestly, the way they were just very methodical. You would see, decisions that made a lot of sense in regards to fast decision making. They were like, yes, we adapt like this, we go like that, we change our rotation, we go for this objective, this is when we go for the control of central area, how do we approach it? They were very direct in their approach, and that maybe threw off Extinction, but it also means that now Extinction, having lost one and won one, they have, okay, we can win, but we also know that we cannot underestimate the enemy.
Right, and they do basically, either of these teams basically get like a new lease on life if they do make it to tomorrow. Now, they won't, most likely, I think I know how the seeding works, but they most likely won't get a bye in our single elimination bracket, but they will be on the same, basically the level as everybody else once they, manage to make it to tomorrow. So this is a huge win for either of them. And then the other one, of course, we just talked about how Extinction played in their match loss, and then we've heard some stories, right? Because it was off broadcast of Deep Cross Gaming playing against Fulcrum. And that one I heard was a lot more through most of the game in Deep Cross Gaming's favor, but then Fulcrum made big comebacks at the end. Of course, again, to remind everybody, Rayquaza, the first match of every match here, so the first map of every match here today and this entire weekend, does mean that there are some pretty big comeback potential options in game number 1, which I did hear happened, but in game number 2, I heard it was also a comeback, and I most likely wasn't Rayquaza, so we've seen some pretty good comeback moments from Fulcrum. I feel like we're talking a lot about Fulcrum, but that's because it's the only connection that we've seen that connects these two teams.
True, yes, exactly. On the other side, for Deep Cross Gaming, you mentioned Slash, right? So the player that has so much experience being previous Luminosity, just having so much Worlds experience, right? You're talking about also the likes of High Five and Ice and ZZ Ray. You're talking about a team that has done so well in Taiwan, but at the same time always falling just a little bit short. And the fact that they came all the way here, of course, because this is the final stretch, this is the final moment to actually get a qualification for Worlds, they said no. We are going to try to the best of our ability, and this is one of the first big encounters and challenges they have at NAIC, which is make or break. You either go to day 2 or you're eliminated.
Right. I mean, I guess technically it's kind of like their second challenge, but I don't think they expected quite so much of a challenge in their first challenge.
Well, yeah, unexpected challenge, maybe.
Yes. This one is certainly an expected challenge. I know that everybody behind the scenes has been really looking forward to this match basically all day as soon as we realized that it was actually going to happen. But also, we get a pretty big question mark because these are some great teams, but their level of these teams actually playing against each other, or some of the players on each team playing against each other, it's happened before, but it's very infrequent, and I don't think it's ever been a full team against each other from both these teams in particular on their current rosters. So there's a lot that's really up in the air as well. We haven't even had a chance to really kind of see how the metas match up against each other.
Yeah.
So, I mean, honestly, I'm just really excited to kind of see what's going to happen, but I feel like my level of insight, despite knowing these teams really well, is lower just because it's a different playing field for both of them.
I understand, because I would say the data that we have overall of Western teams versus Eastern teams, right? You're talking about ACL. When we had DIG, we had a CACM, and we had Force Gaming. That's when we first saw in the season teams from the West facing teams from the East, and that was a while back. The meta has changed a lot. The patches have changed a lot. And in that case as well, you're talking about ACL, and I don't believe that Deep Cross Gaming made it to ACL finals, did they?
No, they did not.
Yeah, they didn't. So basically, this is the first time we're going to be seeing this type of playstyle coming from APAC East into the now NA region here for Extinction. So it's brand new, I would say, in some way, and a big preparation for what we're going to be seeing at Worlds in general.
Right, yeah. I mean, usually it's Worlds where you get a chance to see all these metas that really haven't played against each other as much. You gotta really face off, and sometimes the meta of Worlds especially changes a lot as it goes on. Day 2, everybody's hold on a minute, what?
3 Charizards.
Well, okay, 3 Charizards is a great example. But something like that along the lines, right? I think one of the years we started to see a bunch of teams all of a sudden picking non-healing supports or attacker supports basically as time went on, and stuff like that's going to happen. But we do get a cool sneak peek of it here, like you said. Also, though, APAC in general are a really interesting region because a lot of them play with a lot of different teams from other regions. They don't necessarily always just play within APAC just because it's close to a lot of the other TBC regions. So, for example, Korea, we can see Sort of Tigers Gaming requalified. There's a chance they can play with them, chance they can play with Japan, chance they can play with a lot of different other regions. And you don't really know exactly where their meta is going to sit at. There we go. You can see Slash, a familiar face from our meta.
Exactly. Just yawning a little bit. The day is quite long in group stage, and it's definitely quite a lot of pressure. As we're getting the technical issues or whatever is the situation there on stage, fix as quickly as possible. So thank you so much for your patience as we are preparing for this best of 3 of Extinction versus Deep Cross Gaming. The overall performance that we want to witness right now is the playstyle of APAC East versus what we can and we have learned of Extinction throughout the regional league, through the LCQ. It's just a team that really wants to get there, and it really makes a difference considering the fact that when you're talking about a team that has participated throughout the whole season and still hasn't made it, it can be so crushing, but at the same time it can be motivating. So that is what Deep Cross Gaming is facing right now.
Yeah, really, I mean, kind of both these teams facing similar situations, and yeah, I mean, the pressure is really on the line. It's so wild. It does feel like we get to see a lot of these teams And they have I mean, I don't want to say they have a lot of chances, but we get so many opportunities to see these teams. And when we do see them lose, usually we're like, okay, well, that's it for them this tournament. But maybe next tournament, you know, like they have some good improvement, et cetera, et cetera. Extinction, definitely a team that we got to see a lot because they were in part of our league, our online league. And there was a lot of improvement that we got to see from them, a lot of style changes, really figuring themselves out as a team. But now we're at the point where we can no longer say, well, you know, well, they did look pretty good this time, but it wasn't quite enough, because that is it for their season. I mean, that is them getting sent home, and very rarely do we actually get that scenario. You know, we go about half the year without ever having to say that somebody's being sent home for good, and now we're kind of in that spot. So really high stakes, and that's, I think, why we are so excited. So we'll see kind of which team deals with the pressure better, because it is a lot of pressure. And for sure, I know, I mean, Extinction, they have a lot of experience dealing with that kind of pressure, trying to qualify a lot of different years.
Exactly. It's just so many times that they were in a similar position that, like I said, it could be, you know, a two-edged sword, where, or knife, whatever the expression is. English is not my first language. Anyways, double-edged sword, right?
Oh, I was going to call it Aegis Slash. Yeah, sword.
Aegis Slash, double-edged, just double-edged slash. Exactly. And yeah, basically it can be a step that makes them step up, or it can be something that could, you know, have the pressure just become too much and make them trip over. But we know as well that these teams have quite a lot of like commitment to the game, and because of that, I don't believe that either of them is going to become the latter where they actually end up falling down the stairs.
Oh, I mean, this means a lot to both of them. Again, we've seen both these teams this season, and I don't say this in a mean way at all. I have so much respect for these teams, but we've seen both these teams fail, right, and fall just short. And by fail, I obviously don't mean, I mean, they're amazing teams. I just mean fail short of what they were aiming for. And we've heard some of these teams talk about it. We've seen a lot of teams that's happened to. I mean, we get the chance to see that every season. Obviously, we even just heard Overlord, who's now multiple qualified for Worlds, talk about how he felt like there was a bit of a failure at PJCS, and he needs to work on his communication. So even the best teams in the world, they get that to see that, you know, that feeling quite a bit. And these teams, for sure, they've been relatively vocal about it. Obviously, we get a chance to see some English kind of reactions to how the team is feeling, just because Slash is a part of the team, so that allows us to see a little bit more into that mind. Extinction, we just get to see everybody kind of all the time, and you know that both these teams are not going to be, I mean, honestly, you know, it's going to be pretty crushing, to be honest. Obviously, they should all be proud of where they've made it at, but there's no sugarcoating it. This is going to be a rough loss for one of these two teams and a really big win for the other.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that, of course, we want both of them to succeed because of this scenario of just always being so short of getting there. But we're not short of getting into draft, because it is already here. Extinction, your purple team, versus Deep Cross Gaming, your orange team, and already the Psyduck is out of the table. Plus a Miraidon. Okay, so already APAC East bringing something different to the table.
Right, Miraidon, who was getting a pretty good amount of mileage over the past few big events, but we haven't seen so far really this weekend. I don't think we've seen it a single time. Maybe I just missed it, but it has been pretty good at enabling a lot of different teams. You're going to see some pretty normal bans from Extinction. The Hoopa is an interesting ban. JL, of course, has the option to play Hoopa very, very well, but they're going for double support ban, which does, I feel, kind of give away part of their strategy. Not exactly sure what the strategy is, but something relating to that.
Yeah, I would say Espeon, in this case another evolution at the Umbreon, is the first pick here for Extinction. So from what we've been seeing from first picks, new, the Espeon have been coming through, sometimes the Mamoswine. It is going to be the Espeon here with a Machamp. So I'm usually thinking like Machamp is usually played the same way that you would a Garchomp, kind of, when you have that brawler in closer encounters and just a lot of damage per second. But it also requires that you can make them survive. And because Hooper's already out, the Psyduck is already out, it just pinches the supporter pool.
Oh, I love this draft strategy from Extinction. They chose one of the first strong tanks that's still kind of like left unbanned here as their first pick. They realized that Deep Cross Gaming did not choose any of the other ones in their first two picks, and then they immediately went for, well, kind of three tanks. Now, again, you can play Moltres in a lot of different ways, but they've taken all of those options off the table all at once, and it's a comp that works because of the flexibility of Moltres, because of the flexibility of Umbreon. So I think that is a an extremely cool strategy. We're going to go to some more standard picks, I would say, from the side of Deep Cross Gaming. But the other thing I want to talk about is Machamp and Espeon is a combo that we got to see a lot from Reject as well. That is ridiculous. The submission into a side shock is almost a one-hit KO, and it is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, kind of similar to how Buzzwole would set up with the Mamoswine as well. And here for Extinction, the last 2 picks is going to be a Zoroark plus an Inteleon. So they have that range that is necessary, but also a lot of dive ability, especially with the Snorlax plus the Zoroark. Okay, because like you mentioned, Deep Cross Gaming was denied the other defenders. They were forced into the Blastoise, and their last pick is going to be an Oakland.
Interesting choice, I would say, on the Zoroark in my eyes. Not that there's obviously anything kind of ever wrong with Zoroark, you can always kind of do whatever, but a lot of times you do kind of want Zoroark with some sort of support that's really helping it, or some sort of just backup to help it a lot. We're not really seeing that this game, and also there's not really a lot of big dive options. I mean, you can take on the Cremi, but that wasn't even picked yet. You can take on the Espeon, which is going to be extremely important, so that might be like really what they're focusing on, but Espeon has some pretty good defenses against getting dope as well, so I'll be interested to see how Trainer pilots that and the decisions that they make as to kind of what the targets that we're going to be focusing on. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm thinking big priority is going to be like Trainer going top side to try and deny 94 on that Zacian and try to shut it down, because we've seen so many incredible Sovereign Swords collecting objectives late game, and the Zacian just really snowballing. At the same time, if you can do a good preemptive like Wish with the Umbreon, you can allow the Zoroark to have like the availability to go win, take the damage, and then just immediately have their heal back. So it's a possibility there that they could go for that focus on the top side too.
Well, that's been a pretty big focus, I think, for a lot of the teams over the course of this weekend. We even saw some of the teams rush hour focus for top every single game. We'll see if the snowball effect can work for any of these other teams. A lot of aggression potentially coming out from Extinction's comp. Deep Cross Gaming will get a first chance really on our broadcast to see what they can do. So I'm excited to see that. I know we've all been waiting for it. A lot of us thought it was going to be in a situation that maybe was a little bit more positive for them, but there still, of course, is a huge path ahead for either of these teams, and either one could make it to Worlds. Just got to win one more, and they're resetting the whole thing.
Yeah, with another technical issue here that we're dealing with, but we're going to get shortly into this game. Like you said, there's a lot of angles here, but sometimes more difficult to face or like to encounter for Extinction. In this case, although they're with Deep Cross Gaming, they have good damage, especially their organization. They still have the Machamp, so that can allow for quite a lot of presence, especially during late game, because they scale really well. But at the same time, Zacian, like I said, just Pokemon that's powerful from the beginning of the game into the end of time.
Yeah, so I'm really curious as well exactly where everybody's being sent on this team. There theoretically are a lot of Pokemon on Deep Cross Gaming side that could be top path, right? I mean,
I know, I was thinking about that too.
Yeah, in the history of the game, they've almost all been top path at some point or the other. But realistically, the biggest ones there that are a little bit interesting are going to be the Zacian and the Machamp, and which one of those is going to be taking that top path. And there are some options for both. Of course, I always like to kind of shout back to pre-season 1, basically, the very release of the game when we had we had like 1/7 of the Pokemon that we do now. Submission Machamp in the center area was very, very scary. And guess what? It still is, believe it or not. So that could be an option. Obviously, getting level 5, hitting out of the center area farm, and then being able to support one of the paths is so incredibly scary. And then Zacian as well can have a pretty early game if you want to use that to support whoever else is top. The biggest thing for me is I completely agree with what you were saying. Whoever is in the center area for Deep Cross Gaming will be supporting top probably a lot.
Yes, and I was actually like running a couple of ideas in my head of the scenarios, whether it's Zacian or Machamp on the top side. I agree with you. It makes more sense in this case to send the Machamp to central area because you don't have that much of a threat, really. You could have maybe the Snorlax on the side of Extinction going for an invade, but realistically, having Zoroa as the central area there for Extinction, it's very weak early game.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a Pokemon that is not going to be that aggressive against the Machamp, so in this case, in the Machamp. So because of that, it could allow for the Machamp become mature, can just still have time to actually grow into the evolution while taking advantage of the fact that the Zacian does stand that ground pretty well on the top side. So personally, that would be my choice if I was Deep Cross Gaming. And it's interesting, like you said, that Deep Cross Gaming would could and should focus on the top side. That's what I think that Extinction is going to be doing. We might even see a rotation. We'll see. We might even see a rotation from somebody on the bot side from Extinction, also like a 4-person gank to the top side just to get even more of that dominance. Or if that doesn't happen on the first push for the Altaria Swabblers, you could see that pivoting from Extinction to the bot side to try to get that SP on shutdown.
Right. There's also some options, of course. We're just brainstorming through some stuff as right when we start this game. We got all the information we could get, and now we just have to guess at this point. But there, of course, has always been for quite a while an Espeon strategy of taking a solid segment of the center area and then giving the rest of it to somebody else. But all you need to do is hit that level 4. You become pretty scary. You know, a lot of the evolutions have been able to do that. So there's some pretty interesting splits that they could do, and that's something that I've seen a little bit more recently from other regions. However, Deep Cross Gaming is another region, so really, again, I don't know exactly how much they are going to kind of change from the vibe that we're used to seeing. On the other side, though, you also have to think about when you're kind of pairing up this top path, right, is who's you're going to be fighting, right? And the Moltres, I would say most likely is going to be the other one on the top path, who is pretty tough to fight. They've got a pretty good amount of range, a pretty good amount of harass. It's very hard to take them down. And like you were saying, early level Machop, while early level Machop's actually pretty okay at being able to fight off invades, because it's pretty good at like kind of last hitting itself. It probably is going to struggle a lot more trying to fight early game up against that Moltres, who's already just going to be, you know, fully evolved essentially.
Yes.
So I like the Zacian matchup against it more, and I kind of feel like we've decided that most likely it will be the Machop in the center, the Zacian on top, Blastoise on bottom, and we'll see what the rest. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Blastoise top. Yes. Right, with the...
I would say Alcremie with the Zacian top, no? With the Blastoise and
yeah,
Espeon
I'm sorry. I said yes. I said it backwards. Yes.
Yeah, that's just... yeah.
I'm getting it all confused.
It's okay. All right, we have game back. As we are getting into this one, Extinction, your purple team, versus Deep Cross Gaming, your orange team, where we have such a decisive series, both of these teams on an elimination match.
All right, we were correct in our guesses as to where everybody was heading. Now, we will see if anybody is going to invade, and you said expertly that there was a chance that the Snorlax was going to, but looks like the Snorlax is just going to play a little bit more of like a defensive option, knowing that you, like you also said expertly, that their center option is a little bit weaker. They make sure nobody's invading, and then they just go back down to their path, and they say, you know what, it's okay, as long as we both get to level, we'll be fine.
Yeah, all right. So we get an evolution here for the Umbreon, but not before they get knocked down. Well, actually, the other way around. Before they get knocked out, but still. It's a lot of Vegas energy that was collected there by Metallic on that Moltres, which is also always something good. We're seeing Slash here potentially just trying to spot where the Zoroark is. They're going to find it. Maybe an ambush that's getting set up by Deep Cross Gaming there. But Zoroark is all the way down in bot lane. Trainer LGC just waiting for the 850 mark, and the Squirtle really setting up here with the Machoke. What a gank! That is amazing. Great position there by Rex as they force out the 77 Chin to get out onto the pad. Now Reach very much in danger with that Swabble. They get taken down by Machoke. So Deep Cross Gaming really capitalizing on this one and getting a counter gank pretty successfully for themselves. Focus ban on Rex, still getting them standing. Trainer LGC in a terrible spot submission will take them down, and it's yet another false Rias there on the Machamp 2KO streak.
That was the most aggressive Squirtle play I've ever seen in my entire life. They rotated
that was awesome,
all
and
the
that
way
back here again.
Yeah, this is no fear. I don't think anybody's ever been like, yeah, Squirtle early game, terrifying. But it's looking pretty good. It's about to evolve to a Warp Turtle, but it doesn't seem like it needs to. But yeah, it rotated all the way down from top path to bottom path to be the one that flanks in that fight. It was just a bizarre option, but it worked really well. They are going to become the Warp Turtle, get a little bit more healing there, but it's a lot of members of Extinction there in the center.
Indeed, as they get caught up here, they have to use the Jack bottom away and 77 Chin is in a position there to help Slash still keep healthy, and they're going to get caught up there in the mean look, so there's not going to continue for the moment. Important for all of the teams now to try and collect some more experience, because it's going to be 30 seconds for Reggie to spawn.
It is interesting that we've been seeing almost entirely mean look from every Umbreon right now. There are definitely times where we don't see mean look at all, but mean look is really tough to deal with. It's a level of crowd control that really nobody else in this game has. We are going to challenge a little bit more submission.
Yeah, but now they're in danger because Zoroark was there and the slash and dive was awesome. And now GC makes sure that the Machamp is going to get taken down. Though now JL finds Slash in the central area. There is a big rotation from both teams here for the bot side of the map. We'll see which Reggie that is going to be. There's a fight on the top side on a picture-in-picture as well of Motors against the Station. So there's legendaries fighting each other here. Reg Ice is the focus with the Inteleon here for the secure. Very close to actually having another creamy steal, but it's not going to be the case there for Deep Cross Gaming. Extinction does take it down.
Almost fired through that Reg Ice and then got a KO. It was like really close to that, which would be really funny. 2 for 1, but it's one big objective and one Pokemon. So far, though, you know, my big question I said early in the game was how's the Zoroark going to play? And interestingly enough, I almost feel like the Zoroark has been playing more defensive. I haven't seen the Zoroark really like diving the back line, but a lot of the KOs that it's got are when people try to push in, it's already there. And so that Machamp is going to have to worry about that. Wow, they managed to break that goal zone, take down the Zacian. Speaking of, pretty quick, easy way.
Yeah, and now Metallic has to be careful, though. They're on 50% HP. Like you said, a very successful push here on the top side as they can redirect directly for, well, to Regieleki, and Extinction does take it down.
As let's see, it looks like they might try to be a little bit aggressive with it. They're kind of posturing like they might, but they, again, also they might just kind of look and say, hey, let's see if there's any challenge. There is not that much defense.
There isn't really. Regieleki very close to the pad. Now with Slash still not being able to use their Unite move that is such a good defense for especially tier 2 pad. There's the Moltres Unite coming through, and that's the Psychic Select to try to defend him more, doing pretty well at the moment, but the Umbro is going to get taken down, so Extinction has to be careful. Just stand back at the moment. Deep Cross Gaming with a successful defense.
I do like the interesting thing. I mentioned this, I think, a few broadcasts ago. I don't know which one it was, but another interesting thing about Moltres that we don't really get a chance to talk about very much is it's Unite giving the ability to see around their furthest up goal zones, and that normally doesn't mean all that much in a lot of situations, but especially if you're trying to consider like maybe pushing with like a Regieleki or something like that, it can mean a ton. And they did have that vision in that moment, and maybe chose not to overcommit.
Okay, there's, wow. I believe Metallic had no idea that that was going to be such a quick takedown with that submission. Now Sirius starts out this Reggie Rock. There's a good positioning from JL with the mean look. They're going to get caught up in the, no, they're not because of the passive. Now Metallic comes through as well. Trainer on the back line, having the Hydro Typhoon, still going to be Roar Reach, who takes this one with a snipe shot. But now it's a 4v1 against the Blastoise, and it's going to get them taken down. 4 members of Deep Cross Gaming get taken down in the process, and Extinction very expertly takes the zone, the fight, and the objective.
Wow, looking really good at this moment. You can see a pretty significant lead. We are getting to about the 4-minute mark, so we might see one more fight where we, oh, look at this. We can see replays now, too, in the bottom of the screen. A new technology that we're getting in the year 2026. Very cool that we're able to do that. We're going to see that fight a little bit, but once again, a submission leading to, there's just a lot of quick KOs in this game.
There are. It's just because the amount of damage that you can have, you know, like with the setup you mentioned, submission, pulls them in. And then if you have either 94 or on the Zacian or the Espeon, is just quite a lot. And speaking of, Espeon just got taken down on the bot side while Deep Cross Gaming was focusing on the Regieleki, trying to take this pad down before the Reggie takes it. Does it work? No, it was so close, Chef.
Oh, and it actually denied the score. You see that there's 45 points in Zacian's pocket? So that's huge. A huge few milliseconds that mean a lot. So 300 points for Extinction while it's happening. Huge. I mean, there's no tier 2 goal zones on bottom at all. And they could have had, essentially, I mean, like another at least 30 points, plus a Regieleki still going up to the top northwest tier 2. But instead, now they've got a huge, I don't know, like set of full pockets there on the Zacian. It's going to make it a lot harder to score later, and just they're still, what, 166 points behind.
Yeah, it's a considerable lead, but not unsurmountable for sure, where just shy of a minute away from final stretch, and Extinction has already positioned themselves here for the bottom Reggie, as they would very much enjoy having that extra buff going into Ray. Now there's a good engage there, actually just some scout around by Rex, though they need to be very careful about those side shots.
Yeah, it's getting pretty scary. Some nice surfs to engage. The submission is going to start it off, but
no way.
What a Unite!
That's crazy. That barrage blow almost took them down single-handedly, 1 by 1, but Deep Cross Gaming manages to take that one, although that Machamp was taken down. They secure the objective. Chef, honestly, that was crazy.
That was the best defender Machamp play I've ever seen in my life.
That was beautiful, honestly.
It was exactly like seeing a Blastoise surf away, but we are really close to this final stretch. And now we've got the respawns coming back, so everybody's going to be here. Everybody posturing very close. And I do think Deep Cross Gaming, they're behind by points, and they have to deal with the snipe shot. I think they're going to make a move relatively quickly, because otherwise they're just losing the game to time, especially with Rayquaza being on the board and being such an important comeback factor.
Yes, it is. Meanwhile, ZZ Ray was attacking Rayquaza. It has reset already. Borrage trying to find those angles for the snipe shots. A good power nap gets ZZ Ray, gets another knock-up. They're zoning out pretty well. The Zacian gets sniped. There's no extra damage there. Now the Psychic Select to try to defend Deep Cross Gaming, but it's not looking good for them as Extinction is just able to take them down. And ZZ Ray's the last one standing, just trying to chase it. It's no problem for Extinction with a full team wipe and a Rayquaza as well.
Oh, they played that fight extremely well. They bait out a lot of resources by kind of fake engaging and making sure that they didn't overcommit to it. Without a few defensive options right there, Deep Cross Gaming was out of kind of that fight just in general with how much aggression and how much tankiness Extinction has. So really, really nice fight. They are going to hold on to this Rayquaza buff. They're just sitting here. It's a really interesting strategy. They do know that they're ahead by a lot. At this moment, again, 166 points, exactly what we had before the 2-minute stretch. But what will we see here? Now, they're not going to be walking in the same direction. Vision from the Zoroark should be huge. They're going to see a lot of members walking by, and immediately as soon as they see that,
they don't
up top, they're scoring.
Yeah, oh, okay, now you're right. Yeah, because they see that on the central area, although there is the attempt from Deep Cross Gaming, they are behind very massively. 700 points to 324. They would have to collect so many more points, and there's nothing to collect from the opponents because they have just scored, and there's not enough on the map with 10 seconds to go. It is Extinction taking this first map of the game, and I believe that Deep Cross Gaming, although with such expert plays in a micro level, Chef, they again fell short.
Again, I have to say how much I love the draft from Extinction. I think that was one of my favorite drafts that I've seen, reacting to how the other team chose their kind of first 2 picks of their draft, right, being on the right side, and then choosing as well the once they're like, okay, well now we have the 3 tanks, what do we do with that? Oh, we put an Inteleon sniping behind it. I think that all of that was just so incredibly genius, played perfectly to a T, and it was exactly the way that they wanted this game to work out. And I mean, you've got to, as Deep Cross Gaming, make some sort of adaptation to that, because it wasn't their normal strategy, but they kind of opened the door for that to happen, and now you just can't do that, plus you have to adapt to what you want in this next game.
I feel like there was a mage effect there. Aura Reach on the Inteleon is so powerful, like always. It's just so good that they need to take that into consideration. And considering the fact that for this last draft, they actually had a focus on a Miraidon, that feels kind of like a targeted pick. Maybe they should pivot to something else, because I just feel like the calibration on the skill shots for Borage are amazing. But of course, the fact that trainer LGC from the get-go just did really well, and like you said, playing a Zoroark defensively but still managing to get KOs 8, 2, and 5 is that KFA with 168 points scored and 69,000 damage dealt.
And I need to like kind of assume. Now, this is totally wrong probably, but I was questioning why this was being picked, and one thing that I saw a lot is when Machamp, who is currently being banned a lot, it's a very strong pick, it starts all these combos, when it uses submission, it seemed very open and very vulnerable to the damage from Zoroark. So I wonder if specifically the Zoroark is a defensive counter, I would say, against specifically Machamp, because I mean, if it wasn't, that's how it worked out in that game. So curious if we were going to see that ever again in like maybe the next few days or at Worlds or anything like that, but we can see it again right now. We're going into game number 2, Deep Cross Gaming's season life on the line. Now they have potentially one more draft to make sure that they are still going to stay in this.
Yeah, and get into day 2. That's what Extinction is aiming for, at least in the short-term horizon. The Deep Cross Gaming still aiming for that for Alligator, and the Snorlax now, instead of the focus they had previously on a Venusaur plus a Miraidon. So a lot of respect that they had for Rex in how this Snorlax played, plus Trainer on that focus for Zoroark.
And again, I think that banning that Zoroark is kind of an interesting choice. I do feel like the Zoroark wasn't necessarily the reason why they won. It was really good at doing what they wanted to do. So assuming maybe there's a chance that if my first guess was correct, that we are going to see them a champion picked up in their first set of picks once again, and they might feel a little bit more comfortable being able to choose it now that they don't have that defensive damage option. Moltres actually is going to be on board, and we'll see. Okay, so Moltres instead, which I think is obviously these top 2 picks are extremely good right now as well.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they were very well utilized the Moltres by Extinction themselves, so getting that stolen away is a great call by Deep Cross Gaming. Now looking at Extinction, they had a play style that involved 2 defenders, and that Miraidon that we were seeing, it was very much targeted from the side of Deep Cross Gaming, that it was banned. Plus, they also took the Zacian away from Deep Cross Gaming. So I feel like both of these games draft, game 1 right now already, very smartly played.
Right, and a lot of similar Pokemon we're seeing, and I do really like the Miraidon. The Miraidon is really going to have a similar effect as the Inteleon, right? So obviously if you're going to feel a little bit more comfortable playing the Miraidon, or you really want the other things it can bring, one of the biggest things being kind of the healing stoppage. I haven't had a chance to use that for literally over a year, but the healing stoppage of the Incense, the Cursed Incense, is such an important part of that Miraidon, plus just being able to do so much damage from range. That's going to be really nice. Comfey being taken, and the question is, what's the biggest target for the Comfey, and which build will it actually be? Looks like it might be healing this time?
I have a question. Unrelated, but related. In my head, I call it cut healing.
Oh.
Do you like that? Or should we go for yours?
Well,
heal stoppage.
Mine was just something that I said in a studio show about 2.5 years ago, and
really?
the other casters wouldn't stop making fun of me for saying it by saying it themselves.
Yeah? So I'm going to stick with that. I'm going to stick with yours.
It's part of the tradition. Interesting. Trainer is going to go back to this Galarian Rapidash, and we saw Trainer choose the Galarian Rapidash earlier in the match that they lost. I think it was the first game of this first set that they lost, and it didn't seem like it really was the effect that they were looking for, but it is a really strong Pokemon. We've seen EU play it really well, so we'll see how it ends up in this matchup. But again, I'm not exactly sure what it's going for here. Trying to take the Espeon, maybe?
Let's have a think about it. Right. So at that point in a draft, maybe it's a contender to try and rival out the speed that you have with the Leafeon on the other side, because it is rather squishy, although very, very fast. You can manage to deal with that. There isn't a lot of slows unless you're going for like not grassy slide, the chop kick with the Serena. So you denied that with the Galarian Rapidash. You're just still having access to the enemy backline, so that could be something. But definitely the focus on the Espeon, like you said.
We'll see if it's enough. Espeon's very hard to take down, but you know, they didn't really even have to deal with it all that much in the last game. Here we go, game number 2. Extinction, 1 game away from making it out of their pool, and Deep Cross Gaming fighting for their season life.
Indeed, Extinction, your bubble team versus Deep Cross Gaming, your orange team. I just love Little Rapidash. I just love it. It's wonderful. Right, so we have on the bot side again that one play that we were kind of warned about with the Miraidon ban, and it's already doing pretty well. Although on the top side, 94 with that Moltres already takes down the Eevee.
Interesting to talk about real quick. We saw Machamp, or Machop, in the bottom path. Very interesting. Not what I expect. But Miraidon Machop in the bottom path, which is a very interesting path. Up top, they are going to have their evolution. And I mean, it looks like a lot of the focus might end up being up there in general. But I do wonder if we're going to end up seeing a split of the center area experience in this game from Extinction. Looks like could be an option realistically for either side.
All right, so with Train Energy C going here into the central area, we saw that it was, of course, a deny from Deep Cross Gaming as quickly as they could as they rotated to the bot side, and don't be fooled by the only 3 images there. There is a comfy color on that Serena, or actually on the Leafeon. So it's 4 members of Deep Cross Gaming on the bot side. They were able to score 52 points so far, and they still have more to do so as well. Going on a quick tangent here, I pronounce it Ponita. How do you pronounce Ponita?
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 Yeah.
I just say Ponita because I accidentally call it Rapidash, and I was like, no, it's Ponita.
Either one works. I did a bit earlier. I couldn't guess Ponita. But this is a pretty scary little invade that we're seeing, actually. We are seeing not Ponita, but Rapidash, trying to fight away, but unsuccessful, as that is, like you said, actually a 2v1. That's going to be a little bit of a tough situation. Okay, yeah, it does look like they might run into the other team as they're escaping, but we're going to have a, we can see the center area there, getting some experience on Espeon, so it won't actually be a split of the experience in those.
Not just that, we're seeing a stored power Espeon. We're not seeing Psyshock, which has been, I don't know, 99% of the games. So interesting play here from ZZ Ray. As we have the Regidrago that has already spawned, but nobody really going for it directly at this point. There's just more focus here on the top side, potentially a skirmish. There's some damage that goes on to 94, but we, again, don't be deceived. Going on to submission though, there's the Razor Leaf. They still haven't pushed it back. There's the damage that you would expect from Deep Cross Gaming, and they're able to do so. And now the Rapidash has to be careful. They're still going around, but they are just being burned by 94 on the Moltres.
Oh yeah, you gotta, can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen, I guess. I think that's how the saying goes. I feel like I should have all chef and cooking related sayings on lock, but I do not.
True.
And they are going to bring the heats to this tier 1 goal zone. That was hard to deal with. And that attack was chef's kiss.
Yeah, I know you're talking about like hot stuff, but that line was cold, Chef. Good job. Ooh. Right, going to the top side. Yeah, let's go. Deep Cross Gaming managing not just to take the zone, but also the Registeel. Meanwhile, Extinction does trade it back by taking the Regieleki. Numbers across the board are still favoring massively for the side of Deep Cross Gaming with 4 level 9s.
Wow, it's wild how evenly split their team is as far as experience. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of Pokemon that do very different things and are very evenly split. Okay, there we go. Not as split anymore, but just because they are once again being a very scary team, I would say this is going pretty well for them.
Shrias is just bullying on this Leafeon, although they get popped here. They still didn't get taken down. They take the Rapidash, and what? It's literally them just wiping the floor with Extinction's players now, because Deep Cross Gaming has accumulated 282 points to 18.
I really, again, I'm never in a space where I can truly say that I feel a decision was wrong, because these teams and these players have been playing so much longer than me, and I respect all their decisions and their decision making, but so far the Galarian Rapidash has not looked good to me at all. In both the games they've played it, I was curious as to kind of what they were choosing it for, and there clearly is a reason I would love to know from Extinction, but it just seems like it's not able to fight the opponents that it really wants to fight. And so far, it just, again, it's kind of been running out there. It's been trying to kind of win its individual fights, which it kind of wants to do, right? Taking advantage of its speed, being able to choose out its targets, but it's been losing them. So we'll see if they can find an opportunity to come back. We're still only halfway through this game, but I mean, this is a huge lead. Ridiculous amount of points for being 5 minutes.
Really is, and I agree with you, Chef. You're talking about Galarian Rapidash trying to fight against Moltres, and the damage they're doing now, still having that finish off with the sword power with ZZ Ray on the Espeon. Looking at the backline, the Leafeon with the comfy color from the beginning of the game have already made such an impact, and the Serena even, just the icing on the cake, really. Two level 11s, 1 level 12 for Deep Cross Gaming. This is looking so dominant for them. A Regice to their name. No bot tier 2 for Extinction. That path is open.
They can't even back cap that 45 points. They're sitting there wait a minute, what am I even doing here?
What am I doing?
It's actually kind of bad for them. It's interesting to be so far forward, but that is a level 12, one of the highest levels in the game, that they just gave away a lot of experience to the entire other side. So Extinction certainly was really happy that for some reason a 45-point Serena was sitting there, because also they were able to just kind of steal away those points. Now, in the meantime, Regieleki was taken on the bottom path, heading to be a Zapdos, essentially, at the home goal zone. But they're going to have to deal with that, which, again, just builds more space for them to get even further ahead in experience.
It does, and like we were saying, the experience game for Deep Cross Gaming has been so strategic from the get-go, knowing just exactly how far they could go with the Leafeon and the Comfy Color from the early game, going for that focus, just so well executed. Again, here with the trap kick, going in with a clean ascendant, and goes down onto the floor. Machamp already centered a Pokemon Sanded on the top side. We know that Leafeon together with Moltres, Chef, they have been just collapsing on people.
Yeah, it is a scary combo. This is, I mean, I don't even know what to say almost at this point. This is, it was looking really good for Extinction. I thought for a minute that we were going to have a set that was a very, I don't want to say an easy one for Extinction, but a surprisingly one-sided set for Extinction from game one. Deep Cross Gaming completely flipped that around. This might be one of the most dominant games that we've seen all weekend, and they are going to fight. They're going to continue to fight, and still, they're just going to keep going the same way. You know, I mean, that was a full 5 people going down for not even an objective. That was just literally for the sake of fighting.
I'm a little bit speechless, I have to say. Because that wipe, I saw all players going down. I was like, wait, excuse me? I looked at the timer and I was like, what? What is even going on here? And it's, again, Deep Cross Gaming, they're just so far ahead in the XP department that the damage just doesn't rival. Okay, a good pick here onto the Espeon. Could make, or on the Comfy, actually. Very nicely done by Extinction that it could turn these things around. Moltres also goes down. Regirock is going to get confirmed. The Psychic Salad, though, does it steal? I think it does. They did. Deep Cross Gaming now not having that Unite move could mean something going into final stretch, but the Serena goes in with a stop, with the Queen Ascendance as well. Goes down. Machamp is going to go for the Pokemon Center themselves and for a good time. Well, actually, in 5 seconds, I guess. They're still back for the objective as Kyogre spawns.
Yeah, when you're losing this bad. Oh, I was going to say it's a fast respawn. Whoa, they burned that down and then just immediately stopped that. Look, they could have had it down by now, by the way. I guess they're a little bit scared of the Miraidon, but they're going to continue fighting in an interesting place for a 2-minute fight.
Yeah, Trainer LGC in a terrible position. There's another KO that goes onto the Miraidon, and Deep Cross Gaming really solidifying this win as the 3 members of Extinction are down. They can just rotate for Kyogre. There's a Flowery Fields Forever, adding even more final exposure there. Though Sovereign Sword could steal it. No, it's not going to be the case. It's still Deep Cross Gaming with the Stomp that guarantees, and Strias, or actually Slash in this case on the Serena, does pretty well at denying that steal. And Deep Cross Gaming are just this close to taking us into a Game 3.
This is exactly what it seemed like it was going to be in the end. I mean, honestly, there were a few opportunities for Extinction, and they are now extinct at this point. Any of those opportunities, this is going to be a very one-sided game. We could see it end up going to 4 digits, who knows? But we're at the very minimum, only an 802-point lead at this point, so huge game for them.
Only.
Well, okay, it's going up. It's going up. It's, you know, it's only just a few 800 points. You know, you can make that back pretty easily. But yeah, no, Extinction. They did have a few opportunities in the end. They fought pretty well. They managed to get some important picks, but this was just start to finish Deep Cross Gaming.
Start to finish. I feel like that is exactly what it is. From the Leafeon plays, the rotations with the Espeon, the Moltres doing really well alone on the top side. Everything was incredible, and they didn't even need the secure of a side shock on the Espeon either, Chef.
Yeah, no need to secure when there's no opponents left in the area to challenge your secure. And that's when you can auto-secure, it doesn't even matter. And that was basically their strategy, but wow. Yeah, you know, there were some interesting things too. They gave away the Miraidon, they gave away the Zacian. There were so many good picks that they listed the other side, but this was just looking so much more comfy, you know, literally and figuratively. But that's got to be a morale booster. If I've ever seen one, after losing, to suddenly turn around and win by like 900 points, you're like, all right, we're back in this. And now both teams are on the verge of elimination. Very terrifying.
Oh, so terrifying. I would say this is one of the few Game 3s that we had here in group stage of NAIC, because this is the best moment to have one, because it just adds so much to the storytelling. Although in these players' hearts, they're like, I didn't want this. Please make it stop. Just make this end. But they're going to be playing this Game 3, and it's really important for all of them. And I would say not just the boost from winning the match, but knowing that you won the match against the exact Pokemon that you were banning on the side of Extinction, much like the Miraidon. It's like, okay, we don't need to ban that. We can definitely deal with it.
Yeah, it opens up so many doors for them when they're like, wait a minute, maybe the specific, you know, like very player-specific bans, maybe they're not as necessary. Maybe we can use it to continue to play more of our game. And it really opens up, especially the fact that we've seen now 2 different strategies, one very player-specific, one a lot less player-specific. It means that they have to guess now what's going to happen in the next game. And it's been a while since we've seen an MVP for a Leafeon, but look at that damage.
No, it's not just the damage. 18, 0, and 10. That's what we call a perfect KFA. When you don't go down 100,000 damage, 313 points scored is how well Strias did in this game on the Leafeon. And we, like you said, from the get-go, started and it was all Leafeon and Comfy together.
I almost wish that they'd been KO'd one time so that we get an actual number for the KFA, you know, because right now it's infinite, technically, if you never never faint a single time. So yeah, nice infinite KFA, but yeah, I mean, that is a ridiculous number. 18, 0, and 10 with 313 score, 100,000 damage, everything. That is just an absolutely ridiculous showing. And it just feels like a Pokemon that, while of course it's been good forever in the history of this game, we don't see it really high prio right now from almost any region. Even LATAM, I feel like, used to use it every single match. They've been switching around a little bit more. We've been seeing a lot of the Scythers and stuff, but I mean, I don't know, maybe you got to deal with this Leafeon in some way, because that was just across the board a ridiculous show.
Definitely was. We're getting into draft for our Game 3 of Deep Cross Gaming versus Extinction. Not just a elimination match, but an elimination game. One will go out of NAIC, the other one locks that place to day 2. Extinction now on the orange side and Deep Cross Gaming on the purple.
Looks like we are going to be going for some similar bans on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. They have been on the orange side both games so far, so this is going to be the first time that we're going to see what their choice of first pick is and how it's going to change up their draft strategy. I mean, it's such a hugely different strategy whether you are first pick or you are second pick. And the Comfey getting now removed from the options is going to mean that I love the fact that both these teams respect each other enough that every game we've seen a ban of one of the Pokemon that just beat them.
Oh yeah, it's like a handshake.
Yeah.
I would say something similar to like an Espeon and oh, fun! We haven't casted this today, have we?
No, I don't feel like I've seen this like at all this weekend,
Right,
which is
it's been
because
banned
it's been banned a lot. Yeah, so much.
All right, that is the prio for Deep Cross Gaming. That checks out. I was going to mention that Psyduck, Espeon are great first picks, and that is exactly what they're going to pick here for Extinction, as they are just close to confirming that one. Indeed, that is the case. Next, I would really imagine having like the defenders coming through. You don't have the Snorlax, but you could, or the Umbro, you could have the Memo, the Blastoise or the Mamoswine. Hoopa also a great pick on that end.
Right, yeah. I mean, most of the big defenders are banned out at this point, so I think those ones that you mentioned are perfect. We get the Pokemon in the center. Do you see this? They're showing up the explainer. That is so cool. Look at this technology in 2026. That's amazing. So Moltres and the Machamp now going back over to Extinction. Now, the Machamp didn't seem like it really had as much value in the last game as they wanted it to. Jail was piloting it, but it didn't seem like it quite had the follow-up. However, with the Espeon, whatever build it is, it's still going to have high burst damage. The Psyduck is going to be able to chain CC off of it. So I do like it a lot more in this comp. We'll see if it's a little bit more effective because it just didn't seem like it had the follow-up last game.
True. Also, we're looking here at a Mew plus a Shifu last picks for Deep Cross Gaming. The Mew checks out. Of course, you still need that range damage, and Mew definitely fills that category incredibly well in the meta right now, Chef. But I am looking at the Shifu and the items, especially with the Muscle Band, and I'm thinking potentially they are Water Bear to try to rival out the damage per second that the Machamp can do as well, while Trainer LGC is going for a Mimikyu, a very established pick for the player.
Yeah, well, maybe the pick right now.
Right, the pick.
I feel like Trainer hasn't even been playing Mimikyu that much this weekend, so nice to see it. I feel like every time that we're backstage and we're watching one of these matches, Zoink says, why didn't Trainer just choose Mimikyu? It's like every single time. But yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see Multi-Strike or Shifu going, Rapid Strike or Shifu, going up and being used as kind of like the Zoroark equivalent as a defensive option. There are, of course, there's going to be the ability to kind of dive the Espeon if you can, but it's got so much protection, including just being its own protection, and that's part of why Espeon's so strong. So I do wonder exactly how they're going to use it. Aside from that, though, they are depending, or they're kind of basing a lot of their range damage on on this Mew, where Z-Ray is going to be, I think, a really important part of being able to unlock this team's strategy.
And I would say the strategy on the side of Extinction, we would have that flipped around Deep Cross Gaming is on the, well, oh, it's because the orange is, that is confusing. Well, the colors are correct, but the sides, the sides are swapped, but that's fine. My point being, there is a lot of space creation on the side of Extinction Chef. So, like you said, Deep Cross Gaming really needs to go for very precise dives if they want to do that, but honestly they don't have the composition for that. It's a little different. They want to go for front to back team fight, so we'll see what this is going to go, because Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction are playing their final match of the day for one of them.
Your season life is on the line, and you are invading with Machop. What a call out, already stealing away the red buff successfully. There is going to be some defense here from the Hoopa. It's going to make everything a lot more difficult. We'll see if they can actually escape, but an interesting way to start things off. And I mean, getting any buff is going to be huge. It looks like they might escape as well.
They do, and honestly, I feel like that's an interesting call. Oh, okay, straightforward, boosted auto. There's the focus band, and straight onto the Mimikyu's embrace. This could just be the way that Extinction starts this game positively, and that is just how it goes. I was going to say, Cubfu, a very good target.
Oh yes, an extremely good target. That's just not really what you expect to be the one that's also, you know, fighting you for those buffs. But yeah, again, like you said, funneled some experience to some very important places as well with that Mimikyu. Now already hitting level 6 extremely quickly, super high pace. So everything starting to look good for Extinction. But it's not like they completely managed to shut down the Cubfu. It is going to be level 5. It is going to be their Urshifu. We'll see what it ends up actually going as far as moveset. And we still haven't had a chance to see all that much from Feraligatr. It does look like that is Rapid Strike, is that right?
Yes, correct. Rapid Strike there for the Urshifu on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Again, like you said, kind of equivalent-ish to the Zorok in some way. Rivals out the damage per second that the Machamp has, especially with the barrage blows like that in the melee category. Now Slash and Chen, excuse me, Chen here on the top side, trying to get some damage onto Rex that could be in a terrible position, just waiting for that boosted auto from the Mew. It's still not enough. Finally is with that auto coming from the Hooper. Now Drainer is coming through with that Trick Room, but they are not going to overextend.
First time ever that we get the chance to see a Psyduck actually being chased down and getting KO'd instead of just popping its passive and managing to get away. But it only took, 3 of the damage dealers to make that happen. Of course, also not actually going to be that huge of a deal for that to happen. Interesting challenge around Regidrago. I'm not sure that's exactly what they want to deal with. It just happens to be that they were down there. They are kind of letting it walk away, but they're testing the waters. I'm not sure if they really want to fight. It's a little bit of an awkward time because they don't want to go down and not kind of be where they want to be for these objectives that are going to be spawning soon. Both top and bottom, 20 seconds away. Regidrago's still up as well, which does seem like they're going to rotate rather than try to deal with that.
Agreed, Chef. I feel like it was just, just gathering information, getting some vision across the central area, because at that point, now, the wild Pokemon have spawned. That's why you see the Urshifu there going for the buff themselves before going in here to the bot side, although Extinction very expertly positioned themselves in prior there, and with the side shock, of course, Bora Reach has quite a lot of secure for this Regi Steel. Rex does pretty well with the surf to get people away, although pushing here with the submission could be terrible. If not, though, they still confirm it. Now 94 is in terrible condition. They have to pop their Unite move to get away, and they are going to escape.
It looks like Feraligatr may have run into a little bit of like a corner right there. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally, but it seemed like it was a little bit of a weird situation. Just one of those things. I mean, this is the first time I think I've actually casted Feraligatr, which is very cool, but we'll get the chance hopefully to see why it's so strong. Already a KO up top. Moltres going down, a hard target.
Okay, and JL very low in HP too, much like Trainer LGC, and it's a 2K streak for Strias, the MVP from last game for Deep Cross Gaming, and that makes them accumulate 90 points with a 40 dunk by Strias on that top tier 1. They're still pushing. They have a lot to score here on the bot side as well. 30 getting denied by the Moltres, but they have at least one of them getting taken down. Trainer has arrived, so this is going to be a good defense for Extinction. They take down the Mew, and now Strias, they're very much aggressive here on this Shifu. Having the Hooper around, that could help, but they need to try to escape. And XP popped by the Hooper as well, and Strias might not be able to escape. Indeed, they don't.
That would have been wild if they were able to escape. But they got really greedy trying to take the birds, which might be worth it for them EXP-wise, and they did manage to take some. 2 KOs, though, now. Then there's a streak for Trainer. We can see, again, the vision in these Tier 1 goal zones, and up comes the Feraligatr.
Yeah, it's the crunch, and they managed to take that one down, just looking for another auto attacks popping in. That is yet another for 94, and they're doing really well, finally seeing the Feraligatr do what it's supposed to do, and it's a lot of damage, I would say. Trainer RGC does find the enemy team into that central area. ZZ Ray uses that Mystical Mirage. Honestly, here trying to maybe continue a play, maybe a miscommunication, as they said, no, let's just focus on Regidrago, don't overextend.
Feraligatr, honestly, genuinely scary when you're not expecting it, and all of a sudden it starts crawling at you really fast, and you're like, oh!
I know.
Partially because, obviously, you're just kind of scared by it, but also because it's going to do a lot of damage to you, and you know what's about to happen to you. Wow, everybody gathering bottom. Great Hoopa stun.
Yeah, not just the stun, but of course, being unbound, they get the rest of the team here. But the barrage blows from the side of Extinction. It's huge, and this last auto is going to be confirmed by Psyduck, getting them the objective. There's a good side shock that gets that Mew down, and now Extinction comes out on top of the fight with a 3-0 trade. Could take Chin too, but they're just going to settle for this goal zone, looking to get a, how much was that over dunk? 10?
I don't know. They all scored kind of a lot. I wasn't able to really see exactly what it was, but regardless, they got a lot of points. It was really nice. I mean, being able to steal back that lead, they were in a pretty decent deficit, so it looked like it was a pretty good overdunk, but again, they're all kind of standing on top of each other, so I just missed the numbers.
Okay, that is a frontliner down pretty quickly. Regieleki is being attacked in a good zoning ground that Extinction has put here to guarantee the objective themselves. They have to use the eject button to get away, but it's still worth it. Regieleki pushing to pad. There's the Mimikyu from Trainer, trying to push even more with the Moltres from Metallic. There's a nice side shock that actually doesn't connect. Good submission though, but it gets countered by Deep Cross Gaming. It's a 2-for-1 trade here in favor of Deep Cross Gaming, but Extinction still manages to get that Regieleki on pad, and that gets them to 199 points. Still, the fight's still going with the defense from Deep Cross Gaming. 2v1. That's the Moltres. Metallic is able to escape and take them down.
The burn, right? It had to be the burn. Look at that. How 3 KO streak from Moltres, and that is going to be gigantic for Extinction. They have pulled so far ahead in just, I don't know, like a minute and a half of this game. Their levels are huge. 2 level 13s, a level 12. Only level 12s and 10s across the board on the other side. So they've got every advantage, basically, going into this final stretch. 1 minute left until the very final stretch for one of these two teams in the 2026 season. They've got some preparation to do. We are going to see this spawn on bottom very, very quickly, and there's a lot of potential burst damage. If any of this other side walks too close, they could be danger.
Yeah, and there's like surfing away there from Rex to try to get a position with the Trick Room. They are able to reposition back to their own back line, but now they're in danger there on the side of Chin. There's still standing. They get one knockout with the rapid strikes, and they're still able to do so, but there's Extinction who confirms the objective. In trade, they get taken down. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of Deep Cross Gaming with 20 seconds for the objective to spawn.
And a really awkward situation. A lot of, I mean, some Unites used, right? Blastoise no longer has it. The Urshifu no longer has it. On the other side, we are missing the Machamp. We're missing Mimikyu. Some huge Unites. And they are going for a refight. 4v2 right now. They're a little bit too far forward, maybe.
Oh, full power Sai, they're trying to push them away. They managed to do so. Rex has quite a lot of shielding here. They're soaking up some of the damage. Good Hoopa stun. And now Train is trying to find a position there. Going on with the Moltres. Still, Extinction is on a deficit in regards to HP, as they have to send Machamp back to base, go back to central area. Kyogre is still being attacked. Nobody has let it reset yet, Chef. But now Trader and FGC still trying to find an angle.
Kyogre getting dizzy, getting attacked from both sides, but the time is running out, and that's a sufficient to initiate.
He does so well, and it's starting to make them become the one team on top. We're still waiting to see how things are going to go here, because they have escaped, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Now, with Deep Cross Gaming focusing on the objective here, going over the wall with eject button. Now Kyogre still taking damage. It's a 2v1, making it a 2v2, and it's going to be Deep Cross Gaming who confirmed the objective, and now this Feraligatr is going to go down after that prey, and now Deep Cross Gaming with 20 points on the lead. They need to score 25, going for JL, making it 50. It's still pretty close, and it could be something that they could surmount.
A minute left. There's only a 9-point lead, something like that. No, I'm sorry, exactly 70-point lead, I think. So this is very, very doable from both sides. Not everybody was up when that was taken. Only a few members. There are a few shields left, but it also means left shields to steal, right? Level's gigantic on the side of Extinction. They've got 36 seconds left. We got to look up top. There are multiple members of Deep Cross Gaming with 50 in pocket going for back caps as they try to push down this goal zone.
What a great pick there with the submission from JL, just taking down that Hooper. No support to help this one out. Going for the back line, and it's immediately on the Blastoise. Good eject button there to guarantee that this fight's still taking a little bit longer for the side of Slash, but Extinction does score. On the other side, though, Deep Cross Gaming has scored 50, have scored 76. I believe Deep Cross Gaming is still on top. That's an 100 for the Ashifu. I believe they're still ahead. We are going to see pretty soon. Is it Taiwan or is it NA who make it to day 2 in the series, Chef?
Oh, it's pretty close, but I think with all those Hundo Burgers, that's who I'm looking for, and they're the ones popping off. They get to see it. Deep Cross Gaming from Taiwan will be barely winning that one. I mean, I guess the score is a little bit higher than it looked like it was, but I mean, by the actual game state, what a close match. A score race at the 30-second mark. Only a few members getting the buffs from those objectives, but they traveled all this way and they were on the verge of going out before day 2. They have now reset where they are. They will be joining everybody else in day 2 in that single elimination bracket. They don't have to worry about their loss anymore. All they have to do is look at the future, and well earned. What a set.
Oh yeah, they're feeling pretty psychic because this future is looking bright. And honestly, I think that this is so well earned. Both teams, of course, whoever did win at the end of the day, they were always so close in their regions in how they were facing LCQs, qualifiers. Both of them would deserve this one. And I feel like this Game 3, especially being a Game 3 series, it just really shows that both teams had it up to the wire and just made sure that at the very moment where it mattered the most that they could do it, and Deep Cross Gaming managed to do so. What great plays that we saw from 94 on this Feraligatr.
Honestly though, what an interesting end game. Of course, from here we saw a 2-minute 30-mark fight that ended up being kind of the first of 3 or 4 fights that led to this entire thing. Look at this slow-mo, we can see how this is actually taken. Machamp running in is a little bit too slow, I believe. Feraligatr running up just in time too, and it does, yeah, it was, oh my gosh, that was so close. There were so many different ways that that could have been taken in that final moment.
That's beautiful. I loved that replay. Thank you so much, Bob, our operator there, just making sure that we have that slow-mo, and we had not seen Feraligatr, Chef, but it doesn't matter because when we did, oh, did it pay off? And Trias is your player of the game with 8, 5, and 5 KFA, 263 points scored, 51,000 damage dealt.
And I do feel like we say often that we don't really, sometimes there's some games, right, where we don't really know who we could call our own personal MVP. This was like that to me, but partially is because both teams, you could tell they were like, this is our last chance, and they just gathered together and they just did team fight into team fight into team fight. I don't think you had a chance to catch your breath in the middle of that match.
No.
As it was just non-stop. And non-stop without like almost anybody else splitting off. But here you can see there, that Feraligatr, which I think what you wanted to see.
Oh, absolutely, yes, because honestly, it's not just about the fact that they did secure the Kyogre at the end of the day. It's also about the fact that it didn't matter that we didn't see as many like completions on those knockouts from the Feraligatr or as many assists. Every time the Feraligatr would come through with their ability surfing, you just would zone so much, and I feel like zoning was very pivotal to that. So let's hear a little bit more from our players on the side of Deep Cross Gaming because we have an interview on stage.
All right, I am here with Slash now of DCG, or Deep Cross Gaming, after an incredibly close win. Let's just jump right into that game number 3, Slash. I mean, such an intense finish to that series, really exciting. I mean, what are the team comms like in a moment where it's that close near the end, and a huge team fight?
Well, there was a moment in the middle of the game I was like, please just listen to my calls. But like basically we were just calling when to hit the objective, when to turn on people, and like when to finish, and we got to the last hit, which was lucky.
All right, well, sometimes you gotta beg for your team to listen, but it looks like it worked out in the end. Slash, obviously, you've had a lot of success, even on this stage here at NAIC before. You played with this new team all year long. I mean, how has it been? How's the experience been bringing this team over to play internationally in North America now?
Yeah, so we had a 30-hour flight, so everyone was really exhausted. I think we're still feeling it, but hopefully we play a lot better tomorrow. And I have had an amazing time over in Asia. It's been a great learning experience. I picked up a thing or two, like the Serena game too. I'm glad I played well on it, but yeah.
Yeah, it was a spicy pick. Let's talk actually a little bit about the Serena. Obviously, that was very fun. You got the win. Is there any other spice picks that maybe you've learned a thing or two? So anything else we could expect to see from you now that you're back playing in North America?
There's definitely comps we haven't played yet, so we'll see. But we have a lot of things prepared because we did like Fearless and All-Star draft practice, so.
Gotcha. So a lot of variety in the Deep Cross Gaming pool. I'm really excited about that. You've now taken down, of course, a couple of former teammates at this point. You're going into day number 2. Is there any teams you are particularly really excited to match up against?
Yeah, well, I thought it would be fun to face Trainer into Kyrgios into Otter. We'll see if I get to face Kyrgios because I think, yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I thought it'd be fun to face all of my teammates this year.
Okay, I like it. All the former teammates, very fun. Obviously, one down. Kyrgios, we'll see what happens in this next matchup on stage. It'll be really interesting. All right, well, now, Slash, obviously, you got fans here locally in North America, obviously now internationally as well. So anything to say to the people who are supporting you and, of course, Deep Cross Gaming as well?
Yeah, well, I met so many of my fans here during NAIC already, and I want to say I'm really thankful for all of them. They're all really nice and kind, and I hope my new team gets more supporters, especially internationally. They're all sweethearts, super kind people, and like they're really fun to hang out with. I think they're fun to watch too, so.
Oh, absolutely. I think we could all agree with that. All right, Slash, well, good luck in the rest of the tournament and good luck in day 2. We'll see if you can make it for that Worlds invite with Deep Cross Gaming. Let's go back to the casters.
Great to hear from the famous Asia region player Slash at NAIC for the 5th time in a row or something like that. No, honestly, that was really nice to hear. You know, Slash obviously kind of really integrating with this new team, and that was like a lot of love for teammates, you know, which isn't always the case in general in Pokemon Unite, but especially when you go and you immediately join a team and you immediately gel with them in some certain way, it really is, it builds some this level of synergy. So really nice to hear from you.
It was. And now with the group stage results that we have so far on the screen, we have Group A with Rudik on 3-0 and non-parametric statistics on 3-0 as well. There's still one match to be played by these two teams, All In on 2-2, Fluffy Tail Bennett on 1-3, and MBN 0-4. Of course, a reminder that only the top 2 of each group advances. On Group B, we have Goofy Goobers on 4-0, having already finished their run. They are locked in for day 2. Evil Geniuses, who are going to be playing next, are on 2-1, and they will be playing against Not Enough Tanks, also on 2-1.
Yeah, I want to talk about that one a lot. I mean, I guess there's another set of casters they're going to be talking about a lot, but a huge match there. Not Enough Tanks placing very well in the last chance qualifier as well, but Goofy Goobers going 4-0 in this pool is a huge storyline that we didn't get a chance to see on broadcast, so I'd love to see more about that. Maybe we'll get an update tomorrow. Fulcrum, though, obviously we got a chance to see do really well against the two teams that we just saw on broadcast. Deep Cross Gaming now moving forward and qualifying. Extinction, unfortunately, out, but of course we always love seeing them. Lunix Gaming and Rush Hour will be making it out of their pools, but Lunix on top because they defeated Rush Hour, which we got a chance to see, and only a few more matches as well. DreamHack Aftermath looks like 3-0 Citadel Gaming at a 2-1, and then look at Tuzi.
Oh, okay, so we have the two Brazilian teams, DreamHack Aftermath and Tuzi Esports, both on 3-0, making it to day 2. So coming from, you know, other regions, much like APAC East with our Deep Cross Gaming, the teams that are not from NA, they have qualified for day 2, which is a wonderful thing to see. So Worlds contending teams are all on your screen right now, and as you can see, we have a Deep Cross Gaming that we just casted, and also that DreamHack Aftermath team that we just talked about here.
Actually, huge storyline for every single one of these teams. Obviously, Brazil doing quite well. This might be LAIC too. But yeah, Citadel Gaming, you know, being a league team that didn't quite find their spot. Deep Cross Gaming, we just talked about. DreamMax, you know, reforming a combination team and now doing extremely well. Fulcrum with the hugest upsets in the world. Goofy Goobers forwarding their pool against Evil Geniuses. IX Gaming, who qualified in the Last Chance qualifier last year for Worlds and have been so close this entire season. Not Enough Tanks, a grassroots team now that has been very close as well in the Last Chance qualifier. Brave Birders sweep, and then of course the final team being Muck's team, which is always one of our favorite players in the entire world. And they are also, I mean, they were doing extremely well in their group, 3-0 as well, tied. So great stuff from all these teams. I cannot wait to see who our final team qualifying for tomorrow will be, but we will have one more match with that Evil Geniuses versus Not Enough Tanks. We're gonna go to one short break before we decide who will be on Saturday.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final stretch here at NAIC. We're talking Pokemon Unite. We're talking the final spot at the World Championships up for grabs. This is going to be the final match of day number 1, thus concluding our group stage coverage. We have 2 teams that are fighting to make it into day number 2. I'm Zoinks, this is Kello, and we are going to have an amazing match. Kello, how you feeling about day 1 so far?
Honestly, I am really glad to see a mixture of teams make it on through to day 2 in terms of those that we have seen perform throughout the season, but also those underdog stories coming and flourishing up. And, you know, we potentially might end up having another one coming on in, considering the next 2 teams that we are about to spectate.
Yeah, that's true. We've had a few teams already surprised, but you're right, the one waiting in the wings, Not Enough Tanks, is certainly a team that I think a lot of people would consider an underdog in this tournament. They do perform extremely well in the grassroots events when this group of players has played together before. However, they're going up against some North American titans on the opposite side. Their opponents will be none other than Evil Geniuses. This is going to be a really, really exciting match. Obviously, Not Enough Tanks. You see Bats there adjusting their monitor right now. One of the better central area players in the region, going up against potentially the best in Vin on the opposite side. So let's waste no time and get into draft for game number 1. Evil Geniuses and Not Enough Tanks.
Yes, we are going to have Not Enough Tanks over on that purple side, Evil Geniuses over on that orange. But Bands already coming on through. We have that Megazard taken away along with Moltres.
All right, I mean, this Moltres is such a powerful Pokemon. It is absurdly strong with that all-rounder style of play. We've seen it in a lot of success. However, one Pokemon we're not seeing in the banning phase so far, Kello, could be Feraligatr, kind of making its tournament debut, at least on the tournament stream. In the last matchup, there is a chance here, however, Evil Geniuses do have one final ban. They're going to use it on Umbreon. So the Gator is available if Not Enough Tanks or EG want to pick it up. And that's an early hover for Not Enough Tanks.
Now, let me tell you, I was watching that previous set from the crowd, and when I saw Feraligatr be selected, I was so excited at the fact that we get to see it again. This makes my heart happy.
Right, you were excited, but also we all saw Kello was green with envy. Wanted to be in the commentary booth with the headset on, casting a Feraligatr game. I mean, wish granted. Now, 2 matches in a row, one of the newest available Pokemon locked in. Evil Geniuses, though, going to take some old favorites in the Zacian and the Espeon. Not Enough Tanks are going to follow suit. Duskrunner locking in that Psyduck. Sobi on the Mew. So powerful in today's tournament. Feels like if you don't got Espeon, you better grab Mew.
No, and it makes so much sense for Sobi just being one of those well-known long-range attackers, whether it be Miraidon, whether it be Mew. So definitely sticking towards those comfort picks. Although I love here we have 2 supporter picks picked on up by Evil Geniuses. Mr. Mime, a supporter we don't really see too often out on the field, but paired up by that Blissey.
Yeah, interesting to see Ducky taking up the Mr. Mime, right? Giving up the Mamoswine that we've seen them play previously. Kyrios is going to grab that Cinderace. So Kyrios is one of those central area or attacker path players. They do have a little bit of flex between the two that do like the range Pokemon. We've seen Cinderace, we've seen Latios from this player quite a bit in that range. You don't want to get locked down by that pesky crowd control on the other side. But you were mentioning comfort picks in a few different spots. One that I want to call out is going to be Bats on the Greninja. I mean, I feel like since this game's launch, I've been casting Bats playing Greninja in tournament games. It is just such a comfort pick for that player. Really excited to see it on the Thea Sky Ruins yet again. We're back to Rayquaza, so why not? Well, Evil Geniuses drafting a very powerful composition. The Mr. Mime may be a new look, but still, it's going to do the classic things that Ducky loves. An aggressive early game tank that has great last hitting secure. This is going to be a potent weapon in the Evil Geniuses lineup.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to this next set here. Otherwise, I feel like in terms of the Pokeverse, they may not really be rivals, but I feel like in Pokemon Unite, Greninja up against Cinderace, that is a tale as old as time.
I really do think if you were to pick first partner Pokemon, I know you obviously have the 5 licenses you could select, but if we were considering first partner, Greninja, Cinderace, Decidueye feels like maybe the iconic 3. You know, maybe sometimes in a derogatory story away, but here we go. We are getting into game number 1 very shortly because we do have a pause.
Yes, that does give us a little bit more time to yap here in terms of our
Yeah, our bad.
picks.
Sorry, everybody.
So,
We did request more time to yap.
man.
That is why the pause request has gone in. The
blame
commentators do want more room to talk. So, Kella, without further ado, the microphone is all yours. Feraligatr has made it in. What specifically excites you about this Pokemon in Unite right now?
I like Totodile.
Okay, that makes sense. You're not going to have too long to be excited about that Pokemon, or maybe. We'll
It's
see.
enough. I
Yeah.
get to see Totodile, what are that out there. But I think just in terms of its movement kit, Waterfall, the fact that you see Feraligatr just charging on down, chasing down those opponents, I think it just looks really cool. And
Yeah.
it's really fun to play as well.
It is. The first time you click that button, you might want to be in practice mode because utilizing that Pokemon for the first time, it is, you know, some old school steering that can be challenging to control. However, once you got a mastery of it, it is a ton of fun. It can have a huge impact on the games you're playing it in, and obviously, not enough Tanks is excited for it. We do have a little bit of rock, paper, scissors going on between the members of Not Enough Tanks, and I think so far it was Russ picking up the win. Okay, let's watch this one. Oh, Sobi gonna take the loss to Bats here. Double scissors, final round. Double Vapors, what's close? Double rock. Oh, and Bat's gonna take the scissors win. Sobi in absolute shambles on our main stage after taking the rock, paper, scissors loss.
I love this friendly competition in-house between these
on.
players. The zoom in, maybe it's a disappointedness after losing that one.
It's
but-
controversial
Oh,
here.
alright.
I know it's a hot topic if we want to put a camera in face of someone who just had a loss, obviously. Sobi in shambles there. But I do think getting that raw emotion, you know, understanding what it's like for a player to experience the epic highs and lows, and then unfortunately dealing with the lows down there. So, but it looks like the team's recovering. We're sending some love back across the way. Not Enough Tanks, they're chilling. Evil Geniuses waiting to get some tech side issues sorted out for this squad. Hopefully we'll have that done very soon to get this next game. But just to remind everybody, rock, paper, scissors aside, there are some very heavy stakes to this match. Not Enough Tanks and Evil Geniuses right now are the two teams contending to make it out in second place out of their group. This is an extremely close battle between these two teams. Whichever team wins will be headed into day 2. The team that takes the loss will be exiting the tournament without even attending the single elimination bracket stage.
Yeah, and that is such a good point. I mean, while we do have Evil Geniuses that have already qualified for Worlds, to be able to make it through to day 2 is one step closer towards getting that title of NAIC champion. So that's obviously what they're here for, but Not Enough Tanks, there is so much on the line. Yes, there's the title, the trophy, the prize pool, but also, yeah, this is the final World qualification spot that is available and up for grabs. So they definitely have a titan to go up into, considering Evil Geniuses' run that we've seen throughout the season.
Yeah, this is, like you mentioned, a lot on the line, but wow, what a challenging opponent. In terms of draft, I think this one could be really exciting. Obviously, a lot of priority put on that Feraligatr, taking it in that first pick position. We'll see if he can kind of carry the draft because Evil Geniuses got so many pieces of what has made them successful throughout the year. I mean, rolling on a classic healing-based support in the Blissey, and then Christmas on this Station. I mean, what better tandem kind of shows up right now in this North America region than Christmas on that Pokemon specifically? Then taking this Espeon that has been kind of dominating this tournament and tournaments surrounding it in this time, there is just a lot of great meta staples on the side of EG right now.
I suppose if we are to go and dissect these team compositions a little bit more, we look at Not Enough Tanks. Obviously, they have more of the late game. You have Feraligatr, you have Greninja, you have Mamoswine, all needing to get to that 2-stage evolution. Whereas, well, the only Pokemon that needs to do that on the side of Evil Geniuses is going to be that Cinderace. So being able to funnel a lot of that experience earlier on, that way they can go and get buffed and, you know, roll with it is something that's going to be important. But Where's the distribution, I suppose, going to come on here? Do we obviously want to see that Greninja come online ASAP, but also we want to see this Feraligatr come online ASAP?
I will say this. I have a first-hand account of playing with Bats' Greninja and Dodrio in the past, and I will say this, they don't have a hard time finding EXP anywhere on the map. I believe at one point we're like, all right, hold on, retreat, 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 and then the team comms came in my ear from Bats saying, I'm invading their home tier 1. And we went, okay, great. They're going towards the home goal zone. And they won that fight. So at least from my first-hand experience, they will be just fine getting their XP. They also seem pretty chilled out.
Yeah, I was going to say relaxing back in the chair.
Exactly.
Looking up at the stars. I mean, I know we can't exactly see the stars through the roof here, but yeah, just keeping it cool before heading on into our final set of the day. Maybe, I don't know whether they're actually thinking about game plans here, or maybe it's just that pure meditation, clear the mind, and well, yeah, enjoy their time up on stage.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, with quite a few teams signed up for this tournament and only so many spots on our main stage to showcase teams, we don't always get the chance to get everybody in there, but we have gotten the chance to see a lot of teams. So we're gonna take a quick look at the group stage while we're waiting for our match to show up. We got a lot of fun ones. Obviously, Root Dignitas in Group A walking away with a 4-0 finish, obviously getting the win over non-parameta Stratistics. I mean, I cannot wait to watch that team play in day number 2. I both want to cast them because of the players and the excitement around that team, and also, I don't know if I can think of a worse team name to cast in my entire life.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Try say that 5 times in a row. Go as quickly as you can.
And the other thing is, I am gonna say the full name. Like, I'm gonna lean into it. If that's gonna be their name, if the officials have decided we're gonna stick it out, every time I say the team name, I'm not gonna shorten it. They are non-parameta Statistics.
That's not one. Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, oh, no, if I say it 3 times, they get summoned and they join us in the booth, and I don't want to deal with that.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
No, thank you. Well, we got a lot of other ones. Obviously, we are covering a match right now in Group B, Kella, which means that Goofy Goobers are the one that are leading it. We did not get a chance to see them on the main stage, but we are going to be looking at them tomorrow. A 4-0 victory, and obviously a win against Evil Geniuses included in that. So a team to be watching tomorrow. Another kind of underdog win with Fulcrum going 3-0 in Group C that included Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction. That is some wild work.
And that was such an intense set that we actually ended up missing in that previous game. So the fact that Extinction don't even make it through to day 2, but I guess if you're traveling all the way from APAC East, you know, to be able to make it to day 2, at least they have made it worthwhile that trip. Otherwise, Group D, Lunex Gaming, one of the other squads that was able to clear their group without any losses, and Rush Hour locking in that 2nd tier position.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I am shedding tears. Another team name I love in terms of Mamos Moving Company is going to be leaving this tournament, but I'm so happy they were here and entered this tournament with an incredible team name. So those are our first 4 groups. Yeah, oh, yes, I am. Yes. I am indeed outraged. Unfortunately, they're going to be dispatched. But I am excited about Lunex Gaming and Rush Hour, 2 very exciting teams from North America. And honestly, I think they could go extremely far in this tournament. We do have 2 final groups, though, in Group E and F. But we're going to get into those very shortly because I do believe our game is just about ready to go. We're getting some thumbs up from players, so we're going to be jumping into this matchup, this game number 1 very soon. Reminder, what we're looking at, game number 1 between Not Enough Tanks and Evil Geniuses. Winner of this match moves on to day 2.
Ready, go. Okay, I think I missed the call there, but we are going to have Totodile and Psyduck heading up into that top part. Otherwise, it makes sense having that Kroki along with that Score Bunny heading into the central area on either side.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see Ducky not doing an invade right now. We do see it from Mr. Mimes every now and then, especially when they're opting for that EXP share. That little bit of bonus movement speed could help you get to the opposite side. Duskrunner, though, is just going to absorb so much damage, but Psyduck, one of the best Pokemon at doing that early. Not for nothing, that psychic power, they're able to activate a great get-off-me tool early on.
Yeah, 100%, just to go and clear that space, protect that little baby Totodile on the field, that way they can get nice and fed. The thing is, going up against a Zacian is definitely going to be a tricky thing.
Yeah, I mean, this Pokemon kind of does it all, right? It's got a great early game, it scales fantastic into the late game. Zacian, just one of those Pokemon that could dominate any point in the matchup. Right now, this Totodile's having a
play a bit safer, but we do see a few members of Evil Geniuses and not enough tanks kind of roaming towards the top. We got Bats, but they're already about half HP. It's going to be a risky team fight if they do join. Lewis trying to open up a little bit of space on that swine up.
Yes, going in and keeping that Zacian preoccupied. They do end up receiving that shield from Roland, but it just wasn't enough to keep him up and running. Otherwise, look back. Kyrios is a player to keep an eye on. 22 KOs and 155,000 damage in their last 2 games, including 14 KO game on Latios.
Wow.
So that was more than No Sweat's combined KOs all together, which is incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrios is a hard carry. It's very funny. I feel like this player for the longest time when they were playing on Luminosity before, we always talked about kind of the quiet carry, a lot of other players stealing the spotlight. Well, I feel like in Evil Geniuses, the distribution has been enough that Kyrios has kind of become more of a shining star, or at least getting the attention they deserve. However, there is a lot of incredible players on this team. Sobi gets caught out by that Blaze kick, but a great light screen immediately pushes off that Cinderace. They are going to chase them down. Electro Ball eaten up by Roland. Bats wants more, though. That Greninja dies in the backline, punished a bit as Cinderace is able to dive away. The trade is there. Cinderace, the only Pokemon to get KO'd. Evil Geniuses get more value in that small fight.
Yeah, I don't know whether Bats ended up getting a little bit too antsy there, diving on in against that Cinderace. Yes, they end up getting the KO, but the thing is, 2 for 1. Evil Geniuses, they end up coming out on top in that one.
Yeah, that's a big one. Now they're going to have a level advantage for this next Birds fight. However, the spacing is going to not enough tanks. They are extremely aggressive. Going to take not only the location down, but all of that wild Pokemon. So big swing for not enough tanks with this 4-player rotation, leaving just the Swine up to hang out on the bottom side all alone. Not enough tanks going to focus a lot on this top side objective. If they can keep a level lead over Zacian with this Feraligatr, they are going to feel great about the middle of the match.
Yes, it has gone in with that Feraligatr, so does have those moves on hand. I cannot wait to see this waterfall, but we are going to pivot down over to that Regirock. That Evil Geniuses has free space there to secure that for themselves.
Exactly. So with not enough tanks prioritizing one path, Evil Geniuses are going to make the easy decision to press towards the other. There's that waterfall. Ducky knocked sky high. A couple of crunch marks already, doing some damage, laying down some negative status effects. But they will make it back to the goal zone. That's a Greninja Unite move. That's going to have a little bit of amplified damage for a few moments. As Cinderace launches their own Unite move back, but only the Feraligatr is going to fall. Espeon Unite move extends that range with an eject button as Finn locks down these targets, and not enough tanks are forced into a retreat.
That was a beautiful combination from that Espeon to use that eject button just to close the distance and catch out not enough tanks, meaning they do have to retreat. There are a lot of wild Pokemon now coming on in the field, so it looks like players are just going to focus on those for the time being.
So big swings for not enough tanks, though, are resulting in a points lead. 109 holding Evil Geniuses to a goose egg on their side. However, now it's up to Duskrunner to try to defend this goal zone all by their lonesome, at least momentarily, as Bats and Sobi are on the fast track to the top side of the map. They're going to get some damage done. Down here on the bottom path, though, we got the 2 tanks dueling it out. But Bats is able to take the KO on the Zacian with this Greninja. This is getting dangerous. Greninja, you've already seen a couple of their Unite moves. Those Unite moves come back off cooldown so extremely quickly. So Bats very, very generous with those giant water burst shurikens.
Oh, but look at this play up in the top half on this tier 2, knowing that there is no jump pad available. Evil Geniuses are quick to answer back and defend from getting any Aeos energy into that pad.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kello, about that. Jump pad not being there, but all right, Bats again with another Unite move. Of course, they are going to be serving those up to Evil Geniuses again and again. Not sure Evil Geniuses had that on their order, but either way, Greninja is going to take every chance they get to chuck out that giant burst. That is another Regieleki going in favor of not enough tanks, but you can see with these recalls, they are signaling a quick rotation. Problem is, they got Cinderace to contend with in terms of the last hit secure, and specifically that burn. Espeon and Cinderace are going to combine. That's a Regice for EG.
Yeah, even with the Mamoswine and the Psyduck there, they just weren't able to try and create a distraction. Mr. Mime is going to get frozen there, but they are able to retreat, pick themselves up a berry as the rest of the squad scatters about.
Wow, Kello, how long has it been since we've seen an Icicle Crash Mamoswine, by the way? Not Icicle, not Ice Fang this time for Mamoswine. Instead, kind of playing that AoE hit. You can combine it with Earthquake for some kind of really cool stuns if you line them up correctly, but you can be challenging to get that combo fully online. Mew in a huge amount of trouble with coaching and eject buttons. They're able to get back out. Ducky takes so much damage for Alligator and Greninja. These two starter Pokemon for water types absolutely crushing it. We have the side up giving support to the entire roster as they chase down this Zacian, and Bats adds another KO to the leaderboard. Espeon with a little bit of return damage, but it might not be enough. But now Cinderace is here for the reinforcements. It's just Mew and the Mamoswine left, and Sobi is going to have to bail out of this fight. They're down to half HP, and Kyrios is going for goals.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a 2v1 down in this bottom path as we do have Feraligatr coming on in looking for their target. Straight onto Ducky. However, they're going to answer back with a Unite move of their own, stunning him out and knocking out that Feraligatr, looking for a dunk, but they do end up getting interrupted. Nonetheless, more members are coming in to join the fray, but not enough tanks. Have 3 members down.
Yeah, I think finally Evil Geniuses is going to shatter a goal zone. It's taken them certainly a long time. The biggest problem, though, is now Kyrios' Cinderace is at level 13. Ooh. Honestly, almost 14. Not only the plus moves they're looking for, but the attack speed scaling of this Pokemon from 13 onwards is absurd. This Cinderace has just got so much more powerful, and there is a red buff spawned in on their side of the central area. Looks like they're going to take that basement Reggie for free quickly, and then I imagine Kyrios is going to want to pick up that buff to make their auto attacks even more threatening.
I think considering Evil Genius's slow start in terms of getting their points there, they were on that donut for the longest time, but now there is a 9-point difference between these squads with 20 seconds left to go until that final objective. Otherwise, Regieleki is going to get secured up in that top path, but Evil Geniuses, they have this Regirock buff. Mamoswine is caught between the walls.
Yeah, I mean, not enough tanks playing this extremely aggressive. That Regieleki is going to land in the tier 2, by the way, so Greninja will go in and dunk just a small amount of points. They don't have much in pocket. Zacian with a big engage. Now we have the return Unite move. Saida kind of leading the way. Cinderace is going to take down Bats, so Kyrios takes on the enemy central area Pokemon extremely quickly, and Sobi also going to fall. Lewis the next one. Kyrios is down to half HP, but they are still very much in this fight. Digital Kite just has so little HP to work with, and Ducky is going to make it 0. Evil Geniuses going to pick up the Rayquaza here in game number 1.
Yeah, just going on in, knowing that whether they had that vision on that pad of Bats being on that tier 2 meant that Evil Geniuses made their move, having that numbers advantage and getting multiple KOs. They didn't lose any members at all during that fight.
Now, the benefit for not enough tanks potentially could be how quick that fight happened around the Rayquaza. They have over a minute left on the clock to work with, but with Rayquaza shields being non-transferable, this is going to need to be a dominant team fight win, and right now it is a split push. Bats hunting for these EG members, and I don't know if they caught them off the minimap or not, but right now, Evil Genius is going to be putting 300 points in undisturbed. Not enough tanks are going to have to fight for every inch on the other side of the map.
Sneaky, sneaky plays there from Evil Geniuses, utilizing that tall grass, passing by that Greninja, getting in some more dunks just to go and create a buffer. But there is still 40 seconds left on the clock. But multiple members of not enough tanks are eliminated at the moment.
Yeah, it's a scary spot. Ducky's getting in more scores on the opposite side as well, and now Kyrios with that Rayquaza buff is able to start sending out some damage. That Audino, you know what they did. They got the Unite move from the Blazing Bicycle kick. Kyrios does not like that wild Pokemon. Wanted to make sure to shut them down, and I mean, at this point, they got this game number 1 win locked up and ready to go. Evil Geniuses with day 2 on the line, and they are going to start our series 1-0. Not enough tanks now with their back against the wall.
Yeah, back against the wall in terms of the next game is win or go home.
Yeah. A scary spot. And you know what? Win doesn't even prevent you from going home sometimes, because you have to win 2 in a row in these kind of situations. A scary spot to be. And I mean, when you're up against Evil Geniuses, I don't know if there's any spot where you're not scared to be. This is such a strong team. They have been playing amazing in this North America region for a long time. But Not Enough Tanks are one of those teams that are hunting for their Worlds invite. They could get it if they get into day 2 and push far in our bracket. That is obviously going to be number 1 thing on this Not Enough Tanks mind.
I'm curious though, Zoinks. You know, in terms of this gameplay, Not Enough Tanks, they obviously had that point advantage and everything for the majority of that match, but I don't know, what went wrong for them? Did they have to change anything going on into this next game?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I did like a lot of the picks. I think they set up some major plays, but once you start seeing what Cinderace and Espeon can get done later on in this match, it does get scary. However, I do think some things went according to plan. I think you were able to keep Christmas to a pretty quiet game, which does not happen too often. You did a great job shutting that down and enabling your Feraligatr, at least in the early game, and that kind of lets Bat start swinging into the mid and late game on the Greninja. But here we go. Obviously, our MVP is going to be Curios. Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. 11 KOs, 8 assists, going down 4 times though. Reminder, not enough tanks having some really big team fight wins in this game. Even with Roland playing that safeguard Blissey, it still is tricky to get out of some dangerous spots, especially when you're running that Blaze Kick build on the City.
I know you said that Christmas on the Zacian had more of a quiet game. They managed to pick themselves up 6 KOs and a fair bit of damage there, so definitely not quiet at all. But in terms of the average XP per minute, was that 1,000? I don't know if my eyes were deceiving me. Was that 1,600 or 800?
I'm not sure. If it wasn't 1,600, I'm curious. We got to talk. We got to get some more wild Pokemon on there. You saw though they were trying to pick up more EXP per minute though with the Unite move onto the audio. They really wanted to make sure.
That makes sense.
They understood the deficit. They're like, I'm going to make up for it. I am going to use my Unite move on this wild Pokemon. Yes.
You know what? We could forgive them for going and utilizing their Unite move on the Audino.
Yeah, Curious is going to go back and watch this one and just tear me a new one after
it was game-changing. Then it might be a little bit more questionable, but I think once you've already locked it in the bag, it's all right.
All right, fine. I'll stop putting a magnifying glass on their mistakes. Instead, I will make sure to gas up their incredible performance.
We don't know if a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. It was justified. No, but that Cinderace, I mean, being level 14 by that final fight is just so scary. You had a red buff in the mix. It is a tough Pokemon to take down. But here we go. Let's see if the Cinderace reemerges in game number 2. We're switching to the Groudon map, and we're also switching sides. This will be Evil Geniuses picking first, and they're going to ban the Sableye.
Wow, that is really interesting considering, have we seen any Sableye here at all? Well,
I think we did once earlier on today. I believe Spraggles and Doobsnacks got the chance to cast. And we're also going to be banning Sylveon. All right, we're getting specific in game number 2, folks.
We are actually going to go in with a reset as we have had a switch. Roland has managed to land themselves on the wrong team.
Sophie is the newest member of Evil Geniuses. Congratulations on your signing. Curios picking up the Megadium. That's sick. Making Gyarados would be a whole lot of fun. I do like that at some point we're getting picks that like aren't real. You know, I'm making quotations for those of you listening to the radio broadcast of this game. However, I mean, some of these like not serious picks are just really good picks. Like we're talking like, oh yeah, we got like, you know, a Zoroark or a Venusaur. I'm like, yeah, both those Pokemon are still strong. Like I could see them be viable in some of these tournament games, but we will jump into this next match very, very soon. Reminder, folks, you know, if you're gonna switch sides in tournament play, just make sure you're with your teammates. You don't want to be with the enemy. That's scary.
I was going to say, I know that Meganium isn't actually available to play here at the final stretch, but Meganium spotted. You know, at least we got to see it out on the broadcast.
That's true.
Not out on the field, technically, there.
Yeah. I do like that in this setup, though, where Sobi would have been the second ban for Evil Geniuses team, and they banned Sylveon, which I think is very fun. You're really playing incognito a little bit when you're on the enemy lineup, so I do think that's an inspired play, even though it may have been set up for a draft remake. So I think we can kind of throw out the Sableye ban out of our discussion, thank goodness. We were really... not sure how to overanalyze that one.
I was scratching my head for sure.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen both Lewis and Duskrunner play Sableye at some point, but not to the point where you're going to ban it.
No, yeah, whether it was that much of a threat there. I mean, hey, it could have been intentional.
Yep.
We don't know. We might end up seeing it once we do get the real draft up and running there. But yeah, in terms, this is the last set of the day here. In terms of this group, we already have Goofy Goobers landing themselves that #1 spot seed. Well, Evil Geniuses, they do have that 1-up advantage. Not enough tanks. They have to somehow make magic happen if they are to make it through the day 2 by winning 2 games back to back.
No easy feed into so many teams, obviously. But all right, we got the thumbs up from the players. Can we just get a thumbs up from everybody, though? Just in case, you know, maybe Ducky's going on a secret mission off the other side now. So we should just triple check that. Don't want anybody, you know, sneaking into the other side.
I know we obviously have those invades, the sneakies happening in game, but I mean, not in terms of player swapping here.
No,
and
I like that play from Roland. Yeah, a very early invade and okay. All right, we talked about specific bans in terms of Sableye, but how about this one? Evil Geniuses with a real ban are going to be taking away the Greninja from Not Enough Tanks, as well as the Umbreon. 2 Fire Flying types banned for Not Enough Tanks, the Moltres and the Mega Charizard. Why? And Evil Geniuses going to round out their ban phase with the Machamp.
Now, I know the last ban that we have there, we had Typhlosion or Snorlax in that previous game. What are they going to decide this time around? No, they're going to actually go and pivot with a respect ban of their own straight onto Roland's Blissey.
Okay. I was about to ask, I was like, all right, Chris, how good's your Feraligatr? Let's see it. But no, we will see Ducky pick up that Snorlax almost immediately. Not enough tanks. Now we're going to have another chance to play the Feraligatr, and that's a good point with the Articuno hover. It is not banned, so another very powerful defender in the metagame. Still available, even with Umbreon and Snorlax already being gone.
I mean, one other ban that we saw last time around was the Typhlosion. Are we going to see Typhlosion being selected by either of these teams? But Vin is going to lock in that Comfort there being Espeon, and another Comfort pick there being that Zacian.
All right, well, we'll see what the Feraligatr versus the Zacian can end up being. Last time we saw the Feraligatr pick up only 2 knockouts, so obviously not enough tanks. Going to try to funnel a bit more resources to build around that Feraligatr a bit more in this one. Currently, we got Sylvia hovering the Mew. This could be an interesting pick, and the Mamoswine is going to make a reappearance. We'll have to watch that Mamoswine to see if it's the same moveset with that Icicle Crash again, or if they do pivot to the more popular Ice Fang.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's exactly the same for Not Enough Tanks. So, I mean, the last call is going to be Bats, considering they're the ones that have the Greninja banned on out. But Evil Geniuses cycling through, they are going to select that Typhlosion. So it's going to be a Johto v. Johto starter Pokemon face-off there on the field.
All right, and I mean, we saw that trick combo before with that Typhlosion. Obviously sharing that defense a little bit. And a final pick will be a Palmon. So, an extremely strong Pokemon. We do often see it more with pocket-based supports, however. Palmon with a ton of self-sustain on its own right, but the inherent design around this Pokemon is going to be deep dives and getting in the mix. So, we'll see how well it will play alongside a Mamoswine and a side-up. Bats, though, a very self-sufficient central area player. On the other side, Evil Geniuses is going to kind of showcase their mastery of one of the newer Pokemon in the metagame in this Typhlosion.
I think this is the thing. It's a very similar story in terms of the draft. You really have not enough tanks with those late game scalers, having 3 of them that need to get that Stage 2 evolution, whereas Typhlosion, well, that is the only one that needs it. So a very early game presence here for Evil Geniuses.
All right, so early game versus a little bit of a late game. See what happens in our game number 2. Evil Geniuses currently on match point. Not enough tanks. If they want to move on to day number 2, it will need to be back-to-back wins against Worlds qualified second place at EUIC, EG. Let's get into game 2.
Yes, this potentially might end up being the last game for the day if Evil Geniuses are able to clear this round 2-0. But we will have to wait and see how this one fares out. One thing, though, Ducky is going in for an invade on this small, innocent Pawmi.
Oh, Bat's actually going to body block the tackle. Admirable effort, but you can't stop Chef Snorlax when he smells something good. Bat's also taking a ton of damage. That Pawmi actually in danger of getting KO'd. So Bat's going to immediately dodge out to the path. That means Ducky will have free roam over their enemy's central area. Instead, it'll be Kite, Bats, and Lewis all trying to get a KO, as now we have Roland also going into the enemy central area.
Yeah, and thanks to that trick, they are able to go and get a berry for themselves, replenish that HP. Otherwise, Mew and that Psyduck are looking for some KOs. This blue buff is still available, but now they have Cool Lava making their way across the map too.
All right, well, and speaking of team, I mean, with teamwork, these teams cover each other all over the place. I'm not sure if anyone's doing their assigned jobs right now, so there might be some slack to pick up, but either way, they're doing a pretty good job of defending their own central area. The problem is, next step is defending your Tier 1 goal zone, as Evil Geniuses have found a way to forge in, but not enough tanks. With that pivot, kind of that palmy, dodging into the central area, Bats has found the level 5 evolution after winning a favored topside matchup for them.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, knowing that they couldn't really do much in their central area after getting invaded. At least they managed to get that level 5 along with that Crocodile. Otherwise, Cider, caught in a bit of a pickle there, is going to get sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Wow, just watching this Espeon, it's so remarkable how powerful this Pokemon is. Not only the burst damage, but how long those stuns last. You can see this fight raging on. Bats will go down thanks to a heavy slam from Ducky, but Kite does pick up a knockout on the Kyrios with that Quilava, or sorry, with that Croconaut. They will take down the Quilava. Regidrago secured by Chris Smith though, so Zacian maybe not joining into that team fight, but focusing on some of these major objectives.
No, and that's the thing, Evil Geniuses, they had them preoccupied. They ended up using that hyperspace hole to go and retreat, and now back into their respective paths here. As Chris Smith, well, they ended up going and getting that Regidrago buff for themselves along with the experience.
And they are going to catch up a little bit. Kite, thanks to that earlier KO in the Croconaut, is out-leveling Chris Smith. So, not by much, but they do have that level advantage. Interesting, we got a hyperspace hole Hooba to bring the team down. They'll have to join this fight. However, it might be over before they even get there. Espeon taking a huge KO onto Bats' Palmon, and that'll open up a lot of space for Evil Geniuses around this basement objective. It's about to spawn in 5.
Oh, but look at this. Zacian did end up getting pushed on back, but they are able to go and escape and stab that Piloswine in the back. Cider once again locking down onto that Typhlosion. It is going to be a Registeel buff up for grabs here.
All right, I mean, a lot of low HP bars on the side of Evil Geniuses, but all the space is theirs. Thanks to Ducky in that block. Takes out any melee-based Pokemon from having a chance at last hit securing the Regi. Solar Beam from the Mew a little bit late, and so we will not be able to pick that one up. Lewis pushed off again by this powerful bottom path duo in Ducky and Vin. And with that burst damage and that space creation, they are becoming kind of uncontested in this game.
And I guess that's a benefit of having hyperspace hole Hooba. They are able to cover those bases, able to retreat or pivot wherever they are needed. But so far, they're not needed up in the top path just yet, as it's only Feraligatr lurking in the tall grass.
Yeah, and now Reggie Alecki is the next attention of Evil Geniuses. They already got a Registeel buff. Reminder, they got the first Regidrago as well. That is 3 Regis across the board. Christmas takes so much damage, but an empowered agility will let them walk away, and a Unite move from Espeon takes out the Pawmots. That great counter dive Unite move working exactly as intended. Solar Beam burst damage might give not enough tanks the breathing room they need to retreat though.
They do need to retreat. Reggie Alecki did end up crashing on through, so Evil Geniuses, if they push on through, they're able to go and get some insta-dunks. But first, they have to try and take this team fight. Feraligatr ends up getting isolated out, knocked on down. Next target is going to be this Piloswine, but they answer back with an Ice Fang of their own.
Okay, so they take a KO, but it seems like any time you're taking down one of these top teams, you take some, you lose some. So a lot of ground loss on that Tier 1 in terms of scores as Evil Geniuses moves up to 130. They do take down that Zacian though, so a lot of EXP over the Mew and the Piloswine, who's now evolved into full Mamoswine. Also, he is rocking the Ice Fang this time around instead of the Icicle Crash.
Yeah, you did ask about that question earlier on whether we'd see that one, and I think especially going into a Typhlosion, they're able to go and catch them on in as soon as that Flame Wheel ends. I guess that's where those plays end up happening. Otherwise, a hyperspace hole to go and retreat this Hooper as they are going to go into that Rings Unbound.
All right, it's going to be a full 5-on-5 team fight. However, not enough tanks has already had to peel back to their side with great positioning by Ducky. Snorlax, about half damage on a Registeel. Bats is going to dive into the backline, but they are just exploded. Ducky is going to take the last hit secure with the Snorlax.
Oh, Espeon Unite is going to catch out multiple members as Mamoswine's coming in and looking to crush him down. Hyperspace hole to go and send back 2 members, but they come into a trap.
Yeah, here we go. Now comes the Typhlosion, an explosive heat wave Unite move, absolutely igniting the enemy squad. So much fire damage they're going to have. Well, now they might have to peel back as not enough tanks finally mounts a bit of a counter punch, and Bats gets a major KO with the Palmon. Snorlax might be a tougher customer to deal with, but even so, when you are behind by this much, not enough tanks will take any kind of incremental win.
Yeah, they are going to go pivot towards this Reggie Drago, as we can see Mamoswine doing a great job of zoning out Evil Geniuses. Lurking about in the tall grass, seeing if they can make a move. Pawmot charging on in and dives straight onto that Snorlax.
All right, they got the Reggie Drago buff as well, so this goal scoring speed will be increased. However, with Snorlax there to shut them down, you can't do much about the block. Kite is also going to retreat. Reminder, there is no healing-based supports. They will need to go to the goal zones or just straight up recall. Waterfall Kite will preemptively for a bit of defense, and Bats will not back down at any given moment. They're at a third of HP. That's go get them HP. We see Bats diving in every single time.
I guess that's the brilliance with Pawmot going in, charging on up, getting
Yeah,
that
they get the
shield.
HP back.
Yeah, you got to make a big plays sometimes to try and win these. You know what? They didn't end up picking any KOs. They didn't end up getting KO'd themselves. Otherwise, we do have a 3v3. Well, 2v3 now in that bottom path as Hoover has been eliminated, but Mamoswine is also soon to fall. For Alligator utilizing their waterfall, though, to get themselves out of danger.
I cannot believe they made it out. But all right, now Palmon is going to go down. So we talked about how much EXP they were able to earn by their own KOs. Well, now the likewise is going to be true as Chris Smith picks up that knockout. Not to mention Curios has hit level 13 on the Typhlosion. You have vision of 3 enemy Pokemon, but they are still going to charge on the Regice. It will be a last hit secured by the Zacian. The Surf from the side deck will not take it down. We have 20 seconds until the final stretch begins. We're at the final stretch tournament, but this map might be the determining factor for not enough tanks in EG.
Yeah, especially considering how many points they are currently behind. It is 230 to 27 points in favor of Evil Geniuses. They do have both of their tier 1 pads available, but now Groudon has entered the field. Bats is up in the top path as Zacian has spotted them out.
Yeah, the Typhlosion did it first. I'm actually really curious how that exchange went. It felt like they kind of just passed each other on the top side because Curios is going to score on that tier 2. Not enough tanks do have decent amount of positioning, and the Mamoswine's going to earn even more. Great cover by Ducky Snorlax, though, to interrupt that Ice Fang animation via a Heavy Slam. So, great job. They're going to walk away with that. The Hoopa will be happy and healthy at this point in time. Very safe Unite move, Portal, but kind of far away from the fight. We'll see if anybody on EG wants to take it. Sobi takes down Finn to start this team fight. Ducky's going to jump in with the Snorlax and Typhlosion, taking on 2 or 3 members all in the row with this fire damage.
That is some risky plays from not enough tanks to go and push on forth towards that tier 1 pad, giving Evil Geniuses the advantage of the healing and the shielding. Now that they have the numbers advantage, they're going to shred on down this Groudon, and even with Dusk Runner there as that Cider, they don't have enough luck to go and get a secure for them.
50 seconds left for not enough tanks to maybe turn this around, but Evil Geniuses are not giving them a single inch. They might have already qualified for the World Championships, but this team is hunting an NAIC title. Already a few of them with that accolade, but there is more to come as EG are now scoring on that home goal zone. 30 seconds remain. Not enough tanks will be dispatched out of this tournament with a 2-0 result from EG. A bit of a misstep at some point in the tournament to a very hot Goofy Goobers. And not enough tanks, just not having enough in said tank to take down EG.
Yeah, not enough gas in that tank to go and make a move there with those seconds counting on down. I know we've had some 1,000-point games here. I don't know if Evil Geniuses have managed to rack up that many points, but wow, congratulations to Evil Geniuses being able to win that set 2-0 and securing themselves that day 2 position.
Yeah, a bit of a sigh of relief, and of course, a thanks to the fans. I actually got a chance to interview Chris Smith on the preview show for this event specifically. And one of the things Chris Smith kept talking about was, I'm really excited to have fans for us at a live event, because every other tournament we play in, we're kind of we're playing against everybody in the crowd's favorite teams. You know, at LAIC, they're playing against Brazil teams. EUIC, they're playing against EU teams. Well, now Evil Geniuses have a chance to show how incredible they are on a North American stage here in New Orleans. And wow, this team has got a lot to work with, shutting down a Pokemon like Feraligatr, which has been so scary, taking so many bans throughout our tournament. But Evil Geniuses, not too worse for wear. I think Ducky playing a great Snorlax game in that variety. Honestly, if we can get a couple of those MVP screens, I would love to see one from Ducky's Snorlax. It'd be a lot of fun. But right now, we're going to look at Curios's Typhlosion. 8 knockouts, 9 assists, and 3 feints with 69,000 damage done on this Typhlosion. Not to mention that damage taken. One of the most remarkable stats for me all the time with Typhlosion is just how much this Pokemon can both take and also dish out.
Oh yeah, 100%. Being able to go into that flame wheel, getting that unstoppable, the shielding there is really beneficial. But one thing I want to point out, Ducky didn't faint a single time throughout that whole game, which is incredible.
Large and in charge is that tank player. On the opposite side, though, not enough tanks with some decent stat numbers across the board. It's just when you got numbers that you have to contend with Curios's Typhlosion, it's scary.
But Vin, 93k damage on that Espeon is so incredible to see. Some incredible Unite moves being utilized there to go and catch out multiple members. But I think just being there in the back line with that Psyshock to get the stuns, get the hits, I mean, it really worked well in their favor.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Evil Geniuses has kind of been their playstyle for a while, and it does sort of hinge on Vin in some key states in terms of their Pokemon pool. They have options like Mimikyu and Leafeon, there are and Scyther that are so scary and allow for Evil Geniuses to play this really aggressive dive style of gameplay. But then you have options like Espeon and Glaceon that allow them to play these double mage options that are also extremely strong. I can ramble on about how good this team is until I'm blue in the face, so before that happens, let's jump to the stage and hear directly from Evil Geniuses.
We are here with who else but Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses, qualifying for day 2. Gotta ask, of course, you know, amazing win. Let's step back and down maybe a little bit just for a moment. We didn't get a chance to see what happened off stream in your team's one singular loss so far. That's been a pretty interesting story throughout the day. Is there anything you can tell us about how that kind of happened leading up to this?
Yeah, I think we definitely got a little complacent there. We weren't playing to our abilities, just not forgetting basics, but we make sure to be focused for the rest of the tournament, and I think we showed that here, and we're going to show that until we hold that first place trophy.
All right, well, certainly showed it in that last match without a doubt. So, of course, again, you all are already qualified. This is just kind of extra credit, but I've been asking this of the teams that are here and have come out for that extra credit. What do you feel your team wants the most out of the experience? Obviously, there's some prize money, but what really is it that has driven you to kind of re-attend this when you already have a Worlds qualification spot?
I think definitely getting second place at EUIC left a really sour taste in a lot of our mouths, and we're all really hungry for that first place victory in a LAN tournament, and we're definitely seeking that here, and I think we definitely have the ability to do it.
Well, things are now reset going into the single elimination bracket, but now you are the final team that is qualified for tomorrow. You got to see all the other teams throughout the rest of today. Are there any teams that you're particularly interested in playing against coming up tomorrow now that we get to see who you might actually fight?
Definitely Dignitas. We want to play them.
All right, easy, simple answer, but a great challenge. And now, of course, any shout-outs out here for friends, family, fans of the team, of you, any shout-outs that you want to give in general?
Shout out my mom and brother in the crowd. Shout out my boys back in Texas. Shout out to my teammates and all the staff on EG, and for everyone supporting me. I really appreciate it.
All right, well, you certainly deserve all that support, and we're going to continue to watch you tomorrow. So good luck, and we'll see you training very soon. But we're going to send it back to the casters, as now we know everybody that we've got going into our second stage.
All right, thank you, Wonder7. Chris, but yeah, love a sign-off already. Okay, this player knows what's going on in these interviews. Love it, and I mean, they know what's going on in this game as well. Evil Genius is such an exciting team. Cannot wait to see them in day 2 as they've officially locked up their spot as number 2 seed out of Group B. You see here, these teams have all qualified now, are highlighted ones on the graphic. Root Dignitas, Non-Parametric Statistics, Goofy Goobers, Evil Geniuses, Fulcrum, Deep Cross Gaming, Lunex Gaming, and Rush Hour.
Yes, they are the squads there, but we cannot forget the other two groups. DreamMax Aftermath, Citadel Gaming coming out of Group E, Tuesday Esports and IX Gaming coming out of Group F. So while we do have obviously a lot of NA teams making it on through to day 2, the fact that we have 2 teams from Brazil along with a team from APAC East is definitely going to make this an interesting mix.
All right, so we can take a look at our top 12. Obviously, a few teams getting buys based on the seeding and, of course, their score lines as well. So our matchups in round number 1 are going to be Citadel Gaming versus Rush Hour, DreamMax Aftermath versus Non-Parametric Statistics, IX Gaming versus Deep Cross Gaming, 2 teams that are contending for that world spot, as well as Tuesday Esports versus Evil Geniuses, 2 teams that have their world spot in that final slot. That'll be really interesting. Fulcrum maybe not pumped about those opponents that they will have to play to make it into top 4, but still some really great squads here. Goofy Goobers and Fulcrum both not having their worlds invite and being in the guaranteed top 8 is really exciting, but it also means they're going to have to outperform each other to see who actually gets the spot.
I think that's obviously the really scary part. At least they can relax for that first set, do some homework there. But yes, there are still a lot of teams that are looking for that final World Championship spot, which, you know, one step closer going on into day number 2. So congratulations to all those teams.
Yeah, it's the final stretch, right? It does not get easy in the final moments. You've all played Pokemon Unite. In fact, if anything, it gets more intense and it gets even harder from there. Well, boy, us just watching the tournament, we love it. The action gets better and even more exciting. You don't want to miss a moment of it. So make sure to be tuning in tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Back to wherever you're watching it right now, go to the same spot, or if you want to find a new spot, you can follow us on our social channels. We're at #Pokemon NAIC if you want to join the conversation surrounding the tournament. We even showed somebody's tier list live on the broadcast. So if you want us to shout you out on broadcast or see your own tweets, make sure to send us some energy with #Pokemon NAIC. Raquello, that is going to be it for our coverage in day number 1 of the final stretch here at NAIC. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you for tomorrow's single elimination bracket. Bye-bye.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking. Where everyone can see. I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it.